The ingenious gentleman Don Quixote of La Mancha. Introduction. Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra's masterpiece has endured because it focuses on literature's foremost appeal, to become another, to leave a typically embattled self for another closer to one's desires and aspirations. This is why Don Quixote has often been read as a children's book and continues to be read by or to children. Experience and life's blows teach us our limits and erode the hope of living up to our dreams, but our hope never vanishes. It is the soul's pith, the flickering light of being, the spiritual counterpart to our DNA's master code. When the hero regains his sanity at the end of Part 2, he dies. As the last chances of living an imaginary life disappear, so must life itself. Don Quixote's serene passing reflects this understanding. He knows that the dream of life is over, and as a Neoplatonist and Christian, his only hope now is to find the true life after death. Stories endure because they either express an archetype or create a new one. The epic and other oral narratives, including tragedy, retell known stories. Think of Ulysses, Oedipus, Roland, the Cid. Don Quixote creates an archetype that is, appropriately, the archetype of type, the founding story of printed literature. One, it is the tale of the reader, who indulges his imaginative needs not in a collective setting such as the theater or the public square, but alone with his private yearnings, listening to his inner voices and those to which he gives life in his soul stage as he scans the pages. Because of print, the reader is more educated. His memory is not only his or his people's, but that of many other individuals and cultures. Unlike those listening to singers or actors performing, the reader can go back and replay a scene, relish again what he liked, giving his own tempo to the unfolding of the story, taking time to let the pleasure of his imagining sink in slowly, or flipping the pages quickly to come to the end of an adventure and learn his hero's fate. This is what we, the readers of Don Quixote, imagine that the hero himself did as he read his cherished romances of chivalry. It is what we ourselves do as we savor our favorite passages, rereading isolated episodes, suspending the malleable time of fiction to postpone or really just forget our own inevitable demise. Alone with ourselves and a book we can be children again. You cannot get up in the theater and challenge an actor, and you would be smothered by the crowd if you interrupted the minstrel's performance. But in our own private space, huddled under the cloak of our fantasies with the book, we can counsel our hero, sigh for a damsel, shout insults at the wrongdoers, and enter the fiction in soul, if not in body. This last thing is, of course, what Don Quixote attempted to do, to bring his readers' imaginings to the bruising world of tangible reality and to the withering present. The book's archetype would not be complete if the hero remained in the ideal world of literature. Human desire is all too human. It longs for actualization in bodies and things, in the here and now of the sensory and the sensual. These are, of course, not as pliable as our fantasies and the world of books, and therein lies Don Quixote's power and the frontier between children's stories and those for adults. There was nothing even remotely like Don Quixote before 1605, when the novel appeared. There were chivalric, pastoral, and Byzantine romances, epics in the style of Ludovico Ariosto's, stories like Giovanni Boccaccio's or, closer in time, Matteo Bandello's, and of course, picaresque novels since the publication in 1554 of La Vida de Lazzarello de Tormes and in 1599 the defining primera parte de La Vida del Picaro. Guzmán de Alfarache. Shakespeare and Molière worked within established theatrical conventions dating back to the Greeks, as did Cervantes when he wrote plays. But Don Quixote, which drew from all the prose genres that preceded it, and some poetic ones, too, had no beaten paths to follow. Point 2, in fact, such is the book's novelty that this novelty is incorporated as an issue into its own fabric. Don Quixote is too old to be a picaresque anti-hero, an epic champion, a pastoral lover, or a knight, and as a petty nobleman of the lowest rank he would make an unlikely courtier. So much for the available literary roles. Protagonists his age, even in Cervantes' other works, were usually husbands cuckolded by their younger wives or sages beyond desire or adventure, left to voice useless warnings to the young. As much else in Don Quixote, the parts do not fit, provoking laughter, to be sure, but also wonder that leads to profound reflection. This is why George Lukács calls the novelistic genre, whose founding was Don Quixote, the epic of a world that has been abandoned by God, and adds that the objectivity of the novel is the mature man's knowledge that meaning can never quite penetrate reality, but that without meaning, reality would disintegrate into the nothingness of inessentiality. 3. It is as difficult to overstate Don Quixote's originality as it is to relieve the surprise of its first readers when it reached their hands. Post-romantic habits of thought have led some to make Cervantes into a rebel or an outcast, if not the member of a religious minority chafing under oppression. How could the author of such an original book, so deviously ironic, not be working against established authority? The paucity of documentary evidence about Cervantes' life has allowed for no small amount of speculation along these lines, fueled by commonplaces about the Spain of the Counter-Reformation, redolent with hooded inquisitors, and by the racial and religious strife of our own era. It is just as hard to disprove as to prove anything about Cervantes, given how little is known, but what we do know, together with a sensible reading of his works, makes it reasonably clear that the author of Don Quixote was a loyal Spanish Catholic, and a patriotic one at that. Spaniards did not have to stop being Spanish or Catholic to be audacious and modern. Younger than Cervantes, Diego Velázquez, a genius in his art, was a court painter, and his contemporary, Pedro Calderón de la Barca, a major playwright also at the court, wrote more than 100 autos sacramentals celebrating the Eucharist. Like them, Cervantes probed pitilessly into the human condition, speculated about the nature of his own art, and produced masterpieces in sharp dialogue with the greatest works of the Western tradition. One of the outstanding features of Cervantes' Spain was the plethora of artistic and literary luminaries, sometimes within a few blocks of one another in Madrid, El Greco, Lope de Vega, Francisco Zurbarán, Tirso de Molina, Luisa Góngora, Francisco de Quevedo, and many others. This is why it is called the Golden Age in conventional literary histories. We will never know what produces a talent like Cervantes's, but commonplaces about rebelliousness in the contemporary sense should be the first to be discarded. Cervantes's life, though far from easy, was relatively ordinary for someone of his class and background. His commonality, in fact, is relevant to the genesis of Don Quixote, to his career as a writer, and to literary history. It was new for someone who lacked social rank and a thorough humanistic education to dare to become an author. With Mateo Alemán and Lope de Vega, Cervantes belongs to the first generation of writers who attempt to make a living from their craft, creating new literary genres that deviate from Renaissance theory and practice. Point 4. Lope de Vega, writing prolifically and mostly for the theater, succeeded. Cervantes did not, and he had to depend, futilely and sometimes pathetically, on the support of aristocratic patrons. This precarious professional status, which undermined his authority as a writer, is why Cervantes so often incorporated himself in his fiction and the humblest cause for the notorious self-reflexivity of his work. With what authority, other than the weight of my own mundane experience, do I dare to write this book? How can I, a lowly being, dare to pretend to be the source of these inventions? Are they mine, and if so in what way? Cervantes realized that he was his own most alluring mystery, and that his story as writer was the most interesting of all. Don Quixote is the tale of the reader because it is also that of the writer. Even if Cervantes led a fairly ordinary life, it was rich in experiences, and it is projected not only onto obviously autobiographical stories, such as The Captives in part I, but onto nearly all the lives told in Don Quixote. It also informs the overall structure of the book, which tells Don Quixote's life by adhering not to Renaissance poetic formulas about well-wrought plots but rather to the picaresque vita. A life told by someone like Cervantes, who had lived almost his own entire life, is a shape understandable to all, not just to those steeped in the classics and their commentators. Cervantes being Cervantes, however, tells the life of Don Quixote as the character he wills himself to be, with little or no information about his real life, meaning his family background and how he arrived at the decision to become a knight-errant. But all the stories in Don Quixote are subsumed into that of the hero's life as the novel unfolds toward its natural and expected conclusion in his death. Cervantes' transmutation of his own experiences into the stuff of literature has its specular image in the hero's efforts to elevate his life into fiction. Cervantes and Don Quixote find each other in the book. Throughout his life Cervantes met with repeated failures and misfortunes. When literary recognition at last came, it brought few worldly or spiritual rewards. It was as ironic a turn of events as those in his fictions. Born in Alcalá de Henares, a university town a few miles east of Madrid, probably on September 29, 1547, Miguel was the fourth of Rodrigo de Cervantes and Leonor de Cortines' 7 children. Had his family been wealthy or enjoyed exalted aristocratic status, his not being a firstborn male would have added to Cervantes' woes later on. But Rodrigo, half he belonged to the gentry like Don Quixote and Hidalgo, was a man of modest means who was once even incarcerated for non-payment of debts. In 1564, when Miguel was 17, Rodrigo stated in a document that he was a surgeon, a profession that was then barely above that of barber and that neither required much education nor produced much income. Nothing definite is known about Miguel's early education, but it has been inferred that he studied with the Jesuits in Córdoba and Seville and with the humanist Juan López de Hoyos in Madrid. He was then in his late teens and early 20s, had published some poems, and had had his first scrape with the law for wounding a man in a duel. As a result of this incident he left in 1570 for Rome, where he joined the retinue of Cardinal Julio Aquaviva, having duly given proof, as was required in Spain, that he was of clean blood, having no Jewish or Arabic ancestors, and in Hidalgo, Italy, where he enlisted in the Spanish forces deployed there under John of Austria, was a decisive intellectual experience for Cervantes, but nothing was as traumatic as his military exploits, which literally marked him for life. At the naval battle of Lepanto, fought against the Turkish fleet in 1571, Miguel went on deck for hand-to-hand combat, and fought bravely though he was ill with a fever. A harquebus shot to his left arm maimed him for life and led, in the Spanish-speaking world, to the rhyming epithet by which he is known to school children, El Manco de Lepanto, the one-handed man from Lepanto. He was proud of his wound, a badge of courage and loyalty that he boasted about as late as the prologue to Part 2 of Don Quixote, which appeared in 1615, a year before his death. From then on, Cervantes also frequently petitioned rewards from the crown for his distinguished military record. In spite of his injury, Cervantes continued his military service, but when he was finally furloughed in 1575 and had begun his trek home, he suffered a greater misfortune. He and others were seized by Barbary pirates and taken hostage to Algiers. Hostage-taking was rampant in the contested Mediterranean. The letters attesting to his military exploits, which Cervantes planned to use in his pleas before the court, led his captors to believe that they had stumbled upon a greater prize than they had expected. After 3 failed escape attempts, he was finally ransomed in 1580 and made his way back to Spain. He was 28 when he was captured, 33 when he regained his freedom. Cervantes had wasted his late 20s and early 30s as a slave in Algiers, an experience that would enrich his fiction, but at a great price. As if trying to make up for lost time, Cervantes wrote several plays upon his return to Spain, among them La Destrucción de Numancia, his best, and Los Tratos de Argel, both staged in Madrid in 1581. He also wrote and published in 1584 a pastoral novel, La Galatea, which met with relative success and shows hints of what was to follow in the mixture of styles and the intrusion of erotic violence in the ideal world of the shepherds. Or, as Richard L. Pratt more eloquently put it, he began to see how myths could be deflated with injections of real life and real life ennobled in mythical robes. He began to explore the possibility of catching the complexity of human life in a net of ambivalence. 5 But Cervantes was already 37 years old. His work for the theater, the only profitable literary activity, was only modestly successful, and he had to earn a living to support his new wife Catalina de Palacio Salazar Vaz Mediano. It was not his only responsibility. As a result of a liaison with another woman, Ana Franca de Rojas, Cervantes also had an illegitimate daughter, Isabel de Saavedra. And so he obtained a position as commissioner and tax collector in Andalusia, around Seville, as the crown was stockpiling wealth and supplies for what would be the disastrous Armada of 1588. Cervantes suffered terrible ordeals in this job, then as now an unpopular one. Disputes over the handling of his accounts landed him in Seville's jail, and he was once excommunicated by the general vicar of that city. Throughout his 40s Cervantes was imprisoned several times, resulting in more experiences that enriched his work, but again at a steep price. He claimed in the prologue to Part I of Don Quixote that it was in Seville's jail that he first had the idea for Don Quixote. In the waning years of the 16th century Cervantes was in Valladolid, though he also spent time at Esquivias, where his wife owned vineyards, and he shuttled back and forth to Seville because of his job. He was by then writing Don Quixote, which went to press in 1604 and appeared early the next year. Cervantes was about to turn 58. When the book was published, always an advanced age to begin making your mark as writer, but particularly then, when it was rare to live to be 60. He had only 10 years of life left, but they were as productive and successful as anyone could hope for. Don Quixote went through several printings and was soon translated into English and French. Publishers were suddenly interested in printing not only Cervantes' fiction, but also his theater. In 1613 the Novelas Exemplares, a splendid collection of 12 short novels, was published, as was Viaje del Parnaso in 1614, a long poem in which Cervantes surveys the literary scene of his time. That same year, an apocryphal second part of Don Quixote appeared, signed by someone calling himself Alonso Fernández de Avellaneda. Cervantes, who was halfway through writing his own second part, was spurred to finish. It appeared in 1615, as did a volume of his plays. He was ill and rushing to complete what he thought would be his masterpiece, the Byzantine romance, Los Trabajos de Persiles y Sigismunda. He did finish it, but he did not live to see it published, dying in Madrid on April 22, 1616.6. The Persiles was published posthumously the next year. In its moving prologue, Cervantes bid farewell to his friends and mused with humor about his late found fame with the same composed tone of Don Quixote's parting words on his deathbed. Cervantes' irony, elegant self-mockery, and disclaimers of authorship are certainly at the core of his mind and work. In Don Quixote the author pretends to be merely the translator of a manuscript written by Arabic historian Said Hamet bin Enjli. He dramatizes this by stopping the action in chapter 8 of part I, protesting that he has run out of text and then telling an elaborate story about how he found the remaining chapters and secured the services of a translator. Thus the rest of the novel would be the work of this translator, who is intrusive enough to append impudent comments about the characters or the plausibility of their speech. There are also remarks by the author about the translator's comments, as well as on the incongruity of the high-flown rhetoric of certain passages. Many segments are parodies of recognizable literary genres, such as the chivalric romances and the pastoral, as well as the rhetoric of the courtly love tradition, full of paradoxes and tri-figures. And so there are layers upon layers of discourse, commenting on one another, blurring the source, intention, and ultimately the legitimacy and truth of the final product. Further ironic distancing is provided by the blatantly literary nature of the found manuscript device, which makes the whole thing appear to be a sham from the start, and by allusions to Cervantes' other works, such as La Galatea in the episode of the scrutiny of the Knight's Library. If the Cervantes mentioned by the priest is the same as the one on the cover of the book we read, is he a fictional character in Don Quixote or its author? Is the whole of reality a book whose characters we are and the author of which is too grandiose for us to fathom? If we are on the same level of reality as this author character, the inescapable conclusion is that we, too, inhabit a fictional realm. But if Don Quixote's inability to distinguish literary fiction from reality is what makes him a madman, where does that leave us? We are aware, of course, that all this charade is in jest, but knowing it is also part of the game. Yet we do continue to play it, and there is the rub and the road that leads to the deepest and darkest recesses of the series of interlocking ironies. Does Don Quixote really believe in his fictions, as when he emerges from Montesinos' cave in part 2 and tells a tall tale that he insists others should believe, or does he act in the knowledge that it is all bogus? The mirror play leads to a disquieting questioning of the self's coherence, of the mind's very existence as a thinking, feeling, and willful entity to which we can attribute our actions and beliefs. Joaquin Casalduero maintains, in a disturbing insight, that at the Duca's house, when Don Quixote is finally treated like the knight-errant he wants to be, the hero has a distanced, ironic perception of himself as a parody of his desires. Don Quixote, a spiritual man, sees his own image as a knight-errant, which he had heretofore always contemplated in the purity of his own actions. It is an image of his external self. The honors, social status, the fame that society can grant a man of the spirit are nothing but a burlesque image, a distortion of his inner life. 7. It is at this level that irony's humor becomes serious indeed, and Cervantes' disclaimers as author acquire a deeper meaning, one that affects the very nature of Don Quixote. In Cervantes' delightful prologue to part I he calls himself stepfather to the book, yet he tells the reader how he is hard at work writing the very prologue that he is reading, because he truly does not know how to legitimize his relationship to his creation. A helpful friend then appears. Cervantes always favors dialogue, as the splitting of his authorial self here attests, and tells him to make up what today we would call an index of names or bibliography, to lend authority to the book. By suggesting that the tradition from which Don Quixote presumably emerges can be fabricated, Cervantes is subtly underscoring the books and his own originality. The literature produced by the new writers will be new, therein its value in every sense, including monetary. Consideration of Don Quixote's composition is not limited to the prologue and to the passages mentioned about the origins of Said Hamet's manuscript and the commentaries by the translator and the author or transcriber. It is embedded in the games of chance, improvisation, and error that are so much a part of the book. It is a play that takes us outside the fiction. One topic of Don Quixote criticism since the publication of Part I in 1605 has centered on Cervantes' various gaffes or oversights. Though there are others, the most blatant is the appearance of Sancho on his donkey, when it had been stolen from him in an earlier episode. Cervantes makes light of this in the prologue to Part 2, though he did make hurried emendations of the book between printings of Part I. But the errors feed right into the issue of authorship, authorial intention, irony, and the structure of the novel. In short, they undermine the authority of the author and highlight his ironic stance before the final product. Is this mine, the issue of my imagination, or is it partly the product of chance? How much of its creation obeyed my intentions? Should I not humbly accept the role of chance in the composition of the book and admit with humility my crass errors, where my limited powers could not totally master the universe of fiction that I tried to invent? So effective was Cervantes' ironic stance that it allowed him to deal brilliantly with the biggest threat to face him as author, the publication of Avellaneda Spurious Don Quixote, purporting to be a continuation of the original. It now seems as if Cervantes would have had to invent Avellaneda had he not existed. It is not known who this author really was, for it is fairly certain that he used a pseudonym. Cervantes was writing Chapter 59 of Part 2 when the rival book appeared in 1614. Avellaneda had misread Cervantes' masterpiece, as did most of his contemporaries, reducing it to its comic elements. He also insulted Cervantes, mocking him for, among other things, his physical handicap, and boasted that his book would ruin the sales of the real Part 2 if and when it appeared. But Avellaneda had only played into Cervantes' hand. His response was, as Stephen Gilman put it, to encompass Avellaneda in a web of irony. He absorbed the fake book and pirate author into the fiction of his own, even having his novelistic characters attest to the counterfeit nature of their doubles. Avellaneda became another one of Cervantes' characters, one of the fictions that play at undermining Cervantes' authority, while at the same time strengthening it. Cervantes' own doubts about his agency as author tend to lend credence to a theory about the genesis of Don Quixote proposed in 1920 by the noted Spanish scholar and philologist Ramon Menendez Pidal. 9 Characteristically, as the greatest expert of Spanish popular balladry, Menendez Pidal maintained that the source of the book was an Undreams, a comic one-act play, in which a man goes insane trying to reenact the exploits of great epic and chivalric heroes sung about in the romances, or Spanish ballads. This Undreams de los romances would have given Cervantes the idea for a short novella, like those he published in 1613 as novelas ejemplares, about a gentleman who suffered the same fate as Don Quixote trying to imitate the actions of knights in the romances of chivalry. Be that as it may, the most significant part of the theory is that Don Quixote was going to be a novella that would end with the hero's first return home, when he is picked up by his neighbor Pero Alonso while babbling lines from a ballad about Baldwin and the Marquis of Mantua, characters in the Charlemagne cycle. If that were so, the rest of Don Quixote grows out of its narrative kernel, being made up as it goes without model or plan. The fortuity of the narrative structure, which depends on chance encounters at roads and inns, would mirror this fortuitous beginning, sharing with it a delicate balance between chance and invention. It is a blueprint for errancy and error, as well as for the questioning of authorial design. The most significant addition to Don Quixote as the plot proceeded beyond the first sally was Sancho Panza, whose presence allowed Cervantes to indulge his penchant for dialogue in multiple perspectives. Sancho gives a voice to the world of slovenly inns, innkeepers, prostitutes, muleteers, criminals, a whole panoply of people living in the present as they had for centuries that Cervantes had adapted from picaresque fiction, and observed firsthand in his travels as a tax collector and in the jail. In terms of the development of the novel as genre, Sancho is as important as Don Quixote because he develops as the plot progresses and circumstances place him in new situations. A topic in Cervantes' criticism has been that Don Quixote becomes Sanchified and Sancho Quixotized as their lives intertwine. Cervantes removed from picaresque fiction the inherent penchant for evil of characters drawn from the lower classes, and Sancho is the prime example, but only one of many. Maritornes, the grotesque prostitute at Juan Palamix Inn, is kind and tender to Sancho and Don Quixote, and Ginés de Pasamonte is a clever rascal but not malevolent by nature. Sancho governs his bogus island of Barataria with common sense, honesty, and compassion. Through him, Cervantes shows that any man can rise to the occasion on the strength of his God-given wit and goodness. But Sancho's most important role is as foil to the knight's deranged plans, warning him of his wild misperceptions. What giants? Asks Sancho when Don Quixote points to the windmills and rejoices in the anticipation of adventure. Of course, Sancho becomes enmeshed in Don Quixote's fictions not only because he is gullible but also because of the need to get out of difficult situations. He winds up defending the existence of Dulcinea in part 2 to cover earlier prevarications and falls for the Duca's contrivances. All of this is hilariously funny, particularly in the original because Cervantes had an uncanny ear for the variations of Spanish according to social class and region. The point is, however, that Sancho is not in possession of the truth because of his simple nature and common sense. Neither he nor Don Quixote is ultimately right, as the episode of Mambrino's helmet shows, the reader knows that it is a barber's basin. But from outside the fiction and aided by the narrator. In the fiction, as no doubt in the reader's own world, the truth is a matter of negotiation and compromise. Sancho is as befuddled as Don Quixote because he, too, is human and he also has a penchant for error and self-delusion in the midst of a changing reality. Together Sancho and Don Quixote sketch the shape of the emerging modern self. If the Renaissance, or early modern period as it is now called, meant renewed faith in the human capacity to make, organize, and control from politics to urban design, from painting and sculpture to architecture, Don Quixote signals that the resulting new science and philosophy have also led to radical doubts about the self. Sancho's island is the distorted version of utopia such as Thomas More's and well-run kingdoms like the ones envisaged by Niccolo Machiavelli. The wooden horse Clavileno may not have soared to real heights, yet his flight mocks the limitations of ancient conceptions of the cosmos, with solid spheres and fixed stars. The boundlessness of the universe, discovered and contemplated, brought about a crisis whose names are Galileo Galilei and René Descartes. The emerging modern self experiences a frightening freedom when, armed with its limited if autonomous powers, it faces the immensity of the universe. It is Don Quixote setting out alone on his first sally, at dawn, heading aimlessly toward the broad Castilian plain. It is the starry night sky seen by the characters through the ramshackle roof of Palamix flimsy inn, which offers no shelter and provides no limit. Descartes' relentless questioning left him only with a self that exists because it thinks and poses questions. Literature allowing more margin than philosophy to speculate, Cervantes ventured further, questioning the nature and cogency of that self. This is the issue raised by Don Quixote's madness. What is a sane self? Cervantes begins where Descartes leaves off. His response to this quandary was a comical hero. Too old to be enmeshed in his family romance, there is nothing about his parents, and an author too jaded to have confidence in the effectiveness of his own will and intentions to create. The elusiveness of Cervantes' irony has led some to think that he was a follower of Erasmus and to view in praise of folly as an important influence on Don Quixote. Whether Cervantes had read the Rotterdam Humanist or been a follower of his many disciples in the peninsula is difficult to prove or disprove. Point 10. But it is clear that Cervantes' irony goes further than Erasmus's. In praise of folly is an elegant exercise. In doublespeak, everything folly says in her monologue is played off against the sane way a Christian should approach faith and doctrine. There is no stable truth against which to measure Cervantes' irony, which whirls in a spiral of infinite evasiveness. This, of course, is more daring than Erasmus's presumably sacrilegious ideas, such as reading the Bible directly in Hebrew and Greek. In El Pensamiento de Cervantes, Americo Castro went as far as to call the author of Don Quixote a skillful hypocrite. 11. Castro masterfully argued in that book that Spanish humanists had kept up with philosophical and scientific developments elsewhere in Europe, particularly in Italy, and had devised a method to absorb their findings without provoking the church. It was a system of double truth. The universe was guided by its own laws, free of God and religious doctrine, which however enveloped it all, including potential discrepancies and contradictions. One's individual opinions were left out, as if the whole thing could not affect personal faith. It was a gesture similar to the formula by which laws sent to the New World irrelevant to local conditions were received, sea cata, pero no esse, couple, obeyed, but not enacted. It is worthy of notice that of the two literary archetypes created during Spain's Golden Age, Don Quixote and Don Juan, it is the second that has been most often taken up by later writers, not to mention by composers. Don Quixote's musical legacy cannot compare to Don Juan's. Perhaps this is so because Eros will always be more appealing than the reflective humor of Cervantes' masterpiece and the desire of the protagonist to be other than himself. But the disparity is obvious only if one takes the mad gentleman to be the sole archetype in the novel. From within literature, however, the most important character in Cervantes' novel is the narrator, the implicit author whose ironic games concerning his product are the foundation of the modern novel. This was understood immediately by writers such as Alain René Lesage, Lawrence Sterne, and Henry Fielding, who picked up Cervantes' legacy explicitly, and by every novelist who has put pen to paper since then. A host of modern Latin American writers, Jorge Luis Borges, Alejo Carpentier, Gabriel Garcia Marquez, Carlos Fuentes, have understood that Cervantes, more than Don Quixote, is the origin of narrative fiction and have turned him into a character or a problem in their works. Point 12 Don Quixote, of course, has heirs of his own in Stendhal's Julian Sorel, Gustave Flaubert's Emma Bovary, Herman Melville's Captain Ahab, and James Joyce's Leopold Bloom. In a memorable book, René Girard argued that desire mediated by literature harkened back to Don Quixote and was the essence of the novel as genre. Point 13. Leo Spitzer and Erich Auerbach coincided in locating what is Cervantine in the difficulty of pinning Cervantes down on any given topic, in his play of Perspectives. Auerbach states that the theme of the mad country gentleman who undertakes to revive Knight-errantry gave Cervantes an opportunity to present the world as play in that spirit of multiple, perspective, non-judging, and even non-questioning neutrality, which is a brave form of wisdom. 14. Spitzer's brilliant analysis of linguistic perspectivism in Don Quixote, beginning with the uncertainty about the mad gentleman's last name, Quixote, concludes that in our novel, things are represented, not for what they are in themselves but only as things spoken about or thought about, and this involves breaking the narrative presentation into two points of view. The only unquestionable truth on which the reader may depend is the will of the artist who chose to break up a multivalent reality into different perspectives. In other words, perspectivism suggests an Archimedean principle outside the plot, and the Archimedes must be Cervantes himself. 15. But, of course, we have already seen how elusive Cervantes the author is. While agreeing with Spitzer's definition of Cervantine perspectivism, Ciriaco Morón Arroyo comments that the author of Don Quixote was no relativist when it came to morals, and adds the following: perhaps we ought to point out here that perspectivism is inherent to Christian thought. Perspectivism as a form of modesty that recognizes the limits of all judgment and human knowledge is, indeed, Christian humility and intelligence in its strictest sense, the capacity to perceive the limit of our own creations, ironia. 16. To my mind the Cervantine is found in the ease, the elegance and apparent effortlessness with which the intertwined and complicated stories, happening in different levels of the fiction, resolve themselves, with multiple suggestions about a variety of profound themes, none of which is mentioned directly or in abstract terms. A case in point is the episode in which Don Quixote attacks the wineskins while dreaming that he is in pitched battle with Pantafilando de la Foscavista, the giant made up by Dorothea when she concocts the story about being Princess Micomicona. This story is a translation into chivalric fiction of what happened to her with her suitor Don Fernando, whose name cleverly rhymes with that of the giant. Like the giant, Don Fernando is a voracious lover of all. The Greek Pan and Philos give the clue here. Fernando and the giant are panphilanderers with a menacing gaze, the gaze being the mark of lasciviousness and will to possess. As Javier Herrero, whose superb analysis of this scene I am following here, observes, the fact is that Don Quixote has by his actions slain the giant and brought to a happy conclusion Dorothea's ordeal. Point 17. This is all very funny, no doubt, except to the innkeeper whose wine has been spilled, but at the same time it is worthy of profound reflection. Here is a madman solving a real conflict while engaged in a dream battle with a giant who is the product of a lie. Don Quixote has become the instrument of a weird kind of providence. An equally masterful, if even more complicated, design is the pageant in the forest in part 2, when Sancho's lies about Dulcinea result in a baroque performance in which the imaginary lady, a meta-character invented by the other characters, materializes as a beautiful page who is playing her role. This transvestite Dulcinea opens a Pandora's box of suggestions and suggestiveness worthy of the most modern and daring of writers. As in Pantafilando's story, one senses here the presence of an ironic and elegant creator unwilling to show his hand any more than he has to, aware of the significance of it all yet feeling that it would be unworthy of him to point it out. The reader, this reader, gratefully understands and humbly marvels at the unsurpassed mastery. Roberto González Echeverria notes. 1 C.E.N.P. Watt, Myths of Modern Individuality, Faust, Don Quixote, Don Juan. Robinson Crusoe, New York, Cambridge University Press, 1996. 2. The genres mentioned are incorporated into the fiction of Don Quixote as characters afflicted by the same malady as the hero attempt to play out in real-life roles drawn from books. Hence Marcella and Grisostomo the pastoral, Cardenio the courtly lover, Guinness de Pasamonte the rogue and picaresque author, and so forth. In some cases, such as Grisostomo's, the result turns out to be tragic. 3. The theory of the novel, a historico-philosophical essay on the forms of great epic literature, 1920, T.R. Anna Bostock, Cambridge, Mass., MIT Press, 1971, p. 88. 4. C. Otis H. Green, Originality, the New Literary Genres, in His Spain and the Western Tradition, Volume 4, Madison, University of Wisconsin Press, 1968, pages 210. 85. 5. Cervantes, New York, Mead, 1973, p. 107. 6. The reader will note the proximity with the date of Shakespeare's death, April 23, 1616. But England had not adopted the Gregorian calendar, so the death of the two writers is separated by several more days. 7. Sentido y forma del Quixote, 1605 to 1615, Madrid, Ediciones Insula, 1949, pages 294. 95. 8. The Apocryphal Quixote, in Cervantes Across the Centuries, ed. Angel Flores and M. J. Beemerded, New York, The Dryden Press, 1947, p. 247. 9. There is an English version of this paper in Cervantes Across the Centuries, ed. Flores and Beemerded, pages 32 to 55. 10. Spanish Erasmianism was studied by Marcel Badhalen in his monumental Erasme et. Elisbigny, 1937. The Spanish translation published in 1950 and 1960 by the Fondo de Cultura Económica in Mexico as Erasmo y España is an expanded version of the original. 11. Americo Castro, El Pensamiento de Cervantes, Anillos de la Revista de Filología Española Anjo 6, Madrid, Imprenta de la Librería y Casa Editorial Hernando. 1925, p. 249. 12. C. My Cervantes y la Narrativa Hispano-Americana Moderna, Borges y Carpentier. Union, Havana, 10, number 37, 1999 413. 13. Deceit, Desire, and the Novel, Self and Other in Literary Structure 1961, Tr. Yvonne Freixero, Baltimore, Johns Hopkins University Press, 1965. 14. Mimesis, The Representation of Reality in Western Literature, Princeton, N.J. Princeton University Press, 1953, p. 357. 15. Linguistic Perspectivism in the Don Quixote 1948, in Cervantes, ed. Harold. Bloom, New York, Chelsea House, 1987, p. 22. 16. La Historia del Código y el Sentido del Quixote, Iberia-Romania, Tübingen, 18. 1983 103. 17. Javier Herrero, Sierra Morena as Labyrinth, From Wildness to Christian Knighthood, Modern Language Study 17, number 1, 1981 55 to 67. Further reading. Texts. Miguel de Cervantes, ed. Roberto González Echeverria. CD-ROM by primary source. Media, Orange, Connecticut, 1998. Contains, keyed in, the first edition of every work by Cervantes, the best critical edition, and an English translation, in addition to the entire Tesoro de la Lengua Castellana, 1611, by Sebastián de Covarrubias. Introductions, bibliographies, and more than 100 illustrations for Don Quixote. Drawn from editions from the early 17th century to the present. Don Quixote de la Mancha, ed. Francisco Rico et. A.L. Barcelona, Instituto Cervantes. 1998, 2 volumes and CD-ROM heavily annotated Spanish edition, with commentaries, bibliography, and ample contextual information. Biographies. William Byron, Cervantes, A Biography. Garden City, New York, Doubleday, 1978. Malvina McKendrick, Cervantes. Boston, Little and Brown, 1980. Richard Predmore. Cervantes. New York, Dodd, Mead, & Co., 1973. Collections of Essays. Juan Bautista Avalarze and E.C. Riley, Summa Cervantina. London, Thames's. 1973. Miguel de Cervantes, ed. Harold Bloom, New York, Chelsea House, 1987. Cervantes Across the Centuries, ed. Angel Flores and M.J. Bernardet, New York. The Druden Press, 1947. Cervantes, A Collection of Critical Essays, ed. Lowry Nelson, Englewood Cliffs. N.J., Prentice Hall, 1969. Books. John J. Allen, Don Quixote, Hero or Fool. A Study in Narrative Technique. Gainesville, University Presses of Florida, 1969. Frederick A. Armas, Cervantes, Raphael, and the Classics. Cambridge, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 1998. Aubrey F. G. Bell, Cervantes. New York, Collier Books, 1961. Edward Dudley, The Endless Text. Don Quixote and the Hermeneutics of Romance. Albany, State University of New York Press, 1997. Manuel Duran, Cervantes. New York, Twin, 1974. E.C. Riley, Cervantes' Theory of the Novel. Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1962. P.E. Russell, Cervantes. Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1985. Ruth L. Saffer, Distance and Control in Don Quixote, A Study in Narrative Technique. Chapel Hill, North Carolina, Studies in the Romance Languages and Literatures, 1975. Journals. Anal Cervantinos, Madrid. Cervantes, Cervantes Society of America. Bibliography. Dana B. Drake and Dominic L. Finello, An Analytical and Bibliographical Guide to Criticism on Don Quixote, 1790-1893. Newark, Delaware, Juan de la Cuesta. 1987. Dana B. Drake, Don Quixote in World Literature, A Selective, Annotated. Bibliography. New York, Garland, 1980. Translating Don Quixote. It seems to me that translating from one language into another, except from those queens of languages, Greek and Latin, is like viewing Flemish tapestries from the wrong side, when, although one can make out the figures, they are covered by threads that obscure them, and one cannot appreciate the smooth finish of the right side. Don Quixote, Part 2, Chapter LXII. Yet another Quixote translation? Isn't it an act of Quixote to write the 13th English version of the great Spanish novel? Several of the earliest translations of Cervantes' masterpiece, those by Thomas Shelton, 1612 and 1620, John Phillips, 1687, Peter Motlux, 1712, and Tobias Smollett, 17551, are still of interest because they recapture much of the vivacity of Cervantes' writing. But they are inaccurate, their authors had only the most rudimentary dictionaries and other reference books, and their style of translation was much freer than is acceptable now. Motlux, for example, removes entire sentences or even paragraphs, and adds others of his own. He has a particular fondness for inserting his own jokes, which are more scurrilous than funny. He is an example of what we could call the Cavalier tradition of Quixote translation. Charles Jervis, whose translation was first published in 1742, is important for initiating a different tradition. He follows the original text as closely as he can, and this is a welcome innovation. But his version lacks the energy and wit of Cervantes' prose, and turns Don Quixote into a solemn book. Jervis thus initiated the Puritan tradition of Quixote translation, which was strengthened by the romantic reading of the book, according to which Don Quixote is no figure of fun but a noble hero fighting for his lofty ideas in a hostile and uncomprehending materialistic world. Like so much romantic thought, this view of the book has remained influential to the present day. It's a misreading because it underplays the fun, yet, as Anthony Close has shown, it was what was needed to establish Don Quixote in modern times as a world classic. Despite the romantic revaluation, almost a century and a half passed without a new Quixote translation into the English language, and then 3 appeared in 7 years. In the 188 OS. The Puritan tradition, with its great strengths and its great weaknesses, is to be found at its best in these translations by Alexander J. Duffield, 1881, John Ormsby, 1885, and Henry Edward Watts, 1888. For each of these meticulous scholars devoted immense efforts to ensuring that every detail of this translation was as correct as he could make it, and Ormsby was particularly successful, but this was again at the expense of the hunger. The 20th century English translations remain, on the whole, within the powerful Puritan tradition. 5. My intention in this latest addition to the large family of Quixote translations is to combine the virtues of the Puritans and the Cavaliers, and to avoid their vices. But literary translation is difficult work, and translators often make it even more difficult by an understandable but mistaken attitude of reverence for the original artist, beside whom it's all too easy to feel like humble artisans who can only ever aspire to produce a pale shadow of the original or the reverse side of a tapestry, a self-fulfilling prediction. So whereas the artist dares to make the familiar unfamiliar and create fascinating strangeness, the timorous artisan translator removes the strangeness and makes it all familiar again. Here is an example. Cervantes gives the alert reader the chance to catch a telling and amusing glimpse of the brash young graduate Sanson Carrasco's sharp with malice, and of Don Quixote's bumbling innocence, in a deft, parodic reversal of a conventional formula for leave-taking at the end of Chapter 7 of Part 2. Sanson embraced Don Quixote and begged to be sent news of his fortunes, both good and bad, to rejoice at the latter or grieve over the former, as the laws of friendship required. Don Quixote promised to do so. One of the 20th century translators shies away and writes, Samson embraced the knight and begged him to let him know what his luck might be, so that he might either rejoice or mourn, as the laws of friendship required. Another recent translator also refuses offense and says, then Samson gave our knight a farewell embrace, begging him, as the laws of friendship required, to send news of his luck, whether good or bad, so the one could be rejoiced in, and the other be grieved over. The joke has disappeared. Literary translators must conquer these fears. If, as we've been told over and over again, we're attempting the impossible, it follows that we aren't humble hacks but heroes. So I had to try to write as Cervantes did, and to be as creative and as playful with language as he was. By undertaking this translation I'd chosen to rub shoulders with the great man, so that was what I had to do, not grovel at his feet. This is less immodest than it might seem. The original author's creative energies had to be spread over a vast area as he wrote his novel, the creation of characters, the construction of plots, the description of settings and the development of themes, as well as the writing of expressive sentences. But the translator can focus his creative energies on the sentences because the rest is, in a sense, given. He does have to use his imagination in these other areas because the novel must be for him not a string of words, but a world in which he lives, yet this readerly recreation is less of an effort than original creation. It is, however, an effort that translators must make. The translator is not a machine into which the original text is fed, to emerge in another language but in all other respects identical. This is Don Quixote's concept of translation, and it is why he holds translators in such low esteem. I should be prepared to bet a tidy sum that where it says in Italian piace you say pleases, and where it says piu you say more, and that you translate su by above, and geo by beneath. Part 2, Chapter 6. What I tried to do was different. To let the Spanish words construct in my mind's eye the world of the novel, and to live in that world, to see and hear Don Quixote and Sancho and to make them my best friends. Some loss of sanity is a price that any artist has to pay, and only then to search for the English words with which to describe what I found in my imagination. I therefore had to reject the notion, implicit in the Puritan tradition, that the translator must never impose anything of his own on his translation, and must use a neutral, transparent language through which the first author's brilliance can shine. This idea of the invisible translator depends on the discredited metaphor that presents language as the clothes for the body of the thoughts and the feelings. What expresses it with eloquence in his introduction. The translator should efface himself, for it is not he whom the public have come to see, but the author. To intrude one's own 19th century personality into such a book as Don Quixote is an offense as gross against good manners as against art. A worse crime than this, however, is to deck the author as well as his book in your own colors, to put on him your livery, to make him speak after a set manner, to torture and twist his character, as well as his work, into conformity with some fantastic idea in the translator's brain. But this self-obliteration, however admirable the modest sentiments underpinning it, is impossible. All that the principles outlined by Watts can achieve is a surreptitious imposition of their own dullness on the translator and the translation, which is the worst crime of all. The translator of the Quixote has no option but to deck the book in his own colors and make the author speak after a set manner, and it is better if he first decides what kind of Quixote he wants to write. In translating every sentence he must choose between a multiplicity of possible solutions, and his choices should be governed by his vision of the whole. This ideal of his doesn't need to be fantastic, and is more likely to be a reflection of current critical opinion, if the history of Quixote translation is anything to go by. My Quixote reflects a contemporary view that is a synthesis of the two opposing readings of the past, and that makes it possible, thanks above all to the work of Sir Peter Russell Six, to see this novel as a funny book without this recognition interfering with its status as a world classic. One instance of the unconscious imposition by translators of their own livery on Don Quixote is, as Russell has shown, the English translation of the most famous of the titles by which Don Quixote is known, El Caballero de la Triste Figura. This title originates in Part I, Chapter 19, as a jocular coinage by Sancho, after some shepherds have stoned his master and knocked many of his teeth out of his head. When Don Quixote asks his squire why he has given him this new title, the reply is, I was just looking at you by the light of that poor bloke's torch, and the truth is that at this moment you're the sorriest sight I've ever clapped eyes on. It must be because of being tired after your fight, or else losing all those teeth. But Don Quixote disregards Sancho's explanation and accepts his new title as an appropriately lofty expression of his noble suffering, a heroic epithet rooted in the long and glorious tradition of the knights errant of olden days. Translators have decided that this ambiguity is untranslatable and have suppressed the joke. The early translators give us Sancho's jocular meaning, ill-favored face and rueful countenance, and later translators, under romantic influence, give us Don Quixote's solemn, heroic meaning, sorrowful figure, sad countenance, doubly unfortunate because it puts literary language into the mouth of an illiterate rustic. Yet, the knight of the sad countenance is what has stuck in people's minds, a telling example of the power of translators. Two badly translated words have perpetuated the false romantic image of Don Quixote in the English-speaking world throughout the 20th century. To write my English Quixote I also decided that I must free myself from the insidious influence of the conventionally literary language of most 19th century and 20th century English versions of the great novel, and use modern English, just as Cervantes had used the Spanish of his own day, not only in dialogues but in the narration. If my Quixote and my Sancho were to speak with living voices they had to use the varieties of contemporary spoken English that men of their age and background would use today, except where, for purposes of parody, Cervantes wrote a Spanish that was already archaic at the beginning of the 17th century. It's absurd, for example, to have Sancho address his master as your grace or your worship. Literal renderings of the Vuestra Merced that he always says in the original. Sancho uses this form because it was inconceivable for a servant to address his master in any other way. In the Spanish of the early 17th century there is no hint of archaism about it. To make Sancho employ those archaic English forms is to ensure that he's born dead. The same is true, for the same reason, when Quixote is made to call Sancho thou, as a translation of the two that he uses except when he is angry with him and moves into the more distanced vos, the only form of address available in modern English to translate Vuestra Merced, to and vos is you, and the different degrees of respect and familiarity expressed by the three Spanish terms must be conveyed in other ways. Yet Cervantes' text imposes limits on modernization. It's impossible to present some of its non-modern features from seeping through into any faithful translation. 1. Example of this is its narrative redundancy. All narration contains redundancy, as does all language, since neither the conditions of reception nor the human memory is perfect. Don Quixote's redundancy is, however, like that of other narrative texts of its period, more extensive than in modern novels. In part it reflects the rhetorical practice of those times. It may also be that with an extra 400 years of accumulated novel reading experience we need less help to follow the narrative thread than Cervantes' first readers did. It's also true that Cervantes wrote his novel with a listening audience in mind, as the heading of Part 2, Chapter LXVI shows, concerning what he who reads it will see, and what he who has it read to him will hear. There's more interference in oral reception than in visual reception, so the redundancy must be greater. Pleonasm is an insistent stylistic feature of this novel, most often taking the form of pairs of synonyms. Recapitulations are also more frequent and insistent in the Quixote than in modern narratives. Although the translator can do something to reduce the intrusiveness of the synonymous pairs and the recapitulations, he can't eliminate them and be true to Cervantes' text. So I couldn't be consistent and totally modernize the Quixote. Nor would it have been desirable to do so. Any translated literary work ought to retain marks of its origins, of its otherness in time and in space, of its historicity and its foreignness. Some of the unusualness to a modern ear of, for example, this novel's oaths and insults and its expressions of courtesy needs to be retained. It would be inappropriate to reduce the rich variety of religious and parental references in the characters swearing to the unimaginative, repetitive scatology and sexuality of contemporary English expletives, or to turn graceful 17th century courtesy into 20th century calumnus. And many of Don Quixote's themes and motifs are inescapably old-fashioned. There's no modernizing its concern with rank and with family status, or with feminine chastity. Another non-modern, and non-English, feature of this novel is its many long and complex sentences. Now this is one aspect that it would be easy to modernize and anglicize, by dividing Cervantes' long sentences into the short ones preferred in contemporary English prose. This practice simplifies translation, and maybe makes for easier reading, but it destroys rhythms and emphases and relationships. It's wrong to take even those occasional long sentences in the Quixote with loose structures, and subdivide, tighten, and correct them because they are not instances of stylistic carelessness but examples of Cervantes' masterly creation of realistic dialogue, his amused observation of the deleterious effects of natural verbosity, or a passionate interest in the subject under discussion, on the speaker's grammar. One of Cervantes' many innovations is his exploitation of linguistic register to give all characters, even those who make the briefest of appearances, their own distinctive voices. Chopping up the other kind of long sentence, the one formed with meticulous precision, is equally mistaken. Such syntactical structures are also projections of mental structures, and in particular of discretion, central to the value system underlying the Quixote and much 17th century Spanish thought. Discretion is manifested in speech and the ability to express profound and complex concepts in an appropriately complicated yet lucid manner, conveying a sense of the multiple relationships between them. Dividing a far-ranging sentence of this kind into a succession of simple short sentences overlooks this important fact underpinning the formal elegance. So the translation of Don Quixote does turn out to be logically impossible, after all. The translators must both make his text modern and keep it old, make it English and keep it Spanish. There can be no coherence or consistency, but this doesn't matter. All creative literature exists as a defiance of rational logic. There's nothing more illogical or irrational than a metaphor, saying that something is something else. Translation is only impossible as any worthwhile enterprise is impossible. Impossible to perform with the perfection that we desire. What translators must do, like modern knights errant, is to come as close as we can to the impossible goal. John Rutherford. Notes. 1. A History of the Valorous and Witty Knight Errant, Don Quixote of the Mancha. Trans. Thomas Shelton, London, 1612, Part I, The History of Don Quixote, London. 1620, Parts I and II, The History of the Most Renowned Don Quixote de la Mancha. And his trusty squire Sancho Panza, trans. John Phillips, London, 1687, The History of the Renowned Don Quixote de la Mancha, trans. Peter Motlux, London, 1712, The History and Adventure of the Renowned Don Quixote, trans. Tobias Smollett, London, 1755. To the Lift and Exploits of the Ingenious Gentleman Don Quixote de la Mancha, trans. Charles Jervis, London, 1742. 3. In the Romantic Approach to Don Quixote, Cambridge, 1978. 4. The Ingenious Knight Don Quixote de la Mancha, trans. Alexander J. I. Suffield, London, 1881. The Ingenious Gentleman Don Quixote de la Mancha, trans. John Ormsby, London, 1885. The Ingenious Gentleman Don Quixote of L.R.T. Mancha, trans. Henry Edward Watts, London, 1888. 5. The Ingenious Gentleman Don Quixote de la Mancha, trans. Samuel Putnam, New York, 1949. The Adventures of Don Quixote, trans. J. M. Cohen, Harmonsworth, 1950. Don Quixote of La Mancha, trans. Walter Starkey, New York, 1964. The History of that Ingenious Gentleman Don Quixote de la Mancha, trans. Burton Raffle, New York, 1995. 6. P. E. Russell, Don Quixote as a Funny Book, Modern Language Review, 1969. Cervantes, Oxford and New York, 1985. Thanks, from the bottom of my heart, to Peter Rutherford, to whom this translation is dedicated, for your wifely forbearance, to Peter Russell, because you showed me, and so many others, how to enjoy Don Quixote, to Peter Carter, because you showed me how to write a novel, a Ramon, Marija y Pilar Cancio, Pola. Sombre de vos a Figuera y Mays Pola Luz de vos I Amizadi, to Liz Kendall, David Longrig, Ian Michael, Victor Rodriguez Gesto, Laura Rutherford, Maruxa Rutherford, Rosa Rutherford, Cohen Rutherford, Jeanette Swing, and Ron Truman, for all your kind help, to the Legion of Don Quixote scholars, who made it easy to write the explanatory notes, to my fellow translators, John Ormsby and Henry Watts, for many useful suggestions, to all the friends and colleagues who unconsciously contributed so much to the development of the characters' voices, to the universities of A Coruña, Cork, and Oxford, and, in particular to Antonio Paul de Toro Santos, Adolfo, Luis Soto Vasquez, Terence O'Reilly, David Mackenzie, Ian Michael, and Colin Thompson, for giving me audiences on which to try out my ideas, to the University of Oxford and the Queen's College, Oxford, for allowing me the sabbatical leave without which I could not have completed the translation, to Paul Keegan and Penguin Books, for giving me the enormous privilege of being a translator of Don Quixote, and to Don Quixote and Sancho Panza, whose ebullient company kept my spirits high throughout this long pilgrimage. John Rutherford, Ribadio, Galicia, and Oxford, England. March 1999. Chronology. A note on the text. This translation follows the text of the first editions, Juan de la Cuesta, Madrid, 1645, and 1615, as presented in the useful modern edition by Luis Andrés Merlo, Clásicos. Castalia, Madrid, 1978, except in the treatment of the narrations of the loss and of the recovery of Sancho's donkey, in part I. These passages were omitted from the first edition, through the oversight of either Cervantes or the printers, so that the reader suddenly finds Sancho without his donkey and later in possession of it again, without any explanations, as Cervantes makes both Sanson Carrasco and Cide Hammett. Benengeli remark in Part 2, Chapters 3 and XXVII. In Quest a second edition of Part I, 1605, the loss and the recovery are inserted, in Chapters XXIII and XXX, respectively, but the former is the wrong place because Sancho continues in possession of his donkey for another 2 chapters. So following 1 Eugenio Hartzenbus's edition, Rivadenera, Argamasa de Alba, 1863, I have, like several modern editors, inserted the loss where it belongs, in chapter XXV. There are many other less important inconsistencies in the early editions. Some chapter headings, for example, don't belong to the chapters that they precede. I have left all these, without comment, for readers to spot and ponder on for themselves. Some critics think that they could be one of the games that Cervantes enjoys playing with his readers. The original, in common with most books of the period, has hardly any paragraphing within chapters, so this has been my own work, often coinciding with Merlot's decisions. The 1604-5 Don Quixote is divided into 4 parts, but the 1615 text is presented as Part 2. When I refer to Part 2, I mean the 1615 text. This translation includes everything that appears in the first editions and that was written by Cervantes, except the formal dedications. The first one seems not to have been his work, and the second is purely conventional. Just before going to press, the critical edition directed by Francisco Rico, Barcelona, Instituto Cervantes, Critica, 1998, became available, and its informative footnotes were used to make some important corrections. Part I. Prologue. Idle reader, I don't have to swear any oaths to persuade you that I should like this book, since it is the son of my brain, to be the most beautiful, elegant, and intelligent book imaginable. But I couldn't go against the order of nature, according to which like gives birth to like. And to what can my barren and ill-cultivated mind give birth except the history of a dry, shriveled child, whimsical and full of extravagant fancies that nobody else has ever imagined a child born, after all, in prison, where every discomfort has its seat and every dismal sound its habitation? Tranquility, peaceful surroundings, the pleasures of the countryside, the serenity of the skies, the murmuring of the springs and the quietude of the spirit, these are the things that encourage even the most barren muses to become fertile and bring forth a progeny to fill the world with wonder and delight. It can happen that a man has an ugly, charmless son, and his love blindfolds him to prevent him from seeing the child's defects. On the contrary, he regards them as gifts and graces, and describes them to his friends as examples of wit and cleverness. But, although I seem like Don Quixote's father, I am his stepfather, and I don't want to drift with the current of custom, or beg you almost with tears in my eyes, as others do, dearest reader, to forgive or excuse the defects that you see in this my son, and you are neither his relative nor his friend. You have your own soul in your own body, and your own free will like anybody else, and you are sitting in your own home, where you are the lord and master just as much as the king is of his taxes, and you know that common saying, under my cloak a fig for the king, all of which exempts and frees you from every respect and obligation, and so you can say whatever you like about this history, without any fear of being attacked for a hostile judgment or rewarded for a favorable one. I'd have liked to give it to you plain and naked, undecorated by any prologue or the endless succession of sonnets, epigrams, and eulogies that are usually put at the beginnings of books, because I can tell you that, although it was quite an effort to write the book, producing this preface that you're now reading was far worse. Many times I picked up my pen to write it, and as many times I put it down again because I didn't know what to say, and once when I was in this quandary, with the paper in front of me, the pen behind my ear, my elbow on the desk and my cheek in my hand, wondering what I could write, a friend of mine burst in, a lively and clever man who, on seeing me so thoughtful, asked me the reason, and I didn't keep anything from him but said that I was thinking about the prologue that I had to write for the history of Don Quixote, and that it had reduced me to such a state that I didn't want to write it at all, still less publish the exploits of this noble knight. Because how do you expect me not to be worried about the opinion of that ancient legislator called the general public when he sees that after all this time sleeping in the silence of oblivion, and burdened by the years as I am, I'm coming out with a book as dry as esparto grass, devoid of inventiveness, feeble in style, poor in ideas and lacking all erudition and instruction, without any marginalia or endnotes, unlike other books I see that, even though they are fictional and not about religious subjects, are so crammed with maxims from Aristotle, Plato, and the whole herd of philosophers that they amaze their readers, who consider the authors to be well-read, erudite, and eloquent men. And, when they quote the Holy Scriptures, anyone would take them for no less than so many St. Thomas's one and other doctors of the Church, and here they maintain such an ingenious decorum that having depicted a dissolute lover on one line they provide on the next a little Christian sermon, a pleasure and a treat to hear or read. There won't be any of this in my book, because I haven't anything to put in the margins or any notes for the end. Still less do I know what authors I have followed in my text so as to list them at the beginning, as others do, in alphabetical order beginning with Aristotle and finishing with Xenophon and Zoilus or Zeuxis too, even though one was a slanderer and the other a painter. My book will also lack sonnets at the beginning, or at least sonnets whose authors are dukes, marquises, counts, bishops, ladies, or famous poets, though if I asked 2 or 3 tradesmen friends of mine, I'm sure they'd let me have some, every bit as good as those written by the best known poets in this Spain of ours. In short, my dear friend, I continued, I have decided that Don Quixote shall remain buried in his archives in La Mancha until heaven provides someone to adorn him with all these attributes that he lacks. I'm not up to it, because of my inadequacy and my scanty learning, and because I'm naturally lazy and disinclined to go hunting for authors to say for me what I know how to say without them. This is why I was so perplexed and distraught when you arrived, my friend. There is justification enough for it in what I've just told you. When he heard this, my friend slapped his forehead, burst out laughing, and said, "Good God, my dear fellow, you've just corrected a misconception I've been laboring under all this time I've known you, considering you to be sensible and judicious in everything you do. But now I can see you're as far from being that as the heavens are from the earth. How can matters that are so trivial and easy to remedy have the power to engross and perplex a mind as mature as yours, accustomed as it is to demolishing far greater difficulties? I assure you this isn't caused by any lack of ability on your part, but by an excess of mental indolence. Do you want to find out whether I'm telling you the truth? Well, pay attention, and you'll see how in the twinkling of an eye I destroy all your problems and remedy all those deficiencies that, you say, are perplexing you and discouraging you from publishing the history of your famous Don Quixote, the light and mirror of all knight errantry. Tell me, I replied once I'd heard him out, how do you intend to fill the vacuum of my anxiety and turned the chaos of my confusion into clarity. To which he replied, your first problem, about the sonnets, epigrams, and eulogies written by important and titled people that you lack for the beginning of the book, can be remedied if you take the trouble to write them yourself and then christen them and give them whatever names you like, fathering them on Prestigian of the Indies, or the Emperor of Trebizond, three of both of whom I know there's evidence that they were famous poets, and even supposing that they weren't, and some pedants and academics start their backbiting and their nitpicking about whether this is true or not, you mustn't care a hoot about that, because even if they do find out that you were telling lies, they aren't going to cut off the hand with which you wrote them down. As for references in the margins to the book's end, authors from whom you take the sayings and maxims that you include in your history, all you have to do is to stick in a few relevant bits of Latin that you know by heart, or at least that you can look up without too much trouble, such as, when you're writing about freedom and captivity, non bene pro toto libertas venditer oro point 4. And then, in the margin, you mention Horace or whoever it was that said it. If you're dealing with the power of death, you can trot out pallid amors equo puls apeti pauperum tubertus. Redumptus point 5. If you're talking about the friendship and love that God tells us to feel for our enemies, go straight for Holy Scripture, which you can do if you take just a little care, and quote the words of God himself, no less, ego autem dico vobis, diligit inimicos vestros point 6. If you're dealing with evil thoughts, go for the gospel, decord exient cogitationis. Mali point 7. If your subject is the fickleness of friends, there's always Cato, ready with his distic. Dunic eris felix, multos num robis amigos. Tempor esse furorent nubila, solus eris point 8. And with these scraps of Latin and other similar ones you'll be taken for a scholar, at least, and that brings no little honor and profit nowadays. As for providing endnotes, you can easily do it like this, if you include a giant in your book, make him Goliath, and this alone, which will hardly be any trouble for you, will give you a splendid endnote, because you will be able to say, the giant Goliath, or Goliath, was a Philistine whom the shepherd David slew with a stone from his sling, in the Vale of Terebinth, according to what is narrated in the Book of Kings, in the chapter where you'll find it written. Point 9. After that, to show that you're erudite in the humanities and a cosmographer, you should contrive to name the river Tagus in your history, and there you have another fine endnote. The river Tagus was so called by a Spanish king, it has its source in such and such a place, and it flows into the Atlantic Ocean, kissing the walls of the famous city of Lisbon, and it is said to have sand of gold, etc. If you deal with robbers, I'll tell you the story of Caucus 10 which I know by heart. If it's whores, go to the Bishop of Mondoido and he'll lend you Lamia, Lida, and Flora 11, and this particular endnote will bring you great credit. If it's cruel women, Ovid will let you have Medea. If it's sorceresses and witches, Homer has Calypso and Virgil has Circe. 12. If it's valiant captains, Julius Caesar will lend you himself in his commentaries, and Plutarch will give you 1,000 Alexanders. Point 13. If love is your subject, with the slightest smattering of Italian you will find Leone Embryo gives you full measure. Point 14. And if you don't want to go wandering in foreign parts, here at home you have Fonseca, on the love of God. 15. Containing everything that you and the cleverest of writers could ever want to find on the subject. In short, all you have to do is contrive to mention these names or touch on these stories in your own story, and leave it to me to provide the endnotes and marginalia. I swear by all that's holy to fill your margins, and use up reams and reams at the end of your book. Let us now consider the list of authors cited, which other books include and yours lacks. The remedy for this is simplicity itself, because all you have to do is look for a book listing them all from A to Z, as you say, then copy this list into your own book, and even if your deception is plain to see, this won't matter in the slightest, because you hardly need to use the authors anyway, and there could always be someone stupid enough to believe that you have used them all in this simple, straightforward story of yours. Even if it serves no other purpose, your long list will at least lend your book an instant air of authority. Besides, people aren't going to take the trouble to check whether you follow your authors or not, because they haven't anything to gain from doing so. What's more, unless I'm much mistaken, this book of yours doesn't need any of those features that you say it lacks, because from beginning to end it is an invective against books of chivalry which Aristotle never dreamed of, St. Basil never mentioned, and Cicero 16 never came across, nor do the niceties of truth or the observations of astrology fall within the scope of its fabulous extravagances, nor are geometrical measurements of any relevance to it, or the confutation of arguments employed in rhetoric, nor is there any need for it to preach at anybody, mixing the human with the divine, a motley in which no Christian understanding should be dressed. All that has to be done is to make the best use of imitation in what one writes, and the more perfect the imitation the better the writing. And since this work of yours is only concerned to destroy the authority and influence that books of chivalry enjoy in the world and among the general public, there isn't any need to go begging maxims from philosophers, counsel from Holy Scripture, fables from poets, clauses from rhetoricians, or miracles from saints, but rather to attempt, using expressive, decorous and well-ordered words in a straightforward way, to write sentences that are both harmonious and witty, depicting what is in your mind to the very best of your ability, setting out your ideas without complicating or obscuring them. You should also try to ensure that the melancholy man is moved to laughter when he reads your history, the jovial man laughs even more, the simpleton is not discouraged, the judicious marvel at its inventiveness, the serious-minded do not scorn it, nor the wise fail to praise it. In short, always have as your aim the demolition of the ill-founded fabric of these books of chivalry, despised by so many and praised by many more, and if this is what you achieve, it will be no mean achievement. I listened in profound silence to what my friend said, and his words so stamped themselves on my mind that I accepted them without any argument and decided to use them for this prologue, in which, gentle reader, you will discover my friend's intelligence, my good fortune in finding such a counselor at a time of such need, and your relief on finding that there will be no deviousness or circumlocution in this history of the famous Don Quixote de la Mancha, reputed among all the inhabitants of the plain of Montiel 17 to have been the chastest lover and the bravest knight ever seen in those parts for many a long year. I have no desire to extol the service I am rendering you in introducing you to such a noble and honorable knight, but I do want your thanks for making you acquainted with the famous Sancho Panza, his squire, in whom, I believe, I give you a compendium of all the squirely fun scattered throughout the whole troop of vain books of chivalry. And so may God give you health and not forget me. Farewell. To the book of Don Quixote de la Mancha. Urgenda the unknowable 18. If you, O book, are duly he to seek the company of Pu, you won't be told by some prize do that you are but a fumbling gree. But if you aren't on pins and nay to go off into fool's posse, you'll no doubt see, when least exp, it is the wrong horse that there be a, although they will all be so frat, to show that they're extremely clee. And since, of course, it's common know, that he who finds a tree that's lee, is well protected and well she. So your good fortune kindly o. In Bajar 19 a stout oak that's RO. and that gives princes Ezete, and on which dukes were Procrea, and one's a modern Alexa. So go henceforth to seek his shack, for fortune always aids the bra. You will recount the sad of a hidalgo, good and no, who read during his idle emo, and ended up mad and deem. Ladies and arms, loves and knights E20. So made him swell with fond emo, that, like some Orlando Furio, but tempered by his loving FO, by force of arms he went enco. Fair Dulcinea del Tobo. Don't print recondite illustra. On the front page, on your fine SEU21. Low cards can often win the RU. When court cards are what all are PLA. Be humble in your dedica. And you won't find some joker who. Look, here is Alvaro de Lu. Look, here is Hannibal of CA. Look, here is the new French King Frat. Complaining that Dame Fortune stew. 22. Since it was not the will of he, that you should have the erudite of that wise Negro 1 Lottie 23. You must avoid Latin X3. So don't you try to be too clee. Or make out that you're some great T. Because, with a dismissive gree. From ear to ear, the knowing PE. Who sees through all your bluff will mew. And just who do you think you're try? Don't go for needless complica. Or poke your nose in lives of O. Because when something's off the suit, what's wisest is to be even. Those who indulge in random JA will get a dose of their own me. But you must devote all your E to conquering renown and ho. For he who publishes his no will leave it in this world for E. You must remember that it's CRA. If a greenhouse is your dwee, to go and pick up stones and PE, and throw them at your next door NEI. The wise man should be most painstaking, and should proceed very discreet, in all the works that he relia. For he whose fictional crea are for young ladies entered, writes without any rhyme or aria. Amadis of Gaul, to Don Quixote de la Mancha. Sonnet. O you who lived the life of deep distress. I lived, far from my love and in disgrace. Reduced to penitence from happiness. Upon the peanut pover's rugged face, 24. O you, whose drink flowed freely from within. The salty reservoir behind your eyes. And who scorned silver, pewter, plate, and tin. To eat on earth the food that earth supplies. Live on, secure that while the ages last. At least, so long as that brave charioteer Apollo drives his steeds in the fourth sphere 25. Your clear renown for courage must stand fast. Your land in all lands will as first be known. Your learned authors stand unique, alone. Sir Belianis of Greece 26 to Don Quixote de la Mancha. Sonnet. I cut and thrust and hacked and meddled more than all of chivalry's most valiant knights. Was brave and proud and skilled in arts of war. And set 100,000 wrongs to rights. I left my deeds to perpetuity. In courtly games of love I was no fool. The hugest giant was a dwarf for me. And I obeyed the duel's every rule. I made Dame Fortune grovel at my feet. And my control, by calculating skill, of opportunity was so complete. I dragged her by the forelock at my will. But, though my luck soared up to highest space, I'd love, O Quixote, to be in your place. The Lady Oriana 27 to Dulcinea del Toboso. Sonnet. O Dulcinea, I so wish I could transport, and thereby banish all this care. My Miraflores to the neighborhood of El Toboso, moving London there. And then adorn my body and my soul with what you wear, and what you long for, too. And watch the famous knight whose heart you stole. Win some stupendous battle, thanks to you. And then if I could chastely take my flight from my Sir Amadis, as you have done. From your Don Quixote, courteous and polite. And so I'd envy be. And envy none. Be sad no more, be happy without measure. Not pay the bill, but still have all the pleasure. Gondolin, Amadis of Gaul Squire, to Sancho Panza. Don Quixote Squire. Sonnet. Hail, famous hero. It was fortune's will that you should be a squire, so she contrived to shape her plans with sympathetic skill. And you, triumphant and unharmed, survived. No longer does the errant enterprise regard with scorn the sickle and the spade. To haughty knights who trample on the skies, your unassuming modesties put paid. I envy you your donkey and your name. I envy you your food and wine galore. In saddlebags that pregnantly proclaim your providence, O Panza. Hail once more. Our Spanish Ovid's homage is unique. To kiss your hand and let you cuff his cheek. From the witty poet's streaky bacon to Sancho Panza. And Rocinante. I am the squire called Sancho Pa. I took French leave, and Scarpa Pre. To live a life of indeeping. Far from Don Quixote de la Mancha. For Villadiego, though so guat, would summarize all his state REA. In the convenience of Retrea. As is made clear in Celesti. A book than which none is DV 28. Though of a human so revia. To Rocinante. I'm Rocinante, the world fought. Great-grandson of the great baby 29. Who, for my sins of Massel, into Don Quixote's power was taught. When last wins, I win all the RA. But when it mattered, I moved SMA. I never missed my feat of BA. For this I learned from Lizery. When all that wine the lad was tea. And gave the straw to his blind ma. 30. Orlando Furioso to Don Quixote de la Mancha. Sonnet. Among 1,000 peers you are our peer. Though you are not a peer, peer have you none. Nor is there room for one while you are near. Unvanquished victor, great unconquered one. I, Quixote, am Orlando, one who, harried by sweet Angelica 31 roam far seas, where to fame's high altars as a prize I carried. What valor dull forgetfulness could spare. I cannot be your equal. This respect is owed to both your exploits and your name. Although, like mine, your sanity's suspect. But you will be my equal if you tame the haughty Moor and our fierce Scythian foe 32. Love binds us in a fellowship of woe. The Knight of Phoebus 33 to Don Quixote de la Mancha. Sonnet. My sword is not to be compared with yours. Phoebus of Spain, strange courtier in disguise. Nor with your glorious arm my arm that bowers. Fourth rays in which the day is born and dies. I scorned all empire, and I scorned the throne that ruddy Orient offered me in vain. To see once more the fair face of my own most lovely Dawn, my dearest Clara Diane. I loved her in a rare and wondrous way. And, absent and beset by tribulation, I tamed hell's fiends, who cringed under my sway. Through Dulcinea, though, your reputation, great Quixote, is eternally secure. And she, through you, is famous, wise and pure. So list in 3-4 to Don Quixote de la Mancha. Sonnet. Although absurdities have always played their havoc on your poor disordered mind, there's nobody, Don Quixote, who'll upbraid you, sir, for being abject or unkind. Your deeds themselves will be your judge and jury. You righted wrongs, you freed the galley slaves, and in 1,000 beatings felt the fury of many a wretched crew of errant knaves. And if your Dulcinea were to slight, you were to play you false in some base way, or were not sympathetic to your plight, your comfort in your woe would be to say that Sancho had no pander's arts to move her. A fool he, callous she, and you no lover. Dialogue between Baby Ca and Rocinante. Sonnet. B. Why, Rocinante, are you thin and worn? R. Because I'm overworked and underfed. B. Are you not given any hay or corn? R. No. Quixote wants to starve me till I'm dead. Be your manners fill me, sir, with equine shame. It's ass's work to strike at one's sustainer. Are whoever's born an ass will die the same. See him, an ass in love. What could be plainer? Be its folly, then, to love? Are its none too bright? Be your metaphysical. Are my belly's rumbling? Be complain about the squire. Are why, in this plight of mine, waste time on moans and grumbling, when both my master and that squire of his are hacks as much as Rocinante is. Chapter I. Concerning the famous Hidalgo Don Quixote de la Mancha's position, character and way of life. In a village in La Mancha, the name of which I cannot quite recall, there lived not long ago one of those country gentlemen or hidalgos who keep a lance in a rack, an ancient leather shield, a scrawny hack and a greyhound for coursing. A midday stew with rather more shin of beef than leg of lamb, the leftovers for supper most nights, lardy eggs on Saturdays, lentil broth on Fridays and an occasional pigeon as a Sunday treat ate up 3/4 of his income. The rest went on a cape of black broadcloth, with breeches of velvet and slippers to match for holy days, and on weekdays he walked proudly in the finest homespun. He maintained a housekeeper the wrong side of 40, a niece the right side of 20 and a jack of all trades who was as good at saddling a nag as at plying the pruning shears. Our hidalgo himself was nearly 50, he had a robust constitution, dried up flesh, and a withered face, and he was an early riser and a keen huntsman. His surname said to have been Quixote, or Quixote, as if he were a jawbone, or a cheesecake. Concerning this detail there is some discrepancy among the authors who have written on the subject, although a credible conjecture does suggest he might have been a plaintive Quixote. But this doesn't matter much, as far as our story's concerned, provided that the narrator doesn't stray 1 inch from the truth. Now you must understand that during his idle moments, which accounted for most of the year, this hidalgo took to reading books of chivalry with such relish and enthusiasm, that he almost forgot about his hunting and even running his property, and his foolish curiosity reached such extremes that he sold acres of arable land to buy these books of chivalry, and took home as many of them as he could find. One he liked none of them so much as those by the famous Feliciano de Silva too, because the brilliance of the prose and all that intricate language seemed a treasure to him, never more so than when he was reading those amorous compliments and challenges delivered by letter, in which he often found the reason for the unreason to which my reason is subjected, so weakens my reason that I have reason to complain of your beauty. And also when he read the lofty heavens which with their stars divinely fortify you in your divinity, and make you meritorious of the merits merited by your greatness. Such subtleties used to drive the poor gentleman to distraction, and he would rack his brains trying to understand it all and unravel its meaning. Something that Aristotle himself wouldn't have been capable of doing even if he'd come back to life for this purpose alone. He wasn't very happy about the wounds that Sir Belianis kept on inflicting and receiving, because he imagined that, however skillful the doctors who treated him, his face and body must have been covered with gashes and scars. But, in spite of all that, he commended the author for ending his book with that promise of endless adventure, and often felt the urge to take up his quill and bring the story to a proper conclusion, as is promised there, and no doubt he'd have done so, and with success too, if other more important and insistent preoccupations hadn't prevented him. He had frequent arguments with the village priest, a learned man, a graduate no less, about which had been the better knight errant, Pomeran of England 3 or Amadis of Gaul, but Master Nicholas, the village barber, argued that neither of them could hold a candle to the Knight of Phoebus, and that if anyone at all could be compared to him it was Don Gallagher, Amadis of Gaul's brother. Because there was no emergency he couldn't cope with, he wasn't one of your pernickety knights, nor was he such a blubberer as his brother, and he was every bit his equal as far as courage was concerned. In short, our hidalgo was soon so absorbed in these books that his nights were spent reading from dusk till dawn, and his days from dawn till dusk, until the lack of sleep and the excess of reading withered his brain, and he went mad. Everything he read in his books took possession of his imagination: enchantments, fights, battles, challenges, wounds, sweet nothings, love affairs, storms and impossible absurdities. The idea that this whole fabric of famous fabrications was real so established itself in his mind that no history in the world was truer for him. He would declare that El Cid, Ruy Diaz, had been an excellent knight, but that he couldn't be compared to the Knight of the Burning Sword, for who with just one backstroke had split 2 fierce and enormous giants clean down the middle. He felt happier about Bernardo del Carpio, because he'd slain Roland the Enchanted at Roncesvalles, by the same method used by Hercules when he suffocated Antaeus, the son of Earth, with a bear hug. 5 He was full of praise for the giant Morgan because, despite belonging to a proud and insolent breed, he alone was affable and well-mannered. 6 But his greatest favorite was Reynald of Montalban. 7 Most of all when he saw him sallying forth from his castle and plundering all those he met, and when in foreign parts he stole that image of Muhammad made of solid gold, as his history records. He'd have given his housekeeper, and even his niece into the bargain, to trample the traitor Gamelin in the dust. 8 And so, by now quite insane, he conceived the strangest notion that ever took shape in a madman's head, considering it desirable and necessary, both for the increase of his honor and for the common good, to become a knight errant, and to travel about the world with his armor and his arms and his horse in search of adventures, and to practice all those activities that he knew from his books were practiced by knights errant, redressing all kinds of grievances, and exposing himself to perils and dangers, that he would overcome and thus gain eternal fame and renown. The poor man could already see himself being crowned Emperor of Trebizond, at the very least, through the might of his arm, and so, possessed by these delightful thoughts and carried away by the strange pleasure that he derived from them, he hastened to put into practice what he so desired. His first step was to clean a suit of armor that had belonged to his forefathers and that, covered in rust and mold, had been standing forgotten in a corner for centuries. He scoured and mended it as best he could, yet he realized that it had one important defect, which was that the headpiece was not a complete helmet but just a simple steel cap. He was ingenious enough, however, to overcome this problem, constructing out of cardboard something resembling a visor and face guard which, once inserted into the steel cap, gave it the appearance of a full helmet. It's true that, to test its strength and find out whether it could safely be exposed to attack, he drew his sword and dealt it 2 blows, with the first of which he destroyed in a second what it had taken him a week to create. He couldn't help being concerned about the ease with which he'd shattered it, and to guard against this danger he reconstructed it, fixing some iron bars on the inside, which reassured him about its strength, and, preferring not to carry out any further tests, he deemed and pronounced it a most excellent visored helmet. Then he went to visit his nag, and although it had more corns than a barley field and more wrong with it than Gonola's horse, which tandem pelliceti asa 9 it seemed to him that neither Alexander's Bucephalus nor the Cid's baby cow was its equal. He spent 4 days considering what name to give the nag, for, he told himself, it wasn't fitting that the horse of such a famous knight errant, and such a fine horse in its own right, to shouldn't have some name of eminence, and so he tried to find one that would express both what it had been before it became a knight's horse and what it was now, for it was appropriate that, since its master had changed his rank, it too should change its name, and acquire a famous and much trumpeted one, as suited the new order and new way of life he professed. And so, after a long succession of names that he invented, eliminated, and struck out, added, deleted and remade in his mind and in his imagination, he finally decided to call it Rocinante, that is, Hackafor, a name which, in his opinion, was lofty and sonorous and expressed what the creature had been when it was a humble hack, before it became what it was now, the first and foremost of all the hacks in the world. Having given his horse a name, and one so much to his liking, he decided to give himself a name as well, and this problem kept him busy for another 8 days, at the end of which he decided to call himself Don Quixote, that is, Cervantes, from which, as has already been observed, the authors of this most true history concluded that his surname must have been Quixote, and not Quixote as others had affirmed. Yet, remembering that brave Amadis hadn't been content to call himself Amadis alone, but had added the name of his kingdom and homeland, to make it famous, and had styled himself Amadis of Gaul, so Don Quixote, as a worthy knight, decided to add his own country to his name and call himself Don Quixote de la Mancha, by doing which, in his opinion, he declared in a most vivid manner both his lineage and his homeland, and honored the latter by taking it as his surname. Having, then, cleaned his armor, turned his steel cap into a visored helmet, baptized his nag and confirmed himself, he realized that the only remaining task was to find a lady of whom he could be enamored, for a knight errant without a lady love is a tree without leaves or fruit, a body without a soul. He said to himself, if, for my wicked sins or my good fortune, I encounter some giant, as knights errant usually do, and I dash him down in single combat, or cleave him asunder, or, in short, defeat and vanquish him, will it not be proper to have someone to whom I can send him as a tribute, so that he can come before my sweet lady and fall to his knees and say in humble tones of submission, I, my lady, am the giant Caraculiambro Ten, the lord of the Isle of Melandrania, vanquished in single combat by the never sufficiently praised knight, Don Quixote de la Mancha, who has commanded me to present myself before your highness so that your highness may dispose of me as you will. Oh my, how our worthy knight rejoiced once he'd spoken these words, even more once he'd found someone he could call his lady. The fact was, or so it is generally believed, that in a nearby village there lived a good-looking peasant girl, with whom he'd once been in love, although it appears that she was never aware of this love, about which he never told her. She was called Aldonza Lorenzo, and this was the woman upon whom it seemed appropriate to confer the title of a lady of his thoughts, and, seeking a name with some affinity with his own, which would also suggest the name of a princess and a fine lady, he decided to call her Dulcinea del Toboso, because she was a native of El Toboso, a name that, in his opinion, was musical and magical and meaningful, like all the other names he bestowed upon himself and his possessions. Chapter 2. Concerning the ingenious Don Quixote's first sally. Once he'd made these preparations he decided not to wait any longer before putting his plans into action, encouraged by the need that he believed his delay was creating in the world, so great was his determination to redress grievances, right wrongs, correct injustices, rectify abuses, and fulfill obligations. And so, without telling anyone about his plans or being seen by anyone, one morning, before dawn because it was going to be one of those sweltering July days, he donned his armor, mounted Rocinante, with his ill-devised visor in place, took up his leather shield, seized his lance and rode out into the fields through the side door in the yard wall, in raptures of joy on seeing how easy it had been to embark upon his noble enterprise. But no sooner was he outside the door than he was assailed by a terrible thought, which almost made him abandon his undertaking. He remembered that he hadn't been knighted and by the laws of chivalry shouldn't and indeed couldn't take up arms against any knight, and that even if he had been knighted, he would, as a novice, have been obliged to bear white arms, that is to say a shield without any insignia on it, until he'd won them by his own prowess. These thoughts made him waver in his plans, but, since his madness prevailed over all other considerations, he decided to have himself knighted by the first person he chanced upon, in imitation of many others who'd done the same, as he'd read in the books that had reduced him to this state. As for the white arms, he resolved to give his lance and his armor such a scouring, as soon as an opportunity arose, as to make them cleaner and whiter than ermine, and thus he calmed down and continued on his chosen way, which in reality was none other than the way his horse chose to follow, for he believed that in this consisted the essence of adventure. As our fledgling adventurer rode along, he said to himself, who can doubt but that in future times, when the true history of my famous deeds sees the light, the sage who chronicles them will, when he recounts this my first sally, so early in the morning, right in this manner, scarce had ruddy Apollo spread over the face of the wide and spacious earth the golden tresses of his beauteous hair, and scarce had the speckled little birds with their harmonious tongues hailed in musical and mellifluous melody the approach of rosy Aurora who, rising from her jealous husband's soft couch, disclosed herself to mortals in the portals and balconies of La Mancha's horizon, when the famous knight Don Quixote de la Mancha, quitting the slothful feathers of his bed, mounted his famous steed Rocinante and began to ride over the ancient and far-famed plain of Montiel. And it was true that this was where he was riding. And he added, happy will be the age, the century will be happy, which brings to light my famous exploits, worthy to be engraved on sheets of bronze, carved on slabs of marble and painted on boards of wood as a monument for all posterity. O sage enchanter, whomsoever you may be, to whom it falls to be the chronicler of this singular history, I beg you not to overlook my good Rocinante, my eternal companion in all my travels and wanderings. Then he turned and said, as if he really were in love, O Princess Dulcinea, mistress of this hapless heart, great injury have you done me, in reproaching and dismissing me, with the cruel command not to appear in the presence of your wondrous beauty. Vouchsafe, my lady, to be mindful of this your subject heart, which suffers such sorrow for love of you. He strung these absurdities together with many others, all in the style of those that he learned from his books. This made his progress so slow, and the sun was rising so fast and becoming so hot, that his brains would have melted, if he'd had any. He rode on almost throughout that day and nothing happened worth mentioning, which reduced him to despair because he was longing for an early encounter with someone on whom he could test the worth of his mighty arm. Some authors say that the first adventure that befell him was that of the pass of Lapis, others claim that it was that of the windmills, but what I've been able to discover about this matter, and indeed what I found recorded in the annals of La Mancha, is that he rode on throughout that day, and that at nightfall both he and his nag were exhausted and half dead from starvation, and that, looking all around to see if he could spot some castle or shepherd's hut where they might retire and find some remedy for their great hunger and dire want, he caught sight of an inn not far from the road along which he was traveling, which was as if he had seen a star leading him not just to the portals but to the very palace of his redemption. He quickened his pace, and he reached the inn as night was falling. Sitting by the inn door there happened to be two young women, of the sort known as ladies of easy virtue, on their way to Seville with some muleteers who chanced to break their journey that night at the inn. And since whatever our adventurer thought, saw, or imagined seemed to him to be as it was in the books he read, as soon as he saw the inn he took it for a castle with its 4 towers and their spires of shining silver, complete with its drawbridge and its deep moat and all the other accessories that such castles commonly boast. He approached the inn that he took for a castle, and at a short distance from it he drew rein, waiting for some dwarf to appear upon the battlements, and announce with a trumpet blast the arrival of a knight. But finding that there was some delay, and that Rocinante was impatient to get to the stable, he rode on towards the inn door and saw the two dissolute wenches sitting there, and thought that they were two beautiful maidens or fine ladies taking their ease at the castle gate. At this point a swineherd who was gathering together some pigs, begging nobody's pardon, because that's what they're called, from a stubble field happened to sound his horn to round them up, and Don Quixote thought that his wish had been fulfilled and that a dwarf was announcing his arrival, so it was with unusual satisfaction that he reached the inn and the ladies, who, on observing the approach of a man dressed like that in armor and clutching a lance and a leather shield, started to run in terror back into the inn. But Don Quixote, conjecturing their fear from their flight, and raising his cardboard visor to reveal his dry and dusty face, addressed them with courteous demeanor and tranquil voice. Flee not, nor fear the least affront, for in the order of knighthood which I profess it, neither belongs nor behoves to offer any such, much less to highborn maidens, as your presence testifies you to be. The girls had been peering at him and trying to make out his face, hidden behind a ill-made visor, but when they heard themselves called maidens, a term so much at odds with their profession, they couldn't contain their laughter, which was so hearty that Don Quixote flared up and exclaimed, Moderation befits the fair. Furthermore, laughter which springs from a petty cause is a great folly, but I say this unto you not to grieve you nor yet to sour your disposition. For mine is none other than to serve you. This language, which the ladies didn't understand, together with the sorry figure cut by the knight, only redoubled their laughter and his wrath, and things would have come to a pretty pass if it hadn't been for the appearance at that moment of the innkeeper, a man who, being very fat, was very peaceable, and who on seeing such an ungainly figure, with such ill-matched equipment as the long stirrups, the lance, the leather shield, and the infantryman's body armor, was more than willing to join the maidens in their merrymaking. But he was also intimidated by all these paraphernalia and, deciding to address the knight in a civil manner, he said, If, Sir Caballero, you're looking for somewhere to stay the night, you'll find plenty of everything you need here, all except a bed, that is, we haven't got any of those. Don Quixote, observing the humility of the governor of the castle, for they were what he took the innkeeper and the inn to be, replied, For me, Sir Castellano, anything will suffice, because my arms are my bed hangings, and my rest's a bloody fray one. The host thought that Don Quixote had called him Castellano because he'd taken him for one of the Castilian conmen, whereas in reality he was an Andalusian, a prime picaroon from the Playa district of Sanlúcar, no less a thief than Cacus, and no less an evildoer than any experienced page boy, and he replied, In that case, your bed must be the hard rock, and your sleep to watch till day. And that being so, you go ahead and dismount in the certainty of finding in this humble abode plenty of opportunities not to sleep for a whole year, let alone one night. And with these words he went and held Don Quixote's stirrup, and the knight dismounted with the greatest difficulty, not having broken his fast all day long. He then instructed the innkeeper to take great care of his horse, for a finer steed had never eaten barley. The innkeeper looked at the animal, which didn't seem half as good as Don Quixote had claimed, and, after housing it in the stable, went back to receive orders from his guest, whom the maidens, now reconciled, were helping out of his armor. Although they'd taken off his breast and back plates, they couldn't fathom how to disengage his gorget or remove his imitation visor, tied on with green ribbons that would have to be cut, since it was impossible to undo the knots, but he would by no means consent to this, and kept his helmet on all night, making the funniest and strangest figure imaginable. As these trollops unarmed him, he, thinking they were illustrious ladies of the castle, wittily declaimed, and never sure was any knight so served by damsel or by dame as Quixote was, one happy night, when from his village first he came. Maids waited on that man of might, princesses on his steed, whose name, 3, is Rocinante, good ladies, and mine is Don Quixote de la Mancha, for although I had intended not to discover myself until the deeds done for your benefit and service should have made me known, yet the necessity to accommodate this ancient ballad of Sir Lancelot to our present purpose has been the occasion of your knowing my name ere it were meet, but a time will come when you will command and I shall obey, and when the might of this arm will manifest the desire I have to serve you. The girls, who weren't used to such rhetorical flourishes, didn't answer, but just asked if he'd like a bite to eat. I would fain eat anything, replied Don Quixote, for, by my troth, much good would it do me. It happened to be a Friday, so there was no food in the inn except a few helpings of what is known in Castile as abejo, in Andalusia as bacalao, and in other parts of Spain as curadillo, in other words the humble salt cod, but in these parts it was strangely called trichola. They asked him if he'd like some of this troutling, because that was all the fish there was. If you have a goodly number of troutlings, replied Don Quixote, they will serve me, as well as a trout, because it makes no difference to me whether I am given 8 separate reals or a single piece of 8. What is more, it might even be that these troutlings are like veal, which is better than beef, or like kid, which is better than goat. But whatever this fish is, let it be served, for the travails and the burden of arms cannot be borne on an empty stomach. A table was set at the door of the inn, where it was cooler, and the innkeeper brought a dish of inadequately soaked and worse cooked salt cod, and a loaf of bread as black and moldy as the hidalgo's armor, and it was a source of great mirth to watch him eat, because, since he was wearing his helmet and holding up the visor, he couldn't put any food into his mouth with his own hands, and somebody else had to do so for him, a task performed by one of the ladies. But when they tried to give him some drink, they found this an impossible task, and he wouldn't have drunk a drop if the innkeeper hadn't bored a hole through a length of cane and put one end into his mouth and poured the wine into the other, and Don Quixote suffered it all with great patience, so as not to allow his helmet ribbons to be cut. In the midst of these activities a sogelder happened to arrive at the inn, and as he did so he sounded his panpipes 4 or 5 times, which convinced Don Quixote that he was indeed in some famous castle, and that he was being served to the accompaniment of music, and that the salt cod was trout, the bread baked from the whitest wheat flour, the prostitutes fine ladies, and the innkeeper the lord of the castle, and it all confirmed that his decision to sally forth had been a wise one. Yet what most bothered him was that he hadn't yet been knighted, because he knew that he couldn't lawfully embark on any adventure without first having been admitted to the order of chivalry. Chapter 3, which relates the amusing way in which Don Quixote had himself Knighted. And so, troubled by this thought, Don Quixote made short work of his meager lodging house, supper, and then called for the innkeeper and, shutting himself up with him in the stable, fell upon his knees before him and said, I shall ne'er, O valorous knight, arise from where I kneel, until your courtesy vouchsafes me a boon which I desire to beg of you and which will redound to your own praise and to the benefit of humankind. The innkeeper, seeing his guest at his feet and hearing such pleadings, gazed down at him in perplexity, not knowing what to do or say, and kept telling him to stand up, but he kept refusing, and the innkeeper had to promise to grant his request. No less did I expect from your munificence, sir, replied Don Quixote. No. Therefore that the boon which I have begged and which your liberality has vouchsafed me is that tomorrow you shall knight me, and tonight, in the chapel of this your castle, I will keep the vigil of arms, and tomorrow, as I have said, what I so desire shall be accomplished, so that I can legitimately roam through the four corners of the world in quest of adventures for the relief of the needy, as is the duty of chivalry and of knights errant such as I, whose desire towards such exploits is inclined. The innkeeper, who, as I've said, was something of a wag, and had already suspected that his guest wasn't in his right mind, found his suspicion confirmed when he heard these words and, to have something to laugh at that night, decided to humor him, so he said that he was quite right to pursue these objectives, and that such desires were natural and fitting in such a knight as he seemed to be and as his gallant presence testified, and that he himself in his younger days had followed the same honorable profession, roaming through different parts of the world in search of adventure, without omitting to visit such districts as Perquiles and Islas de Rioran in Malaga, Campos in Seville, Azojo in Segovia, Olivera in Valencia, Rondilla in Granada, Playa in Sanlúcar, Potro in Cordova and Ventillas in Toledo and many other places where he'd exercised the dexterity of his hands and the nimbleness of his heels, doing many injuries, wooing many widows, ruining a few maidens and swindling a few orphans, and, in short, making himself known in most of the law courts and tribunals in Spain. And that he finally retired to his castle, where he lived on his own means and on those of others, accommodating all knights errant, whatever their status or position, solely because of the great affection he felt for them and so that they could share their wealth with him, to repay him for his kindness. He also told Don Quixote that in his castle there wasn't any chapel where he could keep the vigil of arms, because it had been demolished to build a new one, but he knew that in case of need vigil might be kept anywhere, and Don Quixote could do so that night in a courtyard within the castle, and in the morning, God willing, the proper ceremonies would be performed to make him into a knight, so very thoroughly that no knight in the whole wide world could be more of a knight than he. He asked Don Quixote if he had any money on him. Don Quixote replied that he did not have so much as a single real, because he had never read in histories of knights errant that any of them had ever carried money. To this the innkeeper retorted that he was deluding himself, even if it wasn't written in the histories, because their authors had considered that there wasn't any need to record something as obviously necessary as money or clean shirts, that wasn't any reason to believe that they traveled without supplies of both, so he could take it as true and proven that all knights errant, of which so many books are full to overflowing, kept their purses well lined in readiness for any eventuality, and that they also carried shirts and small chests full of ointments for curing the wounds they received, because there wasn't always someone available to treat them in every field or desert where they engaged in combat and were injured, unless they had some wise enchanter for a friend, and he came to their aid, summoning through the air on some cloud a damsel or a dwarf with a flask of water of such magical properties that, on tasting just one drop, they were instantly cured of their wounds and injuries, as if they'd never been hurt. But, just in case this didn't happen, the knights of old had considered it wise to see that their squires were provided with money and other necessities such as lint and ointments to dress their wounds, and if any such knight happened not to have a squire, a most unusual occurrence, he himself would carry all these supplies in small saddlebags that were scarcely visible on the crupper of his steed, as if they were something else of much greater importance because, except in such circumstances, carrying saddlebags was rather frowned upon among knights errant, and the innkeeper therefore advised Don Quixote, although he could, if he wished, command him as the godson that he was about to become, never again to travel without money and all the other supplies just mentioned, and he'd discover when he least expected it how useful they could be. Don Quixote promised to do exactly as he'd been told, and then he was given orders to keep the vigil of arms in a large yard on one side of the inn, and he gathered his armor together and placed it on a water trough next to a well, and, taking up his leather shield and seizing his lance, he began with stately bearing to pace back and forth in front of the trough, and as his pacing began, night was beginning to fall. The innkeeper told everyone in the hostelry about his guest's insanity, his vigil and the knighting that he awaited. They wondered at such a strange kind of madness and went to watch him from a distance, and saw that, with a composed air, he sometimes paced to and fro and, at other times, leaning on his lance, gazed at his armor without looking away for some while. Night fell, but the moon was so bright that it competed with the source of its brightness, and every action of the novice knight could be clearly observed by all. And now one of the muleteers staying at the inn decided to water his animals, and to do so he had to remove from the trough the armor placed there by Don Quixote, who, on seeing him approach, cried out, O rash knight, whomsoever you may be, coming to lay hands on the armor of the most valiant knight errant who ever girded sword, take care what you do, and touch it not, unless you wish to pay with your life for your temerity. The muleteer wouldn't tow the line, it would have been better for the rest of his anatomy if he had, instead, grasping the armor by its straps, he hurled it to one side. When Don Quixote saw this, he raised his eyes to heaven and, fixing his thoughts, as it seemed, on his lady Dulcinea, he said, Assist me, dear lady, in this first affront suffered by this breast that is enthralled to you, let not your favor and your succor abandon me in this first moment of peril. And with these and other similar words he dropped his leather shield, raised his lance with both hands, and dealt the muleteer so powerful a blow to the head that he fell on the ground in such a sorry state that had it been followed by another blow he wouldn't have needed a doctor to treat him. Then Don Quixote replaced his armor and continued pacing to and fro with the same composure as before. After a while another muleteer, not knowing what had happened, because the first one still lay stunned, also came to water his animals, and, as he went to remove the armor from the trough, Don Quixote, without uttering a word or asking anybody for her favor, again dropped his leather shield and raised his lance, and didn't break it over the second muleteer's head, but rather broke the head into more than 3 pieces, because he crisscrossed it with 2 blows. All the people in the hostelry came running at the noise, the innkeeper among them. When Don Quixote saw them, he took up his leather shield and, with one hand on his sword, declared, O beauteous lady, strength and vigor of my enfeebled heart, now is the time for you to turn the eyes of your greatness towards this your hapless knight, on the brink of so mighty an adventure. With this he felt so inspirited that if all the muleteers in the world had attacked him he wouldn't have retreated 1 inch. The wounded men's companions, seeing them in such a state, began to rain stones on Don Quixote, who fended them off with his leather shield as best he could, unwilling to move away from the water trough and leave his armor unprotected. The innkeeper was yelling at them to let him be. He'd already told them he was a madman, and as such would go scot-free even if he killed the lot of them. Don Quixote was shouting too, even louder, calling them perfidious traitors and the lord of the castle a poltroon and a base-born knight, who allowed knights errant to be treated in such a way and who, if he had been admitted to the order of chivalry, would have been made to regret his treachery. But to you, vile and base rabble, I pay no heed. Stone me, come, draw near, assail me as best you can, for you will soon see how you are made to pay for your folly and your insolence. He spoke with such vehemence and spirit that he struck fear into his assailants, and this, together with the innkeeper's arguments, persuaded them to stop, and he allowed them to remove the wounded, and continued keeping the vigil of arms, with the same composure as before. The innkeeper wasn't amused by his guest's capers, and decided to put an end to them by giving him his wretched order of chivalry before any further calamities occurred. And so he approached him and apologized for the insolent behavior of that rabble, about which he'd known nothing, but they had been properly punished for their impudence. He said that, as he'd mentioned before, there wasn't any chapel in the castle, and in any case there wasn't any need of one for what was left to be done, because the essence of being knighted lay in the cuff on the neck and the touch on the shoulder, according to his information about the ceremonial of the order, and all of that could be done in the middle of a field if necessary, and his guest had already fulfilled the bit about keeping the vigil of arms, because 2 hours of it were quite enough, and he'd been at it for over 4. Don Quixote believed every word. He was there ready to obey him, and could he please expedite the process as much as possible, for if he were to be attacked again, after having been knighted, he did not intend to leave a single soul alive in the castle except those whom its lord commanded be spared and whom, out of respect for him, he would not harm. The castellan, thus forewarned and now even more concerned, hurried away to fetch a ledger in which he kept the muleteers' accounts for straw and barley, and, accompanied by a lad carrying a candle and by the 2 maidens, he came back to Don Quixote and ordered him to kneel, and, after reading for a while from his ledger, as if reciting some devout prayer, he raised his hand and cuffed him on the neck and then, with Don Quixote's own sword, gave him a handsome whack on the shoulder, all the while muttering as if praying. And then he commanded one of the maidens to gird on the novice knight's sword, a task performed with much grace and discretion, with which she needed to be well provided so as not to burst out laughing at each stage of the ceremony, but the exploits that they watched him perform kept their laughter in check. As the good lady girded on his sword, she said, "May God make you a most fortunate knight and give you good fortune in your battles." Don Quixote asked what was her name, so that he should thenceforth know to whom he was indebted for the favor received, because he intended to bestow upon her a share of the honor he was to win by the might of his arm. She humbly replied that her name was La Tolosa, and that she was the daughter of a cobbler from Toledo who lived near the Sancho Bienega market stalls, and that wherever she was she'd serve him and regard him as her lord. Don Quixote replied that, for his sake and as a favor to him, she should thenceforth take the title of a lady, and call herself Dona Tolosa. She promised to do so, and the other maiden buckled on his spurs. There ensued almost exactly the same dialogue as with the lady of the sword. He asked what was her name. She said it was La Molinera, because she was the daughter of an honorable miller from Antoquera, and Don Quixote also asked her to take a title, and call herself Dona Molinera, and offered her further services and favors. Now that these unprecedented ceremonies had been performed, at top speed, Don Quixote couldn't wait to be on horseback sallying forth in search of adventures, and he saddled and mounted Rocinante and, having embraced his host, made such extraordinary statements as he thanked him for the favor of dubbing him knight that it would be impossible to do them justice in writing. The innkeeper, concerned only to be rid of his guest, replied to his rhetoric in no less high-flown although somewhat briefer terms, and was so delighted to see the back of the man that he didn't demand any payment for his stay at the inn. Chapter 4. About what happened to our knight when he left the inn. It must have been about daybreak when Don Quixote left the inn, so happy, so gallant, so delighted at being a properly dubbed knight that the very girths of his horse were bursting with his joy. But remembering his host's advice about the essential supplies that he should take with him, and in particular money and shirts, he decided to return home and equip himself with them and with a squire, resolving to take into his service a neighbor, a poor farmer who had a large family but was well suited to the squirely office. With this in mind he turned Rocinante towards his home village, and the nag, half sensing its old haunts, began to trot with such zest that its hoof seemed not to touch the ground. He hadn't gone far when he thought he could hear, coming from a dense wood on his right, faint sounds as of someone moaning, and he said, "I thank heaven for the favor it now grants me, providing me with such an early opportunity to fulfill the duties of my profession and gather the fruit of my honorable intentions. These cries come, no doubt, from some man or woman in distress, who stands in need of my protection and assistance." He turned right and rode over to where he thought the sounds were coming from. A few steps into the wood he saw a mare tied by the reins to an evergreen oak, and tied to another a lad of about 15, naked from the waist up, and this was the one who was crying out, not without reason, because a burly farmer was flogging him with a leather belt, accompanying each blow with a word of reproof and advice. "Keep your mouth shut and your eyes open." And the lad replied, "I won't do it again, sir, by Christ who died on the cross I swear I won't. I promise that from now on I'll take more care of the flock." When Don Quixote saw what was happening, he fired up and said, "Discourteous knight, it ill becomes you to assault one who cannot defend himself. Mount your steed and take up your lance." For the man also had a lance leaning up against the oak to which his mare was tethered, "and I shall force you to recognize that your actions are those of a coward." The farmer, seeing such a figure bearing down on him, encased in armor and brandishing a lance under his nose, gave himself up for dead and meekly replied, "This lad I'm punishing, sir knight, is one of my servants, and his job is to look after a flock of sheep for me, but he's so careless that every day one of them goes missing, and although what I'm punishing is his carelessness, or his wickedness, he says I'm doing it because I'm a skinflint, so as not to pay him his wages, but I swear by God and by my eternal soul that he's lying." "You dare to use that word in my presence, one you villainous wretch," said Don Quixote. "I swear by the sun that shines down on us that I am minded to run you through with this lance. Pay him immediately, and do not answer back, otherwise, by God who rules us, I shall exterminate and annihilate you this very instant. Untie him." The farmer bowed his head and, without uttering a word, untied his servant, whom Don Quixote asked how much his master owed him. The reply was 9 months at 7 reals a month. Don Quixote worked it out and found that it came to 73 reals, which he told the farmer to hand over there and then, if he didn't want to die. The fearful countryman swore by the tight comber he was in and by the oath he'd already Sworn, he hadn't sworn any oath at all, that it wasn't as much as all that, because an allowance and deduction had to be made for 3 pairs of shoes he'd given the lad, and 1 real paid for 2 bloodlettings when he'd been ill. That is all very well, replied Don Quixote, but the shoes and the bloodlettings will be set against the flogging you have given him without due cause, for if he has done some damage to the hide of the shoes that you bought him, you have damaged his own hide, and if the barber bled him when he was ill, you have done the same to him in good health, so that on this account he owes you nothing. The problem is, Sir Knight, I haven't got any money on me. If Andres would like to come home with me, I'll pay him every single real I owe him. Me, go with him, ever again, said the lad. No fear. No sir, I wouldn't even dream of it, so that as soon as we're alone again he can flay me like Saint Bartholomew. 2. He shall do no such thing, replied Don Quixote. My command will be sufficient to ensure his obedience, and provided that he gives me his oath by the laws of the order of chivalry into which he has been admitted, I shall allow him to go free, and personally guarantee the payment. Think what you're saying, sir, said the lad. My master here isn't a knight at all, and he's never been admitted into any order of chivalry. He's just Juan Halgado, the rich farmer from Quintanar. That is of little consequence, replied Don Quixote. There is no reason why someone with a plebeian name should not be a knight, for every man is the child of his own deeds. That's as may be, said Andres, but this master of mine, what deeds is he the child of, seeing as how he refuses to pay me any wages for my sweat and toil? I'm not refusing you anything at all, my dear Andres, replied the farmer. Please do be so kind as to come with me. I swear by all the orders of chivalry in the world to pay you, as I said, every single real I owe you, and with brass knobs on too. You may dispense with the brass knobs, said Don Quixote. Pay him in silver reals, and that will satisfy me, and take good care to do exactly as you have sworn to do, for otherwise, by that same oath, I swear that I will come back to punish you, and that I will find you, even if you hide yourself away like a lizard. And if you wish to know who is issuing these commands, so as to be the more obliged to obey them, know that I am the valiant Don Quixote de la Mancha, the righter of wrongs and injustices, and God be with you, and do not forget for one moment what you have promised and sworn, under pain of the penalties prescribed. And as he said this he spurred Rocinante, and before very long he had got under way. The farmer followed him with his gaze, and as soon as he was certain that he'd ridden out of the wood and was out of sight, he turned to his servant Andres and said, Come here, my son, I want to pay you what I owe you, just as that righter of wrongs has ordered. I swear you will, too, said Andres, and you'll do well to obey that good knight's commands. God bless him, because he's such a brave man and such a good judge, by all that's holy, that if you don't pay me he'll come back and do what he said he'd do. And I swear I will, too, said the farmer, but, since I'm so very fond of you, I think I'll increase the debt first, just so as to increase the repayment. And seizing him by the arm, he tied him back to the evergreen oak and flogged him half dead. And now, Senor Andres, said the farmer, you can call upon your righter of wrongs. As you'll see, he isn't going to right this particular wrong in a hurry. But I don't think I've done with the wronging quite yet, because I'm feeling the urge to skin you alive. Just as you feared I would. But at length he untied him and told him he could go off in search of his judge so that this gentleman could carry out the sentence he'd pronounced. Andres crept sullenly away, swearing that he was going in search of the brave Don Quixote de la Mancha to tell him exactly what had happened, and that the farmer would pay for it sevenfold. But, for all that, Andres departed in tears and his master was left laughing. This was how the valiant Don Quixote redressed that wrong, and delighted with what had happened, and considering that he had made a most happy and glorious beginning to his knight errantry, he rode towards his village full of satisfaction, and murmuring, Well may you call yourself fortunate above all women who dwell on this earth, O Dulcinea del Toboso, fairest of the fair, for it has befallen your lot to hold subjected and enslaved to your every wish and desire a knight as valiant and far famed as is and shall be Don Quixote de la Mancha, who, as all the world knows, was but yesterday admitted to the order of chivalry and today has righted the greatest injury and wrong ever devised by unreason and perpetrated by cruelty. Today he has wrested the scourge from the hand of that pitiless enemy who was so unjustly flogging that delicate child. As he was saying this he came to a crossroads, and this brought to his mind those other crossroads where knights errant would pause to consider which way to go, and, to imitate them, he remained motionless for a while, but after careful thought he let go of the reins, surrendering his will to that of his nag, which followed its original inclination to head for its stable. After a couple of miles, Don Quixote spotted a throng of people who, as it afterwards transpired, were merchants from Toledo on their way to Murcia to buy silk. There were 6 of them, each beneath his sunshade, accompanied by 4 servants on horseback and 3 footmen. As soon as Don Quixote saw them, he imagined that here was the opportunity for a new adventure, and, wishing to imitate in every way he believed he could the passages of arms he'd read about in his books, he decided that one he had in mind was perfect for the situation. And so, with a gallant bearing and a resolute air, he steadied himself in his stirrups, clutched his lance, lifted his leather shield to his chest and, taking up his position in the middle of the highway, awaited the arrival of these knights errant, for this was what he judged them to be, and, when they came within sight and earshot, Don Quixote raised his voice and, striking a haughty posture, declared, You will none of you advance one step further unless all of you confess that in all the world there is no maiden more beauteous than the Empress of La Mancha, the peerless Dulcinea del Toboso. The merchants halted when they heard these words and saw the strange figure uttering them, and from the figure and the words they realized that the man was mad, but they had a mind to stay and see what would be the outcome of the required confession, and one of them, waggish and sharp-witted, said, Sir Knight, we don't know who this worthy lady is, do let us see her, because if she's as beautiful as you claim she is, we'll most freely and willingly confess that what you say is true. If I were to let you see her, retorted Don Quixote, what merit would there be in confessing so manifest a truth? The whole point is that, without seeing her, you must believe, confess, affirm, swear, and uphold it. If not, monstrous and arrogant wretches, you shall face me in battle forthwith. For whether you present yourselves one by one, as the order of chivalry requires, or all together, as is the custom and wicked practice of those of your ilk, here I stand and wait for you, confident in the justice of my cause. Sir Knight, replied the merchant, I beg you, in the name of all us princes gathered here, that, so as not to burden our consciences by confessing something never seen or heard by any of us, particularly since it is so detrimental to the empresses and queens of La Alcaria and Extremadura, you be pleased to show us a portrait of that lady, even if no bigger than a grain of wheat, because the skein can be judged by the thread, as they say, and this will leave us satisfied and reassured, and leave you pleased and contented. Indeed I believe we are already so far inclined in her favor that, even if her portrait shows that one of her eyes has gone skew with and that sulphur and cinnabar Who's out of the other one, we will, just to please you, say in her favor whatever you want us to say. It does not ooze, you infamous knaves, replied Don Quixote, burning with anger. It does not ooze, I repeat, with what you say, but with ambergris and civet kept in finest cotton, and she is not skew with or hunchbacked, but straighter than a guadarrama. Spindle point 3, and you shall pay for the great blasphemy you have uttered against such beauty as that of my lady. And so saying he charged with lowered lance at the blasphemer in such fury that, if good fortune hadn't made Rocinante trip and fall on the way, things would have gone badly for the reckless merchant. But Rocinante did fall, and his master rolled over the ground for some distance, and he tried to get up, but he couldn't, so encumbered was he by his lance, his leather shield, his spurs and his helmet, together with the burden of all the rest of his ancient armor. And as he struggled in vain to rise he cried, Flee not, you paltry cowards, you wretches, bide your time. 'Tis my horse's fault, and not my own that I am lying here. One of the footmen, not, it seems, a very well-intentioned one, on hearing all this bluster from the poor fallen fellow, couldn't resist giving him an answer on his ribs. And coming up to him he grabbed his lance and, breaking it into pieces, took one of them and began to give our Don Quixote such a pounding that, in spite of all his armor, he ended up as well threshed as the finest chaff. The muleteers' masters were shouting to him not to hit so hard, and to stop, but the lad was by now so caught up in his game that he wouldn't leave it until he'd played all the cards of his fury, and, picking up the other pieces of the lance, he shattered them, too, on the poor fallen man who, in the face of the storm of blows raining down, never stopped shouting as he threatened heaven and earth and those brigands, as he imagined them to be. The lad grew tired, and the merchants continued their journey, supplied with enough to talk about throughout it on the subject of the poor pounded knight. Once he found himself alone, he again tried to get up, but if he hadn't been able to do so when fit and well, how was he going to manage it now that he was pummeled to pieces? Even so he considered himself lucky, in the belief that this was a fitting misfortune for knights errant, and he blamed his horse for it all, and it was impossible to get up, so very bruised and battered was his body. Chapter V. In which the story of our knight's misfortune is continued. Finding, then, that he couldn't move, it occurred to him to resort to his usual remedy, which was to think about some passage from his books, and his madness brought to his memory the episode from the story of Baldwin and the Marquis of Mantua in which Carloto leaves Baldwin wounded in the forest, one detail known to every little boy, not unfamiliar to youths, celebrated and even believed by old men, yet with no more truth in it than the miracles of Muhammad. It was perfect for the predicament in which he found himself, and so, with many manifestations of extreme suffering, he began to writhe about on the ground and to say in the faintest of voices what the wounded knight of the forest is said to have said. Where are you, mistress of my heart? Are you not pained by my distress? Maybe you know not of my plight. Maybe you're false and pitiless. And on he went reciting the ballad right up to the lines that go, O noble Marquis, gentle sire, my uncle and my lord by blood. Fortune decreed that at this point a farmer from his own village, one of his neighbors, happened to be returning home after taking 100 weight of wheat to the mill. Seeing a man lying there, the farmer came up and asked him who he was and what was the matter with him, moaning away like that. No doubt Don Quixote thought that this was the Marquis of Mantua, his uncle, and so his only response was to continue reciting his ballad, informing the man of his misfortune and of the love that the emperor's son felt for his wife, exactly as the ballad relates. The farmer was astonished to hear all this nonsense, and, removing the man's visor, which had been battered to pieces, he wiped his face, which was covered in dust. And, once he'd done wiping, he recognized him and said, Señor Quixote, for this must have been his name when he was sane and hadn't yet turned from a placid hidalgo into a knight errant, who's done this to you? But he continued to reply with his ballad to everything he was asked. Sizing up the situation, the farmer took his back and breastplates off as best he could, to see if he was wounded, but couldn't see any blood or signs of any hurt. He managed to lift him up, and with great difficulty hoisted him onto the donkey, since this seemed the more tranquil animal. He picked up the armor and arms, including the fragments of the lance, and tied them onto Rocinante, which he took by the reins, and taking his donkey by the halter he set off in the direction of his village, deep in thought as he heard the nonsense being spoken by Don Quixote, who was no less pensive and so badly bruised that he couldn't keep his seat on the donkey, and every so often breathed sighs loud enough to reach heaven, so that the farmer again felt he should ask what was wrong, and it must have been the devil himself who made Don Quixote recall tales to fit the events. Because at that moment, forgetting all about Baldwin, he remembered Bindaries the Moor being captured and taken as a prisoner to his castle by the governor of Antiquera, Rodrigo de Narvaez. So that when the farmer asked him again how he felt and what was the matter with him, he replied with the very same words and arguments used by the captive Moor to reply to Rodrigo de Narvaez, as he'd read the story in Jorgeta Montemayor's Diana II, making such appropriate use of it that the farmer wished himself to the devil for having to listen to such a pack of absurdities. He realized his neighbor was mad, and hurried on to the village so as not to have to put up with Don Quixote's interminable harangue more than necessary. It concluded like this. You must know, Señor Don Rodrigo de Narvaez, that this fair Jirafa I have mentioned is now the beauteous Dulcinea del Toboso, for whom I have performed, do perform and shall perform the most famous deeds of chivalry that have been witnessed, are witnessed and shall be witnessed in this world. The farmer replied, Look here, sir, as I'm a sinner I'm not Don Rodrigo de Narvaez, nor the Marquis of Mantua, but Pedro Alonso, your neighbor, and you aren't Baldwin, nor Bindaries, but the honorable hidalgo Señor Quixote. I know who I am, retorted Don Quixote, and I know that I can be not only all those whom I have mentioned, but every one of the 12 peers of France, and every one of the 9 worthies as well, 3 because all the deeds performed by them both singly and together will be exceeded by mine. With these exchanges and other similar ones they approached the village at nightfall. But the farmer waited until it was darker so that nobody could see the battered hidalgo, so wretchedly mounted. When he thought the time had come he entered the village and went straight to Don Quixote's house, which was in an uproar. The priest and the barber, great friends of Don Quixote's, were there, and his housekeeper was shouting, And what's your opinion, Father Pero Pérez, sir, for this was the priest's name, about my master's misfortune? 3 days it's been now without a trace of him, his nag, his leather shield, his lance, or his armor. A fine pickle I'm in. It's my belief, as sure as I was born to die, that his brain's been turned by those damned chivalry books of his he reads all the time. I remember often hearing him say to himself that he wanted to be a knight errant and go off in search of adventures. The devil take all those books, and Barabbas take them too, for scrambling the finest mind in all La Mancha. The niece said much the same and even more. And let me tell you this, Master Nicholas, for this was the barber's name. My uncle would often be reading those evil books of misadventure for 2 whole days and nights on end, and then he'd throw his book down, grab his sword and slash the walls of his room, and once he was exhausted he'd say that he'd killed 4 giants as big as 4 towers, and that the sweat pouring from him was blood from the wounds received in battle, and then he'd drink a pitcher of cold water and feel calm and well again, claiming that the water was a most precious draught brought by the famous sage Squifify, a great enchanter and friend of his. But I'm the one to blame for it all, not telling you gentlemen about my uncle's madness so you could have done something about it and burn those unchristian books of his before it came to all this. He's got lots and lots of them, and they do deserve to be put to the flames, like heretics. I agree with that, said the priest, and I swear that before another day has passed, they'll be put on public trial and condemned to the flames so that they can't make anyone reading them do what my friend must have done. All this was overheard by Don Quixote and the farmer, who could no longer have any doubts about his neighbor's illness, and so he began to shout, "Open up to Sir Baldwin and the Marquis of Mantua, who sore wounded here, and to the moribund Ares, brought captive by the valiant Rodrigo de Narvaez, the governor of Antiquera." These shouts brought all 4 running into the porch, and as the men recognized their friend, and the women their master and uncle, who hadn't dismounted from the donkey, because he couldn't, they ran to embrace him. He said, "Stop, all of you, for I am sore wounded through the fault of my steed. Carry me to my bed and, if you are able, summon the wise Urgenda to heat and tend my wounds." "Just look at him, in the name of the devil," cried the housekeeper. "Didn't I know in the marrow of my bones what was wrong with the master? Up you go, sir, up you go to bed, we'll cure you well enough without any need for that there Ugandan woman. Damn those chivalry books, damn the lot of them, getting you into such a state." They took him to his bed and, examining him for wounds, couldn't find any. He told them that it had been a general, overall battering sustained when he and his steed Rocinante suffered a terrible fall as he was doing battle with 10 giants. The most lawless and reckless giants to be found almost anywhere on the face of the earth. I see, said the priest. "So there are giants in the game as well, are there? I swear by this holy cross that I'll burn them tomorrow, before the day is over." They asked Don Quixote 1,000 questions, and his only reply was to request food, and to be allowed to sleep, for this was his greatest need. And then the priest asked the farmer to tell him exactly how he found Don Quixote. The farmer told him the whole story, including the nonsense that on being discovered and transported the knight had uttered, which made the priest even more anxious to do what the very next day he did. Call on his friend the barber Master Nicholas, with whom he walked to Don Quixote's house. Chapter 6. About the amusing and exhaustive scrutiny that the priest and the barber made in the library of our ingenious Hidalgo, who was still asleep. The priest asked the niece for the keys of the room where the books, the authors of the mischief, were kept, and she was happy to hand them over. They went in, the housekeeper too, and found more than 100 large volumes, finely bound, and some small ones, and as soon as the housekeeper saw them, she ran out of the room and back again clutching a bowl of holy water and some hyssop one and said, "Here you are, Reverend Father, you take this and sprinkle the room with it, just in case there's one of those hordes of enchanters from those books in here, and he puts a spell on us as a punishment for the torments they'll undergo once we've wiped them off the face of the earth." The priest laughed at the housekeeper's simple-mindedness, and told the barber to hand him the books one by one so that he could see what was in them, since he might find some that didn't deserve to be committed to the flames. "No," said the niece, "there's no reason to let any of them off, they're all to blame. Better throw the whole lot of them out of the windows into the courtyard, and make a pile of them, and set fire to them, or take them to the backyard and make the bonfire there, where the smoke won't be such a nuisance." The housekeeper said much the same, so anxious were both women to see those innocents massacred, but the priest wouldn't agree without at least reading the titles. The first one that Master Nicholas put into his hands was the 4 books of Amadis of Gaul, and the priest said, "This is a strange coincidence. I've heard that this was the very first chivalry romance to be printed in Spain too, and that all the others have their origin and beginning in it, so it seems to me that, as the prophet of such a pernicious sect, it should be condemned to the flames without delay." No, said the barber. "I've also heard that it's the very best of all the books of this kind that have ever been written, and so, being unique in its artistry, it ought to be pardoned." "You're right," said the priest, "so its life is spared for the time being. Let's see that one next to it." "This," said the barber, "is the exploits of Esplandian III Amadis of Gaul's legitimate son." "Well, to be sure," said the priest, "the excellence of the father isn't going to be of any avail to the son. Here you are, ma'am, open that window and throw it into the yard, the first faggot on the bonfire we're going to make." The housekeeper was delighted to do so, and the good Esplandian flew out into the courtyard, where he patiently awaited the flames with which he was threatened. "Let's see the next one," said the priest. "This," said the barber, "is Amadis of Greece, and all the books on this side, I think, are members of that same family for." "Then out into the yard with the lot of them," said the priest. "Just to be able to burn Queen Pintaciniastra, and the shepherd Darinel, and his eclogues, and his authors. Devilish, contorted language, I'll burn the father that begot me, too, if I catch him going about as a knight-errant." "I agree," said the barber. "So do I," added the niece. "That being so," said the housekeeper, "let's have them here," and out into the courtyard they all go. They gave them to her, and since there were so many of them she spared herself the stairs again and flung them out of the window. "And what's that monstrosity?" asked the priest. "That," replied the barber, "is Don Olivanti Doloro 5. Its author," said the priest, "also wrote The Garden of Flowers, and to be frank I couldn't say which of the two is more truthful, or rather, less mendacious. What I can say is that this one shall go out into the yard, for its arrogant nonsense. This next one is Florismart of Harkania, 6, said the barber. "Oh, so it's Senor Florismart, is it?" replied the priest. "I can tell you he's soon going to end up in the yard, too, in spite of his strange birth and famous adventures. No other outcome is feasible, given the clumsiness and dullness of his style. To the yard with him, and with this other one as well, ma'am." "With pleasure, sir," the housekeeper replied, and joyfully she did as she was told. "This is the Night Platter, 7, said the barber. "That's an old book," said the priest, "and I can't find anything in it deserving of mercy. Let it join the others without leave to appeal." And it was done. Another book was opened and they saw that its title was the Knight of the Crosspoint 8. With such a holy title as this book has, it could be forgiven its ignorance, yet as the proverb goes, behind the cross lurks the devil, to the fire with it. Taking up another book, the barber said, "This one's the Mirror of Chivalry." "I know this gentleman," said the priest. "Here we'll find Sir Renald of Montalban and his friends and companions, worse thieves than Cacus, and the 12 peers, with the true historian Turpin.9, yet the fact is that I'm inclined to condemn them to nothing worse than perpetual exile, if only because there are among them some of the creations of the famous Matteo Boiardo, from which the Christian poet Ludovico Ariosto also wove his tapestry, though if I find him in here speaking any language other than his own, I won't show him any respect at all, but if he's speaking his own tongue I'll take my hat off to him. Well, I've got that book in Italian, said the barber, but I don't understand a word of it. Nor would it be a good thing for you to understand it, replied the priest, and we could have done without that captain bringing it to Spain and turning it into Castilian 10. Because he left behind much of what was best in it, which is what happens to all those who try to translate poetry, however much care they take and skill they display, they can never recreate it in the full perfection of its original birth. I say, then, that this book, and all others we find that are about these French matters, shall be thrown out and deposited in a dry well until, after further deliberation, a decision is reached about what to do with them, all except a certain Bernardo del Carpio 11 who's skulking about here somewhere, and another book called Roncesvalles 12 because these will pass straight from my hands into the housekeeper's and from there to the flames, without any remission. This was confirmed by the barber, who thought it all very fit and proper, since he considered the priest to be such a good Christian and lover of the truth that he couldn't tell a lie if he tried. Opening another book he saw that it was Pomeran of Oliva 13 and next to it was another one called Pomeran of England, and when the priest saw this he said, let the olive be chopped into logs and burned, and not even the ashes remain. But let the palm of England be kept and preserved as something unique, and a casket be made for it like the one Alexander the Great found among the spoils of Darius and designated as a case for the works of the poet Homer. This book, my friend, deserves respect for 2 reasons, because it's excellent in its own right, and because it's said to have been written by a wise king of Portugal. All the adventures in Princess Maragwarda's castle are superb and splendidly contrived, and the speeches are courtly and clear, and have due regard for the character of the speakers, with great precision and sensitivity. I propose, then, that so long as you agree, Master Nicholas, this book and Amadis of Gaul should be saved from the flames, and all the rest should perish, without any further inquiry. No, my friend, replied the barber, because this one I've got here is the famous Sir Belliani's. That book, replied the priest, and the second, third, and fourth parts, too, need a dose of rhubarb to purge them of their excess of bile, and that section about the castle of fame and other more serious nonsense will have to be removed, for which purpose they are granted a stay of execution, and whether mercy or rigorous justice is applied to them will depend on how they mend their ways. Meanwhile, you keep them in your house, my friend, but don't let anybody read them. All right, said the barber. And not wanting to weary himself any more reading chivalry romances, the priest ordered the housekeeper to take all the big books and throw them out into the yard. His command didn't fall on deaf ears, because she'd rather have been burning those books than weaving the finest and largest piece of fabric in the world, and, seizing about 8 of them, she heaved them out of the window. But because she took up so many of them together, one fell at the barber's feet and, curious to know what it was, he saw, History of the famous knight Tyrant the White. 14. Good heavens, cried the priest. Fancy Tyrant the White being here. Give it to me. My friend, I reckon I found in this book a treasure of delight and a mine of entertainment. In it you'll discover Don Quirleson de Montalban, a most courageous knight, and his brother Tomash de Montalban, and the knight Fonseca, together with the fight that the brave tyrant had with the mastiff, and the witticisms of the maiden Placer Demavida, and the amours and the trickery of the widow Riposata, and the lady Empress in love with her squire Ippolito. Let me tell you this, my friend, as far as its style is concerned, this is the best book in the world. In it knights eat and sleep and die in their beds and make wills before they die, and other such things that are usually omitted from books of this sort. But in spite of all this I do have to say that the man who wrote it deserved to be sent to the galleys for life, for not knowing what he was doing when he was writing such nonsense. Take it home and read it, and you'll see that what I say is true. That I'll do, replied the barber, but what about these other little books here? They can't be books of chivalry, said the priest, but books of poetry. And, opening one of them he saw that it was Jorge de Montemayor's Diana and, convinced that they were all of the same sort, he said, these don't deserve to be burned with the others, because they aren't and never will be as damaging as those books of chivalry have been. These are books for the intellect, and do nobody any harm. Oh sir, cried the niece, please have them burned like the rest, because it could well happen that once my uncle gets over his chivalry illness he starts reading all these other books and takes it into his head to become a shepherd and wander about the forests and meadows singing and playing music and, what would be even worse than that, turn into a poet, which they say is a catching and incurable disease. The girl's right, said the priest, and it'll be a good idea to remove this dangerous stumbling block from our friend's way. And as we're beginning with Montemayor's Diana, it's my opinion that it shouldn't be burned, but that the parts about the wise Felicia and the enchanted water 15 should be cut, as well as nearly all the poems in Italian meter, and that the book should be welcome to keep its prose and the honor of being the first of its kind. This next one, said the barber, is also called Diana, the second part, by an author from Salamanca. And this other one has the same title, too, and it's by Gil Polo 16. Well, replied the priest, the Salamancan one can go to join and swell the ranks of the books condemned to the courtyard, but the one by Gil Polo must be safeguarded as if it had been written by Apollo himself. Look lively though, my friend, let's hurry up, it's getting late. This, said the barber, opening another volume, is the 10 books of the fortune of love, written by Antonio de Lofreso, a Sardinian poet. 17. As sure as I'm in holy orders, said the priest, no book as amusing and as fanciful as this has ever been written since Apollo was Apollo. The muses were muses and poets have been poets. In its own way it's the best and most singular of all those of its kind that have ever seen the light of day, and anyone who hasn't read it can reckon that he's never read anything worth reading. Let's have it, my friend, I'm happier to have found it than if I'd been given a cassock of finest Florentine. He put it to one side with great satisfaction, and the barber went on to say, these next ones are the shepherd of Iberia, the nymphs of Henry's, and the undeceptions of jealousy. 18. Well, said the priest, all you have to do is hand them over to the secular arm of the housekeeper, and don't ask me why, or we shall never be done. The next is the shepherd of Philedon. 19. That's no shepherd, said the priest, but a clever courtier, to be cherished like a precious jewel. This big book here, said the barber, is called the Treasury of Divers Poems. 20. If there were fewer of them, said the priest, they'd be better thought of. This book needs some weeding to rid it of certain vulgarities among its splendors. Keep it back, because its author's a friend of mine, and also out of respect for other more heroic and sublime works he's written. This, said the barber, is Lopez Maldonado's Book of Songs. 21. The author of this book, replied the priest, is also one of my great friends, and when he sings his own verses his listeners are lost in admiration, because he does so in such a sweet voice that you could say he chants and enchants all at once. His eclogues are rather long, but then you can never have too much of a good thing. Keep the book with the chosen few. But what's this other one by its side? Galatea, by Miguel de Cervantes 22. That fellow Cervantes has been a good friend of mine for years, and I know he's more conversant with adversity than with verse. His book's ingenious enough, it sets out to achieve something but doesn't bring anything to a conclusion. We'll have to wait for the promised second part. Maybe with correction it'll gain the full pardon denied it for the time being, so while we wait and see, you keep it a captive in your house, my friend. All right, said the barber. And here are three more, all together: Araucana, by Alonso de Ursula, Austriata, by Juan Rufo, the magistrate from Córdoba, and Montserrat 23 by Cristobal de Viros, the Valencian poet. Those three books, said the priest, are the best ever written in heroic verse in the Castilian language, and they can rival the most famous Italian ones. Preserve them, as the finest pieces of poetry Spain possesses. The priest grew tired of looking at books and ordered all the rest to be burned in one fell swoop, but the barber had already opened another one, entitled The Tears of Angelica. 24. I'd have shed them myself, said the priest when he heard the title, if I'd had this book burned, because its author was one of the most famous poets in the world, not just in Spain, and an excellent translator of Ovid. Chapter 7. About our worthy knight Don Quixote de la Mancha's second sally. And now Don Quixote began to bellow. Come, come, you valiant knights, 'tis now you must display the worth of your mighty arms, for the courtiers are getting the better of the tourney. They ran to see what the commotion was all about, and this put a stop to the scrutiny of the remaining books. As a result, it's believed that Carolia and the Lion of Spain, together with the exploits of the Emperor by Luis de Avila, one went to the flames, without any trial at all, because they must have been among the remainder, and perhaps, if the priest had examined them they wouldn't have received such a severe sentence. By the time they reached Don Quixote's room he was out of bed, shouting and raving, laying about him with his sword in all directions with slashes and backstrokes, as wide awake as if he'd never slept. They wrestled him back to bed, and once he'd calmed down a little, he turned to the priest and said, Indeed, my lord Archbishop Turpin, it is a disgrace for us, who call ourselves the 12 peers, so meekly to allow those knights courtiers to carry off the victory in this tournament, after we knights adventurers had won all the honors on the previous 3 days. Hush, my friend, said the priest, God will grant a change of fortune so that what is lost today is won tomorrow, and for the moment you should look to your health. You seem to be overtired, if not sore wounded. Wounded I am not, said Don Quixote, but weak and exhausted I am indeed, for the bastard Roland has been pounding me with the trunk of an evergreen oak, and all out of envy, because he can see that I am the only man who opposes his bravado. But my name would not be Renald of Montalban if, as soon as I rise from this bed, I did not make him pay for it, in spite of all his magic spells. For the present, however, bring me victuals, for they, I know, will be more to my purpose, and leave it to me to seek my revenge. And that's what they did. They gave him some food, and he fell asleep again, and they fell to marveling at his madness. That night the housekeeper burned to ashes all the books in the courtyard and the house, and some must have perished that deserved to be treasured in perpetual archives. But fate, and the scrutineer's laziness, wouldn't permit it, and in them was fulfilled the proverb which says that the just sometimes pay for sinners. One of the remedies that the priest and the barber had prescribed at that time for their friend's malady was to have his library walled up and sealed off, so that he couldn't find his books when he got up. Maybe if the cause was removed the effect might cease, and to tell him that an enchanter had carried them off, with the library and all, and this was done without delay. 2 days later Don Quixote did get up, and his first action was to go and look at his books, and, since he couldn't find the room in which he left them, he wandered all over the house searching for it. He kept going up to the place where the door used to be, and feeling for it with his hands, and running his eyes backwards and forwards over the walls without uttering a word, and after some time doing this he asked his housekeeper where his library was. Well trained in her answer, she said, And what library do you think you're looking for? There's no library and no books left in this house, because the devil himself took them away. No, it wasn't the devil, replied the niece, it was an enchanter who came one night on a cloud, after you'd gone away, and he climbed off a serpent he was riding, and he went into the library, and I don't know what he got up to in there, because a bit later he flew away over the roof and left the house full of smoke, and when we made up our minds to go and see what he'd done, we couldn't find any books or any library. All we remember is that as that wicked old man flew away he shouted that because of a secret grudge he bore the owner of the books and the library, he'd done the house the damage that we were about to discover. He also said that he was called the sage Muniton. Freston too is what he must have said, said Don Quixote. I don't know, said the housekeeper, whether he was called Freston or Piston or whatever, all I know is his name ended in ton. That is indeed his name, said Don Quixote, and he is a wise enchanter, a great enemy of mine, who bears me much malice, because he knows by his arts and his learning that the time will come when I shall engage in single combat a knight who is a favorite of his, and defeat him, without his being able to do anything to prevent it, and for this reason he tries to make as much mischief for me as he can, but I can promise him that he is powerless to gainsay or avert what heaven has decreed. Who can doubt that, said the niece. But uncle, why do you have to go and get involved in these arguments? Wouldn't it be better to stay quietly at home instead of looking for better bread than what's made from wheat, and forgetting that many a man's gone out cheering and come back shorn? My dear niece, replied Don Quixote, how wrong you are. Before anyone cheers me I will pluck the beards off the chins of all those who even contemplate touching a single hair of mine. Neither woman answered him back, because they could see that he was growing heated. And yet he did stay quietly at home for a whole fortnight without showing any signs of wanting to reenact his former follies, and during this time he talked all kinds of amusing bunkum with his friends the priest and the barber, as he declared that what the world most needed was knights errant and a rebirth of knight-errantry. Sometimes the priest contradicted him and sometimes he gave in to him, because if he didn't make use of this tactic it would be impossible to restore his sanity. During this fortnight Don Quixote set to work on a farmer who was a neighbor of his, an honorable man, if a poor man can be called honorable, but a little short of salt in the brain pan. To be brief, Don Quixote told him, reasoned with him and promised him so much that the poor villager decided to go away with him and serve him as squire. Don Quixote told the man, among other things, that he ought to be delighted to go, because at some time or other he could well have an adventure in which he won an island in the twinkling of an eye and installed his squire as governor. These and other similar promises persuaded Sancho Panza, for this was the farmer's name, to leave his wife and children and go into service as his neighbor's squire. Don Quixote immediately set about raising money, and by selling one possession, pawning another, and always making a bad bargain, he scraped together a reasonable sum. He also found himself a little round infantryman's shield, borrowed from a friend, and, patching up his shattered helmet as best he could, he told his squire Sancho the day and time he intended to set out, so that he too could obtain whatever he considered most necessary. Don Quixote was particularly insistent on saddlebags, and Sancho said that, indeed he would bring some, and he'd bring a very fine donkey of his too, because he wasn't all that much given to going very far on foot. At this Don Quixote hesitated, racking his brains to try and remember if any knight-errant had ever been escorted by a donkey-mounted squire, but none came to mind, yet for all that he decided that Sancho should ride his donkey, proposing to provide him with a more honorable mount at the earliest opportunity, by unhorsing the first discourteous knight he came across. Don Quixote stocked up with shirts and everything else he could, following the advice that the innkeeper had given him, and once all these preparations had been made, without Panza saying goodbye to his wife and children, or Don Quixote to his housekeeper and niece, they left the village unseen one night, and by daybreak they'd ridden so far they felt certain no one would be able to find them however hard he looked. Sancho Panza rode his ass like a patriarch, complete with saddlebags and leather bottle, longing to be the governor of the island his master had promised him. Don Quixote happened to take the same road he followed on his first sally across the plain of Montiel, with less discomfort than before, because it was early morning and the sun, being low, didn't bother them. Sancho Panza said to his master, "You'll be sure, won't you, Sir Knight, not to forget what you promised me about the island? I'll be up to governing it all right, however big it is." To which Don Quixote replied, "I would have you know, my good friend Sancho Panza, that it was a custom much in use among the knights errant of old to make their squires the governors of the islands or kingdoms that they conquered, and I have determined that such an ancient usage shall not lapse through my fault. Quite on the contrary, I intend to improve upon it, for those knights would sometimes, more often than not, perhaps, wait until their squires were old men and, once they were tired of serving and of suffering bad days and worse nights, give them some title, such as count or at the most marquis of some valley or paltry province, but if your life and mine are spared, it could well be that within 6 days I shall conquer a kingdom with others annexed, any one of which would be perfect for you to be crowned king of it. And you must not think that there would be anything extraordinary about that. Incidents and accidents befall us knights in such unprecedented and unimagined ways that I might easily be able to give you even more than I have promised. And so, said Sancho Panza, if by one of those miracles you've just said I became king, then Juana Gutierrez, my old woman, would be queen no less, and the kids would be princes and princesses." "Who can doubt it?" replied Don Quixote. "I can," retorted Sancho Panza. "To my mind, even if God rained kingdoms down on this earth, none of them would sit well on my Mari Gutierrez's head. Look here, sir, she wouldn't be worth 2 brass farthings as a queen, countess would suit her better, and even that'd be hard going for her." "Commend the matter to God, Sancho," replied Don Quixote, "and he will give her what is best for her, but you must not be so daunted that you agree to content yourself with anything less than being a provincial governor." "I shan't do that, sir," replied Sancho, "not with such a fine master as you, who'll be able to give me everything that's good for me and I can cope with." Chapter 8. About the brave Don Quixote's success in the dreadful and unimaginable adventure of the windmills, together with other events worthy of happy memory. As he was saying this, they caught sight of 30 or 40 windmills standing on the plain, and as soon as Don Quixote saw them he said to his squire, "Fortune is directing our affairs even better than we could have wished, for you can see over there, good friend Sancho Panza, a place where stand 30 or more monstrous giants with whom I intend to fight a battle and whose lives I intend to take, and with the booty we shall begin to prosper. For this is a just war, and it is a great service to God to wipe such a wicked breed from the face of the earth." "What giants?" said Sancho Panza. "Those giants that you can see over there," replied his master, "with long arms. There are giants with arms almost 6 miles long." "Look you here," Sancho retorted, "those over there aren't giants, they're windmills. And what look to you like arms or sails when the wind turns them they make the millstones go round." "It is perfectly clear," replied Don Quixote, "that you are but a raw novice in this matter of adventures. They are giants, and if you are frightened, you can take yourself away and say your prayers while I engage them in fierce and arduous combat." And so saying he set spurs to his steed Rocinante, not paying any attention to his squire Sancho Panza, who was shouting that what he was charging were definitely windmills not giants. But Don Quixote was so convinced that they were giants that he neither heard his squire Sancho's shouts nor saw what stood in front of him, even though he was by now upon them. Instead he cried, "Flee not, O vile and cowardly creatures, for it is but one solitary knight who attacks you." A gust of wind arose, the great sails began to move, and Don Quixote yelled, "Though you flourish more arms than the giant Briareus one, I will make you pay for it." So saying, and commending himself with all his heart to his lady Dulcinea, begging her to succor him in his plight, well protected by his little round infantryman's shield, and with his lance couched, he advanced at Rocinante's top speed and charged at the windmill nearest him. As he thrust his lance into its sail, the wind turned it with such violence that it smashed the lance into pieces and dragged the horse and his rider with it, and Don Quixote went rolling over the plain in a very sore predicament. Sancho Panza rushed to help his master at his donkey's fastest trot and found that he couldn't stir, such was the toss that Rocinante had given him. "For God's sake," said Sancho, "didn't I tell you to be careful what you were doing? Didn't I tell you they were only windmills? And only someone with windmills on the brain could have failed to see that." "Not at all, friend Sancho," replied Don Quixote. "Affairs of war, even more than others, are subject to continual change. All the more so as I believe, indeed I am certain, that the same sage Freston who stole my library and my books has just turned these giants into windmills, to deprive me of the glory of my victory. Such is the enmity he feels for me, but in the end his evil arts will avail him little against the might of my sword." "God's will be done," replied Sancho Panza. He helped his master to his feet, and his master remounted Rocinante, whose shoulder was half dislocated. And talking about this adventure they followed the road towards the pass of Lapis, because Don Quixote said they couldn't fail to encounter plentiful and varied adventures there, as it was a much frequented spot. But he was dejected by the destruction of his lance, and he told his squire so, and added, "I remember reading that a Spanish knight called Diego Pérez de Vargas, having broken his sword in battle, tore a weighty bough or trunk from an evergreen oak, and did such deeds with it that day, and thrashed so many Moors too that he was nicknamed Machuca, that is to say, the Thrasher, and from that day onwards his surname and that of his descendants was changed to Vargas y Machuca. I have told you this because from the first oak tree that comes before me I intend to tear off another such trunk, as good as the one I have in mind, and with it I intend to do such deeds as to make you consider yourself most fortunate to be deemed worthy to behold them, and to witness them which can hardly be believed." "God's will be done," said Sancho. "I believe every word you say. But do sit up straighter, you're riding all lopsided. It must be that hammering you got when you fell off your horse." "That is indeed the case," replied Don Quixote, "and if I do not utter any complaint, About the pain, it is because knights errant are not permitted to complain about wounds, even if their entrails are spilling out of them. If that's so, there's nothing more for me to say, replied Sancho, but God knows I'd like you to complain if anything hurts. As for me, I can tell you I'm going to moan like anything about the slightest little pain, unless that stuff about not complaining goes for knight-errant squires as well. Don Quixote couldn't help laughing at his squire's simple-mindedness, and declared that he could moan as and when he pleased, whether he felt any pain or not, for he had not yet read anything to the contrary in the order of chivalry. Sancho pointed out that it was time to eat. His master replied that he didn't need any food yet, but that Sancho could eat whenever he liked. So Sancho settled himself down as best he could on his donkey and, taking out of his saddlebags what he'd put into them, he jogged along and munched away behind his master, and every so often he'd take a swig from his leather bottle with such relish that the most self-indulgent innkeeper in Malaga would have envied him. And as Sancho trotted on, drinking his fill, he didn't remember any of the promises his master had made him, and reckoned that going in search of adventures, however dangerous they might be, was more like good fun than hard work. To cut a long story short, they spent that night under some trees, and from one of them, Don Quixote tore a dead branch that might almost serve as a lance, and fastened onto it the iron head that he'd taken off the broken one. He didn't sleep in all the night, thinking about his lady Dulcinea, to conform with what he read in his books, where knights errant spent many sleepless nights in glades and deserts, engrossed in the recollection of their ladies. Not so Sancho Panza, who, with his stomach full, and not of chicory water either, slept right through until morning, and, if his master hadn't called him, neither the rays of the sun, falling full on his face, nor the songs of the birds that, in great throngs, and with expansive joy, greeted the coming of the new day, would have been capable of awaking him. He got up, had his breakfast swig, and found his leather bottle rather slimmer than the evening before, and his heart sank, because it didn't look as if this lack was going to be remedied as soon as he'd have liked. Don Quixote refused breakfast, because, as we know, he had decided to subsist on savory recollections. They continued along the road to the Pass of Lapis, and at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon they sighted it. Over there, brother Sancho Panza, said Don Quixote when he saw it, we can dip our arms right up to our elbows in what people call adventures. But take note that, even if you see me in the greatest peril imaginable, you must not seize your sword to defend me, unless you should see that those who attack me are rebel and common people, in which case you can most certainly come to my aid, but should they be knights and gentlemen, it is on no account licit or permitted by the laws of chivalry for you to assist me, until you yourself be knighted. You can be sure, sir, replied Sancho, of being fully obeyed there, especially since I'm a peaceful man by nature and don't like getting involved in rows and brawls. Though I do have to say that when it comes to defending myself I'm not going to take much notice of those there laws of yours, because divine and human justice both let anyone defend himself against attack. I do not disagree in the slightest, replied Don Quixote, but as regards assisting me against knights, you must keep your natural impetuosity under control. I'll do that all right, replied Sancho. I'll keep that particular promise as strictly as the Sabbath. As they talked away like this, 2 friars of the order of Saint Benedict appeared on the road, each seated upon a dromedary. Their mules were no less tall than that. They came, complete with their riding masks and their sunshades. Behind them was a coach with 4 or 5 horsemen escorting it, and 2 footmen walking. In the coach, as was later discovered, there was a Basque lady on her way to Seville to join her husband, who was going to America to take up an important post. The friars weren't traveling with her, they just happened to be on the same road, but as soon as Don Quixote caught sight of them he said to his squire, either I am much mistaken or this will be the most famous adventure ever witnessed. For those black figures over there must be and no doubt are enchanters abducting a princess in that coach, and I must redress this wrong to the utmost of my power. This'll be worse than the windmills, said Sancho. Look here, sir, those there are Benedictine friars, and the coach must just be taking some travelers on their way. Look, do take care what you're doing, this could be one of the devil's own tricks. I have already told you, Sancho, replied Don Quixote, that you know next to nothing on the subject of adventures. What I say is true, as you will soon see. So saying, he rode forward and planted himself in the middle of the road down which the friars were plodding, and, when he thought they were near enough to hear him, he cried, diabolical and monstrous wretches, release this very moment the noble princesses whom you are abducting in that coach, or prepare to be killed this instant as a just punishment for your wicked works. The friars reined in their mules and sat there in astonishment at the figure cut by Don Quixote and at the words he'd spoken, to which they replied, Sir Knight, we aren't diabolical or monstrous at all, we're just 2 Benedictine friars going about our business, and we haven't the faintest idea whether there are any abducted princesses in this coach. Soft words will not work with me, for I know you only too well, perfidious knaves, said Don Quixote. And without awaiting any more replies he spurred Rocinante and charged with leveled lance at the friar in front with such determination and fury that, if the friar hadn't thrown himself from his mule, the knight would have brought him to the ground, sore vexed and indeed sore wounded, if not stone dead. The other friar, seeing how his companion was being treated, dug his heels into his castle of a mule and made off across the plain faster than the wind. Sancho Panza, seeing the friar sprawling on the ground, slipped off his donkey, ran over to him and began to strip him of his habits. And now 2 of the friar's servants came up and asked what he thought he was doing stripping their master like that. Sancho replied that the clothes were rightly his, the spoils of the battle his master Don Quixote had won. The servant lads, who lacked a sense of humor and knew nothing about spoils and battles, seeing that Don Quixote had gone off to talk to the ladies in the coach, fell upon Sancho, knocked him to the ground, gave his beard a thorough plucking, and his body a merciless kicking, and left him lying there breathless and senseless. Without pausing for an instant the friar remounted, terrified and trembling and drained of all color, and spurred his mule in the direction of his companion, who was waiting a good distance away to see what would be the outcome of this nightmare, and not wanting to stop for the conclusion of the incident they continued on their way, making more signs of the cross than if they had the very devil at their backs. Don Quixote, as has been said, was talking to the lady in the coach, and saying, You may now, in your ineffable loveliness, my lady, dispose of your person as best pleases you, for the pride of your ravishers lies on the ground, overthrown by this mighty arm of mine, and that you may not pine to know the name of your deliverer, be informed that I am Don Quixote de la Mancha, knight adventurer, and errant, and captive to the peerless and beauteous Dona Dulcinea del Toboso, and in requital of the benefit you have received from me, all I desire is that you turn back to El Toboso and on my behalf present yourself before that lady and inform her of what I have accomplished for your deliverance. Everything that Don Quixote said was overheard by one of the squires escorting the coach, a Basque, who, seeing that the man didn't want to let the coach continue on its way, but was saying that it must turn back at once to El Toboso, rode up to Don Quixote, and, seizing him by the lance, said in bad Castilian and worse Basque, "Go on way, knight, and go with devil. By God made me, if not leaving coach, you as killed by Basque as stand there." Don Quixote understood him perfectly, and with great composure he replied, "If you were a knight and a gentleman, which you are not, I should already have punished your folly and audacity, you wretched creature." To which the Basque replied, "Me not gentleman? I swear God you lie as me Christian. If leaving lance and taking sword, soon see you monkey making. Basque on land, gentleman on sea, gentleman for devil, and sea lie of other saying. Now you shall see," quoth Agarics, 3 quoted Don Quixote. And throwing his lance to the ground, he drew his sword, took up his little round shield and set upon the Basque, intending to kill him. The Basque, seeing the knight advance, would have preferred to dismount from his mule, which was a hired one and therefore a bad one and not to be trusted, but all he had time to do was to draw his sword, and it was lucky for him that he happened to be next to the coach, from which he was able to snatch a cushion to serve as a shield, and then the two men went for each other as if they were mortal enemies. The rest of the party would have made peace between them, but they couldn't, because the Basque was saying in his topsy-turvy tongue that if they didn't let him finish his battle he'd kill his mistress and anyone else who got in his way. The lady in the coach, astonished and terrified at this sight, made the coachman drive a safe distance off, and then settled down to watch the desperate struggle, in the course of which the Basque dealt Don Quixote such a mighty blow on the shoulder, over the top of his shield, that if he hadn't been wearing armor he'd have been split down the middle. When Don Quixote felt the impact of the terrible stroke he cried, "O lady of my soul, Dulcinea, flower of all beauty, succor this your knight who, through his desire to satisfy your great goodness, finds himself in this dire peril." Uttering these words, gripping his sword, raising his shield and launching himself at the Basque was the work of a moment, as Don Quixote resolved to venture everything on the fortune of a single blow. The Basque, seeing Don Quixote advance, could see from his spirited bearing what a brave man he was, and decided to follow his example. So he stood his ground, well protected by his cushion but unable to turn the mule one way or the other because by now, exhausted and unaccustomed to such pranks, it couldn't budge a single step. So Don Quixote was advancing, as described, on the well-shielded Basque, with his sword aloft, determined to split him in half, and the Basque was awaiting him with his sword also aloft, and upholstered in his protective cushion, and all the bystanders were terrified and wondering what was going to be the outcome of the prodigious blows with which the two men were threatening each other, and the lady in the coach and her maids were making 1,000 vows and offerings to all the images and holy places in Spain, for God to deliver their squire and themselves from this great peril. But the trouble is that at this very point the author of this history leaves the battle unfinished, excusing himself on the ground that he hasn't found anything more written about these exploits of Don Quixote than what he has narrated. It is true, though, that the second author of this work refused to believe that such a fascinating history had been abandoned to the loss of oblivion, or that the chroniclers of La Mancha had been so lacking in curiosity that they hadn't kept papers relating to this famous knight in their archives or their desks. And so, with this in mind, he didn't despair of finding the end of this delectable history, which indeed, with heaven's help, he did find in the way that will be narrated in the second part of The Ingenious Hidalgo, Don Quixote de La Mancha, Chapter 9, in which the stupendous battle between the gallant Basque and the valiant man from La Mancha is brought to a conclusion. In the first part of this history we left the valiant Basque and the famous Don Quixote, with naked swords aloft, about to deliver two such devastating downstrokes that if their aim was true they would at the very least split each other from top to bottom and cut each other open like pomegranates, and at this critical point the delightful history stopped short and was left truncated, without any indication from its author about where the missing section might be found. This worried me, because the pleasure afforded by the little I had read turned to displeasure as I considered what an uphill task awaited me if I wanted to find the great bulk of material that, as I imagined, was missing from this delectable tale. It seemed impossible and contrary to all good practice that such an excellent knight shouldn't have had some sage who'd have made it his job to record his unprecedented deeds. Something never lacked by any of those knights errant who go, as people say, adventuring their way one. Because every one of them had one or two sages, made to measure for him, who not only recorded his exploits but also depicted his least thoughts and most trivial actions, however hidden from the public gaze they were, and such an excellent knight couldn't have been so unfortunate as to be totally lacking in what Platter 2 and the like had more than enough of. So I couldn't bring myself to believe that such a superb history had been left maimed and mutilated, and I laid the blame on malicious time, the devourer and demolisher of all things, which had either hidden or destroyed what was missing. It also struck me that, since modern books like the Undeceptions of Jealousy and the Nymphs and Shepherds of Henry's had been found in his library, his history must also be a recent one, and that, even if it hadn't been put into writing, it must live on in the memory of the people of his village and others nearby. All these thoughts left me feeling puzzled and eager for exact and authentic knowledge of the complete life and works of our famous Spaniard Don Quixote de la Mancha, the light and mirror of the chivalry of that land, and the first man in our times, in these calamitous times of ours, to devote himself to the toils and exercise of knight-errantry, and to the redressing of wrongs, the succoring of widows and the protecting of maidens, those maidens who used to ride about, uphill and down dale, with their whips and their palfreys, carrying their maidenhead with them, for unless raped by some blackguard, or by some peasant, with his hatchet and his iron skull cap, or by some monstrous giant, there were maidens in those times gone by who, at the age of 80 and not having slept a single night under a roof, went to their graves with their maidenheads as intact as the mothers who'd borne them. I say, then, that for these and many other reasons our gallant Don Quixote is worthy of continuous and memorable praise which shouldn't be denied me, either. For all the hard work and diligence I devoted to searching out the conclusion to this agreeable history, although I'm well aware that if heaven, chance, and fortune hadn't helped me, the world would have been left without the pleasurable entertainment that an attentive reader of this work can enjoy for nearly 2 hours. And this is how I found the missing part. One day when I was in the main shopping street in Toledo, a lad appeared, on his way to sell some old notebooks and loose sheets of paper to a silk merchant, and since I'll read anything, even scraps of paper lying in the gutter, this leaning of mine led me to pick up one of the notebooks that the lad had for sale, and I saw it was written in characters that I recognized as Arabic. Although I knew that much, I couldn't read them. And so I looked around to see if there was some Spanish-speaking word in the street. And it wasn't very hard to find one, because even if I'd been looking for a translator from another better and older language 3 I should have found him, too. In short, chance provided me with a man who, when I told him what I wanted and put the book in his hands, opened it in the middle and after reading a little began to laugh. I asked him why, and he replied that he was laughing at something written in the margin of the book by way of annotation. I told him to tell me what it was and, still laughing, he replied. As I said, this is written here in the margin, this woman Dulcinea del Toboso, so often mentioned in this book, is said to have been a dabber hand at salting pork than any other woman in La Mancha. When I heard Dulcinea del Toboso I was dumbfounded, because it immediately suggested that the notebooks contained the history of Don Quixote. So I told him to read me the title page that very instant, and he did so, making an extempore translation from the Arabic, and it said, History of Don Quixote de la Mancha, written by Said Hamid Benengeli for an Arab historian. I had to draw on all the discretion I possess not to reveal how happy I felt when I heard the title of the book, and, getting in ahead of the silk merchant, I bought all the papers and notebooks from the lad for half a real, and if the lad himself had had any discretion and had noticed how much I wanted them, he could well have expected and indeed exacted more than 6 reals. Then I went off with the Moor to the cathedral cloister and asked him to translate the notebooks, or at least all those that had to do with Don Quixote, into Castilian without adding or omitting a single word, and I offered to pay him whatever he asked. He was satisfied with 50 pounds of raisins and 2 bushels of wheat, and promised to make a good, faithful translation, and to be quick about it, too. But to ensure the smooth working of our agreement, and not to let such a find out of my sight, I brought the Moor home with me. And in little more than a month and a half he translated the whole text just as it is said down here. In the first notebook there was a realistic picture of Don Quixote's battle with the Basque, with both of them in the positions described in the history, their swords aloft, one protected by his little round infantryman's shield and the other by his cushion, and the Basque's mule so lifelike that you could tell from a mile off that it was a hired one. At the Basque's feet were written the words Don Sancho de Especia 5, which must have been his name, and at Rocinante's feet were these other words, Don Quixote. Rocinante was depicted in such wonderful detail, as long as a wet week and as lean as a lath, with a jutting spine and far gone in consumption, that it was easy to see how appropriately he had been named Rocinante. Next to him stood Sancho Panza, holding his ass by the halter, and at his feet were the words Sancho's Ancas, and he must, to judge from the picture, have had a short body, a plump paunch and long shanks, these last two features being expressed in the words Panza and Zancas respectively, because he's given both these surnames at different points in this history. Other details could be observed, but none of them is important, or relevant to the truthful narration of this history, and no history is bad so long as it is truthful. If there is any objection to be made about the truthfulness of this history, it can only be that its author was an Arab, and it's a well-known feature of Arabs that they're all liars, but since they're such enemies of ours, it's to be supposed that he fell short of the truth rather than exaggerating it. And this is, indeed, what I suspect he did, because where he could and should have launched into the praises of such an excellent knight, he seems to have been careful to pass them over in silence, which is something he shouldn't have done or even thought of doing. Because historians should and must be precise, truthful, and unprejudiced, without allowing self-interest or fear, hostility or affection, to turn them away from the path of truth, whose mother is history, the imitator of time, the storehouse of actions and the witness to the past, an example and a lesson to the present and a warning to the future. In this history I know that everything anyone could want to find in the most delectable history is to be found, and if anything worthwhile is missing from it, it's my belief that it's the dog of an author who wrote it that's to blame, rather than any defect in the subject. At all events the second part began like this, according to the translation. The keen-edged swords of the two valiant and enraged combatants, thus raised aloft, seemed to be threatening the very heavens, earth, and watery abysses, such was the determination displayed by both men. The first to deliver his blow was the wrathful Basque, and he did so with such force and fury that, if his sword had not twisted in the course of its descent, that stroke alone would have been enough to put an end to the fearful fight and to all our knight's adventures, but fortune, which had better things in store for him, turned his opponent's blade aside so that, although it struck his left shoulder, all the damage it did was to disarm him on that side, carrying with it a large part of his helmet together with half his ear, all of which tumbled to the ground in hideous ruin, leaving him in a sorry state indeed. By God, who could describe the rage that took possession of the heart of the man of La Mancha on seeing himself treated in this way? All that can be said is that it was so great that he rose at last in his stirrups and, gripping his sword with both hands, brought it down with such fury full on the Basque's cushion and head that his admirable protection was of no avail, and, as if a mountain had fallen on top of him, blood began to trickle from his nose, and from his mouth, and from his ears, and he started to slide off his mule, from which he would no doubt have fallen had he not clung to its neck, but even so he lost his stirrups and dropped his reins, and the animal, terrified by the awful blow, began to gallop this way and that, and soon bucked its rider off. Don Quixote was calmly watching the scene, and when he saw the Basque fall he jumped from his horse, ran up to him and, putting the tip of his sword between his eyes, told him to surrender or he would cut off his head. The Basque was so stunned that he could not reply, and his fate would have been sealed, so blind with rage was Don Quixote. If the ladies in the coach, who had been watching the fight in consternation, had not hastened to where he stood and pleaded with him to do them the great kindness and favor of sparing their squire's life. To which Don Quixote, haughty and grave, replied, To be sure, fair ladies, I am well content to do as you request, but I insist on one condition to which you must agree, which is that this knight promise me to repair to the village of El Toboso and present himself on my behalf before the peerless Dona Dulcinea, that she may dispose of him according to her pleasure. The fearful, disconsolate ladies, without stopping to think about what Don Quixote was demanding or even asking who Dulcinea was, promised that the squire would do whatever was required of him. Since you have given me your word, I shall do him no further harm, even though he richly merits it. Chapter X. About what happened next between Don Quixote and the Basque, and the peril with which he was threatened by a mob of men from Yanguas. By this time Sancho Panza had struggled to his feet, somewhat mauled by the friars' servants, and had stood watching Don Quixote's battle, as in his heart he prayed to God to be so kind as to give his master the victory and let him win some island of which he could make his squire the governor, as promised. So once Sancho saw that the fight was over and that his master was about to remount Rocinante, he went over to hold his stirrup and, before he started climbing, knelt down before him and, grasping his hand, kissed it and said, Don Quixote, sir, please make me the governor of the island you've just won in this dreadful battle. However big it is, I'm sure I'll be strong enough to govern it as well as anyone who ever governed islands anywhere in the world. To which Don Quixote replied, I would have you know, brother Sancho, that this adventure and others like it are not island adventures but roadside adventures, in which there is nothing to be won but a broken head and a missing ear. Be patient, for there will be adventures that will enable me to make you not only a governor but something greater still. Sancho thanked him profusely and, again kissing his hand, and the skirts of his armor, too, helped him on to Rocinante, and himself mounted his donkey and set out after his Master, who, without a word of farewell to the ladies in the coach, rode off at a brisk pace into a nearby wood. Sancho followed as fast as his donkey could trot, but Rocinante's speed was such that Sancho fell further and further behind and had to call out to his master to wait for him. Don Quixote did so, reining Rocinante in until his weary squire caught up with him, and said, "What I'm thinking, sir, is that it'd be a good idea to go and take refuge in some church somewhere, because that man you fought is in a really bad way, and it wouldn't surprise me if we were reported to the Holy Brotherhood one and they came to arrest us. And by God, if they do that, we'll sweat blood before we get out of prison." "Not at all, Sancho," said Don Quixote. "Where have you ever seen or read of a knight-errant standing trial, whatever outrages he is accused of? I don't know anything about getting out of rages, I've never been in one in my life. All I do know is that people who go fighting in the fields are dealt with by the Holy Brotherhood, and I'm not going to poke my nose into that other thing you said." "Do not worry, my friend," replied Don Quixote, "for I shall rescue you from the Chaldeans to themselves if need be, let alone the Holy Brotherhood. But tell me, pray, have you ever seen a knight more valiant than I on all the face of the earth? Have you ever read in histories of any knight who is or has been more spirited in the attack, more persevering in the pursuit, more dexterous in the wounding or more skillful in the unhorsing?" "To tell you the honest truth," replied Sancho, "I haven't ever read a history, because I can't read or write, but what I will dare bet is that in all the days of my born life I've never served a braver master than you, and I pray God these braveries of yours aren't paid for where I just said. And what I pray you to do is to see to that ear of yours. You're losing a lot of blood from it. Here in my saddlebags I've got some lint and white ointment." "All this would have been quite unnecessary," replied Don Quixote, "if I had remembered to make a flask of the balsam of Fierobers 3 for but one drop of it would have saved us both time and medicine." "What flask and what balsam is that?" said Sancho Panza. "It is," said Don Quixote, "a balsam the recipe for which I carry in my memory, and if provided with it one need not fear death or contemplate dying from any kind of wound. And so, once I make some and give it to you, all you have to do when you see that in some battle I have been cut into, as often happens, is to take the part of my body that has fallen to the ground and, before the blood congeals, neatly and carefully place it on top of the part remaining in the saddle, being quite sure to make it fit exactly. Then you will have me drink just 2 mouthfuls of the balsam, and I shall be as sound as a bell." "If that's so," said Sancho, "I here and now renounce being governor of the island. You promised me, and all I want in payment for my many good services is for you to let me have the recipe for that wonderful potion. To my mind it'll fetch more than 2 reals an ounce anywhere, so it's all I need to live an honorable and easy life. But first, I'd better know if it costs a lot to make." "For less than 3 reals you can make 12 pints of it," replied Don Quixote. "Strike me blind," replied Sancho. "What are you waiting for? Why not make some here and now and show me how?" "Enough of that, my friend," replied Don Quixote. "I intend in due course to show you even greater secrets and do you even greater favors. But now let us see to this ear of mine, for it is hurting more than I should like." Sancho took lint and ointment out of his saddlebags. But when Don Quixote saw his broken helmet he was on the point of going berserk, and, placing his hand on his sword, and raising his eyes to heaven, he said, "I swear by the Creator of all things, and by the 4 evangelists and all their holy writings, that I will lead the life led by the great Marquis of Mantua when he swore to avenge his nephew Baldwin's death, and until then ne'er at table to eat bread nor with his wife to lie, and other such things that, although I cannot remember them now, can be taken as spoken, until I have exacted full vengeance on the perpetrator of this outrage." When Sancho heard this he said, "I'd just like to point out, Don Quixote sir, that if that knight has done as he was told, and has gone to present himself before my lady Dulcinea del Toboso, then he's done his duty and doesn't deserve another punishment unless he commits another crime." "You have spoken well and to the purpose," replied Don Quixote, "and so I hereby annul my oath as regards exacting fresh vengeance on him, but I swear anew and confirm that I will lead the life I have just described until I rest from some night another helmet at least as fine as this. And do not imagine, Sancho, that I am doing this without a solid basis, for I have a clear model to follow. Exactly the same thing happened, down to the very last detail, with Mambrino's helmet, which cost sacripant. So therefore, you just send all those oaths of yours to the devil, sir," retorted Sancho. "They're bad for your health and worse for your conscience. Or else tell me the supposing days and days go by and we don't come across anyone in a helmet, what then have we got? To honor the oath, regardless of all the inconvenience and discomfort, always sleeping in our clothes, never under a roof, and those hundreds of other penances in the mad old Marquis of Mantua's vow, that you're so set on reviving? Just think about it, sir. It isn't men in armor you'll find on these here roads but carters and muleteers, who not only don't wear helmets but have probably never even heard of them." "You are mistaken about that," said Don Quixote, "because before we have been riding along these highways and byways for 2 hours we shall see more men in arms than fell upon Albraca to carry off the fair Angelica 5. "All right, then, so be it," said Sancho, "and please God we come well out of all this. And the time soon arrives to conquer this island that's going to cost me so dear, and then I can die happy. I have already told you, Sancho, not to worry about all that, for if finding an island presents any problems, there is always the kingdom of Denmark or the kingdom of Soliadices 6 which would fit you like a glove, and still more so being as it is on terra firma, which should make you even happier. But let us leave these matters until it is time to deal with them, and now see if you have anything to eat in your saddlebags, so that we can go without delay in search of some castle where we can stay for the night and make the balsam about which I have told you, for I swear to God that my ear is very painful." "There's an onion here, and a bit of cheese, and a few scraps of bread," said Sancho. "But that isn't food for a valiant knight like you." "How mistaken you are," interrupted Don Quixote. "I would have you know, Sancho, that it is an honor for knights errant not to eat for a whole month, and if they do eat, it must be what they find readiest to hand, and you would know this well enough if you had read as many histories as I have, for in all those very very many that I have read, I have not found any mention of knights errant eating, except when it happened that some sumptuous banquet was held for them, but otherwise they used to live on next to nothing. And although it is evident that they could not have gone without eating and satisfying all the other needs of nature, because, after all, they were men like us, it is also evident that, since they spent most of their time wandering in woods and wildernesses, without cooks, their everyday food must have been country fare, like that which you are offering me now. And so, friend Sancho, do not be afflicted by what pleases me, do not seek to build the world anew, or to turn knight errantry on its head." "I'm sorry I'm sure," said Sancho. "Not knowing how to read or write, as I said before, I haven't been able to find out about all these rules of knighthood. From now on, I'll put all sorts of nuts and raisins into the saddlebags for you, being as you're a knight, and for me, not being one, I'll put in feathered provisions of greater substance. I am not saying, Sancho, replied Don Quixote, that it is obligatory for knights errant not to eat anything other than those nuts to which you refer, but that they must have been their usual sustenance, together with certain herbs, known to them and to me, which they found in the fields. It's a good idea, said Sancho, to know about those their herbs. I fancy we're going to need that knowledge one fine day. Then he took out what he'd said he'd brought, and the two men ate together in peace and good fellowship. But anxious to find somewhere to stay that night, they didn't linger over their dry and frugal meal. They remounted and hurried on, to try and reach a village before nightfall, but both the day and their hopes of doing so came to an end as they were passing some goatherds' huts, and they decided to spend the night there. Sancho's sorrow at not reaching a village was matched by his master's delight at sleeping in the open air, because he considered that each time he did so he performed an act of possession that provided fresh proof of his chivalry. Chapter 11. About what happened to Don Quixote with some goatherds. He received a hearty welcome from the goatherds. Once Sancho had accommodated Rocinante and the donkey as best he could, he set off on the trail of the smell being given out by some chunks of goat meat that were boiling in a pot over the fire, and, although he'd have liked to find out there and then if they were ready to be transferred from the pot to the stomach, this wasn't possible, because the goatherds took them off the fire and, spreading some sheepskins on the ground, made haste to lay their rustic table and, showing great goodwill, invited them to share their meal. There were 6 goatherds using that fold, and they all sat down around the skins, after begging Don Quixote, with rough ceremony, to sit on an upside-down bowl that they placed there for him. Don Quixote did so, and Sancho stayed standing to serve him a drinking horn. When Don Quixote saw his squire on his feet, he said, "So that you may see, Sancho, what great good there is in knight-errantry, and how close those exercising any of its ministries always are to being honored and esteemed by the world, it is my wish that you should come and sit by my side in the company of these excellent people, and be one with me, your natural lord and master, that you should eat from my very own plate and drink from my very own cup, for of knight-errantry may be said what is said of love, that it makes all things equal." "What a great honor," said Sancho. "But just let me tell you one thing, sir, if I had plenty to eat, I'd eat it as well or even better standing up and by myself as sitting down next to an emperor. The truth is that what I eat in my own little comer without any fuss or bother, even if it is only bread and onions, tastes much better to me than all the fine turkeys on other tables where I'd have to chew slowly, drink hardly a drop, wipe my mouth all the time, never sneeze or cough if I felt like it, or do all those other things that being by yourself and free and easy lets you do. So, sir, as for these honors that you want to confer on me for being a follower and servant of knight-errantry, which is what I am as your squire, I'd rather you turn them into something more practical and useful. And I renounce all your honors from here to eternity, though I'm very grateful to you. I'm sure you shall sit down all the same, for he that humbleth himself shall be exalted one." And seizing Sancho by the arm, he forced him to squat by his side. The goatherds couldn't make head or tail of this gibberish about squires and knights errant, and they just sat there eating in silence and staring at their guest who, with great elegance and even greater appetite, were stowing away chunks of meat as big as their fists. Once the meat course was finished, a quantity of sweet acorns was spread on the sheepskins together with half a cheese, harder than if it had been made of mortar. Meanwhile the drinking horn was being kept busy, circulating so often, now full, now empty, like a bucket on a water wheel, that it soon exhausted one of the 2 wineskins hanging nearby. After Don Quixote had satisfied his stomach, he took up a handful of acorns and, gazing at them, held forth as follows: "Happy the age and happy the centuries were those on which the ancients bestowed the name of golden, not because gold, so prized in this our age of iron, was then to be obtained with ease, but because men living in such times did not know those 2 words, yours and mine. In that blessed age all things were held in common, no man, to gain his daily sustenance, had need to take any other pains than to reach up and pluck it from the sturdy oaks, liberally inviting him to taste their sweet and toothsome fruit. The limpid fountains and the running streams offered him their delectable and transparent waters in magnificent abundance. In the clefts of rocks and in the hollows of trees, diligent and prudent bees formed their commonwealths, offering to every hand, without requesting anything in return, the rich harvest of their sweet labors. The sturdy cork oaks, without any other inducement than that of their own generosity, shed their thick, light bark, with which men first covered their houses, supported on rustic poles, only as a defense against the inclemencies of the heavens. All then was peace, all was friendship, all was harmony. The heavy coulter of the arching plough had not yet ventured to open and enter the tender womb of our first mother, for she, without any compulsion, yielded from every part of her broad and fertile bosom everything to satisfy, sustain, and delight the children then possessing her. Those were the days when artless, lovely shepherdesses roamed from dale to dale, and from hill to hill, their hair in plaits or flowing loose, clothed in no more than was necessary to conceal with modesty that which modesty has always required to be concealed, and their ornaments were not those now in fashion, luxuries of Tyrian purple, and martyred and tormented silk, but verdant burdock leaves and ivy intertwined, in which perhaps they walked as fine and elegant as our court ladies do now in the bizarre creations that idle curiosity has put before their eyes. In those times the amorous conceptions of the soul were expressed as simply as they had been conceived, without any search for artificial circumlocutions to enhance them. Fraud, deceit, and malice were not yet intermixed with truth and plain dealing. Justice kept within her own bounds, and favor and interest, which now depreciate, confound, and persecute her, did not dare assail or disturb her. As yet the judge could not make his whim the measure of the law, because there was nothing to judge and nobody to be judged. Maidens and modesty roamed, as I have said, wherever they wished, alone and mistresses of themselves, without fear of harm from others' intemperance and lewd designs. Their ruin was born of their own will and desire. And now, in these detestable times of ours, no maiden is safe, even if she is hidden away in the depths of another Cretan labyrinth too, for even there the plague of love, with all the insistence of its accursed importunity, finds its way in through some chink, or wafted through the air, and infects and ruins her and all her seclusion. It was for the protection of such ladies, as time went by and wickedness increased, that the order of knights errant was founded, to defend maidens, protect widows and succor orphans and the needy. This is the order to which I belong, my brothers, whom I thank for the most friendly welcome that you have given me and my squire. For although every man alive is obliged by natural law to assist knights errant, it is none the less meet that, knowing as I do that in ignorance of this obligation you have welcomed and regaled me, I should acknowledge your goodwill with the utmost gratitude. This long harangue, which could well have been dispensed with, was pronounced by our knight because the acorns he'd been given had reminded him of the golden age, and so it occurred to him to offer these useless arguments to the goatherds, who listened without uttering a word, bemused and bewildered. Sancho kept quiet, too, and ate acorns, and paid frequent visits to the second wineskin, hanging from a cork oak so that Its contents could be kept cool. It took Don Quixote longer to finish talking than it took the others to finish eating, and then one of the goatherds said, "So that you can more truthfully say, Sir Knight-errant, that we've welcomed you with a ready goodwill, we want to offer you some pleasant entertainment by getting a companion of ours, who will soon be here, to sing to us. He's a bright lad, fond of the ladies, and, what's more, he can read and write and he plays the fiddle as prettily as can be." The goatherd had hardly finished speaking when the sound of the fiddle reached their ears, and soon after that the fiddler himself appeared, a well-graced lad of maybe 22. His companions asked him if he'd had his supper, and when he replied that he had, the goatherd who'd offered Don Quixote the song said to the lad, "In that case, Antonio, you could give us the pleasure of hearing you sing, just to show our guest here that there's someone among us who can, and that in these woods and forests there are people who know music. We've told him about your abilities, and now we want you to hear them and show that we're right, so go on, sit yourself down and sing us that ballad about your sweetheart that your uncle the priest made up for you." Everyone in the village thought it was very good. "All right," the lad replied. And, not needing to be asked again, he sat down on the stump of an evergreen oak. And, after tuning his fiddle, soon began, with great charm, to sing this song. "Antonia, although, Olalla, you love me, you never say you do. Not even with those pretty eyes. Mute tongues that love speaks through. I know that you're a clever girl. So I'll say it yet again. For once true love has been revealed, it never ends in pain. It's true enough, Olalla dear. You've sometimes made me feel. Your snowy bosom's made of stone. Your soul is made of steel. And yet amid your coy rebuffs, and modest dressings down, from time to time hope lets me see the borders of her gown. My hopes swoop on the fair decoy, and yet they've never savored the sadness of not being called, or the joy of being favored. If love is kindness, as they say, you're so endowed with this, that the conclusion to my hopes must be the longed for bliss. If loyal services can help to turn a breast benign, some of the things I've done for you must surely make you mine. For if you have been watching out, you often will have seen me wearing my best Sunday suit on Mondays, neat and clean, as I well know, fine clothes and love walk down the self-same way. I've always wanted, in your eyes, to look gallant and gay. I shall not mention dancing, or the singing, for your sake, of serenades, from darkest night till crowing cold daybreak. I shall not mention all the praise I've spoken of your looks. It's true enough, but it's put me in other girls' bad books. Craggy Teresa said, when I said you're as lovely as can be. There's them as thinks they loves a saint, when what they loves is a chimpanzee. Just look at all her flashy gewgaws. Hair from someone else's head. Just look at all her phony glamour. Love himself could be misled. So then I told her she was lying. Her cousin took her side. He challenged me, and you know what he did, and I replied, it's love not lust I feel for you. For it's not that I'm inclined to slap and tickle, stuff like that. I've better things in mind. The church has got a solid yoke, tied firm with silken twine. You stick your head in your own half, and I'll stick my head in mine. If not, I swear it here and now, by my dead kith and kin, I'll only ever leave these hills to be a Capuchin. With this the goatherd brought his song to an end, and, although Don Quixote asked him to sing him another one, Sancho Panza wouldn't agree to it, because he was more in a condition to sleep than to listen to songs. And so he said to his master, "You settle yourself down straight away where you're going to spend the night, because the work these good people have got to do all day long doesn't let them spend their night singing." "Yes, I understand, Sancho," replied Don Quixote. "It is plain to see that the visits to the wineskin demand requital in sleep rather than in music." "We all of us enjoyed the wine, thank God," replied Sancho. "I do not deny it," replied Don Quixote, "but settle down now wherever you like, for it is better for those of my profession to watch than to sleep. Nevertheless it would be a good idea if you dress this ear of mine again, it is hurting more than it needs to." Sancho did as he was told, and when one of the shepherds saw the wound he told him not to worry, he'd apply a remedy that would soon cure it. And the shepherd picked a few leaves of the rosemary that was growing there in great plenty, chewed them and mixed them with a little salt, applied them to the wound and bandaged it tightly, assuring Don Quixote that no other remedy would be necessary, which proved true. Chapter 12. About what a goatherd told Don Quixote and the others. And now one of the lads who brought provisions from the village appeared and said, "Hey, do you know what's happened down in the village?" "How are we supposed to know that?" replied one of them. "Well, it's like this," the lad continued. "That famous student shepherd Crisostomo died this morning, and it's rumored he died of love for that fiendish Marcella, rich Guillermo's daughter, that girl who wanders about all those god-forsaken places, dressed up as a shepherdess." "Marcella you said?" asked one of them. "Marcella I said," the lad replied. "And the best part is he's left in his will that he wants to be buried out in the wilds, like some were, at the foot of the rock by the cork oak spring, because rumor has it that's where he first saw her, and they say he said so himself. And he's left other things to be done, too, but the village priests say they won't be done, and that it wouldn't be right to do them, because they're more like what pagans get up to. To all this, that great friend of his, Ambrosio you know, that student who dressed up as a shepherd with him replies that it'll all be done just as Crisostomo ordered, and the village is in an uproar about it, but, to judge from what everyone's saying, they're going to end up doing what Ambrosio and all his shepherd friends want. And tomorrow they're coming to bury him with great pomp and ceremony where I said. And it's my belief it's going to be well worth seeing, at least I'm not going to miss it. Not even if it means that I can't get back to the village tomorrow. That's what we'll all do," added the goatherds, "and we'll draw lots to see who'll stay behind to look after the goats." "A good idea, Pedro," said one, "but there won't be any need for that, I'll stay behind with everybody's goats. And don't put it down to virtue or lack of curiosity on my part, but to me not being able to walk, because of that broken branch that went through my foot the other day." "Thanks all the same," replied Pedro. Don Quixote asked this Pedro to tell him about the dead man and the shepherdess, too. Which Pedro replied that all he knew was that the dead man was a rich hidalgo who lived in a village in the Sierra and who'd been a student at Salamanca University for many years, after which he'd come back to the village with a reputation for being wise and well read. In particular, people said he knew all about the science of the stars, and what the sun and the moon do up there in the sky, because he used to tell us exactly when eclipse were going to come. "Eclipse is the word, my friend, not clips, for the obscuration of the two great luminaries," said Don Quixote. But Pedro, not troubling himself with trifles, went on with his story. "And he also used to predict whether a year was going to be fruitful or hysterical." "You mean sterile, my friend," said Don Quixote. "Sterile or hysterical," replied Pedro, "it all boils down to the same thing. As I was saying, with all this predicting his father and his friends grew very rich, because they believed him and did as he advised when he said, "So barley this year, not wheat, this year you'd better sow chickpeas, not barley, next year there's going to be a bumper crop of olives, but the following 3 there won't be any at all." "That science is called astrology," said Don Quixote. "I haven't the faintest idea what it's called," retorted Pedro, "but what I do know is that he knew all this and more besides." In the end, not very many months after he came back from Salamanca, he took off his long scholar's gown one day and appeared dressed as a shepherd, with his crook and his sheepskin jacket, and this other man, his great friend Ambrosio, who'd studied with him, he dressed himself up as a shepherd, too. I was forgetting to say that Chrysostomo, the dead man, was very good at writing poems. He even used to write the carols for Christmas Eve, and the mystery plays for Corpus Christi one that the village lads performed, and everyone said they were brilliant. When the people in the village saw the 2 scholars suddenly dressed as shepherds, they were amazed, and couldn't work out what had led them to make such an odd change. By this time Chrysostomo's father had died and he'd inherited piles of property, royal estate, goods and cattle, cows and horses, sheep and goats, as well as masses of money, and the lad was left the absolute lord of it all, and the truth is he deserved it. Because he was a fine companion and very charitable, a good friend to all good men, with a face like an angel. Later it was known that he'd only changed clothes to wander all about these wild places after that shepherdess Marcella the young lad mentioned before, because poor Chrysostomo, God rest his soul, had fallen in love with her. And now I'm going to tell you, because it's something you should know, who that lass is. It's possible, and more than possible, that you won't hear anything like it in all the days of your life, even if you live to be older than Noses. Moses you should have said, interrupted Don Quixote, who couldn't abide the goatherds word mangling. Noses have been around for quite a while, too, retorted Pedro, and if you're going to be picking on every other word I use, sir, we shan't be done in a 12-month. Forgive me, my friend, said Don Quixote. I only mentioned it because there is such a difference between Noses and Moses, but your reply was an excellent one, for Noses are indeed older than Moses, and do continue your history, and I will not interrupt you ever again. I was about to say, my dear good sir, said the goatherd, that there was one farmer in our village even richer than Chrysostomo's father, and he was called Guillermo, and God had given him not only vast riches but also a daughter whose mother, the most honorable woman in all these parts, had died giving birth to her. I can see her even now, that lovely face of hers with the sun in one cheek and the moon in the other. And what a fine housewife she was, and so good to the poor. I do believe that at this very moment her soul must be enjoying God in the other world. Guillermo was heartbroken at the death of such an excellent wife, and he died, too, leaving his daughter Marcella, young and rich and in the care of one of her uncles, a priest in our village. The girl grew up so beautiful that she put us in mind of her mother, such a great beauty herself, although everyone thought that her daughter was going to be even lovelier. And so she was, and by the time she was 14 or 15 all who set eyes on her praised God for making her so beautiful, and most fell hopelessly in love. Her uncle kept her shut up indoors, very bashful and demure, but the fame of her great beauty spread far and wide. And this, and her fortune, brought the men not only of our own village but of all the villages for many miles around, the very best of them too, flocking to ask, beg and pester her uncle for her hand in marriage. But even though he'd have liked to marry her off straight away, since she was of the right age, being a true and good Christian, he was unwilling to do so without her consent, and no, he didn't have an eye on the gains to be made from delaying the girl's marriage and keeping control of her property. This, I can promise you, was said in praise of the good priest in more than one circle of commentators in the village. For I should tell you, errant sir, that in these tiny places, everything's discussed and everything's gossiped about, and you can be quite certain, just as I am, that a priest has to be a saint to make his flock speak well of him, especially in a village. That is quite true, said Don Quixote, but do continue, for the story is a very good one, and you, my dear Pedro, are telling it with a certain stylish grace. It's the grace of our Lord God that I'm in need of, which is more to the purpose. Anyway, what happened was that although the priest described to his niece, in detail, the qualities of each one of her many suitors, begging her to choose and marry whichever she preferred, all she ever replied was that she didn't want to marry yet, because, being so young, she didn't feel strong enough to bear the burden of matrimony. Faced with excuses as good as these appeared to be, her uncle stopped pressing her, and decided to wait until she was older and able to choose a companion to her taste. For as he said, and said rightly, parents shouldn't provide for their children's future against their will. But lo and behold, like a bolt from the blue, meticulous modest, Marcella appears one day converted into a shepherdess, and, despite all the efforts of her uncle and the other villagers to dissuade her, off she goes into the fields with the other shepherdesses in the village to mind her own flock. And once she came into the public gaze and her beauty was exposed to all eyes, I couldn't tell you how many rich youths, hidalgos, and farmers dressed up just like Chrysostomo, and wandered about the fields wooing her. Among them, as I've said, our deceased friend, who people said no longer loved her, but adored her. But you mustn't suppose, just because Marcella has given herself over to this free and easy life, with little privacy or rather none at all, that she's done anything to bring the least discredit upon her modesty or chastity. Quite the opposite, she watches so closely over her own honor that of all her suitors and pursuers not one has boasted, or could boast without lying, of having been given the slightest hope of fulfilling his desire. Because although she doesn't avoid the company of shepherds, and treats them with courteous friendliness, as soon as any of them reveals his intentions, even if in a proper and holy proposal of marriage, she hurls him from her like a boulder from a catapult. And in this mood she's wreaking more havoc on these lands than if they'd been invaded by the plague, because her affability and beauty encourage those who know her to serve her and to love her, but her disdainful destruction of their hopes drives them to the brink of suicide, and so they don't know what to say, and only cry that she's cruel and an ingrate, and other similar words that describe her character all too accurately. And if you were to stay here a while, sir, you'd hear these mountains and these valleys echoing with the laments of the broken-hearted wretches who pursue her. Not far from here is a place where there are almost 24 lofty beaches, and there is not one on whose smooth bark is not engraved the name of Marcella, and above some crown with which a lover affirms that Marcella wears and deserves to wear the crown of all human beauty. Here a shepherd sighs, there another moans, here songs of love are to be heard, there dirges of despair. There's one who spends every hour of the night seated at the foot of some oak or crag, and there, never allowing his tear-filled eyes a moment's rest, sunk and lost in his thoughts, he's found by the morning sun. There's another who, finding no relief or respite for his sighs, stretched out on the burning sand in the racking noonday heat of summer, sends his complaints up to merciful heaven. And over every single one of them the lovely Marcella triumphs, footloose and fancy-free, and all of us who know her are waiting to see where her arrogance will lead, and who will be the fortunate man to tame such ferocity and enjoy such perfect beauty. Since everything I've narrated is the proven truth, I can well believe that what this young lad here said they're saying about the cause of Chrysostomo's death is also true. And so I advise you, sir, not to miss his burial tomorrow. It'll be well worth seeing, because Chrysostomo has lots of friends, and it isn't a couple of miles from here to where he said he wanted to be buried. That is indeed what I intend to do, said Don Quixote, and I thank you for the pleasure you have afforded me by telling me such a delightful story. Oh no, replied the goatherd. I don't know half the things that have happened to Marcella's suitors, but it could be that tomorrow we come across some shepherd who can tell us about them. And now it'll be a good idea for you to go and sleep under cover, because sleeping in the damp night air could be bad for your wound though. The remedy you've been given is so effective that there's no fear of an infection setting in. Sancho Panza, who was wishing that the goatherd would take his endless talk with him to the devil, also asked his master to go and sleep in Pedro's hut. He did so, and there he spent most of the night remembering his lady Dulcinea, in imitation of Marcella's suitors. Sancho Panza settled down between Rocinante and his donkey, and there he slept the sleep not so much of a star-crossed lover as of a hoof-hammered squire. Chapter 13. Which concludes the story about the shepherdess Marcella, together with other events. But hardly had the day begun to show itself on the balconies of the east when 5 of the 6 goatherds got up and went to wake Don Quixote, to ask him if he still intended to go and see the famous burial of Chrysostomo, and to tell him that if he did they would keep him company. Don Quixote, who was longing to go, rose and told Sancho to saddle the horse and fit the pack saddle onto the donkey immediately, which he did with great diligence, and with the same diligence they all set out on their way. And they'd ridden less than a mile when, as they crossed another path, they saw half a dozen shepherds coming towards them clothed in black sheepskin jackets and with wreaths of cypress and bitter oleander crowning their heads. Each had a stout holly stave in his hand. With them came 2 gentlemen on horseback, splendidly dressed for traveling, accompanied by 3 servants on foot. When the 2 parties met they exchanged courteous greetings, and when they asked each other where they were going they discovered that they were all on their way to the burial, so they traveled together. One of the horsemen said to his companion, "It seems to me, Señor Vivaldo, that we're going to count however much time we spend on this famous burial as having been time well spent. It is indeed going to be famous, considering the extraordinary things these shepherds have been telling us about the dead shepherd and the death-dealing shepherdess." "I think so, too," replied Vivaldo, "and I'm not talking about taking just one day over it. Either I'd happily take 4 days off for the sake of witnessing it." Don Quixote asked what it was that they had heard about Marcella and Chrysostomo. The horseman replied that they joined up with the shepherds earlier that morning and that, seeing them in such mournful attire, they asked why they were dressed like that, and that one of the shepherds had told them all about the secluded life and the beauty of a shepherdess called Marcella, and about the love she inspired in the many men who wooed her, and about the death of that Chrysostomo to whose burial they were going. In short, he told them everything that Pedro had told Don Quixote the day before. So this conversation came to an end, and another one began when the man called Vivaldo asked Don Quixote what it was that prompted him to write about such a peaceful part of the world armed in that fashion. And Don Quixote replied, "The profession that I exercise does not allow me to write in any other way. Easy living, luxury and repose were invented for effete courtiers, toil, disquiet and arms were created solely for those the world calls knights-errant, of whom I, unworthy as I am the very least." On hearing this they all concluded that he was mad, and to make quite certain, and to find out what sort of madness he suffered from, Vivaldo went on to ask him what knights-errant were. "Have you not read," replied Don Quixote, "the annals and histories of England, which treat of the famous exploits of King Arthur, commonly known in our Castilian tongue as Artus, who, according to an ancient tradition divulged throughout that kingdom of Great Britain, did not die but was, by sorcerer's art, turned into a raven, and who, in due course, will recover his scepter and kingdom, and reign again, for which reason no Englishman has ever been known from that day to this to kill a raven? Well, in the days of that good king the famous order of chivalry of the Knights of the Round Table was founded, and the love between Sir Lancelot of the Lake and Queen Guinevere was consummated as is there recorded, the go-between and confidant being that honorable duenna Quintanona, one all of which gave rise to the ballad that is so well known and so highly praised in Spain. And never sure was any knight so served by damsel or by dame as Lancelot, that man of might. When here from Brittany he came, with its smooth and gentle unfolding of its deeds of love and war. Well, from that time onwards, handed on down the generations, the order of chivalry gradually extended and spread throughout many different parts of the world, and its members were famous for their exploits, the valiant Amadis of Gaul with all his sons and grandsons to the 5th generation, and the valorous Felix Mart of Hyrcania, and the never sufficiently praised Tyrant the White, and the brave and invincible knight Beliones of Greece, whom we have very nearly been able to see and speak with and hear in our own times. This, then, gentlemen, is what it is to be a knight-errant, and this is the order of chivalry, in which I, as I have said, although a sinner, have professed, and I do profess everything professed by the knights of whom I have told you. And so I roam these lonely and deserted places, in search of adventures, with the firm intention to employ my arm and indeed my whole person in the most perilous adventures that fortune sends my way, in aid of the weak and needy." These words showed the travelers that Don Quixote was indeed out of his wits, and they could now see what kind of madness had taken him over, which astonished them as much as it did everybody else who made this discovery. And, to while away the time during the short journey said to remain, Vivaldo, who was a clever man with a cheerful disposition, decided, when they reached the sierra where the burial was to take place, to provide him with the opportunity to expand on his nonsense. So he said, "It seems to me, Sir Knight-errant, that you profess one of the very strictest professions in the world, and it's my belief that not even being a Carthusian monk is as strict." "It may be that it is as strict," replied our Don Quixote, "but whether it is as necessary to the world is something that I am within a hair's breadth of doubting. For, if truth is to be told, the soldier who carries out his captain's orders contributes no less than the captain who gives him those orders. What I mean to say is that monks, in peace and tranquility, pray to heaven for the well-being of the world, but we soldiers and knights put into practice what they pray for, defending the world with the prowess of our arms and the blades of our swords, and not under cover but in the open air, the targets for unbearable sun rays in the summer and for the piercing frosts of winter. So we are ministers of God on earth, the arms through which his justice is executed here. And since the business of war and all its associated activities cannot be conducted without guts, sweat, and toil, it follows that those who profess it must labor harder than those who in tranquil peace and repose are forever praying to God to favor the weak and defenseless. I do not mean to say, nor does it even cross my mind, that the life of a knight-errant is as virtuous as that of a cloistered monk. I merely want to argue, from my own sufferings, that it is, without a shadow of doubt, more laborious and more buffeted hungrier and thirstier, more wretched, ragged, and louse-ridden, for there is no denying that the knights errant of the past suffered much misfortune in the course of their lives. And if some of them rose by the strength of their arms to be emperors, I know that it cost them dear in blood and sweat, and if those who did rise to this degree had not had enchanters and sages to help them, they would have been balked in their ambitions and cheated of their hopes. That's what I think, too, said the traveler, but there's just one thing, among lots of others, that I don't like about knights errant, and that is that when they're about to undertake some mighty and perilous adventure in which there's a clear risk of losing their lives, it never occurs to them to commend themselves to God, as every Christian's meant to do in such moments of danger, but instead they go and commend themselves to their ladies, with as much spirit and devotion as if their ladies were God himself. Which seems to me to have a smack of the pagan about it. My dear sir, replied Don Quixote, it cannot be otherwise, and the knight errant, who conducted himself in any other manner would be committing a grave misdemeanor, for it is an established custom in knight errantry that the knight errant, whose lady is present when he undertakes some great feat of arms, turns his eyes to her with gentle lovingness, as if to implore her to favor and succor him in the parlous straits into which he is about to enter, and even if there is nobody there to hear him, he is obliged to whisper a few words in which he commends himself to her with all his heart, and of this we have innumerable examples in the histories. And one cannot assume from this that they do not commend themselves to God as well, for they still have the time and the opportunity to do so in the course of the subsequent action. All the same, replied the traveler, I still have my doubts. I've often read how two knights errant have words, and, one thing leading to another, they lose their tempers, and turn their horses and take up their positions a good distance from each other, and then, without any further ado, they charge, and in mid-career they commend themselves to their ladies, and what usually happens in these encounters is that one of them tumbles back over the haunches of his horse, pierced through and through by his opponent's lance, and the other one would fall off his, too, if he didn't hang on to its mane. Now I can't see how the one who died could have had any chance to commend himself to God, with everything happening so fast. It'd have been better if, instead of using up his words commending himself to his lady as he charged, he'd employed them on what he ought to have done as a Christian. What's more, it's my belief that not all knights errant do have ladies to commend themselves to, because not all of them are ladies' men. That cannot be, said Don Quixote. What I mean to say is that there cannot be any knight errant without a lady, because it is as natural and proper for them to be lovers as it is for the heavens to have stars, and it is quite certain that there has never been a history in which one can find a knight errant without a lady love, because his lack of one would in itself be sufficient for him to be regarded not as a legitimate knight errant, but as a bastard who had gained entry to the fortress of chivalry not through the main gate but over the wall, like a thief and a robber. All the same, replied the traveler, if I'm not mistaken, I think I can remember reading that Sir Galaor, the brother of the valiant Amadis of Gaul, never had any particular lady to commend himself to, and this didn't make people look down on him. And he was a very brave and famous knight. To which our Don Quixote replied, my dear sir, one swallow does not make a summer. Furthermore, I know that this knight did secretly burn with love, apart from the fact that, as everyone knows, he lost his heart to all those ladies who took his fancy, a natural inclination towards the fair sex that he could not overcome. But, in short, it is very well attested that he did have one special lady whom he made the mistress of his heart, and to whom he did indeed commend himself very often but very secretly, because he prided himself on being a secretive knight. So if it's essential for every knight errant to be a lover, said the traveler, we can assume you're one, too, this being part and parcel of the profession. And so long as you don't pride yourself on being as secretive as Sir Galaor, I beseech you, with all the urgency I can be permitted, on behalf of these good people and myself as well, to tell us all about your lady's name, hometown, rank and beauty. I'm sure she'd count herself lucky to have the whole wide world know she's loved and served by such a knight as you appear to be. Here Don Quixote heaved a deep sigh and said, I cannot affirm whether or not my sweet enemy is pleased at the whole world's knowing that I serve her. All I can say, in response to what is so courteously requested of me, is that her name is Dulcinea, her homeland El Toboso, a village in La Mancha. Her rank that of princess at least, for she is my queen and lady, her beauty superhuman. For in her all the impossible and chimerical attributes of loveliness that poets ascribe to their ladies become reality. Her hair really is golden, and her forehead the Elysian fields, and her eyebrows rainbows, and her eyes suns, and her cheeks roses, and her lips coral, and her teeth pearls, and her neck alabaster, and her breast marble, and her hands ivory, and her complexion snow, and the parts hidden to human gaze by modesty are such, I do think and believe, that wise consideration cannot find comparisons for them, but only extol them. We should like to know about her family, lineage, and ancestry, said Vivaldo. To which Don Quixote replied, she is not of the ancient Curti, or Scipios of Rome, or of the modern Colanas, or Orsines, or of the Moncadas or Requesens of Catalonia, nor yet of the Ribellas or Villanovas of Valencia, the Palafoxes, Nuzas, Rocabertas, Corellas, Lunas, Alagons, Urias, Fosas, or Gurias of Aragon, the Cerdas, Manriques, Mendozas or Guzmans of Castile, or the Alencastros, Pallas, or Menezes of Portugal. She is, rather, of those of El Toboso de la Mancha, a lineage that, although recent, is such that it could well be the generous rootstock of the most illustrious families of future centuries. And let no man contest this except on the condition placed by Zerbino under the trophy of Orlando's arms and armor. Let no man move this armor or this sword, who will not prove his prowess with their lord too. My own lineage is the Cachopins of Laredo, replied the traveler, but I'm not going to be so rash as to compare it with El Toboso de la Mancha, even though, to tell you the truth, this is a surname I've never heard of. Never heard of it, my foot, retorted Don Quixote. The others were all ears as they listened to the conversation between the two, and even the goatherds realized just how crazy our Don Quixote was. Sancho Panza alone thought that everything his master said was true, having known him, and known what sort of a man he was, ever since childhood, and Sancho only hesitated a little when it came to the part about the lovely Dulcinea del Toboso, because he'd never heard of such a name or such a princess, even though he lived so near to El Toboso. As they continued on their way engrossed in this conversation, they saw, coming down the gorge between two great hills, about 20 shepherds, all wearing black sheepskin jackets and crowned with wreaths, some of which were later discovered to be of yew, and the others of cypress. 6 of the shepherds were carrying a bier covered with a great variety of flowers and branches. At this sight one of the goatherds said, those men over there are bringing Chrysostomo's body, and at the foot of that mountain is the spot where he said he was to be buried. So they hurried there, just in time, because the shepherds had placed the bier on the ground and 4 of them had begun digging a grave beside a hard rock with their sharp pickaxes. The two parties exchanged courteous greetings, and then Don Quixote and those who had come with him went to examine the bier, and on it, covered in flowers, they saw the corpse, dressed as a shepherd, of a man who seemed to be about 30, and even though he was dead, it was plain to see that in life he had handsome features and a gallant disposition. Scattered around him on the bier there were some books and many papers, some open and some folded up. The onlookers, the grave diggers, and all the others kept an extraordinary silence, until one of those who brought the body said to another, "You'd better make quite certain, Ambrosio, that this is the place." Chrysostomo said, "Since you're so concerned for everything in his will to be carried out exactly as he instructed." "Yes, this is the place," replied Ambrosio, "because it was here that my unhappy friend often told me the story of his misadventures. He told me it was here that he first saw that mortal enemy of the human race, here that he first declared his love, as honorable as it was ardent, and here, at their last meeting, that Marcella sealed her scornful rejection, which led him to put an end to the tragedy of his wretched existence. And here, in remembrance of so many misfortunes, he wished to be laid in the bowels of eternal oblivion." And, turning to Don Quixote and the travelers, Ambrosio continued, "This body, gentlemen, that you are contemplating with compassionate eyes, was the dwelling place of a soul in which heaven placed an infinite portion of its riches. This is the body of Chrysostomo, who was unmatched in intelligence, fearless in courtesy, perfect in politeness, a phoenix in friendship, generous beyond measure, grave without presumptuousness, joyful without vulgarity, and, all in all, the first in virtue, and second to none in misfortune. He loved and was hated, he adored and was disdained, he entreated a dragon, pleaded with marble, chased the wind, cried out in the wilderness, and served ingratitude, whose reward was to make him the prey of death in the midst of the course of his life, which was ended by a shepherdess whom he wished to make immortal in the memory of mankind, as those papers at which you are looking could demonstrate, if he had not instructed me to commit them to the flames as soon as I have committed his body to the earth. If you do that," said Vivaldo, "you'll be treating them with even harsher cruelty than their owner himself, because it's neither just nor proper to carry out the wishes of a man who orders something that no rational arguments can justify. Augustus Caesar would have been out of his mind if he'd agreed to what the divine Mantuan poet ordered in his will. Point 3. And so, Señor Ambrosio, even though you are committing your friend's body to the earth, don't commit his writings to oblivion, for if he was so aggrieved as to command it, you shouldn't be so foolish as to obey him. Rather let these papers live, and Marcella's cruelty with them, forever, as an example to the living, in times to come, so that they can avoid such pitfalls, because I and these friends of mine know the history of this enamored and desperate friend of yours, and we know about your friendship, and what caused his death, and the instructions he left when he died. From all of which lamentable history it is easy to judge how great was Marcella's cruelty, Chrysostomo's love, and your faithful friendship, and also to see what happens to people who rush headlong down the path that delirious love places before their eyes. Last night we learned that Chrysostomo had died and was to be buried in this place, and so, moved by curiosity and compassion, we departed from our route and agreed to come and see for ourselves what we'd been so sad to hear about. And in recognition of this compassion, and of our desire to do something about it if we could, we beg you, O Ambrosio, or at least I for my part beg you not to burn these papers and to let me have some of them." And without waiting for the shepherd to reply, Vivaldo stretched out his hand and took some of the papers closest to him. Seeing which, Ambrosio said, "Courtesy obliges me, sir, to let you keep the papers you've just taken, but it would be vain for you to think I shall not burn the rest." Vivaldo, longing to see what was written on the papers, opened one of them and saw that its title was Song of Despair. On hearing this, Ambrosio said, "This is the last thing the unfortunate man wrote, and so that all can hear, sir, to what a pass his misfortune had brought him, please read it aloud. There'll be time enough to do so while the grave is being dug." "That I shall do with pleasure," said Vivaldo. And since all the others were equally curious, they gathered around him, and he read the following in a clear and ringing voice. Chapter 14. In which the dead shepherd's verses of despair are given, together with other unexpected events. Chrysostomo's song. Since you would have me publish, cruel maid, from tongue to tongue, in this and every nation, the news of your implacable disdain, I'll call on hell itself to come and aid my grieving breast with howls of lamentation, and bend and break my voice with grief and pain. And as I strive and labor to explain my sorrow and your cold and heartless deed, forth shall the terrifying clamor stream, and in it fragments of my bowels shall teem, to make my torture exquisite indeed. So give me your attention, listen now, not to harmonious sounds, but to the roe that from my bosom steps in desolation, stirred up by bitter frenzy without measure, flows for my pleasure and for your vexation. The roaring of the lion, and the raging howl of the vicious wolf, the scaly, craven snake's dreadful hissing, and the awful groan of some horrendous monster, the presaging and cautionary croaking of the raven. Across the tossing sea the gale's wild moan, the furious bellow of the overthrown and wounded bull, the pitiful lament made by the widowed dove, the dreary whine of the much envied owl, one let all combine, with shrieks from the infernal regiment, to clamor forth from my tormented soul, so mingling in one vast, tumultuous whole, that all the senses are soon overpowered. For novel tones are needed to declare this deep despair by which my heart's devoured. The doleful echoes of such great confusion shall not resound on Father Tagus banks, or famous Betis to olive groves, for I shall spread my miseries in sad profusion, in mountains' deepest caves and steepest flanks, with a dead tongue yet with a living cry, or in some hidden vale, or on the shy shores that from human dealings still abstain, or where the fiery globe was never seen, or where vast hordes of noxious creatures glean their baneful living from the Libyan plain. For though, unto the barren wilderness, uncertain echoes of my heart's distress, take word of your unequaled cruelty, they shall, by favor of my wretched fate, reverberate all over land and sea. Disdain is death, suspicion, false, or sound, defeats the patience of the firmest mind. Base jealousy destroys with its despair. Interminable absences confound our lives, faced by neglect, our hopes for kind or happy fortune don't reduce our care. Inevitable death lurks everywhere, and yet a miracle. I don't expire. Jealous, disdained, far absent, fully sure about suspicions that I can't endure. Neglected by the one on whom I feed my fire, and, racked by all this torture, I can't spy a glimmer of those hopes that pass me by. Nor do I, in my grief, seek hope, no, never. Instead, to magnify my misery, I swear to be bereft of hope forever. But is it possible to hope and fear at once, somehow? And is it for the best, when arguments for fear have much more weight? Why shut my eyes when jealousy stands here, and, through the thousand gashes in my breast, is something that I have to contemplate? Who would not run to open wide the gate to disbelief, when right before his eyes disdain's revealed, and wavering suspicion is changed to patent fact? O sad transition, while limpid truth is turned to murky lies. Fierce tyrant of all love's imperial lands, O jealousy, place cold steel in these hands. Give me, disdain, a rope of twisted thread. But grief has gained a cruel victory. Your memory, I fear, is long since dead. I die, and I despair of being blessed. In life or death with any joy at all. So I'll persist in my fantastic dream. I'll say that he who loves the most does best. The freest man is he who's most in thrall. To love's tyrannical and ancient scheme. And my eternal enemy I'll deem. To have a soul as lovely as her face. Say that forgetfulness is my desert. And that, by means of this most dreadful hurt, love builds its empire on a solid base. With these ideas, and with a well-tied knot, I'll put an end to my poor mortal lot. Destroyed by her disdain and heartlessness. I'll give my soul and body to the air. And know I'll bear no future palms of bliss. With your unreason you make manifest. The reason forcing me to bring to bear. This force on my own life, a baneful blight. So, since this mortal wound deep in my breast, is proof that must make anyone aware, how gladly I succumb to my bleak plight. And if by chance you recognize my right, that the clear heavens of your lovely eyes should darken when I die, you must control your grief, when I leave you my shattered soul. I don't want kind responses as some prize. Instead, with laughter on that grim occasion, show that my dying is your celebration. But this request's a foolish waste of breath. For I well know it will increase your glory. That my life story ends in sudden death. And now the hour has struck, from deepest hell. Come, thirsting Tantalus, to my ordeal. Rolling your mighty stone along its way. Come, Sisyphus, come, Titaios, come as well. And bring your vulture, Ixion, bring your wheel. Come too, you sisters toiling night and day. 3. And now let all of you as one convey your mortal anguish to my breast, and sigh, if it's allowed to victims of despair, your harrowing laments over my bare carcass, refused a shroud in which to lie. Come, three-faced guardian of the dreadful gate 4, and all hell's brood of fiends, and celebrate, and sing the doleful descant of your grief. No better tribute can, I think, be due to lovers who have won death's cold relief. O song of desperation, do not grieve, now that in desolation I must leave, but rather, since the cause that gave you birth, by my misfortune grows and grows in gladness, be free from sadness, even in the earth. The members of the audience quite liked Chrysostomo's song, even though the reader said he didn't think it accorded with the account he'd heard of Marcella's modesty and virtue, because Chrysostomo complained about jealousy, suspicion, and absence, all to the prejudice of Marcella's good name and reputation. To which Ambrosio replied, as one who knew his friend's most hidden thoughts, to satisfy that doubt, sir, I should tell you that when this unfortunate man wrote this song he was far from Marcella, having taken himself away to see if absence would have its customary effect, and, since there's nothing that doesn't worry an absent lover and no fear that doesn't assail him, Chrysostomo was worried by imagined jealousies and suspicions that he feared as if they were real. And so everything that fame affirms about Marcella's virtue is true, except for some cruelty, and a little arrogance, and more than a little disdain. There are no faults at all for envy itself to find in her. That's true enough, replied Bibaldo. As he was about to read another of the papers he'd saved from the fire, he was halted by a miraculous vision, that was what it seemed to be, which came before their eyes. On top of the crag by which the grave was being dug, the shepherdess Marcella appeared, so beautiful that her beauty was even greater than it was famed to be. Those who had never seen her before gazed at her in silent amazement, and those who were used to seeing her stood in no less awe. But as soon as Ambrosio saw her he said, with indignation in his looks, have you come, perhaps, fierce basilisk of these mountains, to see if your presence will make the wounds of this poor man slain by your cruelty spout blood? Or have you come to gloat over the achievements of your barbarity, or to contemplate from those heights, like another pitiless Nero, the flames of burning Rome, or to ride rushot in your arrogance over this loveless corpse, as the ungrateful daughter did over her father? Tarquin, 5. Tell us now why you've come and what you want, because knowing that Chrysostomo's very thoughts never failed to obey you when he was alive, I shall ensure that, even though he's dead, you'll be obeyed by the thoughts of all those who called themselves his friends. I haven't come, Ambrosio, for any of the reasons you've mentioned, replied Marcella, but to defend myself and to demonstrate how wrong are all those who blame me for Chrysostomo's death and for their grief, and so I beg all of you here to give me your attention, because it won't take me very long nor shall I need many words to bring the truth home to people of good sense. You all say that heaven made me beautiful, so much so that this beauty of mine, with a force you can't resist, makes you love me, and you say and even demand that, in return for the love you show me, I must love you. By the natural understanding which God has granted me I know that whatever is beautiful is lovable, but I can't conceive why, for this reason alone, a woman whose love for her beauty should be obliged to love whoever loves her. What's more, it could happen that the lover of beauty is ugly, and since that which is ugly is loathsome, it isn't very fitting for him to say, I love you. Because you're beautiful, you must love me even though I'm ugly. And even if they are well matched as far as beauty goes, that doesn't mean that the attraction's going to be mutual, because not all beauty inspires love. Some beauties delight the eye but don't captivate the heart, just as well, because if all beauty did inspire love and conquer hearts, people's affections would be forever wandering this way and that without knowing where to come to rest. There's an infinite number of beautiful people, so the affections would be infinite, too. And, according to what I've heard, true love can't be divided, and must be voluntary, not forced on you. If this is so, as I believe it is, why do you think I should be obliged to give in to you, just because you say you love me dearly? Or else tell me this, if heaven had made me ugly instead of beautiful, would I have been right to complain about you for not loving me? What's more, you must remember that I didn't choose this beauty of mine. Heaven gave it to me, exactly as you see it, quite freely, without my asking for it or picking it. And just as the viper doesn't deserve to be blamed for her poison, even though she kills with it, because nature gave it to her, so I don't deserve to be blamed for being beautiful, because beauty in a virtuous woman is like a distant fire or sharp sword, which don't burn or cut anyone who doesn't come to close. Honor and virtue are ornaments of the soul, and without them the body, even if it is beautiful, shouldn't seem beautiful. Well then, if chastity is one of the virtues that most embellish the soul and the body, why should the woman whose love for her beauty lose her chastity by responding to the advances of the man who, merely for his own pleasure, employs all his strength and cunning to make her lose it? I was born free, and to live free I chose the solitude of the countryside. The trees on these mountains are my company, the clear waters of these streams are my mirrors, and to the trees and the waters I reveal my thoughts and my beauty. I am the distant fire and the far-off sword. Those who have loved me for my looks I have disabused with my words. And if desires are kept alive on hope, I have never given any hope to Chrysostomo or fulfilled any man's desires, so it can truly be said of all of them that they were killed by their own obstinacy rather than by my cruelty. And if it's objected that his intentions were honorable and that for this reason I should have been more Responsive to him, I replied that when, in that very place where his grave is being dug, now, he revealed those honorable intentions of his to me, I told him that mine were to live in perpetual solitude and to allow nothing but the earth to enjoy the fruits of my seclusion and the remains of my beauty. If, after I'd spoken as plainly as that, he still chose to persevere against all hope and sail against the wind, is it surprising that he sank in the middle of the gulf of his own folly? If I'd encouraged him, I should have been false. If I'd gratified him, I should have been acting against my own intentions. Better than his. He persisted although disabused, he despaired although not hated. And now you tell me whether it's just for me to be blamed for his grief. Let the man I deceive complain, let the victim of broken promises despair, let the man I entice nurse hope, let the man I accept rejoice, but let me not be called cruel or murderous by any man whom I have never deceived, made promises to, enticed or accepted. Heaven hasn't yet made it my destiny to love, and it's vain to think I'd ever love out of choice. Let this general warning serve for the individual benefit of each of my pursuers, and let it also be understood from now on that if any man dies because of me, he isn't dying from jealousy or mistreatment, because a woman who doesn't love any man can't make any man jealous, and disabuse must not be confused with disdain. He who calls me fierce and a basilisk can leave me alone, as something evil and dangerous. He who calls me an ingrate can stop courting me, he who calls me distant can keep his distance, he who calls me cruel can stop following me, because this fierce basilisk, this ingrate, this cruel and distant woman is most certainly not going to seek, court, approach, or follow any of them. If Chrysostomo was killed by his own impatience and uncontrolled passion, why should anyone blame my modest and circumspect behavior for that? If I keep my purity in the company of the trees, why should anyone want me to lose it in the company of men? As you all know, I have wealth of my own, and I don't covet anyone else's. I live in freedom and I don't like to be constrained. I neither love nor hate anybody. I neither deceive this man nor run after that. I neither toy with one, nor amuse myself with another. The innocent company of the village shepherdesses and the care of my goats keep me happy. These mountains mark the limits of my desires, and if they do extend any further it is only for the contemplation of the beauty of the heavens, the way along which the soul travels back to its first abode. And as she said this she turned and disappeared into the thick of a nearby forest, without waiting for an answer, leaving everyone astonished as much at her intelligence as at her beauty, and some of them, wounded by the powerful arrows of the rays flashing from her lovely eyes, made to follow her, heedless of the clear warning that they'd heard. Don Quixote, seeing this, and thinking it a good moment to make use of his chivalry by succoring a maiden in distress, cried in a ringing voice and with his hand on the hilt of his sword, let no man, of whatever estate or condition, dare to follow the beautiful Marcella, under pain of incurring my furious indignation. She has shown with clear and sufficient reasons that she bears little or no blame for Chrysostomo's death, and that she is far from reciprocating the desires of any of her suitors, for which reason it is right that, instead of being pursued and persecuted, she should be honored and held in esteem by all good men, for she has shown that she is the only woman in the world who lives such a chaste life. Whether because of Don Quixote's threats or because Ambrosio told them to finish what they were doing for their dead friend, none of the shepherds left the spot until, with the grave dug and Chrysostomo's papers burned, they placed his body in it, not without shedding many tears. They sealed the grave with a thick slab of rock, to be replaced in due course by a tombstone which Ambrosio said he was going to have made, with the following epitaph engraved on it. In here, earth's cold and paltry prize. The body of a lover lies. A shepherd who was cruelly slain by one who paid love with disdain. Ungrateful, haughty, cold and fair was she who drove him to despair. More triumph for man's deadly foe. As tyrant love's dominions grow, they strewed flowers and branches over the grave, condoled with their friend Ambrosio and took their leave of him. Vivaldo and his companion did the same, and Don Quixote said goodbye to his hosts and to the travelers, who begged him to come with them to Seville, because it's just the place to find adventures on every street, and round every corner they're simply waiting for you, more of them than anywhere else in the world. Don Quixote thanked them for the information and for their disposition to extend such courtesies to him, but said that for the time being he did not wish to go to Seville and indeed could not go there, until he had rid all those sierras of foul robbers, with which they were said to be infested. In view of his firm intentions the travelers decided not to pester him any more and, repeating their farewells, they left him and continued their journey, during which they weren't short of things to talk about, what with Marcella's history and Don Quixote's mad deeds. He resolved to go in search of the shepherdess Marcella and offer her all the services in his power. But events didn't turn out as he expected, according to what is related in the course of this true history, the second part of which ends here. Third part of The Ingenious Hidalgo, Don Quixote de la Mancha, Chapter 15, which relates the unfortunate adventure that came Don Quixote's way, when he came the way of some wicked men from Yanguas. The wise side Hammett Benengeli says that as soon as Don Quixote had taken his leave of his hosts and of everyone else at Chrysostomo's burial, he and his squire rode off into the forest where Marcella had disappeared, and, after they wandered about it, searching for her in vain for over 2 hours, they reached a meadow of fresh grass, with a cool, tranquil stream running alongside, which invited and indeed compelled them to spend the hours of early afternoon there, because the heat was beginning to be excessive. Don Quixote and Sancho dismounted and, leaving the donkey and Rocinante free to graze as they pleased on the lush grass, they ransacked the saddlebags, and, without ceremony, in peace and good fellowship, master and servant ate what they found in them. Sancho hadn't bothered to hobble Rocinante, save in the knowledge that the nag was so meek and chaste that all the fillies in the pastures of Cordoba wouldn't lead him astray. But as fate or the devil, who isn't always asleep, would have it, there was also in that valley a herd of Galician pony mares belonging to some muleteers from Yanguas, whose custom it is to take their siesta with their animals wherever there is grass and water, and that place where Don Quixote happened to find himself suited these men from Yanguas very well. It happened, then, that Rocinante felt the urge to enjoy some fun and games with their ladyships the pony mares and, abandoning his natural habits and his normal gait the moment he scented them, without requesting his master's permission, he broke into a lively trot and went to inform them of his needs. But it seems that they must have been feeling more like grazing, because they gave him such a welcome with their hoofs and their teeth that his girth soon snapped and he was left saddleless and naked. Yet what must have affected him most was that when the muleteers saw the attack that was being made on their mares, they ran over with their walking staffs and gave him such a good hiding that they left him sprawling on the grass. At this point Don Quixote and Sancho, having witnessed Rocinante's thrashing, arrived breathless on the scene, and Don Quixote said to Sancho, "From what I can see, friend Sancho, these are not knights, but base and low-born men. I say this because it means that you can freely help me to take due vengeance for the affront to which Rocinante has been subjected before our very eyes. How the devil are we going to take vengeance, replied Sancho, when there are more than 20 of them and just the two of us or just the 1.5 of us, more like. I am the equal of 100 men, retorted Don Quixote. And without further thought he seized his sword and attacked the men from Yanguas. And so did Sancho Panza, encouraged by his master's example. Don Quixote dealt one of them a blow that slashed open both his leather smock and a large part of his shoulder. The muleteers, seeing so many of themselves so rudely handled by only 2 men, resorted to their walking staffs, surrounded the pair and began to lay into them for all they were worth. The truth is that with the second blow they knocked Sancho to the ground, and Don Quixote went the same way in spite of all his eager dexterity. As fate would have it, he fell at the prostrate Rocinante's feet, from which one can judge the furious pounding that walking staffs can give when wielded by wrathful rustic hands. When the men from Yanguas realized what they'd done, they loaded their animals as fast as they could and hurried on their way, leaving the 2 adventurers looking a sorry sight, and feeling in an even worse temper. Sancho Panza, lying by his master's side, was the first to start groaning, and he said, in a feeble, doleful voice, Don Quixote, sir. Oh, Don Quixote, sir. What do you want, brother Sancho, replied Don Quixote, in the same weak, languishing tones. If it's at all possible, replied Sancho Panza, I'd like a couple of swigs of that fairy brass's drink, if you've got some handy. Maybe it's good for broken bones as well as for sore wounds. If I had some here, wretch that I am, what more could we want, replied Don Quixote. But I swear to you, Sancho Panza, on my word as a knight-errant, that before 2 days have elapsed, if fortune does not ordain otherwise, I shall have some in my possession. Given a modicum of luck I shall manage this in the turning of a hand. And how long do you think it'll be before we can move our feet, replied Sancho Panza. For myself, said the battered knight Don Quixote, I must say that I cannot tell how long. But I am to blame for it all, for I should not have drawn my sword against men who are not knights, as I am, and so I believe that, as a penalty for having broken the laws of chivalry, the god of battles has allowed me to be punished in this way. For this reason, Sancho Panza, you must always bear in mind what I am about to tell you, because it concerns the well-being of us both. Whenever you see rabble of this kind offering us some affront, do not wait for me to draw my sword against them, for I shall most certainly not do so, but you draw your sword and punish them to your heart's content, and if any knights come to their aid and defense, I shall then defend you and attack them with all my power. You have already had 1,000 signs and demonstrations of how far the powers of this mighty arm of mine extend. This was how arrogant the poor gentleman had become after his victory over the brave Basque. But his warning didn't impress Sancho Panza enough to prevent him from responding, and he said, I'm a peaceful man, sir, meek and mild, and I can overlook any insult, because I've got a wife to support and children to bring up. So even though it isn't up to me to give any orders, you bear this in mind, too. In no way am I going to draw my sword against anyone, peasant or knight, and I hereby, before God my Maker, forgive all affronts that anybody ever has offered me or ever will offer me, whether the person who has offered them, offers them, or will offer them is of high or low birth, rich or poor, a gentleman or a commoner, not accepting any estate or condition whatsoever. On hearing this his master replied, if only I had breath enough in my body to speak a few words to you at my ease, and if only this pain in my ribs would abate a little, so that I could make you understand. Panza, how wrong you are. Look here, you rogue, should the winds of fortune, hitherto so adverse, turn in our favor, driving the sails of our desire so that with a constant breeze behind us, and in perfect safety, we reach harbor on one of the islands I have promised you, what would become of you if, after conquering it, I made you its lord? Well, you would render things impossible for yourself, through not being a knight or even wanting to be one, or having the courage or the desire to avenge affronts and defend your dominions. For I would have you know that in freshly conquered provinces and kingdoms, the hearts of the natives are never so subdued or so well disposed towards their new master as to leave no fear that they might play some trick to reverse the state of affairs once more and, as people say, try their luck again, and so the new master must have understanding to be able to govern, and courage to attack and defend in any crisis. In this particular crisis we've just been in, replied Sancho, I do wish I'd had that understanding and courage you're going on about, but I can swear, on my word as a poor man, that I'm in more of a state for plasters than for chit-chat. You try and see if you can get up, and we'll give Rocinante a hand, though he doesn't deserve it, because he was the main cause of all this battering. I never would have believed it of him. I always took him for a pure-minded character, and as peaceful as me. Still, as they say, you need time to get to know people, and there's nothing certain in this life. Who'd have said that after you'd cut that poor knight-errant about like that, the follow-up was going to be this great storm of a thumping that's just rained down on our ribs? Your ribs, Sancho, replied Don Quixote, must at least be accustomed to such squalls, but it is clear that mine, nurtured as they were between cambric and holland cloth, feel the pain of this misfortune more keenly. And if it were not that I imagine, no, I do not imagine, I know for a certain fact that all these discomforts are inseparable from the exercise of arms, I should be ready to die of sheer rage, here and now. To this his squire replied, Sir, seeing as how all these disasters are as you might say the harvest of chivalry, I'd be grateful if you tell me whether they happen very often, or just at certain set times. Because to my mind after 2 harvests like this one we're going to be useless for the third, unless God in his infinite mercy helps us. Let me tell you, friend Sancho, replied Don Quixote, that the life of a knight-errant is subject to 1,000 dangers and misfortunes, and it is equally true that knights-errant are potential emperors and kings, as is shown by the experience of many different knights, about whose histories I am fully informed. And I could tell you now, if the pain would allow me, about some who by the might of their arms alone have risen to the high estate I have just mentioned, and yet these self-same knights, both before and afterwards, were engulfed in various calamities and misfortunes. The valiant Amadis of Gaul once found himself in the power of his mortal enemy the enchanter Archelaus, who, it is attested, had him tied to a column in his courtyard and gave him more than 200 lashes with the reins of his horse. And there is an anonymous author of no small credit, who says that after the Knight of the Sun had been caught in a trap won by a door that opened under his feet in a certain castle, and found himself bound hand and foot in a deep pit underground, there he was given what is known as an enema, of snow water and sand, which was nearly the end of him, and if he had not been succoured in that sore extremity by a sage who was a great friend of his, the poor knight would have fared very ill. So I can well have patience, being as I am in such good company, for they suffered greater affronts than those which we have undergone. And I would have you know, Sancho, that wounds received from weapons that happen accidentally to be in the assailant's hands are not dishonorable, and this is explicitly stated in the law of challenges. If a shoemaker hits a man with the last he is holding, that man cannot be said to have been purged, even if the last is made of this particular wood. I am only telling you this to prevent you from thinking that, just because we have taken a battering in this dispute, we have been disenured, for the arms borne by those men, with which they fell aboard us, were only their walking staffs, and none of them, so far as I can remember, was carrying a rapier, a sword, or a dagger. They didn't give me a chance to look into details like that, replied Sancho. I'd hardly drawn my own trusty blade when they gave my shoulders such a thrashing with those pine trees of theirs that they knocked the sight out of my eyes and the strength out of my feet and left me where I'm lying now, and we're wondering whether the beating was dishonorable or not doesn't bother me in the slightest. All that does bother me is the pain of those staff blows, and they're going to be as deeply engraved in my memory as they are on my shoulders. For all that, brother Panza, replied Don Quixote, allow me to remind you that there is no memory that time does not efface, no pain that death does not destroy. Well, what bigger disaster could there ever be, retorted Panza, than the one that has to wait for time to efface it and for death to destroy it? If this mishap of ours was one of those that can be cured with a couple of plasters, it wouldn't be so bad, but I'm beginning to think that all the bandages in the hospital aren't going to be enough to even begin to sort us two out. Stop that talk, Sancho, and attempt to make the best of a bad business, replied Don Quixote, because that is what I shall do, and now let us see how Rocinante is, because it seems to me that not the least part of its misfortune has fallen to the poor fellow's share. There's nothing surprising about that, retorted Sancho, seeing as how he's such a fine knight-errant. But what does surprise me is that my donkey's still in the pink, while we're black and blue all over. Fortune always leaves a door open in adversity, to provide a remedy, said Don Quixote. I say this because that creature of yours can now replace Rocinante, and bear me to some castle where I can be cured of my wounds. Furthermore, I shall not count it dishonorable to ride on such a beast, for I remember reading that when good old Silenus, the tutor of the merry god of laughter, rode into the city of the 100 gates, he did so, much to his satisfaction, on a handsome ass too. I expect it's true he rode on an ass, as you say, replied Sancho, but there's a big difference between riding an ass and being slung across an ass's back like a sack of rubbish. To which Don Quixote replied, wounds received in battle do not detract from honor, but bestow it, and so, friend Panza, stop answering me back and do as you are told, get up as best you can and put me on top of your donkey in the posture that most pleases you, and let us be gone from here, before night falls and catches us in this wild place. Well, well, said Panza, I have heard you say that it's right and proper for knight-errants to sleep on open plains and deserts for most of the year, and that they count themselves lucky to do it. All that, said Don Quixote, is when there is no alternative, or when they are in love, and this is so true that there have been knights who have remained on top of a crag, in sunlight and shadow and all the inclemencies of the heavens, for 2 whole years, unknown to their ladies. And one of these was Amadis, when he called himself Beltenebros and took up his quarters on the Pena Pobra, for 8 years or 8 months. I cannot quite remember which, but all that matters is that he was doing penance there, for some vexation or other that the Lady Oriana had caused him. But let us leave these matters, Sancho, and do make haste, before some misfortune like Rocinante's befalls the donkey. Then there'd be the devil and all to do, said Sancho. And letting out 30 groans and 60 sighs and 120 curses on the head of the person who'd brought him there, he hauled himself to his feet, but he was so exhausted that he stopped halfway up, bent over in the form of a Turkish bow and, incapable of straightening himself any further, yet despite all these troubles he harnessed his donkey, which had also taken advantage of the day's excess of liberty to go a little astray. Then he righted Rocinante, who, if he'd had a tongue to complain with, certainly wouldn't have been matched by Sancho or his master. In short, Sancho settled Don Quixote on the ass, tied Rocinante behind and, letting the ass lead the way, set off towards where he thought the highway might be. And he hadn't gone a couple of miles when fortune, which was taking his affairs from good to even better, brought the road before him, and by the side of the road he saw an inn that, to his grief and Don Quixote's delight, was to be a castle. Sancho insisted that it was an inn, and his master insisted that it wasn't an inn but a castle, and their insisting went on for so long that they reached it before they finished, and Sancho walked in, without any further investigation, with his string of animals. Chapter 16. About what happened to the ingenious Hidalgo at the inn that he took for a castle. The innkeeper, seeing Don Quixote slumped across the ass, asked Sancho what was wrong with him. Sancho replied that it wasn't anything much, he'd just fallen off a rock, and got a little bit spifflicated in the ribs. The innkeeper had a wife who wasn't at all like most innkeepers' wives, because she had a charitable nature and sympathized with others in their calamities, and so she hurried to look after Don Quixote and made her daughter, a very attractive girl, help her. Another girl was serving at the inn, an Asturian lass, one with broad jowls, a flat-backed head, a pug nose, blind in one eye and not very sound in the other. It's true that the loveliness of her body offset her other shortcomings. She didn't measure 5 feet from her head to her toes, and her shoulders, with something of a hump on them, made her look down at the ground more than she liked. This comely wench assisted the innkeeper's daughter, and the two of them prepared for Don Quixote a woeful bed in an attic that showed all the signs of having served for many years in former times as a hayloft. A muleteer was also staying at the inn, and his bed was a little beyond Don Quixote's. Although it was made up of his mule's body, pads and blankets, it was far superior to Don Quixote's, which consisted of 4 bumpy boards on top of 2 tortuous benches, a mattress so thin that it was more like a bedspread, stuffed with what could be seen through rents in it to be balls of wool but which felt so hard that they could have been taken for pebbles, 2 sheets made of shield leather and 1 blanket whose every thread you could have counted without missing a single one. On this wretched bed Don Quixote lay himself down, and then the innkeeper's wife and daughter covered him in ointment from head to foot, while Maritornes, for this was the Asturian's name, held the lamp, and, finding Don Quixote so badly bruised all over, the innkeeper's wife said that it looked more like a beating than a fall. No, it wasn't a beating, said Sancho, it's just that the rock had lots of jags and sharp edges on it, and each of them had made its own bruise. And he added, I'd be grateful, lady, if you could see to it that there are a few bits of toe left over, because somebody else is going to need them. My back's a bit on the sore side, too. So you fell off the rock as well, did you? Replied the innkeeper's wife. No, said Sancho Panza, but from the shock of seeing my master fall my own body hurt so much it's just as if I'd been beaten black and blue all over. That could well be so, said the daughter. I've often dreamt about falling off a tower and never reaching the ground, and when I've woken up I felt as weak and exhausted as if I really had fallen off it. That's the funny thing about it, lady, said Sancho Panza. I wasn't dreaming at all. I was wider awake than I am now, yet I'm almost as badly bruised as my master Don Quixote. What did you say this gentleman's name was? Asked Maritornes the Asturian. Don Quixote de la Mancha, replied Sancho Panza, and he's a knight adventurer. And he's one of the best and mightiest ones the world has seen for a long, long time. What's a knight adventurer? Replied the wench. Are you so green you don't know that? Retorted Sancho Panza. Well, look here, my dear, a knight adventurer, to cut a long story short, is someone who's being beaten up one moment and being crowned emperor the next. Today he's the unhappiest creature in the world, and the poorest too, and tomorrow he'll have 2 or 3 kingdoms to hand over to his squire. Well, you're the squire of this fine master, said the innkeeper's wife, so how is it that, to judge from appearances, you aren't even a count? It's early days yet, replied Sancho, we've only been out looking for adventures for a month, and so far we haven't come across any worthy of the name. And sometimes you go looking for one thing and you find another. The fact is that if my master Don Quixote gets over his wounds or fall and it doesn't turn me into a cripple, I wouldn't swap my hopes for the best title in Spain. Don Quixote was listening to every word of this conversation and, sitting up in bed, as best he could and taking the innkeeper's wife by the hand, he said, believe me, beauteous lady, you may account yourself fortunate to lodge in this your castle such a person as I, whom I refrain from praising because, as is often said, self-praise is no recommendation, but my squire will inform you about me. All I do say is, that I shall keep eternally engraved on my memory the service that you have rendered me, so as to remain grateful to you for so long as my life shall last, and if only it had pleased the high heavens that love had not so vanquished me and subjected me to its laws and to the eyes of that beauteous ingrate whose name I shall not speak aloud, the eyes of this fair maiden would have been the lords of my liberty. The innkeeper's wife and daughter and the worthy Maritornes were bemused by the knight-errant's words, which they understood as well as if he'd spoken in Greek, although they did realize that he meant to compliment them and offer them his services. And since they weren't used to such language they stared at him in amazement, and thought that he wasn't at all like normal men, and then, thanking him for his offers in the most expressive innkeeperese, they left him, and Maritornes the Asturian went to see to Sancho, who was no less in need of help than his master. The muleteer had agreed with her to have some fun and games together that night, and she'd promised him that as soon as the guests had settled down and her master and mistress were asleep she'd go to him and give him all the pleasure he could wish for. And it said of this splendid wench that she never gave such a promise without keeping it, even if she gave it unwitnessed in the middle of a moor, because she prided herself on being a hidalga, and didn't consider it at all dishonorable to be serving at the inn. For she said that misfortune and unhappy events had reduced her to that situation. Don Quixote's hard, narrow, wretched, perfidious bed was the first you reached as you entered that starlit barn, and next to it Sancho made his, which was just a rush mat, and a blanket that looked more as if it were made of close-cropped hessian than of wool. After these 2 beds came the muleteers, constructed, as described above, out of the body pads and all the trappings of the 2 best mules he possessed, although he owned 12 altogether, glossy, plump, superb creatures, because he was one of the rich muleteers of Arevalo too, according to the author of this history, who makes special mention of this man, because he knew him very well, some people even claiming that the 2 of them were related quite apart from the fact that Cide Mahomet Benengeli was a careful and meticulous historian, something that's obvious enough, for he refused to pass in silence over the happenings related so far, even though they're so petty and trivial, which should serve as an example to those grave historians who recount events so very succinctly that we can hardly catch a taste of them and, out of carelessness, malice or ignorance, the most substantial part is left in their inkwells. All praise to the author of Tablet de Recomandi, and to the author of that other book that narrates the deeds of Count Camillus III, how minutely they do describe everything. I was about to say that after the muleteer had visited his animals and given them their second feed, he stretched himself out on his body pads to wait for his dependable Maritornes. Sancho was poulticed and bedded down, and, although he was trying to sleep, the pains in his ribs wouldn't allow it, and Don Quixote's pains kept him staring into space like a hare. The whole inn was in silence, and there was no light except that of a lamp hanging in the porch. This extraordinary stillness, and the thoughts, always occupying our knight's mind, of the events narrated at every turn in the books that had been his undoing, brought into his imagination one of the strangest whims that it's possible for anyone to imagine. He had arrived at a famous castle, as we know, all the inns at which he stayed were castles as far as he was concerned. The innkeeper's daughter was the daughter of the lord of the castle, and, overwhelmed by his charm, she had fallen in love with him and promised him to come that night, unknown to her parents, and lie with him for a good while, and, taking all these fancies that he'd constructed for the solid truth, he began to feel anxious, and to ponder about the perilous predicament in which his virtue was about to find itself, and he resolved in his heart not to betray his lady Dulcinea del Toboso even if Queen Guinevere herself and her lady-in-waiting Quintanona appeared before him. As he was mulling over such absurdities, the time arrived for the Asturian girl's visit, and for trouble for Don Quixote, barefoot and in her shift, with her hair gathered in a fustian net, she tiptoed into the room where the 3 men were in their beds, in search of the muleteer. But hardly had she reached the door when Don Quixote heard her, sat up, in spite of all his poultices and the pains in his ribs, and stretched out his arms to receive his beauteous maiden. The Asturian girl, hunched up in silence, was creeping forward with her arms held out in front of her in search of her lover, when she bumped into Don Quixote's arms and he seized her by her wrist and pulled her towards him and made her sit on his bed, and she did not dare utter a word. He felt her shift and, although it was made of sackcloth, it was for him the sheerest sandal. On her wrists she was wearing glass beads, but for him they had the sheen of precious pearls of Orient. Her hair was more like a horse's mane, but he saw it as strands of gleaming Arabian gold, the splendor of which made the very sun grow dim. And her mouth, which reeked of stale piccalilli, seemed to him to exhale the gentlest of aromas, and, all in all, he depicted her in his imagination with every attribute of that other princess he'd read about in his books who, overcome by love, came to see the sore wounded knight, arrayed in all the finery there described. And the poor hidalgo was so besotted that neither touch nor smell nor any of the good maiden's other attributes could make him notice his mistake, even though they'd have made anyone but a muleteer vomit. On the contrary, he thought that he was holding the very goddess of beauty in his arms, and as he clutched her he began to murmur in soft and loving tones, "Would that I were in a condition, most beauteous and eminent lady, to be able to repay the singular favor that you have done me in allowing me the sight of your wonderful loveliness, but fortune, which never tires of persecuting the virtuous, has seen fit to lay me low in this bed, so weak and exhausted that, even if it were my desire to satisfy yours, such a thing would be impossible. Furthermore, to this impossibility is added another, which is the fidelity that I have promised to the peerless Dulcinea del Toboso, the sole mistress of my most secret thoughts, but if it were not for these obstacles, I should not be such a doltish knight as to let slip the happy opportunity that in your great goodness you have offered me." Maritornes was in a cold sweat of dismay at finding herself in Don Quixote's clutches, and, without understanding or even trying to understand the words he was directing at her, she struggled in silence to break loose. The good muleteer, who'd been kept awake by his wicked desires, had heard his woman as soon as she came in through the door, had been listening to Don Quixote's every word and, suspecting that the Asturian girl might have broken her promise to him in favor of another man, had crept up close to Don Quixote's bed and was waiting there to see where all that incomprehensible jabbering was going to lead. But when he saw the girl struggling to break free and Don Quixote doing what he could to cling on to her, he decided that he didn't like this little joke, raised one arm and delivered such a terrible punch to the amorous knight's lantern jaws that his mouth was bathed in blood, and, not content with this, he climbed up on top of his ribs and started to trot up and down from one end of them to the other. The bed, being somewhat fragile and insecurely founded, couldn't bear the addition of the muleteer and came crashing to the floor and awoke the innkeeper, who immediately assumed that it must be some of Maritorni's goings-on, because he yelled out to her and there was no reply. So he got up and, lighting a lamp, went in the direction from which the racket was coming. The girl, realizing that her master was on his way and knowing what a fearsome fellow he was, took refuge, agitated and frightened, in the bed of the soundly sleeping Sancho Panza, and there she rolled herself up into a little ball. In came the innkeeper with the words, "Where are you, you little tart? I know this is all you're doing." Sancho awoke and, feeling that bundle almost on top of him and thinking he was in the middle of a nightmare, began to flail about with his fists and caught Maritornes with them several times. Provoked by the pain, she threw modesty to the wind and gave him so many punches in return that he was soon wide awake, much against his will, and, finding that some unknown enemy was treating him in this way, he struggled to his feet and grappled with Maritornes, and the two of them began the fiercest and funniest skirmish imaginable. When, by the light of the innkeeper's lamp, the muleteer saw the plight that his lady was in, he left Don Quixote and went to give her the help she needed. The innkeeper went to her, too, but with a different intention, to punish the girl in the belief, no doubt, that she was the sole cause of all this harmony. And just as children chant that the cat chased the mouse chased the rope chased the stick, so the muleteer thumped Sancho, Sancho thumped the girl thumped him, the innkeeper thumped her and they all thumped each other at such a rate that there wasn't a moment's rest for any of them, and the best part of it all was that the innkeeper's lamp went out and left them in the dark, and they all carried on thumping each other at random so mercilessly that wherever a fist fell something or other was broken. As it happened, another guest at the inn that night was an officer of the Holy Brotherhood of Toledo who, also hearing the strange strains of the struggle, seized his staff of office and the tin box containing his warrants and burst into the dark room, crying, "Stay where you are in the name of the law! Stay where you are in the name of the Holy Brotherhood!" And the first person he bumped into was the battered Don Quixote, who lay senseless on his back among the ruins of his bed, and the peace officer fell for the knight's beard and grabbed it and kept shouting, "Help, an officer of the law!" But realizing that the man he was holding didn't stir, he assumed that he was dead and that the others in the room were his murderers, and in a voice reinforced by this suspicion he yelled, "Shut the inn door! Don't let anyone leave, a man's been killed!" These shouts alarmed them all, and each abandoned his fight at whatever stage it had reached when he heard them. The innkeeper went back to his room, the muleteer to his body pads, the girl to her garret, only the hapless Don Quixote and Sancho couldn't budge from where they were. And now the peace officer let go of Don Quixote's beard and went to look for a light to track down and arrest the delinquents, but he couldn't find one, because the innkeeper had taken the precaution of extinguishing the lamp in the porch when he went back to his room, and the peace officer had to resort to the fireplace, where after much time and trouble he lit another lamp. Chapter 17, in which a further account is given of the countless hardships that the brave Don Quixote and his good squire Sancho Panza underwent at the inn that, unfortunately for him, he mistook for a castle. By now Don Quixote had come to his senses and, in the same tone of voice that he'd used the day before to call to his squire when lying in the Vale of Staffs, one he called out to him with the words, "Sancho, friend, do you sleep? Do you sleep, friend Sancho?" "How am I supposed to sleep, damn it?" retorted Sancho, boiling with fury. "When anyone would think all the devils in hell have been messing with me." "You may well think that," replied Don Quixote, "because either I am an ignoramus or this castle is enchanted. For I would have you know, but what I am about to tell you is something that you must swear to keep secret until after my death." "I swear it," answered Sancho. "I am only saying this," insisted Don Quixote, "because I believe that it is wrong to deprive anyone of her honor." "I'm telling you I do swear it," Sancho repeated, "and I will keep it a secret until after you've died, and I hope to God I can spill the beans tomorrow." "Do I harm you so much, Sancho," replied Don Quixote, "that you would like so soon to see me dead?" "It isn't that," answered Sancho, "it's just that I hate keeping anything for very long. I wouldn't like it to go off." "Whatever the reason," said Don Quixote, "I trust your love and courtesy, and I would have you know that I have this night experienced one of the most curious adventures that I could ever celebrate, and, to be brief, you must know that the daughter of the lord of this castle, who is the most elegant and beauteous maiden to be found almost anywhere on earth, came to me a short while ago. How can I paint for you the loveliness of her person? How describe her fine intelligence? How delineate other hidden charms that, to preserve the fidelity I owe to my lady Dulcinea del Toboso, I must leave untouched and in silence? I shall only tell you that whether because the heavens were envious of the great boon that fortune had placed in my hands, or, and this is more probable, because this castle is, as I have said, enchanted, just when I was engaged with her in the most tender and loving conversation, a hand attached to some arm of some enormous giant came down, without my seeing it or knowing whence it came, and delivered such a punch to my jaws that they are all bathed in blood, and then it so pummeled me all over that I am in an even worse state than yesterday, after the affair with those men from Yanguas who, because of Rocinante's excesses, inflicted on us the affront about which you know only too well. From this I conjecture that some enchanted Moor must be the guardian of the treasure of this maiden's beauteousness, and that it cannot ever be mine." "Nor mine neither," said Sancho, "because more than 400 Moors have been giving me a going over, and the hammering with the walking staffs was chicken feed beside it. But tell me, sir, how can you call it a curious and celebrated adventure, when we've ended up like this? You didn't do so badly, because you got your hands on that incomparable beauteousness you've just been on about, but what did I get out of it apart from the worst hiding I hope I'll ever be given in my life? Oh, what made my poor mother give birth to this miserable sinner? I'm not a knight adventurer, and I'm never going to be a knight adventurer, yet I get more than my fair share of all the misadventures." "So you were beaten, too, were you?" replied Don Quixote. "Isn't that what I've just been telling you, damn it?" said Sancho. "Do not worry about that, my friend," said Don Quixote. "I shall now make the precious balsam that will heal us in the twinkling of an eye." The peace officer had now managed to light the lamp, and he went to inspect what he thought was the corpse, and as soon as Sancho saw him walking into the room, in his shirt and nightcap, carrying the lamp and with an ugly look on his face, he asked his Master. Sir, do you think this might be that enchanted Moor come to punish us again, with some extra punches he forgot to throw the first time? It cannot be the Moor, replied Don Quixote, because those who are enchanted do not allow anyone to see them. Maybe they don't let anyone see them, but they let them feel them all right, said Sancho. And if you don't believe me, just ask my ribs. You could ask mine, too, replied Don Quixote, but this is not sufficient evidence to make us believe that the man before us is indeed the enchanted Moor. The peace officer approached and was amazed to find them coolly chatting to each other. It's true, though, that Don Quixote was still lying on his back, pummeled and plastered into immobility. The peace officer went up to him and said, So how's it going then, you poor old fellow? If I were you, retorted Don Quixote, I should speak with greater courtesy. Is it the custom in this land to talk to knights errant in that way, you blockhead? The peace officer couldn't tolerate being addressed so disrespectfully by such a sorry-looking wretch, and he raised his lamp, oil and all, and smashed it down on Don Quixote's head, leaving a good-sized dent there. The room returned to darkness. He hurried out and Sancho Panza said, I'm sure this is the enchanted Moor, sir, and he must be keeping the treasure for other people, and for us he just keeps his punches and his lamp bastings. You are right, replied Don Quixote, and we must not heed these affairs involving enchantment, and it serves no purpose to grow angry about them, since they are invisible and chimerical. We shall not find anyone on whom to avenge ourselves, however hard we try. Get up, Sancho, if you can, and summon the governor of this castle, and have some oil, wine, salt, and rosemary brought to me so that I can make the salutiferous balsam. I do believe I stand in much need of it now, because I am losing a great deal of blood from the wound that this ghost has inflicted on me. Sancho struggled to his feet with aching bones and groped his way in the dark towards the innkeeper's room, and bumping into the peace officer, who was listening to find out how his enemy was faring, he said, Sir, whoever you are, please would you very kindly give us a little rosemary, oil, salt and wine that we need to heal one of the best knight-errants in the world, who's lying in that bed over there sore wounded by the enchanted Moor that's staying at this inn. When the peace officer heard this, he took Sancho for a madman, and, since day was beginning to dawn, he opened the inn door, called to the innkeeper and told him what this fellow had asked for. The innkeeper gave Sancho everything he wanted, and Sancho took it to Don Quixote, who was clutching his head in both hands complaining of the pain of the lamp basting, which had done him no more harm than to raise two sizable lumps, because what he thought was blood was only the sweat that had poured from him in the anguish of his latest storm. So he took his ingredients and compounded them, mixing them well together and boiling them for a good while, until he thought they were done to a turn. Then he asked for a flask to put the mixture in, and, since there wasn't one of those in the house, he decided to pour it into an oil bottle made of tin that the innkeeper gave him gratis. And then he said more than 80 paternosters and as many more Ave Marias and salve Reginas and credos over the oil bottle, and every word was accompanied by the sign of the cross, like a blessing. Sancho, the innkeeper, and the peace officer were present throughout, while the muleteer was calmly seeing to his animal's welfare. Once Don Quixote had done all this, he was determined to test the virtues of that precious balsam, as he imagined it to be, and so he swallowed a couple of pints of what was left in the cooking pot after filling the oil bottle. Hardly had he done drinking than he began to vomit and didn't stop until there was nothing left in his stomach, and with all the retching and writhing he came out in a copious sweat, so he told them to wrap him up and leave him alone. They did so and he slept for more than 3 hours, at the end of which time he awoke feeling so soothed in his body and so much better from his beating that he considered himself cured. And he firmly believed he'd hit upon the recipe for the balsam of Cervantes and that, provided with that remedy, he could now, without fear, undertake any fight, battle, or devastation, however perilous they might be. Sancho Panza, who also thought his master's recovery was a miracle, asked him for what was left in the pot, and there was plenty of it. Don Quixote granted the request and, taking up the pot in both hands, with great faith and even greater zeal, Sancho gulped down not much less than his master had swallowed. But the fact is that poor Sancho's stomach can't have been as delicate as Don Quixote's, and so, before he could vomit, he retched and gagged and sweated and swooned, and was fully convinced that his last hour had come, and in his anguish he cursed the balsam and the dog that had given it to him. Seeing him in this state, Don Quixote said, It is my belief, Sancho, that all your sufferings are caused by your not having been admitted to the order of chivalry, for it seems to me that this liquor does not benefit those who are not knights. Well, I'll be damned, and all my kinsfolk too, cried Sancho. If you knew that, why did you let me drink the stuff in the first place? But now the potion did its work and the poor squire began to gush at both ends at such a rate that neither the rush mat, on which he had lain down once more, nor the hessian blanket covering him could ever be used again. He was sweating and sweating, with such seizures and spasms that not only Sancho himself but all the others thought his end had come. This calamitous tempest lasted almost 2 hours, at the end of which he was left, not like his master, but so weak and exhausted that he couldn't stand. But Don Quixote, who, as has been said, felt fit and well, decided to go out straight away in search of adventures, because he believed that every moment spent at the inn was time stolen from the world and from those in it who needed his favor and assistance, even more so with the sure confidence he felt in his balsam. And so, compelled by this desire, he himself saddled Rocinante and put the pack saddle on the donkey, and helped his squire to dress and struggle onto the animal. Then he mounted, and, riding over to a corner of the inn, seized a watchman's short pike leaning there, to use it as a lance. All the people in the inn, there were more than 20 of them, were looking at him, among them the innkeeper's daughter, and he didn't take his eyes off her, every so often heaving a sigh that he seemed to rest from the depths of his bowels, and that everyone thought was caused by the pains in his ribs. This, at least, was what was thought by those who'd seen him being anointed the night before. Once the two were mounted and stationed by the inn door, Don Quixote summoned the innkeeper and said, in a calm, grave voice, Many and magnificent are the kindnesses, my lord governor, that I have received in this your castle, and I am under a great obligation to remember them with gratitude for the rest of my life. If I can repay you for them by taking revenge on your behalf on some insolent knave who has offered you some affront, I would have you know that my office is none other than to assist the helpless, avenge the offended and punish treachery. Search your memory, and if you find anything of this kind to entrust to me, you only have to mention it, for I promise you, by the order of chivalry that I have received, to bring you satisfaction and reparation to the utmost of your desire. The innkeeper replied in similarly tranquil tones, Sir Knight, I don't need you to avenge any affronts for me, because I'm quite capable of taking whatever revenge seems fit when anyone insults me. All I need is for you to pay for your night's stay at my inn, your animal straw and barley and your own suppers and beds. What is this, an inn? Said Don Quixote. Yes, and a very respectable one, replied the innkeeper. I have been in error all this time, replied Don Quixote, for I truly believed it was a castle, and not a bad one at that, but since it turns out not to be a castle but an inn, the best procedure now will be for you to forgive me for not paying you, because I cannot contravene the order of knights errant, of whom I know for certain, never having read anything to the contrary, that they did not pay for their lodging or anything else at any inn where they stayed, because whatever hospitality they might receive is due to them as a right and a privilege, in recompense for the insufferable travails they undergo searching for adventures by night and by day, in winter and in summer, on foot and on horseback, thirsty and hungry, in the heat and in the cold, subject to all the inclemencies of the heavens and all the discomforts of the earth. That hasn't got anything to do with me, the innkeeper retorted. Just cough up what you owe, and don't come to me with tales about knights and errantry. All I'm interested in is being paid for my work. You are a foolish, scurvy innkeeper, replied Don Quixote. And putting spurs to Rocinante and brandishing his pike, he rode out of the inn, without anybody stopping him, and he continued for a good way without looking back to see if his squire was following. Seeing Don Quixote leave without paying, the innkeeper hurried to extract the money from Sancho Panza, who said that since his master hadn't been willing to pay he wasn't going to either, because being as he was a knight-errant squire, the same rule applied to him as to his master about not paying in inns and hostelries. This enraged the innkeeper, who threatened that if he didn't hand over the money he'd make him pay in a manner he wouldn't relish. To which Sancho retorted that, by the law of chivalry his master had received, he wasn't going to pay a single farthing, even if it cost him his life, because the ancient and worthy custom of knight-errants wasn't going to lapse through his fault, nor were the squires of the same yet to come into the world going to reproach him for the loss of such a just privilege. As poor Sancho's bad luck would have it, among the people staying at the inn there were 4 cloth teazlers from Segovia, 3 needle-makers from the Potro district of Cordova, and 2 inhabitants of the Harrier quarter in Seville, 2 cheerful, well-meaning, mischievous, playful fellows who, almost as if moved by a common impulse, sidled up to Sancho, pulled him from his ass, threw him into the blanket that one of them had run to fetch from the innkeeper's bed, looked upwards, saw that the ceiling was too low for what they had in mind, and decided to go out into the yard, whose limit was the sky. And there, with Sancho in the middle of the blanket, they began to toss him up and down and to amuse themselves at his expense, as people do with dogs at carnival time. The wretched victim shouted so loud that his master heard him, and as he listened with rapt attention he thought some new adventure was looming, until he realized that the man who was shouting was his squire, so he turned about and rode back to the inn at a laborious gallop and, finding it shut, rode round it to see if he could find a way in, but before he reached the yard walls, which weren't very high, he saw the bad joke that was being played on his squire. He saw him rising and falling through the air so fast and so gracefully that, if his rage had allowed it, I do believe he would have burst out laughing. He tried to scramble from his horse onto the wall, but he was so weak and exhausted that he couldn't even get off the horse, and so, from where he was seated, he began to hurl such furious abuse at the men who were blanket-tossing Sancho that it's impossible to put it down in writing, but his cries didn't make them stop their laughter or their game, nor did flying Sancho stop his laments, sometimes mixed with menaces and sometimes with pleas, all of which served no purpose at all until the joker stopped out of sheer fatigue. They brought him his ass, sat him on it and threw his topcoat over his shoulders. And the tender-hearted Maritornes, seeing him so tired, thought it would be a good idea to come to his rescue with a jug of water, and she brought him one from the well, because the water was cooler there. Sancho took the jug and put it to his lips, but he stopped when he heard his master's cries. Sancho, dear Sancho, do not drink water. Do not drink it, dear Sancho, for it will kill you. Look, here I have the holy balsam, showing him the oil bottle containing the potion, and with just 2 drops of it you will recover. At these words, Sancho rolled his eyeball sideways in his master's direction and said, among other stronger words, have you forgotten by any chance that I'm not a knight-errant, or do you want me to spew up what guts I've got left inside me after last night? Keep your liquor, in the name of the devil, and leave me alone. Sancho's ending the speech and starting to drink was all one, but since at the first swallow he realized that it was water, he wouldn't drink any more, and asked Maritornes if he couldn't be brought some wine, which she was very happy to do, and paid for it herself. Indeed, it is said of her that, although she was of that old profession, there were some vestiges of a Christian about her. As soon as Sancho had finished drinking he put heels to his ass, threw open the inn door and rode out, delighted at having had his way and not paid a farthing, even though it had been at the expense of his usual sureties, his ribs. It's true that the innkeeper kept Sancho's saddlebags in lieu of what he was owed, but Sancho was so dazed that he didn't notice they were missing. Once the innkeeper had seen Sancho off, he went to lock and bar the door, but the tossers wouldn't allow it, because even if Don Quixote had been one of the knights of the Round Table, these people wouldn't have cared a fig for him. Chapter 18, which relates the conversation that Sancho Panza had with his master, Don Quixote, and other adventures worth relating. Sancho was so worn out and droopy when he rode up to his master that he couldn't even put heels to his ass. When Don Quixote saw him in this state, he said, I am now altogether convinced, good Sancho, that the castle or inn is enchanted. Because what could those men who amused themselves with you in such an atrocious way be but ghosts and creatures from the other world? And I can confirm this by the fact that, when I was sitting beside the yard wall beholding the acts of your sad tragedy, I could not climb onto it, much less dismount from Rocinante, because they must have enchanted me, for I swear, by my body and bones, that, had I been able either to climb or to dismount, I should have exacted such revenge that those errant knaves would have remembered their prank forever, even though it might have meant contravening the laws of chivalry, which, as I have already told you several times, do not allow a knight to lay hands on anyone who has not been knighted, except in defense of his own life and person, in dire and urgent necessity. I'd have had my revenge, too, if I could, regardless of the knighting, but I couldn't. Though to my mind them that were playing about with me back there weren't the ghosts or enchanted men you say they were, but men of flesh and blood like you and me. I heard them shouting to each other while they were tossing me, and each of them had his own name. One was called Pedro Martinez, and another Tenorio Hernandez, and I noticed the innkeeper was called Cack-handed Juan Palamic. So you see, sir, not being able to get over the wall or even off your horse was caused by something else, not enchantments. And what this makes me think is that all these adventures we're looking for are going to end up by getting us into so many misadventures that we aren't going to know our left legs from our right. And what it would be best and most sensible for us to do, in my humble opinion, is to go back to the village now. It's harvest time and we ought to be looking to our own business, and stop gallivanting about from pillar to post, and from the frying pan into the fire, as they say. How little you know, Sancho, replied Don Quixote, about matters concerning chivalry. Come, say no more, and be patient, for the day will arrive when you will see with your own eyes how honorable it is to follow this profession. Or else just tell me. This, what greater happiness can there be in the world, what pleasure can equal that of winning a battle and vanquishing an enemy? None whatsoever. None whatsoever. That's as may be, replied Sancho. I don't know, I'm sure. All I do know is that, ever since we've been knight-errants, or rather ever since you've been one, because I haven't got any reason to include myself in that honorable company, we haven't won a single battle, unless you count the one against the Basque, and you came out of that missing half an ear and half a helmet, and from then on it's been nothing but beatings. And more beatings, punches and more punches, and I've got the advantage over you of one blanket tossing, given by enchanted persons that I can't take my revenge on so as to find out how happy you feel when you beat an enemy, according to you. That is what is worrying me and ought to be worrying you, too, Sancho, replied Don Quixote, but from now on I shall endeavor to have a handsome sword made, with such skill that whoever bears it cannot be subjected to any kind of enchantment. And it could even be that fortune brings my way the sword that belonged to Amadis, when he was known as the Knight of the Burning Sword, which was one of the best that any knight ever possessed because, apart from having the power that I have just mentioned, it cut like a razor, and there was no armor, however strong and enchanted, that could withstand it. Knowing my luck, said Sancho, if that did happen and you did come across that sword, it'd only be of any use to knights, like that balsam, and the devil take the poor old squires. Never fear, Sancho, said Don Quixote. Heaven will deal better by you. As Don Quixote and his squire discussed these matters, Don Quixote saw that a huge, dense cloud of dust was approaching them along the road, and he turned to Sancho and said, This is the day, O Sancho, when will be seen the good that fortune has in store for me. This is the day, I say, when the might of my arm will be displayed as never before, and when I shall do deeds that will remain written in the book of fame for the ages to come. Do you see that cloud of dust rising up over there, Sancho? Well, it is being raised by a vast army from countless different nations, marching towards us. In that case there must be two armies, said Sancho, because opposite it, back there, behind us, there's another dust cloud just like it. Don Quixote turned round and saw that Sancho was right, and then he was beside himself with joy, because he knew that these were two armies marching to clash in the middle of that broad plain. Every minute of every hour his imagination was filled with those battles, enchantments, adventures, extravagances, loves and challenges that books of chivalry recount, and everything he said, thought, or did was channeled into such affairs. And the dust clouds were being raised by two great droves of sheep, approaching from opposite directions along the same road, but the dust prevented the sheep from being seen until they came close. And Don Quixote was so insistent they were armies that Sancho believed him, and said, So what are we going to do now, sir? What are we going to do, said Don Quixote. Favor and assist the needy and helpless. And you should know, Sancho, that this army approaching from in front of us is led and directed by the great Emperor Aliphanfaron, lord of the great island of Taprobana, while the other army coming up behind me belongs to his enemy, the king of the Garamantes, too known as Pentapolin of the Uprolled Sleeve, because he always goes into battle with his right arm bare. But why do these two lords hate each other so much? Asked Sancho. They hate each other, replied Don Quixote, because this Aliphanfaron is a wild pagan, and he is in love with Pentapolin's daughter, who is a very beauteous and, moreover, charming lady, and a Christian, and her father will not give her in marriage to the pagan king unless this man first abjures the religion of his false prophet Muhammad, and is converted to Christianity. My eye, said Sancho. Pentapolin's doing just the right thing, and I'm going to help him in every way I can. Then you will be doing your duty, Sancho, said Don Quixote, because to take part in battles of this kind it is not necessary to be knighted. I'm very well aware of that, replied Sancho, but where are we going to put this ass of mine so that we can be sure of finding it again once the fighting's over? Because I don't expect going into battle on something like this is what people usually do. That is true, said Don Quixote. What you can do with the ass is to leave it free to have its own adventures, whether it goes missing or not, because we shall possess so many horses when we emerge victorious that even Rocinante will be in danger of being replaced by another. But now pay attention to me and keep your eyes open, for I am going to inform you about the most important knights in these two armies. And so that you can see and observe them better, let us withdraw to that hill over there, from where both armies must be visible. This they did, and from the hill they would indeed have had a clear view of the two flocks that were armies for Don Quixote, if the clouds of dust they were raising hadn't interfered with the view. Yet seeing in his imagination what he didn't see and didn't exist, he began to proclaim, That knight you can see over there in yellow armor, with a crowned lion lying submissive at a damsel's feet on his shield, is the valiant Lorcalco, lord of the silver bridge. The other one, with golden flowers on his armor, and on his shield 3 silver crowns on a blue field, is the much feared Michael Colombo, the Grand Duke of Croatia. That other one on his right, with gigantic limbs, is the fearless Brandabar Baranda Bullock, lord of the 3 Arabias, wearing that serpent skin for armor and, instead of a shield, bearing a door which is reputed to be one of the doors of the temple pulled down by Samson when in dying he avenged himself on his enemies. But look in the other direction and you will see at the front of the other army the ever victorious, never vanquished Timonel de Carcagona, the prince of Nueva Vizcaya, with his armor quartered blue, green, white, and yellow, and on his shield he has a golden cat on a tawny field with the word Mia, which is the beginning of his lady's name, for it is said that she is the peerless Miulina, the daughter of Duke Alfanican of the Algarve, that other knight who burdens the back of that powerful steed, with armor as white as snow, and white arms, that is to say a shield without any device on it, is a novice knight from France, called Piers Papin, lord of the baronies of Utrecht. That other one, striking his iron spurs into the flanks of that dazzling, fleet zebra, and with armor of blue vair, is the powerful Duke of Nerbia, Espartafilardo of the Wood, who bears on his shield the device of an asparagus plant, with a motto in Castilian that says, Divine my fortune. And he went on naming imaginary knights from one army and the other, and, swept along by the fancies of his unique madness, he improvised armor, colors, devices, and mottos for all of them, and without a pause he continued, This other army, facing us, is formed of people of many races. Here are those who have drunk the sweet waters of famous Xanthus, 3 mountaineers who tread the Massilian fields, those who sip fine gold dust in Arabia Felix, those who enjoy the famous, cool banks of clear Thermodon, those who bleed golden Pactolus along many different channels, and the Numidians, breakers of promises, the Persians, bowmen of great renown, the Parthians and the Medes, who fight as they flee, the Arabs, who move their dwellings, the Scythians, as cruel as they are pale, the Ethiopians, with fierce lips, and other infinite peoples, whose faces I see and recognize, even though I do not remember their names. In this other squadron come those who drink the crystalline waters of olive-bearing Betis, those who wash their faces in the liquor of the ever rich and golden Tagus, those who enjoy the beneficent waters of the divine Genil, those who Tread the lush pastures of the Tarchian fields, those who take delight in the Elysian meadows of Horace, men of La Mancha, rich and crowned with yellow ears of corn, men clad in iron, ancient relics of Gothic blood, those who bathe in the Pisuerga, renowned for the gentleness of its current, those who graze their flocks and herds on the broad meadows of winding Guadiana, famous for its secret course, those who shiver in the cold of the bosky Pyrenees and among the white snowflakes of the lofty Apennines, in short, all those whom Europe contains and encloses within its boundaries. Great God, how many provinces he mentioned, how many races he named, giving to each one of them, with wonderful readiness, its own attributes, steeped as he was in everything he read in his lying books. Sancho Panza was hanging on his every word, and didn't utter a single one himself, and every so often he turned his head to try to spot the knights and giants his master was naming, and since he couldn't see any of them, he said, "Look, sir, the devil can take any of those men or giants or knights you say there are. Hereabouts at least I can't see them, perhaps it's all a magic spell, like those ghosts. Last night." "How can you say that?" retorted Don Quixote. "Do you not hear the neighing of the horses, the sounding of the bugles, the beating of the drums?" "All I can hear," replied Sancho, "is lots of sheep bleating." And he was right, because the two flocks were coming close. "It is your fear, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "that is preventing you from seeing or hearing properly, because one of the effects of fear is to muddle the senses and make things seem to be what they are not, and if you are so frightened, stand aside and leave me alone, for I am sufficient by myself to give the victory to whichever army I decide to support." As he said this he put spurs to Rocinante and, with his lance at the ready, he sped down the hill like a thunderbolt. Sancho shouted after him, come back, Don Quixote sir, I swear to God they're sheep you're charging. Come back. By the bones of my poor old father. What madness is this? Look. There aren't any giants or knights, or cats, or armor, or shields quartered or left in one piece, or blue bears, or the devil. What are you doing? Lord have mercy on us sinners. But nothing would make Don Quixote turn back. Instead he galloped on, crying, come, you knights, fighting beneath the banners of the valiant Emperor Pentapolin of the uprolled sleeve, follow me, and you shall see with what ease I give him his revenge over his enemy Alifanfaron of Taprovenal. With this he rode into the army of sheep and began to spear them with as much fury and determination as if he really were attacking mortal enemies. The shepherds and farmers accompanying the flock were screaming at him to stop, but, seeing that this didn't have any effect, they drew their slings from their belts and started to salute him about the ears with stones the size of fists. Don Quixote didn't take any notice of the stones, instead he galloped this way and that, crying, where are you, proud Alifanfaron? Come here, a lone knight am I, who wishes, in single combat, to try your strength and take your life, as punishment for the distress you have caused the valiant Pentapolin the Garamant. As he said this a large smooth pebble came and struck him in the side and buried two of his ribs in his body. This left him in such a state that he felt certain he was either dead or sore wounded and, remembering his remedy, he took out the oil bottle, put it to his mouth and began to pour the liquor into his stomach, but before he could swallow what he considered to be a sufficient amount, another of those sugared almonds came and hit his hand and his bottle with such force that it smashed the bottle, taking out 3 or 4 teeth as well, and crushing 2 fingers. Such was the first blow, and such was the second, that the poor knight couldn't stop himself from sliding off his horse. The shepherds came up to look at him, and thought they'd killed him, so they made haste to round up their flock, pick up the dead sheep, of which there were more than a few, and make themselves scarce, without looking any further into the matter. All this time Sancho had been on the hill, watching his master's follies, tearing his beard and cursing the moment when fortune had brought them together. When he saw that Don Quixote was lying on the ground and that the shepherds had gone away, he ventured down the hill and approached him, and found him in a terrible state, although still conscious. And Sancho said, didn't I tell you, Don Quixote sir, to turn back, because what you were attacking wasn't armies, it was flocks of sheep. This just shows how my enemy, that scoundrel of an enchanter, can transform things and make them disappear. I would have you know, Sancho, that it is very easy for such people to make us look like whatever they want, and this villain who is persecuting me, envious of the glory he saw I was about to conquer in this battle, turned the armies of enemy forces into flocks of sheep. If you do not believe me, Sancho, I beg you to do something that will correct your mistake and make you see that I am telling you the truth. Mount your ass and stalk them, and you will soon see how, once they have gone a little way, they turn back into what they were at first and, ceasing to be sheep, become real men again, just as I described them to you. But do not go yet, because I have need of your assistance. Come here and see how many of my teeth are missing. For it seems to me that there is not one left in my mouth. Sancho came so close that his eyes were nearly inside his master's mouth, and by now the balsam had done its work in Don Quixote's stomach, and, just as Sancho was peering in, he discharged all its contents with the violence of a shotgun and they exploded in the face of the compassionate squire. Holy Mother of God, cried Sancho. What's up now? The man's dying, he must be. He's spewing blood. But when he examined the evidence more closely he could tell from the color, taste, and smell that it wasn't blood but the balsam he'd seen him drinking from the oil bottle. And this disgusting discovery so turned his stomach that he vomited his guts all over his master, and both of them were left in the same fine mess. Sancho staggered over to his ass to look in the saddlebags for something with which to clean himself and see to his master's wounds, and when he couldn't find them he almost went insane. He cursed himself again, and decided in his heart to leave his master and go back home, even if that did mean forfeiting what he was owed for services rendered and his hopes of governing the promised island. Don Quixote now struggled to his feet, with his left hand clapped to his mouth to stop his remaining teeth from falling out, took hold with the other hand of the reins of the faithful Rocinante, who was so loyal and good-natured that he hadn't budged from his master's side, and went over to his squire, who was leaning over his ass with his hand on his cheek, in the posture of a man overwhelmed by thought. And when Don Quixote saw all these signs of deep distress, he said, allow me to remind you, Sancho, that no man is worth more than any other, unless he achieves more than the other. All these storms falling upon us are signs that the weather will soon clear and that things will go well for us, for neither good nor bad can last for ever, and from this we can deduce that since this bad spell has lasted for a long time, a good one cannot be far away. So you must not be distressed about the misfortunes that I undergo, for you have no part in them. No part in them, retorted Sancho. The bloke who got blanket tossed yesterday, was he by any chance any other than my own father's son? And the saddlebags I've lost today, with all my valuables in them, do they belong to any other than the same? You have lost your saddlebags, Sancho, said Don Quixote. Yes I have, replied Sancho. So we have nothing to eat today, replied Don Quixote. We wouldn't have, replied Sancho, if it wasn't for those herbs you say you know. All about growing in the fields, the ones that unfortunate knight-errants like you go and pick to make up for lack of food in fixes like this. For all that, replied Don Quixote, I would sooner have a 2-pound loaf of white bread or indeed an 8-pound loaf of off-brand bread and a couple of dozen salted pilchards, than all the herbs described by Dioscorides, even in Dr. Laguna's magnificent edition. Point 4. But anyway, climb onto your donkey, good Sancho, and follow me, because God, who is the provider of all things, will not fail us, especially since we are engaged in his service, because he does not fail the gnats in the air, or the worms in the earth, or the tadpoles in the water. And he is so merciful that he makes his sun rise on the evil and on the good, and sends his rain on the just and on the unjust. 5. You'd have done better as a preacher, said Sancho, than as a knight-errant. Knights-errant have always known and still must know about everything, Sancho, said Don Quixote, for there were knights-errant in centuries past who would stop to preach a sermon or deliver a speech in the middle of a fair just as if they were graduates of the University of Paris, from which we can infer that the sword has never blunted the pen, nor the pen the sword. All right, I'll take your word for it, replied Sancho, and now let's get going and find somewhere to stay the night, and God grant it's a place where there aren't any blankets, or blanket tossers, or ghosts, or enchanted moors, because if there are any of those, I'll send this adventuring lark to the devil, lock, stock and barrel. You must pray to God for that, my son, said Don Quixote. And now guide us where you will, for on this occasion I wish to leave the choice of a lodging to you. But first, lend me your hand and feel with your finger how many teeth are missing on this upper right side, because that is where I feel the pain. Sancho put his fingers in and, as he felt around, he asked, how many back teeth did you used to have on this side? 4, replied Don Quixote, apart from the wisdom tooth, all of them whole and sound. Are you quite sure of what you're saying, sir? Said Sancho. Yes, 4, if not 5, replied Don Quixote, because I have never had any teeth extracted, nor have any fallen out or been destroyed by decay or infection. Well, down here below, said Sancho, you've only got 2.5 now, and up above not even half a tooth, it's as smooth as the palm of my hand. Oh, unhappy me, said Don Quixote as he heard the sad news his squire was giving him. I would rather have lost an arm, so long as it was not my sword arm. For I would have you know, Sancho, that a mouth without teeth is like a mill without a millstone, and that a tooth is much more worthy of esteem than a diamond. But those of us who profess the order of chivalry in all its severity are subject to this. Mount your donkey, my friend, and lead the way, and I shall follow at whatever pace you prefer. Sancho did so, heading towards where he thought they might find a place to stay, without leaving the highway, which was uninterrupted in that part. As they plodded along, because the pain in Don Quixote's jaws didn't give him any respite or any inclination to ride faster, Sancho tried to amuse him and cheer him up by chatting to him, and said, among other things, what is recorded in the next chapter. Chapter 19. About the intelligent conversation that Sancho had with his master, and their adventure with the corpse, together with other famous events. What I think, sir, is that all these mishaps of the past few days must have been a punishment for the sin you've committed against the chivalry order, not keeping that vow you took ne'er at table to eat bread nor with the queen to lie, and all that other stuff that came afterwards and you swore to do until you taken that helmet off Malandrino, or whatever the Moor was called. I don't rightly remember his name. You are quite right, Sancho, said Don Quixote, but, to tell you the truth, it had altogether slipped my mind, and you can be equally certain that the business of the blanket which you underwent was your fault, for not calling my attention to it in time. But I shall make due amends, for in the order of chivalry there are ways and means of redressing all such lapses. And what vows have I taken? Retorted Sancho. It does not matter that you have not taken any vows, said Don Quixote. It is enough that I believe you could be under suspicion of being an accessory after the fact, and it will be as well to seek a remedy, just in case. Well, if that's the way it is, said Sancho, you'd better make sure you don't go and forget about that, too, as you did with the vow, because the ghosts might take it into their heads to have some more fun with me, and maybe with you as well, if they see how stubborn you are. As they talked away like this, night came on and caught them on the open road, without a sight of anywhere to stay, and what made it even worse was that they were dying of hunger, being without saddlebags and therefore without a larder or provisions. And, to complete their misfortunes, they had an adventure that didn't need any contrivance to make it look like one. The night was dark but they rode on regardless, because Sancho thought that, being as they were on the king's highway, there must be an inn not more than half a dozen miles off. As they plodded on through the blackness, the squire famished and his master with a healthy appetite, they saw coming towards them along the same road a myriad of lights that looked exactly like moving stars. Sancho was frozen with fear at the sight of them, and even Don Quixote had to wind up, the one tugged on his ass's halter, and the other pulled on his nag's reins, and there they both sat motionless, peering to make out what it could be, and they saw that the lights were coming closer and closer, and the closer they came the bigger they looked, and Sancho began to quiver like a rabbit, and the hair on Don Quixote's head stood on end. But plucking up a little courage he said, this, Sancho, must be the greatest and most perilous of adventures, in which it will be necessary for me to show all my valor and resolution. Oh, dear, dear me, cried Sancho. If this is another ghost adventure, as I'm beginning to think it is, where are the ribs that are going to be able to take it? Ghosts though they may be, said Don Quixote, I will not allow any of them to touch one thread of your clothes, for if they had their fun with you before, that was only because I could not climb over the yard wall, but now we are in open country, where I shall be able to wield my sword as I please. And if they enchant you and put you out of action as they did the last time, said Sancho, what'll it matter whether we're in open country or not? All the same, replied Don Quixote, I beg you, Sancho, to be of good courage, for the event will show you how courageous I am. I will if God helps me, replied Sancho. And standing a little to one side of the road, they peered again to try and make out what all those moving lights could be, and they soon saw a throng in white, a fearful vision that drained whatever courage remained in Sancho Panza, whose teeth began to chatter as if he had an attack of malaria, and they chattered even faster when he had a clearer view, because there were about 20 figures in white drapes, all mounted with flaming torches in their hands, and behind them came a litter covered in mourning, followed by another 6 mounted figures, in mourning too, right down to the heels of their mules, because it was clear, from their sober gait, that these were no horses. The men in white were murmuring in compassionate tones. This strange vision, at such an hour and in such a desolate place, was more than enough to strike fear into Sancho's heart, and even into his master's, and this could indeed have happened to Don Quixote, but not to Sancho, who didn't have any heart left for fear to be struck into. But what did happen to his master was the very opposite, because in his imagination he saw with total clarity that this was one of the adventures out of his books. He saw the litter as a bier on which must lie some sore wounded or dead knight, whose revenge was reserved For him alone, and without further thought he couched his pike, settled himself in his saddle, and with graceful and courageous bearing stationed himself in the middle of the road where the men in white were going to have to pass, and when they came up he said, Halt, you knights, or whatever you may be, and inform me who you are, where you have come from, where you are going and what it is that you are carrying on that bier. For it seems that either you have committed some outrage or you have been the victims of one, and it is right and meet that I should know this, either to punish you for the wrong you have done or to avenge you for the wrong done you. We're in a hurry, replied one of the men in white, and the inn's a long way off, and we haven't got time to stop for all that informing. And, putting spurs to his mule, he continued on his way. Don Quixote was affronted by such a reply and, grasping the mule's bridle, he said, Halt, and mind your manners, and inform me of what I have asked. If not, I challenge you all to mortal combat. The mule was a highly strung animal, and was so frightened at being seized by the bridle that it reared up and fell back on its haunches and on top of its rider. An attendant, on foot, seeing the fall, started to shout insults at Don Quixote, who, beside himself with fury, couched his pike again and without more ado charged at one of the men in mourning and left him sore wounded on the ground, and as he continued charging about among the rest, it was wondrous to behold the agility with which he attacked them and knocked them off their mules, and Rocinante's movements were so swift and proud that it seemed as if he'd suddenly sprouted wings. The men in white were timorous characters, and unarmed, and so they were only too happy to flee from the skirmish and run away across the plain with their torches blazing, looking for all the world like masked figures at a midnight party rushing hither and thither. But the men in mourning, swathed and tangled in their skirts and cassocks, couldn't run, so Don Quixote gave them all a good beating with impunity and made them quit the field much against their will, because they all thought he wasn't a man but a devil from hell, come to steal away the dead body they were carrying in the litter. Sancho was watching it all, amazed at his master's courage, and saying to himself, It's true, this master of mine is just as brave and strong as he says he is. A torch was burning on the ground next to the man who'd fallen under his mule, and by its light Don Quixote could see him, and coming up to him he poked the tip of his pike at the man's face, ordering him to give himself up, or else he'd die. To which the fallen man replied, I've given up already, I can't move, one of my legs is broken. I beg you, if you're a Christian knight, not to kill me, you'd be committing a great sacrilege, because I'm a master of arts and I've taken my first orders. And what the devil brings you here, said Don Quixote, if you are a man of the cloth. What brings me here, sir, replied the fallen man. My misfortune. Another greater one awaits you, said Don Quixote, if you do not give satisfactory answers to all the questions I asked you in the first place. It'll be easy enough to satisfy you, replied the master of arts. To start with, I ought to point out that although I said just now that I'm a master of arts, I'm really only a B.A. And I'm called Alonso Lopez, I'm a native of Alcobendas, I've come from the city of Baza with 11 other priests, the ones that ran off with the torches. We're on our way to the city of Segovia with that litter containing the corpse of a gentleman who died in Baza, where it's been deposited until now, and, as I said, we were taking his bones to be buried in his tomb in Segovia, his hometown one. And who killed him, asked Don Quixote. God did, with a pestilential fever, replied the bachelor of arts. That means, said Don Quixote, that our Lord has relieved me of the task I would have had of avenging his death, if anybody else had killed him, but seeing who it was that killed him, all one can do is shrug one's shoulders and be silent, for that is what I should do if he had killed me. And I would have you know, reverend sir, that I am a knight of La Mancha, Don Quixote by name, and my office and profession is to wander about the world righting wrongs and redressing grievances. I'm not too clear about this righting of wrongs, said the bachelor of arts, because I was all right, and you've done me the wrong of breaking my leg, which will never be right again in all the days of my life, and the grievance you've redressed in my case has been to leave me so grievously injured that I'll live in grief forever, and it's been a terrible misadventure for me to come across you in search of your adventures. Not all things, said Don Quixote, follow the same plan. The trouble, my dear Alonso Lopez B.A., arose from your coming, as you did, by night, wearing those surplices, with your torches blazing, praying, and dressed in mourning, looking exactly like something evil from the other world, and so I could not fail to fulfill my obligation to attack you, and I should have attacked you even if I had known that you were the very devils from hell, which is what I took you for. Since that's what my bad luck's arranged for me, said the bachelor of arts, I entreat you, Sir Knight Errant, whose errors I'm paying for, to help me out from under this mule. It's got my leg caught between the stirrup and the saddle. But why didn't you say so in the first place? Don Quixote exclaimed. How long were you intending to wait to inform me of your plight? He shouted for Sancho Panza, but Sancho Panza wasn't in any hurry to obey, because he was busy stripping the good gentleman's supply mule, loaded with food. Sancho turned his topcoat into a sack, crammed into it all the food he could, loaded his ass, and then he went to see why his master was shouting, and helped him to pull the bachelor of arts out from under his heavy mule, and sat him on top of it, and handed him his torch, and Don Quixote told him to follow his companions, whose forgiveness he begged for the grievance, which it had not been in his power to avoid. And Sancho said, if by any chance those gentlemen want to know the name of the valiant adventurer that did this to them, you can tell them he's the famous Don Quixote de la Mancha, also known as the Knight of the Sorry Face too. The bachelor of arts started riding away slowly, and Don Quixote asked Sancho why he called him the Knight of the Sorry Face, and at that moment in particular. All right, I'll tell you, replied Sancho. I was just looking at you by the light of that poor bloke's torch, and the truth is that at this moment you're the sorriest sight I've ever clapped eyes on. It must be because of being tired after your fight, or else losing all those teeth. No, those are not the reasons, replied Don Quixote. It is rather because the sage, whose task it is to write the history of my exploits, must have thought it right for me to take some appellation, as all previous knights have done. One was known as the Knight of the Burning Sword, another as the Knight of the Unicorn, another the Knight of the Damsels, yet another the Knight of the Phoenix, that one the Knight of the Griffin, that other one the Knight of Death, three, and by these names and devices they were known all round the world. And so I believe that the sage I have mentioned must, a moment ago, have placed in your thoughts and on your tongue the appellation the Knight of the Sorry Face, which is what I propose to call myself from now on, and to ensure that the title suits me all the better, I am resolved to have painted on my coat of arms, at the earliest opportunity, a very sorry face. There's no need to go wasting time and money on a painting, said Sancho. All you've got to do is lift your visor and let anyone looking at you see your face, and without any need of a picture or a shield they'll call you the Knight of the Sorry Face straight away. Believe you me, I'm telling the truth, I can promise you, sir. This is just my little joke, though, that what with being famished and not having any teeth, your face is such a terrible sight that, as I just said, there's no need for any sorry painting. Don Quixote laughed at Sancho's little joke, but he still decided to call himself by that title as soon as he could have his round infantryman's shield painted, as he'd said. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you that you're excommunicated for laying violent hands on what is sacred, I oxtidil lud, sic suadent diabolo, etc. For the Latin is beyond me, Don Quixote replied, yet I know very well that it was not my hands but this pike that I laid on you, and furthermore I did not think I was attacking priests or anything to do with the church, which I respect and adore as a good Catholic and faithful Christian that I am, but ghosts and phantoms from the other world. And even if I have done what you say, I can remember what happened to the Cid Ruy Diaz when he smashed the chair of that king's ambassador in front of his holiness the Pope, who excommunicated him for what he had done, yet the good Cid's behavior on that day had been that of a very honorable and valiant knight. 5. On hearing this the bachelor continued on his way, as described, without another word. Don Quixote would have liked to find out whether the corpse in the litter was a skeleton or not, but Sancho wouldn't allow it, saying, Sir, you've come out of this dangerous adventure more in one piece than out of any of the others I've seen, and, although you rooted all those people, they could have spotted that it was just one person fighting them, which could make them feel ashamed. And they might pluck up courage and come back for us, and then we'd really have our work cut out. The donkey's well loaded, the mountains are near at hand, hunger's pressing, and all we need to do is beat a dainty retreat and, as the saying goes, to the grave with the dead and the living to their bread. And pushing his ass along in front of him, he asked his master to follow, and Don Quixote, feeling that Sancho was right, obeyed him without a word. After walking a short distance between two hills they found themselves in a broad and secluded valley, where they stopped, and Sancho unloaded the donkey, and, stretched out on the green grass, they had breakfast, dinner, tea, and supper all at once, accompanied by the best hunger sauce, satisfying their stomachs from more than one lunchbox that the priests, such gentlemen seldom allow themselves to go short, had been carrying on their supply mule. But another misfortune befell them, in Sancho's opinion the worst of all, and this was that they didn't have any wine to drink, or even any water to raise to their lips, and they were tormented by thirst. Seeing that the meadow where they were lying was thick with lush young grass, Sancho said what will be related in the next chapter. Chapter XX. About the unprecedented and unique adventure undertaken by the valiant Don Quixote de la Mancha, the one that with the least danger was ever brought to a happy conclusion by any famous knight in the world. All this grass, sir, must be a sign that there's a spring or a stream near here watering it. So it'll be a good plan to carry on a little further, and we'll find somewhere we can quench this terrible thirst of ours. I'm sure thirst hurts even more than hunger does. Don Quixote thought this was good advice, and he took Rocinante by the reins, and Sancho loaded his ass with all the leftovers and took it by the halter, and they began to feel their way up the meadow, because the darkness of the night prevented them from seeing anything, but they hadn't gone a couple of 100 paces when a sound of thundering water reached their ears, as if it were crashing down from some great cliff. They were overjoyed at this, but, when they stopped to work out where the sound was coming from, they suddenly heard another noise that diluted the pleasure of the water, especially for Sancho, with his timid, fearful nature. What they heard was a steady pounding and some sort of a clanking of iron and chains that, added to the water's furious roaring, would have struck fear into any other heart than that of Don Quixote. In this dark night they wandered in among some tall trees whose leaves, blown by the breeze, rustled eerily, and the combination of the solitude, the surroundings, the darkness, the noise of the water and the rustling of the leaves filled them with fear and dread, all the more so when they found that the pounding didn't cease, the breeze didn't die down and the morning didn't come, and, on top of all this, they had no idea where they were. But Don Quixote, steeled by his intrepid heart, leapt upon Rocinante, grasped his little round shield, clasped his pike and said, Friend Sancho, I would have you know that I was born, by the will of heaven, in this iron age of ours, to revive in it the age of gold, or golden age, as it is often called. I am the man for whom dangers, great exploits, valiant deeds are reserved. I am, I repeat, the man who will revive the knights of the Round Table, the 12 peers of France and the 9 worthies, and who will consign to oblivion the Plateers, the Toblins, the Olivant and Tyrants, the Phoebuses and Belianises, together with the whole crowd of illustrious knights errant of olden times, by performing in this age in which I live such prodigies, such wonders, such feats of arms as to eclipse the most brilliant deeds that they ever accomplished. You are aware, faithful and trusty squire, of the darkness of this night, its unearthly silence, the confused and muffled hubbub of the trees, the fearsome roar of the water that we have come to seek and that seems to crash down from the heights of the mountains of the moon one, and the incessant pounding that assails and wounds our ears, all of which together, and indeed each by itself, would be enough to infuse fear and terror and dismay into the breast of Mars himself, let alone one unaccustomed to such occurrences and adventures. Now all of this that I depict for you is an incentive and a stimulant for my spirit, making this heart of mine burst in my breast with a desire to launch out on this adventure, however difficult it seems to be. So tighten Rocinante's girths a little, and God be with you, and await me here for just 3 days. After which, if I should not return, you may go back to our village, and from thence, as a favor and a service to me, you shall go to El Toboso, where you shall inform my incomparable lady Dulcinea that her hapless knight died attempting exploits which would make him worthy to call himself hers. When Sancho heard his master's words he began to weep tears of infinite tenderness, and said, Sir, I don't know why you want to take on this fearful adventure. It's night now. Nobody can see us here, we can easily ride the other way and avoid the danger, even if we have to go for 3 days without a drink, and since there's no one to see us, there's no one to think we're cowards, either. What's more, I've heard our village priest, who, you know well, saying in a sermon that danger loved is death one too, so it isn't a good idea to go tempting God by taking on such a tremendous feat that you can only get out of alive by some miracle. You ought to be content with the ones that heaven worked on you when it stopped you from being tossed in a blanket, as I was, and when it brought you out safe, sound, and victorious from among all those enemies that were riding with that corpse. And if all this doesn't move or soften that hard heart of yours, let's see if this does. Just think that as soon as you've gone away I'll be ready to give up the ghost to whoever wants to take it, out of pure fear. I left my village and my children and my wife to come and serve you, in the belief that I'd be better for it rather than the opposite. But greed breaks the sack and it's broken all my hopes, because just when they were brightest and I thought I was going to get my hands on that damned island you've promised me so often, I find that instead you want to leave me in a place like this, far from all human company. In the name of the one true God, sir, let not this wrong be done unto me, and if you just can't hold yourself back from doing this daring deed, at least put it off till morning according to the lore I learned as a shepherd. Dawn can't be 3 hours away, because the little bear's mouth is on top of its head, and at midnight it's in line with its left arm. But Sancho, asked Don Quixote, how can you tell where that line goes, or where that mouth or small bear is, when the night is so dark that there is not a star to be seen in The sky. That's true enough, said Sancho, but fear has many eyes, and it can see things under the ground, so it's got even more reason to see them up in the sky. But anyway, you only need to use your head to realize that it isn't long till daybreak. However long it is, replied Don Quixote, it shall not be said of me, now or ever, that tears and pleas deflected me from acting as I should, in a true knightly fashion, so I beg you, Sancho, to hold your tongue, for God, who has placed in my heart the desire to undertake this unique and dreadful adventure, will be sure to watch over my well-being, and console your grief. What you must do is to make Rocinante's girths as tight as may be, and wait here, for I shall soon return, alive or dead. Sancho realized that this was his master's final decision, and that tears, advice and pleas weren't having any effect, so he decided to make use of his cunning to force him to wait until daybreak, if he could. As he was tightening the horse's girths, he took his ass's halter and, ever so carefully and quietly so as not to be noticed, he tied Rocinante's hind legs together, so that when Don Quixote tried to set off he couldn't, because the only way in which the horse could move was in fits and starts. When Sancho saw that his trick had worked, he said, "There you are, sir. The heavens, moved by my tears and my prayers, have ordained that Rocinante can't move, and if you keep on spurring him again and again like that, you'll only annoy fortune and, as they say, kick against the pricks." Don Quixote was close to despair, and the more he gave his horse the spur the less it budged, and, not suspecting the ligature, he resigned himself to calming down and waiting either for Don to come or for Rocinante to move, ascribing the problem to everything except Sancho's cunning. And so he said, "Since the fact is, Sancho, that Rocinante cannot move, I am content to wait until Don smiles on us, even though I weep at her delay." "No, you mustn't weep," replied Sancho. "I'll keep you amused by telling you stories till daybreak, unless you'd rather get off your horse and lie down for a little nap on the green grass, as knight-errants often do, so as to feel nice and fresh when day comes and it's time to go off on that enormous adventure that's in store for you." "What do you mean, get off my horse and lie down for a little nap?" said Don Quixote. "Am I, perchance, one of those knights who repose in the midst of danger? You can sleep, for you were born to sleep. Indeed you can do as you wish, but I shall behave as I consider befits my aspirations." "Don't be angry, sir," replied Sancho, "I didn't mean it like that." And coming up to him he held onto the front of his saddle with one hand and onto the back of it with the other, so that he was left embracing his master's left thigh, not daring to stir 1 inch from it, so scared was he of the pounding, which continued unabated. Don Quixote asked him to tell a story to while the time away, as he had promised to, which Sancho replied that he would, if his fear of what he was hearing let him. "But in spite of that I will try my hardest to tell you a true story that, if I manage to tell it properly and don't get interrupted, is the best true story there ever was, and now you must pay attention because I'm about to begin. Once upon a time, and may good befall us all, and evil come to him that evil seeks, and you can see, sir, that in those ancient times they didn't start their stories any old way, but with the saying by Cato the Senseless of Rome 3, who says, and evil come to him that evil seeks, which just about fits the bill here, to persuade you to stay put and not wander off seeking evil, and let's go the other way instead, sir, because nobody's forcing us to carry on in this direction, with all these terrors putting the fear of God into us." "Continue with your story, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "and leave me to worry about the direction in which we are traveling." "I was saying, then," continued Sancho, "that in a village in Extremadura there once lived a goat shepherd, in other words a man who looked after goats, and this shepherd, or goat shepherd my story's all about, was called Lope, and this Lope was in love with a shepherdess called Toralba, and this shepherdess called Toralba was the daughter of a rich stock farmer, and this rich stock farmer—" "If that is the way in which you tell your story, Sancho," said Don Quixote, repeating everything you say, "in 2 days' time you still will not have finished. Either tell it straightforwardly, like a man of good sense, or do not tell it at all." "The way I'm telling it," retorted Sancho, "is the way tales are always told where I come from, and I don't know any other way to tell it, and it isn't fair to expect me to learn new habits." "Tell it however you like, then," replied Don Quixote, "and since fate decrees that I cannot avoid listening, you had better continue." "And so, my dear good sir," continued Sancho, "as I was saying, this herdsman was in love with Toralba the shepherdess, who was a plump lass, unruly and a bit mannish, because she had the beginnings of a mustache. I can almost see her even now." "So you knew her, did you?" said Don Quixote. "I didn't know her as such," replied Sancho, "but the person who told me the story said it was so very true that when I told it to anyone else I could swear blind I'd seen it all for myself. So the days came and the days went, and the devil, who doesn't sleep and meddles and muddles in everything, made the love that the herdsman felt for the shepherdess turn into deadly hatred, and the cause, so the gossips said, was a dose of jealousy pangs she gave him, that went well beyond the pale, and the herdsman hated her so much from then on that, so as never to see her again, he decided to leave that land and go where he wouldn't ever clap eyes on her. As soon as Toralba saw that Lope scorned her, she fell in love with him, even though she'd never been at all fond of him before that. That is the way with woman, said Don Quixote, to disdain the man who loves her, and to love the man who disdains her. Continue, Sancho. What happened, said Sancho, was that the herdsman put his plan into action, and he drove his goats in front of him through the fields of Extremadura to cross over into the kingdom of Portugal. The Toralba woman found out and went after him, and followed him at a distance on her bare feet, with her staff in her hand and her 2 satchels hanging from her neck, and containing, so it said, a piece of a mirror and a piece of a comb and some sort of jar of face lotion, but whatever it was she was carrying, and I'm not going to start trying to find that out now. All I will say is that it said that the herdsman and his goats reached the river Guadiana, and it was swollen almost to overflowing, and there wasn't any ferry or any other boat to take him and his animals across, which put him in a tizzy because he could see that the Toralba woman was getting close and she was going to make a nuisance of herself with all her pleading and moaning, but he kept looking so hard that he saw a fisherman with a boat by his side, so small that there was only room in it for 1 person and 1 goat, and in spite of this he spoke to him and bargained with him, and they agreed that the fisherman would ferry him and his 300 goats across to the other bank. The fisherman climbed into his boat and took 1 goat across, and he came back and took another goat across, and he came back again and took another goat across. You've got to keep count of the goats that the fisherman takes across, because if you let just one of them slip from your memory, the story will come to an end and I won't be able to tell you another word of it. To continue, then, I ought to say that the landing stage on the other side was very muddy and slippery, and the fisherman was taking a long time going to and fro. All the same, he came for another goat, and another goat, and another goat. Just assume that he has ferried them all across, said Don Quixote. Don't keep coming and going like that, you won't get them to the other side in a year. How many goats has he taken across so far? Asked Sancho. How the devil do you expect me to know that? Replied Don Quixote. That's just what I told you to keep good count. Well, by God, the story's over, I'm not going on. How can that be, replied Don Quixote. Is it so essential to the story to know exactly how many goats have gone across that if we are so much as one out you cannot continue telling it? No, sir, not at all, replied Sancho. It's just that when I asked you to tell me how many goats had gone and you replied that you didn't know, at that very instant I clean forgot what I had left to say, and it was full of good things, I can tell you that much. So your story is finished, said Don Quixote. As sure as my mother is, said Sancho. I can honestly say, replied Don Quixote, that you have just told one of the most original tales, true or false, that anybody could ever have dreamed of, and that your way of telling it and concluding it is something never heard before nor to be heard again. Although I did expect no less from your fine mind. But this does not surprise me. Because that incessant pounding must have turned your brain. That's as may be, replied Sancho, all I know is, that's the end of my story. It finishes where you start to make mistakes in counting the goats. It is welcome to finish wherever it wishes, said Don Quixote. Now let us see if Rocinante can move. He set spurs to his horse again. And again the horse jumped and froze, for Sancho's knots were good knots. It appears that at this moment, either because of the cold of the morning, which was fast approaching, or because Sancho had eaten something loosening for his supper, or because of natural processes, which seems most likely, he felt the urgent need to do the job of work that nobody could do for him, but so great was the fear which had entered his heart that he didn't dare to move as much as a hair's breadth from his master's side. Yet not doing what he had to do wasn't a possibility, either, and so what he did, for the sake of peace and concord, was to draw his right hand away from the back of Don Quixote's saddle and use it with great stealth to loosen the running knot that was all that held his breeches up, at which they slid down and encircled his ankles like fetters. Then he lifted up his shirt as best he could, and thrust two ample buttocks into the night air. Once he'd done this, which he thought was all he needed to do to escape from his harrowing predicament, he found himself in another even worse plight. He thought that he wasn't going to be able to relieve himself in silence, and he began to grit his teeth and hunch his shoulders and hold his breath for as long as he could, but in spite of all these precautions he was unfortunate enough, in the end, to make a small noise, quite different from the noise causing him such great fear. Don Quixote heard it and said, "What murmuring is that, Sancho?" "I don't know, sir," he replied. "It must be some new business, because adventures and misadventures never come singly." He tried his luck again, and such was his success that, with no greater noise than the previous time, he relieved himself of the burden that had been weighing so heavily upon him. But since Don Quixote's sense of smell was as acute as his sense of hearing, and since Sancho was clinging so very close to him, it was inevitable that some of the fumes, rising almost in a straight line, would reach his nostrils, whereupon he went to their rescue by squeezing them between finger and thumb, and said in somewhat nasal tones, "It seems to me, Sancho, that you are very frightened." "That I am," replied Sancho, "but what makes you notice it now more than at other times?" "The fact that now, more than at other times, you smell, and not of ambergris," replied Don Quixote. "You could well be right," said Sancho, "but I'm not the one to blame, you are, for dragging me into such wild places at these unearthly hours." "Move 3 or maybe 4 places backwards, my friend," said Don Quixote, without taking his hand from his nose, "and from now on be more careful with your person and with what is due to mine, for it is my familiarity with you that has given rise to this contempt." "I bet you're thinking," said Sancho, "that I've done something with my person that I didn't ought to have done." "The more you stir it the worse it gets, friend Sancho," replied Don Quixote. In this and other similar conversations master and servant spent the night, but when Sancho saw that morning was fast approaching, he very quietly untied Rocinante and tied his breeches. Once Rocinante found himself free, it seems that, although he wasn't a high-spirited animal, the after effects of his confinement made him begin pawing, because prancing, begging his pardon, was beyond him. And when Don Quixote noticed that Rocinante could move again, he considered it to be a favorable sign indicating, he believed, that it was time for him to undertake that terrible adventure. And now dawn broke at last, and objects began to be clearly visible, and Don Quixote saw that he was beneath some tall trees, chestnuts, which cast a deep, dark shade. He also noticed that the pounding didn't cease, but he couldn't see what was causing it, and so, without further delay, he let Rocinante feel the spur and, saying goodbye again to Sancho, told him to wait there for 3 days, at the most, just as he had told him before, and, if by the end of them he hadn't returned, to take it as certain that it had been God's will that he should end his life in that perilous adventure. He repeated his instructions about the message to be taken on his behalf to his lady Dulcinea, and told Sancho not to worry about the matter of the payment for his services, because he had made his will before leaving home and in it he had made full provision for wages covering the time served, pro rata, and he added that, if God brought him out of that peril safe and sound and ransomless, Sancho could count with total certainty on receiving the promised island. Sancho wept again as he heard his good master's doleful words once more, and he resolved not to leave him until the absolute final end of that particular incident. From these fears of Sancho Panza's and from this honorable decision of his the author of this history concludes that he must have been of good family and, at the very least, of pure old Christian stock. And his master was moved by his feelings, but not so much as to make him waver in the slightest. On the contrary, he hid his emotion as best he could and began to ride in the direction from which he thought the noise of the water and the pounding were coming. Sancho followed on foot, leading his donkey, his perpetual companion in prosperous and adverse fortune, by the halter, as he so often did, and, after they advanced some way under those gloomy chestnut trees, they came to a little meadow at the foot of a high cliff from which a great waterfall came tumbling down. Beneath the cliff there were some roughly constructed buildings that looked more like ruins than anything else, and the two men realized that the ceaseless pounding din was coming from over there. Rocinante started at the racket of the water and the pounding, and Don Quixote soothed him and then inched his way towards the buildings, commending himself with all his heart to his lady and imploring her to favor him in this dreadful enterprise, and while he was about it he also commended himself to God and asked not to be forgotten by him. Sancho never strayed from his side, and he poked his neck out as far as he could and he peered as hard as he could between Rocinante's legs, to try to make out what it was that was filling him with such dread. They must have advanced another 100 paces when, as they came round the side of a hillock, they saw, starkly exposed to their gaze, without any room for doubt, the cause of that hideous and, for them, horrendous din that had kept them so bewildered and scared throughout the night. And it was, please don't take this amiss, dear reader, 6 fulling hammers making all the noise with their alternating blows. When Don Quixote saw what it was he fell silent and stiffened from top to toe. Sancho looked up at Don Quixote and saw that his head was sunk on his breast in manifest mortification. Don Quixote looked down at Sancho and saw that his cheeks were puffed up and his mouth was filled with mirth, about to explode with it, and the knight's dejection was not so great that it could prevent him from laughing at the sight of Sancho, and when Sancho saw that his master had begun to laugh, he released his own captive so suddenly that he had to press his fists to his side so as not to explode. 4 times he calmed down, and 4 times he started laughing again, every bit as hard as the first time, and Don Quixote was becoming more and more enraged, particularly when he heard Sancho say by way of mockery, "I would have you know, friend Sancho, that I was born, by the will of heaven, in this iron age of ours, to revive in it the age of gold, or golden age. I am the man for whom dangers, great exploits, valiant deeds are reserved." And he went on to repeat most of what Don Quixote had said when they first heard the dreadful pounding. Seeing Sancho making fun of him, Don Quixote was so furious that he raised his pike and struck him 2 such blows that if it connected with his head instead of his shoulders there wouldn't have been any need to pay any wages, except to his heirs. Now that his jolly jest had turned into ugly earnest, and fearful that his master might give him some more of the same, Sancho grovelled. "Calm down, do, sir, please, I swear to God I was only joking." "You may be joking, sir, but I am not," retorted Don Quixote. "Look here, my merry fellow, do you fancy that, if these were not fulling hammers but some perilous new adventure, I should have failed to display the courage needed to undertake and conclude it? Am I, perchance, sir, obliged, being, as I am, a knight and a gentleman, to identify and distinguish between sounds, and tell whether they come from fulling mills or not? And furthermore it could be the case, as indeed it is, that I have never seen such things in my life, just as you must have seen them often, being a miserable peasant, born and brought up among them. Or else, sir, you just turn these 6 hammers into 6 giants, and set them on me one by one or all together, and if I do not topple each and every one of them, then you can laugh at me as much as you please." "Enough said, sir," said Sancho, "I will admit I was a bit free with my giggles. But tell me, now we're at peace again, and may God get you out of all your adventures too. Come as safe and sound as out of this one. Wasn't it a great joke, and won't it make a fine story, this enormous fear of ours? My fear I mean, because I'm aware you don't even know what fear is, sir, or what it feels like to be afraid." "I do not deny," replied Don Quixote, "that what has happened to us is worth laughing at, but it is not worth telling, because not all people are intelligent enough to see things in the right perspective." "At least you got your pike in the right perspective," replied Sancho, aiming at my head and hitting my shoulders, "thanks to God and the care I took to duck. But there we are, it all comes out in the wash, and I've often heard people say you've got to be cruel to be kind, and what's more, when important gentlemen give their servants a good talking to, they normally give them a pair of breeches afterwards, though I don't know what they give them after beatings. But maybe what knight-errants give after beatings are islands, or kingdoms on dry land." "The dice could well fall in such a way," said Don Quixote, "that what you say comes true, and forgive me for what has just happened, because you are intelligent and so you understand that man's first impulses are beyond his control, and pay heed from now on to what I am about to say, so that you refrain from talking to me excessively. In all the books of chivalry I have read, an infinity of them, I have never come across any squire who talked to his master as much as you do to yours. And in truth I consider it a great fault in both you and me, in you, because you show me scant respect, in me, because I do not make you respect me more. Yes, indeed, Gandalin, Amadis of Gaul's squire, was the Count of the Firm Isle, yet we read that he always addressed his master cap in hand, with his head bowed and his body bent double, in the Turkish fashion. And what shall we say of Gazabal, Sir Galah's squire, who was so quiet that to convey the excellence of his miraculous silence his name is only mentioned once in the whole of that great and true history? From all that I have said you should infer, Sancho, that a distance must be kept between master and man, between lord and lackey, between knight and squire. So, from now on we must behave with more respect, and not indulge in our little jokes, for, in whatever way I become annoyed with you, sir, take note that it is always the pitcher that is broken. The boons and favors that I have promised you will arrive in good time, and if they do not arrive you will not, at least, forfeit your wages, as I have already informed you." "All you say is very well said," replied Sancho, "but what I'd like to know, just in case the time of the favors never does come round and I have to fall back on wages, is how much knight squires used to earn in those olden days, and whether they were hired by the month or on a daily basis like builders' laborers." "I do not believe," replied Don Quixote, "that such squires were ever paid wages. They depended upon favor. And if I have provided for you to be paid wages, in the sealed will I left in my house, that was only because of what might happen, for I do not yet know how chivalry will fare in these calamitous times of ours, and I should not want my soul to suffer in the other world for the sake of a mere trifle. For I would have you know, Sancho, that there is no profession in this world more hazardous than that of knight adventurer." "That's true enough," said Sancho, "because it only needed the sound of some hammers in a fulling mill to strike fear and terror into the heart of a really brave errant adventurer like yourself. But you can take it from me that from this moment on I won't open my mouth to make fun of your doings, but only to honor you as my master and natural lord." "In that case," replied Don Quixote, "your days will be long on the face of the earth, because next to our parents, our masters should be respected as if they were our parents." Chapter XXI. Concerning the sublime adventure and rich prize of Mambrino's helmet, and other things that happened to our invincible knight. And now it began to drizzle, and Sancho wanted them to shelter in the fulling mill. But the mockery that Don Quixote had just suffered had given him such a grudge against those hammers that he wouldn't go in there on any account. So they veered off to the right and came to a road like the one along which they'd been traveling on the previous day. A little later Don Quixote sighted a man riding towards them with something on his head that shone as if it were made of gold, and as soon as he saw this man he turned to Sancho and said, "It appears to me, Sancho, that there is no proverb which is not true, because they are all maxims derived from experience itself, the mother of all knowledge, especially the one that says, when one door closes, another opens. I say this because if last night Fortune closed the door to the happiness for which we were searching when she deceived us with the fulling mill, today she is throwing open another door to a better and surer adventure, and if I do not succeed in entering this door I alone shall bear the blame, and I shall not be able to ascribe it to a lack of information on the subject of fulling mills, or to the darkness of the night. I say this because, if I am not mistaken, we are being approached by a man who bears on his head Mambrino's helmet, about which I swore that thou just be careful what you're saying, and even more careful what you're doing," said Sancho. "All I hope is that it isn't some more fulling hammers to finish off the job of pounding and beating us senseless." "The devil take you for your perversity," replied Don Quixote. "What has a helmet to do with fulling hammers?" "I haven't the faintest idea," replied Sancho, "but by my faith, if I was allowed to talk, As much as I used to, maybe I'd say that which would make you see how wrong you are. How can I be wrong, you doubting Thomas, said Don Quixote. Tell me, do you not see that knight coming towards us, upon a dapple grey steed, wearing a helmet of gold? All I can make out, replied Sancho, is a bloke on a donkey, brown like mine, with something shiny on his head. Well, that is Mambrino's helmet, said Don Quixote. Move aside and leave me alone with him, you will soon see how, without uttering a single word, so as to save time, I bring this adventure to a happy conclusion, and the helmet that I have so desired becomes mine. I'll move aside all right, replied Sancho. But I'll say it once again, pray God. This is what you say it is, and not more fulling mills. I have already told you, sir, never even to think of mentioning fulling mills again, said Don Quixote, or I swear my most solemn oath that I shall mill your very soul out of your body. Sancho held his tongue, fearful that his master might fulfill the vow he'd sworn with such verve. The explanation of the helmet, the steed, and the knight that Don Quixote saw is as follows. In this area there were 2 villages, one of them so small that it had neither a chemist nor a barber, while the other, close to it, had both, so the barber of the larger village also looked after the smaller one, where there was a sick man who needed bleeding, and another who wanted a shave, and the barber was on his way there with his brass basin, and fate ordained that as he was riding along it started to rain, and, to prevent his hat, which must have been a new one, from getting stained, he put his basin on his head, and since the basin was clean it shone from more than a mile away. He was riding a brown donkey, as Sancho said. And this was what made Don Quixote think he saw a dapple grey steed, and a knight, and a helmet of gold, because he was so ready to accommodate everything he saw to his delirious chivalry and his errant thoughts. And when he saw this poor knight coming close, he set off without directing a single word at him, and charged at him at Rocinante's fastest pace, his pike couched low, with the intention of passing him through and through, and as he came close, without checking the fury of his charge, he cried, either defend yourself, base caitiff, or hand me of your own free will what is so rightfully due to me. The barber, seeing such an apparition descending upon him when nothing had been further from his thoughts or his fears, could only dodge the pike by throwing himself from his donkey, and he'd hardly touched the ground when he sprang back up nimbler than a deer and sprinted away across the plain so fast that the wind itself couldn't have caught him. He left his basin on the ground, and Don Quixote was delighted and said that the pagan had been prudent indeed in behaving like the beaver, which, when cornered by huntsmen, bites off what, by natural instinct, it knows it is being hunted for. 1. He ordered Sancho to retrieve the helmet, and Sancho picked the basin up and said, by God, this is a good basin, it's worth a piece of 8 if it's worth a maravedi too. He gave it to his master, who put it on his head and then turned it round and round, searching for the visor, and not finding one he said, the pagan for whose measurements this famous helmet was first forged must have had a very large head, and what is worst of all is that half of the helmet is missing. When Sancho heard the basin being called a helmet he couldn't restrain his laughter. But then he recalled his master's fury and checked himself in full flow. What are you laughing at, Sancho? Asked Don Quixote. What I'm laughing at, Sancho replied, is the thought of the big head on that pagan. Who was the owner of this here helmet that looks for all the world exactly like a barber's basin? Do you know what I think, Sancho? I think that this famous piece of this enchanted helmet must, by some strange accident, have fallen into the hands of the person who did not understand or appreciate its value, and, not knowing what he was doing, he must, on seeing that it is made of the purest gold, have melted down the other half to sell it, and with the remaining half made this, which seems, as you say, like a barber's basin. But let it be what it will, for me, who knows it well, its transformation is of no consequence. I shall have it corrected in the first village where there is a blacksmith, and in such a manner that it is not surpassed or even equaled by the helmet that the god of forge is made for the god of battles 3, and in the meantime I shall wear it as best I can, because something is better than nothing, particularly since it will certainly be adequate to protect me against stonings. So long as they don't use slings, that is, said Sancho, as they did in the battle between those 2 armies, when they gave you that blessing on your jaws and smashed the bottle of that very holy concoction that made me spew my guts up. I am not excessively distressed at its loss, said Don Quixote, for as you know, Sancho, I have the recipe in my memory. I've got it in my memory, too, replied Sancho, but let me be struck dead here and now if I ever make it or drink it again. What's more, I'm not intending to be in the way of needing it, because I'm going to use all my 5 senses to avoid being sore wounded, or sore wounding anyone else. As for being blanket tossed again, I can't make any promises, because those kinds of mishap can't always be prevented, and if they do come your way there's nothing to be done but curl up, hold your breath, shut your eyes, and let yourself go wherever fate and the blanket take you. You are a bad Christian, Sancho, this prompted Don Quixote to say, for once you take offense you never forget. Well, I would have you know that noble and generous breasts pay no heed to trivialities. What lame leg, what broken rib, what shattered skull have you been left with, to make that little jest so unforgettable? For when all is said and done it was only a jest, an amusement. If I did not regard it as such, I should have returned there and avenged you by wreaking more havoc than the Greeks did for the rape of Helen, for who, if she had lived in our times, or if my Dulcinea had lived in hers, could be certain that she would not enjoy such a reputation for beauty as she does. And here he heaved a sigh that echoed throughout the heavens. And Sancho said, it better pass as a jest, then, since it isn't going to be taken in earnest and avenged. But I'm the one who knows what those earnest jests were like, and I also know that they won't fade from my memory any more than the sting of them will go away from my ribs. But putting all that aside, please can you tell me what we're going to do with this here dapple grey steed that looks just like a brown donkey, left all defenseless by that Martino fellow who you knocked over and who, to judge from the way he's hurt, isn't ever going to come back for it? And, my eye, the dapple's a fine animal all right. I am not in the habit, said Don Quixote, of despoiling those whom I vanquish, nor is it a custom of chivalry to take their horses and leave them on foot, unless the victor has lost his own horse in the fray, in which case it is legitimate to take the defeated knight's horse, as a prize won in lawful war. And so, Sancho, leave that horse, or donkey, or whatever you want to call it, for as soon as its master sees that we have gone, he will return for it. God knows I'd love to take it, replied Sancho, or at least swap it for mine, because I don't think mine's such a good one. These laws of chivalry are really strict, if they won't even stretch to letting you swap one donkey for another. Could you please tell me if I can at least swap the tackle? I am not very clear about that, replied Don Quixote, and as it is a doubtful case, I should say that until I am better informed you can swap it, if your need is very great. It's so great, said Sancho, that if I'd wanted the tackle to wear it myself I couldn't have needed it more. And, now that he'd been granted official permission, he performed his mutatio caparum 5 and refurbished his donkey, a very great change for the better. Then they breakfasted on the leftovers of the camp provisions plundered from the priest's supply mule. And they drank from the river that powered the fulling mill, taking care not to look in that direction, so great was the loathing inspired by the fear it had struck into them. Once they dulled the pangs of hunger, and even the pangs of melancholy, they mounted. And, not taking any particular direction, as is appropriate for knights errant, their progress was dictated by Rocinante's will, which carried along with it that of his master, and even that of the ass, which always followed wherever Rocinante led, in love and good fellowship. Despite all this, they found their way back to the main highway, which they followed at random and without any fixed plan. As they jogged along, Sancho said to his master, "Sir, would you very kindly give me permission to say a few words to you? With that harsh order of silence you imposed on me, quite a number of things have rotted away inside my stomach, and there's one I've got on the tip of my tongue at this very moment. And I wouldn't want it to go bad too." "Out with it, then," said Don Quixote, "and be brief, for long speeches are never enjoyable." "What I'm saying, sir," Sancho replied, "is that for some time now I've been thinking about how precious little there is to be got out of going around like this looking for these adventures of yours in these wastes and along these remote roads where, even if you triumph in the most dangerous ones, there isn't anybody to see them or know about them. And so they're going to be hushed up forever, which goes against what you intend and the adventures deserve. And so I think it'd be preferable, saving your better judgment, for us to go off and serve some emperor or other bigwig who's fighting some war, and in his service you can show off your personal qualities, your great might and your even greater intelligence, because once the Lord we go to serve sees all this he'll be bound to reward us, each getting what he deserves, and you won't be short of someone to write down all your exploits, to be remembered always. I can't say as much about mine, because they won't go beyond squirely limits, though I will say that if it's regular in chivalry to write about the deeds of squires, I'm not intending mine to be left out of the story." "There is something in what you say, Sancho," replied Don Quixote, "but before one reaches that stage one must wander about the world on probation as it were, in search of adventures, so that, by bringing some of them to a happy conclusion, one gains such fame and renown that when one does go to some great monarch's court one is known as a knight by one's deeds, and as soon as all the boys in the street see one riding through the city gates, they follow one and come swarming around one and shouting, 'This is the knight of the sun or of the serpent or whatever device it is under which one has performed great exploits. This,' they will say, 'is the man who in single combat defeated the enormous giant Brocabruno of the mighty strength, the man who freed the great Mameluke of Persia from the long enchantment in which he had languished for almost 900 years.' And so they will go on proclaiming one's deeds from mouth to mouth, and then, upon hearing the noise of the boys and the other people, the king of that kingdom will stand at the windows of his royal palace, and as soon as he sees the knight and recognizes him by his armor or by the device on his shield, he is bound to say, 'Ho, there! Let all the knights at my court come hither to receive the flower of chivalry, who approaches yonder.' At this command they will all issue forth, and the king will advance halfway down the staircase, and will give him a warm embrace and the kiss of peace on his face, and then let him by the hand to the queen's chamber, where the knight will discover the queen with the princess, her daughter, and it will be difficult to find a fairer or more perfect maiden anywhere on the face of the earth. What will happen next, without a pause, is that she will fix her eyes upon the knight, and he will gaze into hers, and each will seem to the other more divine than human, and, without understanding how it has happened, they will find themselves caught and enmeshed in the tight-knit nets of love and with great anguish in their hearts, not knowing how they can contrive to speak and make their feelings and desires known to each other. From there he will most certainly be taken to some richly furnished chamber in the palace, where, once his armor is removed, a fine scarlet robe will be brought for him to wear, and if he looked well in his armor, he will look as well or even better in his Japan. Point 6. Once night has fallen, he will dine with the king, the queen, and the princess, and he will not take his eyes off her, stealing glances at her when the others are not looking. And she will do likewise, taking the same precautions because, as I have said, she is a most intelligent maiden. The tables will be removed and a tiny, ugly dwarf will appear in the hall door with a beautiful lady following him between two giants and bringing a certain adventure game contrived by a most experienced sage, and whoever succeeds in it will be held to be the best knight in the world. The king will then order that all the knights there present shall attempt it, and none of them will bring it to a happy conclusion save the guest, to the great enhancement of his reputation, and the princess will be overjoyed and well satisfied to have set her sights so very high. And the best part is that this king or prince or whatever is engaged in a desperate war with another monarch as powerful as he, and his guest the knight asks him, after he has been at his court for a few days, for permission to go off and serve him in this war. The king will grant it most willingly, and the knight will courteously kiss his hands for the favor conceded. And that night he will bid farewell to his lady the princess through the railings in a garden by the room in which she sleeps, where he has often spoken to her before thanks to the mediation of a lady in waiting, the princess's confidant. He will sigh, she will swoon, the lady in waiting will fetch some water and be sore distressed, because morning is approaching and she would not like them to be discovered, worried as she is about her mistress's honor. Finally the princess will come to herself and will extend her white hands through the railings, and the knight will kiss them 1,000 times and bathe them in tears. The two will agree on how they are to convey their news, both good and bad, to each other, and the princess will beg him to make his absence as short as possible. He will promise to do so, with many vows. He will kiss her hands again, and take his leave in such grief that he will be close to death. From there he goes to his chamber, throws himself down on his bed, cannot sleep from the pain of the parting, rises very early, goes to say goodbye to the king, the queen, and the princess. After he has taken his leave of the king and the queen, they tell him that the princess is indisposed and cannot receive any visits. The knight believes that this is because of her sorrow at his departure. He is broken-hearted and almost betrays his deep distress. The lady in waiting is present. She takes note of everything and she goes to tell her mistress, who receives her with tears, and says that one of her greatest griefs is not knowing who the knight is, and whether he is of royal descent or not. The lady in waiting assures her that such courtesy, gentility, and bravery can only be found in illustrious royal persons. The distressed damsel finds some consolation in this. She attempts to be of good cheer, so as not to give her parents any cause for suspicion, and after 2 days she reappears in public. The knight has taken his departure. He fights in the war, defeats the king's enemy, conquers many cities, triumphs in many battles, returns to court, meets his lady in the usual place. It is agreed that he will ask her father for her hand in marriage, in return for his services. The king refuses, because he does not know who the knight is, but in spite of that, whether they elope or however it happens, the princess does become his wife. And her father eventually considers it a most fortunate match, because it is discovered that the knight is the son of the valiant king of some kingdom unknown to me, not being, as far as I am aware, anywhere on the map. The father dies, the princess inherits, in brief the knight becomes king. And now comes the time for bestowing favors on his squire and all those who have helped him to rise to such high estate. He marries his squire to one of the princess's ladies in waiting, obviously the one who was the helpful confidant, the daughter of a very important duke. That's what I want, and no messing about, said Sancho. And that's what I'm counting on, because it's all going to turn out just as you said. Now you're called the Knight of the Sorry Face. Do not doubt it, Sancho, replied Don Quixote, because in the way and by the steps I have related knights errant rise and always have risen to be kings and emperors. All that is needed now is to discover which Christian or pagan king is waging a war and has a beautiful daughter, but there will be time enough to think about that because, as I have told you, one must win fame elsewhere before appearing at court. There is something else lacking, too, supposing that a king with a war and a beautiful daughter is found, and that I have by then won incredible fame throughout the universe. I really do not know how it could be discovered that I am descended from kings, or am even an emperor's second cousin, because the king will not give me his daughter to be my wife. Without inquiring very carefully into all this, however meritorious my famous deeds may be, and I am afraid that through this shortcoming I might forfeit what my arm so richly deserves. It is true, of course, that I am a hidalgo of known family and a man of property, and that the law protects my good name with a fine of 500 shillings. And it could happen that the sage who writes my history deals with my family background in such minute detail that he finds me to be a king's grandson 5 or 6 times removed. For I would have you know, Sancho, that there are two kinds of lineage in this world, those that sprang from princes and monarchs, and that time has gradually destroyed, and have ended in a point, like an upside-down pyramid, and others that began with low-born people, and have prospered little by little, until they have achieved the eminence of great lords. So the difference is that some were but no longer are, and others are who never were, and I might be one of the former, and it might be discovered that I had great and famous beginnings, which ought to be sufficient for the king my father-in-law to be, and, if not, the princess will be so enamored of me that, in spite of her father even if he has clear evidence that I am the son of some water carrier, she will accept me as her lord and husband, and if this does not happen, it will be the moment to carry her off wherever I see fit, and either time or death will put an end to her parents' anger. It will also be the moment, said Sancho, for what some wicked people say, never ask as a favor for what you can get by force, although what's more to the point is a clean pair of heels is better than a good man's pleas. I'm only saying this because if the king, your father-in-law, doesn't come round to letting you have my lady the princess, there's nothing for it but to cart her off and take her somewhere else, as you said. But the trouble is that until the war ends and you can enjoy your kingdom in peace and quiet, the poor old squire might well be starved of favors. That is unless the lady in confiding, who's going to be the squire's wife, goes away with the princess, and he shares his unhappy life with her until heaven decrees a change, because I suppose his master can give her to him as his lawful wedded wife if he wants. Nobody can prevent it, said Don Quixote. Well, in that case, said Sancho, we'll just have to commend ourselves to God and let fortune take whatever course God wants it to. May God provide, said Don Quixote, as I wish and as you, Sancho, need, and he who thinks himself a wretch can stay a wretch. I'll say amen to that, said Sancho, because I'm of old Christian stock, and that's good enough for me to be a count. It is more than enough, said Don Quixote, and even if you were not, it would not signify, because as king I can make you a noble without your buying the title or serving me in any way. For once I make you count, there you are, a gentleman, say what they will, and, to be sure, they shall call you lordship, whether they like it or not. I bet I'd know how to live up to that handful all right, said Sancho. I think you mean to say handle, not handful, said his master. Whatever you like, replied Sancho Panza. What I'm saying is that I'd be able to carry it off, because once, upon my soul, I was a beadle in a confraternity, and the beadle's uniform suited me so well that everyone said I had the presence to be the steward. So just imagine when I get the robes of a duke round my shoulders, or when I dress up in gold and pearls like all those foreign counts. I reckon people will come from hundreds of miles away to see me. Yes, you will look well, said Don Quixote, but you will have to shave frequently, because your beard is so thick, rough, and unkempt that if you do not take a razor to it every second day at least, people will see in a trice what you are. Why not just get a barber, said Sancho, and keep him in the house on wages? And, if needs be, I'll even make him follow me around like a grandee's equerry. And how do you know, asked Don Quixote, that grandees are followed by their equerries? I'll tell you how I know, replied Sancho. A few years ago I was in the capital for a month, and there I saw a tiny little man that everyone said was a very big man because he was a grandee, going for a ride, and another man following him around on horseback, wherever he went, as if he was his tail. I asked why the second man never caught up with the first one, but always rode behind him. They replied that he was his equerry, and that it was a habit of grandees to have these characters following them around. And that's how I know I've known it so well ever since that I've never forgotten. And I say that you are quite right, said Don Quixote, and that you can take your barber with you in the same way, because customs did not arise all together, nor were they all invented at once, and you can be the first count to be followed by his barber. Indeed, shaving a man's beard is an even more intimate duty than saddling his horse. Let me see to the barber, said Sancho, and you can see to becoming a king and making me a count. So it shall be, replied Don Quixote. And raising his eyes, he saw what will be related in the next chapter. Chapter XXII. About how Don Quixote freed many wretches who, much against their will, were being taken where they would have preferred not to go. Said Hamet bin Enjli, the Arab author from La Mancha, relates in this most grave, grandiloquent, meticulous, delightful, and imaginative history that after the conversation between the famous Don Quixote de La Mancha and his squire Sancho Panza recorded at the end of the 21st chapter, Don Quixote raised his eyes and saw that some 12 men on foot, strung by the neck, like beads, on a great iron chain, and with shackles on their hands, were plodding towards them along the road. 2 men on horseback and 2 others on foot were escorting them. The mounted men were carrying firelocks and the other swords and spears, and as soon as Sancho Panza saw them he said, "Here comes a chain gang of convicts, on their forced march to the king's galleys." "What do you mean, forced march?" demanded Don Quixote. "Is it possible that the king uses force on anyone?" "I don't mean that," replied Sancho, "just that they've been sentenced to serve the king in his galleys for their crimes, and they've got a long walk to get there. In short," replied Don Quixote, "whatever the details may be, these people, wherever they are going, are being forced to march there, and are not doing it of their own free will." "That's right," said Sancho. "In that case," said his master, "this situation is calling out for the exercise of my profession, the redressing of outrages and the succor and relief of the wretched." "Look, sir," said Sancho. Justice, and that means the king himself, isn't doing these people any outrages, only punishing them for their crimes. At this point the chain gang came up, and Don Quixote, in courteous language, asked the guards to be so kind as to inform him of the reason or reasons why they were bearing those people off in that way. One of the guards on horseback replied that they were all convicts, detained at his majesty's pleasure and on their way to the galleys, and that there was nothing else to be said and nothing else that he had any business to know. All the same, said Don Quixote, I should like to hear from each one of them individually the cause of his misfortune. He added other such polite expressions to persuade them to tell him what he wanted to know. That the other guard on horseback said, we do have here the documents and certificates with the sentences that each of these wretches has been given, but this is no time to stop to take them out and read them, so you'd better come and ask the men yourself, and they'll tell you if they want to, and they will want to, because these are fellows who really enjoy getting up to their evil tricks and bragging about them afterwards. With this permission, which Don Quixote would have taken for himself if it hadn't been given him, he approached the chain gang and asked the first convict what sins had put him in that plight. The convict replied that he was there for being in love. For no more than that, replied Don Quixote. If they send men to the galleys for being in love, I could have been rowing in them for a long time by now. It isn't love of the sort you think, said the convict. Mine was for a washing basket. That was chock-a-block with linen, and I loved it so much, and I hugged it so tight, that if the law hadn't taken it off me by force I still wouldn't have let go of it of my own free will. To this day, I was caught red-handed. There wasn't any need for torture. The trials over and done with, they gave me 100 of the best plus 3 in the tubs, and that's that. What are tubs? Asked Don Quixote. Tubs is galleys, replied the convict. He was a young man of maybe 24, and he said he was a native of Piedrahita. Don Quixote put the same question to the second convict, who was so overcome by melancholy that he didn't offer a word in reply, but the first one answered for him and said, this one, sir, is here for being a canary bird, that is to say for being a singer and musician. What? Said Don Quixote. Do men go to the galleys for being singers and musicians, too? Yes, sir, replied the convict, because there's nothing worse than singing in your throes. On the contrary, said Don Quixote, I have often heard it said that one can sing away sorrows and cast away care. Here it's the opposite, said the convict. Sing just that once and you'll weep for the rest of your life. I fail to understand, said Don Quixote. But one of the guards explained. Sir Knight, among these ungodly people singing in your throes means confessing under torture. This sinner was tortured and he confessed to his crime. He's a pricker of prancers, in other words a horse thief, and because he confessed he was sentenced to 6 years in the galleys and 200 strokes of the lash, and these he's already been given, and he's always sad and lost in his thoughts, because the other criminals back there in prison and here in the chain gang despise and mock and maltreat him and make his life impossible for confessing and not having the guts to keep saying no. They say, you see, that nay has no more letters in it than I, and that a delinquent's a lucky man if his life or death depends on his own tongue and not on witnesses or evidence, and it's my belief they aren't far wrong. That is my understanding, too, replied Don Quixote. He moved on to the third convict and put the same question to him. The reply was ready and assured. I'm off to our old friends the Tubs for 5 years. For the lack of 10 ducats, I will most gladly give you 20, said Don Quixote, to relieve you of such distress. That looks to me, replied the convict, like having money in the middle of the ocean when you're starving and there isn't anywhere to buy what you need. I'm saying this because if I'd had those 20 ducats you're offering me when I needed them, I'd have used them to grease the clerk's pen and liven up my lawyer's wits, and now I'd be in the middle of Zocalover Square in Toledo instead of in the middle of this road, like a greyhound on a leash. But God is good, and you've just got to be patient. Don Quixote went on to the fourth convict, a man with a venerable face and a white beard reaching below his chest, who, when asked why he was there, began to weep and didn't reply, but the fifth convict acted as interpreter and said, this honorable man is going to the galleys for 4 years, having been paraded in state through the customary streets, all dressed up and on a fine horse. That means, I think, said Sancho, that he was exposed to public shame. That's right, said the convict, and the crime he was given this punishment for was stockbroking, or to be more exact body broking. What I mean to say is that this gentleman's here for being a pimp, and also for having a touch of the sorcerer about him. If it were not for the touch of the sorcerer, said Don Quixote, for being a pimp alone he does not deserve to go to row in the galleys, but rather to be the admiral in charge of them. Because the pimp's trade is no ordinary trade, it must be carried out by intelligent people, and it is absolutely essential to any well-ordered society, and only the well-born should exercise it, and there should be an official inspector of pimps, as there is of other trades, and a maximum permitted number of them established and published, as is the case with stockbrokers, and this would be the way to forestall many evils that arise from the fact that this trade is in the hands of untrained and unqualified people, such as little strumpets, page boys and other scoundrels of no age or experience who, when at a critical moment some decisive action is called for, make a mess of the whole thing because they cannot tell their right hands from their left. I should like to go on to give the reasons why it would be advisable to make a careful selection of those who do such a necessary job in society, but this is not the place. One day I shall present my ideas to the proper authorities. All I shall say now is that the distress caused me by the sight of these white hairs and this venerable face in such a plight through his being a pimp is dissipated by the addition of his being a sorcerer. I know, of course, that there are no spells in the world that can control a person's will, as some simple people believe, for our free will is sovereign, and there is no herb or enchantment that can control it. What some silly little strumpets and deceitful rogues do is to make certain poisonous mixtures that they use to turn men mad, claiming that they have the power to make them fall in love, whereas it is, as I have just said, impossible to coerce the will. Right you are, said the old man, and honestly, sir, I wasn't guilty of being a sorcerer, though I couldn't deny the charge of being a pimp. But I never thought I was doing any harm. All I wanted was for everyone to be happy and live in peace and quiet, without any quarrels or sadness, but these good intentions weren't any use to prevent me from being sent where I don't expect to come back from, what with my advanced age and my bladder trouble, that doesn't give me a moment's peace. And here he started weeping again, and Sancho felt so sorry for him that he took a reel from inside his shirt and handed it over. Don Quixote moved on to the next man and asked what was his crime, and he replied with no less brio than the last, indeed with rather more of it. I'm here because I fooled around too much with 2 girl cousins of mine, and with 2 girl cousins of somebody else's, and, in short, I fooled around so much with the lot of them that as a result the family trees become so complicated that I don't know who the devil would be able to work it out. It was all proved against me, there weren't any strings for me to pull, I hadn't got any money, I was within an inch of having my neck stretched, I was sentenced to the galleys for 6 years and I accepted my fate. It's the Punishment for my crime. I'm still young. Long live life. While there's life there's hope. If, Sir Knight, you've got anything on you that you could spare for us poor wretches, God will repay you for it in heaven, and here on earth we'll take care to pray to God that your life and your health may be as long and as good as you obviously deserve. He was wearing a student's gown, and one of the guards said that he was a great talker and a first-rate Latiner. Behind all of these was a man of 30, very good looking except that he squinted a little. He was shackled in a different way from the others. He had a chain on his ankle so long that he'd wounded all round his body, and 2 neck irons, one linking him to the other convicts and the other, one of the sort called a keep friend or friend's foot, from which descended 2 bars to his waist, where his wrists were manacled to them with great padlocks, so that he could neither raise his hands to his mouth nor lower his head to his hands. Don Quixote asked why this man was wearing so many more fetters than the others. The guard replied that it was because he committed more crimes than all the others put together, and that he was so reckless and such a villain that, even though he was shackled up like that, they didn't feel at all safe with him, and feared he was going to escape. What crimes can he have committed, though? Asked Don Quixote, if he was not given a worse punishment than the galleys. He's going for 10 years, replied the guard, which is civil death, more or less. Point one all you need to know is that this man is the famous Gines de Pasamonte, also known as Janicelo de Parapilla too. Look you here, sergeant, said the convict, just watch your step, and don't be in such a hurry to fix names and nicknames onto people. I'm called Gines, not Janicelo. And my family name is Pasamonte, not the Parapilla you said, and I'd advise you lot to stop poking your noses into other people's business. Less impudence, you double-dyed villain, replied the sergeant, unless you want me to shut your mouth for you. It isn't hard to spot, replied the convict, that at the moment I'm reduced to what God has seen fit to send me, but one day somebody's going to find out whether I'm called Janicelo de Parapilla or not. Isn't that what people call you, then, you liar, said the guard. Yes, that's what they call me, replied Gines. But I'll stop them calling me that, or else I'll pull out every single hair from my I know what. If you've got something to give us, Sir Knight, let's have it, and then you can clear off, because you're beginning to get on my nerves with all your prying into other people's lives, and if you want to know about mine, let me tell you I'm Gines de Pasamonte, and my life has been written by these very fingers here. Now he's telling the truth, said the sergeant. He's written his own life history himself, and a good one it is, too, and he pawned the book in prison for 200 reals. And I mean to redeem it, said Gines. And I would, even if I'd pawned it for 200 ducats. Is it as good as all that, said Don Quixote. It's so good, replied Gines, that I wouldn't give a fig for Lazarillo de Tormes 3 and all the others of that kind that have been or ever will be written. What I can tell you is that it deals with facts, and that there's such fine and funny facts no lies could ever match them. And what is the title of your book? Asked Don Quixote. The Life of Gines de Pasamonte, replied the man of that name. And have you finished it? Asked Don Quixote. How can I have finished it? He replied, if my life hasn't finished yet. What's written so far is from my birth to when I was sentenced to the galleys this last time. Have you been to the galleys before, then? Asked Don Quixote. I have, serving God and the king for 4 years, so I know what biscuits taste like. And I know what the lash tastes like, replied Gines. And I'm not too worried about going back, because it'll give me a chance to finish my book. There are lots of things left for me to say, and in Spanish galleys there's more than enough peace and quiet, not that I need much of that for what I've got left to write, because I know it all by heart. You seem to be an able fellow, said Don Quixote. And an unfortunate one, too, replied Gines, because misfortunes always pursue men of genius. They pursue villains, said the sergeant. I've already told you, sergeant, replied Pasamonte, to watch your step. You weren't given that staff to ill-treat us poor wretches, but to guide and take us to where His Majesty commands. Otherwise by the blood of all sorts of things might come out in the wash one day, like those stains that were made at the inn, for example. So everyone keep his mouth shut, and live a good life, and speak even better words, and let's get moving, because this little joke has been going on for far too long. The sergeant raised his staff to hit Pasamonte in reply to his threats, but Don Quixote thrust himself between them and begged the sergeant not to maltreat the fellow, for it was only to be expected that one whose hands were so tightly bound would loosen his tongue a little. And turning to the chain gang he said, from everything that you have told me, dearly beloved brethren, I have gathered that, although it is for your crimes you have been sentenced, the punishments you are to suffer give you little pleasure, and that you are on your way to receive them with reluctance, and against your will, and it could be that one man's lack of courage under torture, another's lack of money, another's lack of strings to pull, and, to be brief, the judge's perverse decisions, were the causes of your downfall and of his failure to recognize the right that was on your side. All of which is now so powerfully present in my mind that it is persuading, telling, and even obliging me to demonstrate on you the purpose for which heaven sent me into this world and made me profess in it the order of chivalry that I do profess, and the vow that I made to favor the needy and those oppressed by the powerful. But because I know that one essential part of prudence is never to do by force what can be achieved by consent, I hereby request these guards and the sergeant to be so kind as to release you and allow you to go in peace, for there will be no lack of other men to serve the king in happier circumstances, and it does seem excessively harsh to make slaves of those whom God and nature made free. What is more, guards, added Don Quixote, these poor men have done nothing to you. Let each answer for his sins in the other world. There is a God in heaven who does not neglect to punish the wicked and reward the virtuous, and it is not right for honorable men to be the executioners of others, if they have no personal concern in the matter. I am making my request in this mild and measured manner so that, if you accede to it, I shall have reason for thanking you, but if you do not accede voluntarily, this lance and this sword and the might of my arm will force you to comply. That's a good one that is, said the sergeant. That's a fine joke he's come out with at long last. He wants us to hand the king's prisoners over to him, as if we had the authority to let them go or he had the authority to tell us to. You'd better clear off and make tracks, sir, and straighten that chamber pot you've got on your head, and don't go around trying to put the cat among the pigeons. You are the cat, and the rat, and the villain, too, retorted Don Quixote. He matched his deeds to his words, and his attack was such a sudden one that he tumbled the man to the ground with a pike wound before he had a chance to defend himself, and it was fortunate for Don Quixote that this was the guard with the firelock. The other guards were amazed and disconcerted by this unexpected development, but they rallied, and those on horseback seized their swords, and those on foot their spears, and they all fell upon Don Quixote, who was calmly awaiting them, yet he'd have fared badly if the convicts, seeing their chance to be free, hadn't succeeded by breaking the chain on which they were threaded. The hurly-burly was such that the guards, trying both to control the convicts, who were unshackling themselves, and to attack Don Quixote, who was attacking them, chased around in circles and achieved nothing. Sancho, for his part, helped with the freeing of Ginés de Pasamonte, who was the first to spring into action as he launched himself at the fallen sergeant, snatched up his sword and his firelock and, pointing this at one man and then at another, without firing, it made all the guards disappear as they fled both from the gun and from the stones being hurled at them by the escaped convicts. This incident saddened Sancho, because he supposed that the fleeing men would go and inform the Holy Brotherhood, who would sound the alarm and come out in pursuit of the wrongdoers, and Sancho said so to his master, and begged him to agree to a quick getaway to hide in the forest in the nearby sierra. That is a good idea, said Don Quixote, but there is something I must do first. And he called out to the convicts, who were creating a furore as they stripped the sergeant naked. They gathered around to see what he wanted, and he said, it is a mark of well-born people to be grateful for benefits received, and one of the sins most offensive to God is ingratitude. I am saying this because you have seen, gentlemen, manifest before your eyes, the benefit that you have received from me, in payment of which it is my wish and desire that you should set out without delay, bearing that chain that I have taken from your necks, for the city of El Toboso, and present yourselves before the Lady Dulcinea del Toboso, and tell her that her knight, the knight of the sorry face, presents his compliments, and relate to her, stage by stage, every detail of this famous adventure up to and including my restoration of the liberty that you so desired, and once you have done this you can go wherever you like, and may good fortune attend you. Ginés de Pasamonte replied on behalf of them all, and said, this that you order us to do, dear Lord and Liberator, is utterly and totally out of the question, because we can't travel together, we've got to split up and go alone, each along his own road, and try to find a way into the very bowels of the earth so as not to be caught by the Holy Brotherhood, who will be coming out after us, for certain. What you can do and what it be right for you to do is to replace that toll or tax payable to the Lady Dulcinea del Toboso by a certain number of Ave Marias and Credos, which will say for your kindness, and this is something that can be done by night and by day. Running away and resting, in peace and in war, but to think that we're going back to the flesh pots of Egypt, for in other words picking up our chain again and setting off for El Toboso, is like thinking it's night time already when it isn't yet 10 in the morning. It's like trying to get figs from thistles. By my faith, cried Don Quixote, by now in a fury, you little bastard, Don Janisolo de Paropio or whatever you're called, now you shall go there alone, with your tail between your legs and the whole chain on your back. Pasamonte wasn't a long-suffering sort, and from Don Quixote's absurd desire to set them free he realized that the man wasn't very sane, so when he found himself thus addressed, he tipped his companions a wink and they edged away and began to rain so many stones on Don Quixote that, however he ducked and dodged behind his little round shield, he couldn't fend them off, and poor Rocinante paid no more attention to the spurs than if he'd been made of bronze. Sancho sheltered behind his ass from the hailstorm falling on them both. Don Quixote couldn't prevent countless stones from hitting his body with enough force to knock him to the ground, and as soon as he did fall the student leapt on him, snatched the basin from his head and smashed it 3 or 4 times on his back and as many more times on the earth, pounding it almost to pieces. Then they stripped him of a surcoat he was wearing over his armor and would have stripped him of his stockings, too, if his leg armor hadn't made this impossible. They took Sancho's topcoat and left him in his shirt sleeves, and they shared the rest of the spoils of battle. And each went his own way, more concerned to escape from the dreaded Holy Brotherhood than to burden himself with the chain and go to present himself before the Lady Dulcinea del Toboso. The ass and Rocinante, Sancho, and Don Quixote were left alone, the ass hanging its head, lost in its thoughts, flapping its ears every so often in the belief that the storm of stones wasn't yet over, because it was still raging inside its skull. Rocinante stretched out by his master's side, because he'd also been brought down by a stone, Sancho in his shirt sleeves and fearful of the Holy Brotherhood, and Don Quixote sulking at being left in such a sorry state by men for whom he had done so much. Chapter XXIII. About what happened to the famous Don Quixote in the Sierra Morena. One of the strangest adventures recounted in this true history. Finding himself in this sorry state, Don Quixote said to his squire, I have always heard, Sancho, that to do good to low-born rabble is to cast water into the sea. Had I believed what you said, I should have avoided this vexation, but the damage is done now, so one must be patient and learn one's lesson for the future. If you've learned your lesson for the future, retorted Sancho, I'm a Turk. But since you're saying that if you believed me then you'd have avoided all this mayhem, just believe me now and you'll avoid worse, because I'd like you to know that chivalry doings won't wash with the Holy Brotherhood. They don't care a fig for all the knight errants in the world, and let me tell you I can almost hear their arrows whistling towards me even now. You are a coward by nature, Sancho, said Don Quixote, yet to prevent you from claiming that I am obstinate and never do as you recommend, just this once I shall take your advice and keep my distance from the fury that so frightens you, but on one condition, never, in life or in death, will you tell anyone that I retreated from this peril out of fear, but rather acceded to your entreaties, and if you say anything else, you will be lying, and I give you the lie from now until then and from then until now, and I affirm that you lie and you will lie whenever you think or say it. And do not answer me back. For the mere thought that I am retreating from peril, especially this peril, which does appear to have some faint shadow of fear about it, is enough to make me take my stand here and await alone not only that Holy Brotherhood whose name you speak in such terror, but the brothers of the 12 tribes of Israel, and the 7 Maccabees, and Castor and Pollux one and all the brothers and brotherhoods in the world. Look here, sir, replied Sancho, withdrawing isn't running away, and waiting isn't prudent when danger outweighs hope, and the wise man saves himself for tomorrow and doesn't risk everything on one day. And I'd just like to say that although I'm an uncouth peasant I do understand a bit about this business they call right conduct, so don't repent of having taken my advice, but climb on to Rocinante if you can, and if you can't I'll help you up, and follow me, because my old grey matter's telling me that at the moment one pair of heels is worth 2 pairs of hands. Don Quixote mounted without another word, and Sancho led the way on his ass into a nearby part of the Sierra Morena, his idea being to ride right across it as far as Viso or Almodovar del Campo and hide out for a few days in that rough country, so as not to be found if the Holy Brotherhood did come after them. He was encouraged to do this by the discovery that the provisions on his ass had escaped untouched from the skirmish with the convicts, something that he considered miraculous, considering how they'd searched and pillaged. As Don Quixote rode in among the mountains, his heart rejoiced because these seemed like ideal places for the adventures he was seeking. The marvelous events experienced by knights errant in similar lonely and rugged spots were returning to his memory. He rode along musing on all these matters, so absorbed and carried away by them that he didn't have a thought for anything else. And as soon as Sancho believed they were safe, his only concern was to satisfy his stomach with the remains of the clerical spoils, and along he rode behind his master, sitting side saddle on his donkey. And out of the saddlebag came the food and into his belly it all went, and so long as he Had this to keep him busy, he wouldn't have given a brass farthing for another adventure. But then he did raise his eyes, and saw that his master had stopped and was using the tip of his pike to try to prise up a bundle that was lying on the ground, so he hurried to help, and he reached him just as he was lifting on his pike tip a saddle pad with a traveling bag attached to it, half rotten or rather entirely so and falling to pieces, but they were so heavy that Sancho had to dismount and take them from the pike, and his master told him to see what was in the traveling bag. Sancho hastened to do so and, although the bag was secured with a padlock and chain, it was so torn and decayed that he could see what was in it, 4 shirts of fine holland cloth, other articles of linen, as exquisite as they were clean, and, wrapped in a handkerchief, a sizable pile of gold. Escudos. When Sancho saw them he exclaimed, "All heaven be blessed for sending us an adventure that pays." Some more rummaging yielded a richly bound notebook. Don Quixote asked for it, and told Sancho to take the money and keep it for himself. Sancho kissed his hands for the favor and removed all the linen to his provision bag. Don Quixote observed his actions and said, "It seems to me, Sancho, and this is the only possible explanation, that some lost traveler must have wandered into the Sierra, and been waylaid and killed by robbers, who brought his body here to this remote spot to bury it." "That can't be right," replied Sancho, "because if they were robbers they wouldn't have left all this money behind." "That is true," said Don Quixote, "so I cannot guess or imagine what has happened. But wait, let us see if there is anything written in this notebook that can help us to trace and discover what we want to know." He opened it, and the first thing he found written there, as if it were a draft, although very neatly set out, was a sonnet, which he read aloud for Sancho to hear, and found that it went like this: "Love's blind, or, rather, ignorant, I'd say. Or cruelty must be his guiding passion. For it's unjust to make a lover pay with torture on the rack for indiscretion. But if love is a god, I must confess that he has boundless knowledge and, what's more, a god cannot be harsh and pitiless. Who, then, has sent this pain that I adore? My Chloe? No, that couldn't ever be. Such ills could never have a source so dear. Nor have the gods sent suffering to me. That I am soon to die is all that's clear. For when the cause of the complaint's unsure, a miracle alone can bring a cure." "We aren't going to discover anything from that rhyme," said Sancho, "unless the clue is something we can follow up." "To which clue do you refer?" said Don Quixote. "I thought," said Sancho, "you mentioned something about his clue." "What I said was Chloe," replied Don Quixote, "and this must be the name of the lady of whom the author of the sonnet is complaining, and to be sure he is a very fair poet. Or I am no judge of that art." "So," said Sancho, "you know all about rhymes, too, do you?" "More than you think," replied Don Quixote, "as you will see when you take a letter, written in verse from beginning to end, to my lady Dulcinea del Toboso. For I would have you know, Sancho, that all or nearly all the knights errant of past times were great troubadours and great musicians, because these two skills, or, to be more accurate, gifts, are essential to knights errant in love. It does have to be admitted, though, that the verses written by the knights of old are distinguished more by spiritedness than by elegance." "You go on and read some more," said Sancho, "I'm sure you'll find something to help us." Don Quixote turned the page and said, "This is prose, and it looks like a letter." "A personal letter, sir?" asked Sancho. "To judge from its opening it is a love letter," replied Don Quixote. "Do read it out aloud, then," said Sancho. "I'm very fond of love stories." "Very well," said Don Quixote. And he read it out aloud, as Sancho had requested, and found that it went like this: "Your false promise and my true misfortune carry me to a place from whence you will sooner hear the news of my death than the sound of my complaints. You rejected me, ungrateful woman, for one more wealthy but not more worthy than I, yet if virtue were a valued treasure, I should not now be envying another's good fortune or lamenting my own misfortune. What your beauty raised up, your deeds have laid low. Your beauty made me believe you were an angel, your deeds make me realize you are a woman. Peace be with you, who have sent word to me, and may heaven keep your husband's deceptions concealed forever, so that you are not struck with remorse for what you have done, and I do not reap revenge that I do not desire." When Don Quixote had finished reading the letter, he said, "All that one can discover from this and from the poem is that the man who wrote them is some slighted lover." And, thumbing through the book, he found other verses and letters, some of which he could read and others not, but they all contained complaints, laments, suspicions, longings and sorrows, favors and slights, some celebrated and others bemoaned. While Don Quixote was going through the notebook, Sancho was going through the traveling bag, leaving not one comber of it or of the saddle pad unsearched, unscrutinized or unexplored, not one seam unripped and not one tuft of wool unpicked, to make sure that he wasn't overlooking anything through haste or carelessness. Such was the appetite that finding the escudos, of which there were more than 100, had stimulated. And although he didn't find anything else, he knew it had all been worthwhile, all the blanket flying, the spewed up balsam, the benedictions from the walking staffs, the thumping from the muleteer, the disappearance of the saddlebags, the theft of the topcoat, and all the hunger, thirst and exhaustion that he'd been through in his good master's service, all worthwhile because he'd been so well repaid by being allowed to keep that treasure trove. The knight of the sorry face was left with a great desire to know who was the owner of the traveling bag, and he conjectured from the sonnet and the letter, from the gold coins and the fine shirts, that they must belong to some lover of high rank, reduced to a desperate decision by his lady's disdain and ill treatment of him. But since there was nobody in that rugged and uninhabitable country to inform him, his only concern was to press on whichever way Rocinante wanted to go, in other words wherever Rocinante could manage to plot, always imagining that some wonderful adventure must be awaiting him among those briars and brambles. As he rode along, then, with this idea in mind, he saw on a hill in front of him a man, leaping with unusual agility from rock to rock and from bush to bush. He seemed to be half naked, and he had a thick black beard, long hair tied in a ponytail, bare legs and feet. He wore short breeches that seemed to be of light brown velvet, but they were so torn that in many places his skin showed through. He was bareheaded. Although the man moved at such speed, the knight of the sorry face took note of all these details, and he tried to follow him but without success because Rocinante's feebleness wouldn't allow him to gallop over such rough terrain, and furthermore he was a sedate and phlegmatic horse. It immediately occurred to Don Quixote that this man was the owner of the traveling bag and the saddle pad, and he decided to go in search of him until he found him, even if this meant wandering through the Sierra for a year. So he ordered Sancho to dismount from his ass and cut across one part of the hill, and he himself would go the other way, as by such measures they might find the man who had so swiftly disappeared from their sight. "No, that'll be beyond me," replied Sancho, "because as soon as I leave your side the fear comes over me and attacks me with all kinds of alarms and visions. And what I'm telling you now can serve as a warning so that you never again expect me to budge so much as an inch from your side." "Very well," said the knight of the sorry face, "and I am delighted that you are resolved to rely on my courage, which will not desert you, even if your very soul should do so. And now follow me slowly, or however you can, and keep your eyes peeled. We shall ride all round this hill and maybe come across that man we saw, who is beyond doubt none other than the owner of the objects we have just found. To which Sancho replied, it'd be much better not to look for him, because if we do find him and the money does turn out to be his, it's clear I'll have to give it back, so it'd be better not to go to all these uncalled for lengths, and for me to keep the money in good faith until its real owner turns up in some other way, without so much poking around for him. And by then, I might have spent it all, and the king would let me off. You are deluding yourself there, Sancho, replied Don Quixote, because now that we have formed a suspicion of who the owner might be and he is virtually standing here in front of us, it is our duty to seek him out and return his money, and if we did not go in search of him, our strong suspicion that he is the owner would make us as guilty as if we were altogether certain that he is. So, Sancho my friend, you must not let searching for him grieve you, in view of how finding him would relieve me. So he put spurs to Rocinante, and Sancho followed him on his donkey, as usual, and after they'd ridden some of the way round the hill they found a dead mule lying in a stream, complete with saddle and bridle, half devoured by dogs and pecked by crows, which confirmed their suspicion that the man who'd run away from them was the owner of the mule and the saddle pad. As they contemplated the sight they heard a whistling, like that of a herdsman rounding up his animals, and suddenly, to their left, a number of goats appeared, and behind them on the top of the hill the goatherd, an old man. Don Quixote shouted to him and invited him to descend. He shouted back asking what had brought them to that place, seldom if ever visited by anything other than goats and wolves and other wild beasts that lived in those parts. Sancho replied that if he came down they'd explain everything. He did so, and as he approached Don Quixote he said, I bet you're looking at that hired mule lying dead in that ravine. To be sure it's been there for a good 6 months now. Tell me, have you come across its owner? We have not come across anyone, replied Don Quixote, just a saddle pad and a traveling bag that we found not far from here. I found it too, replied the goatherd, but I never picked it up or even went close to it, for fear that it might bring bad luck, and that I might have to return it as stolen property. The devil's a cunning one, and things are always showing up at a man's feet to make him trip and fall when he's least expecting it. That's what I say, too, replied Sancho. I found it as well, and I wouldn't have touched it with a barge pole, so I left it just where it was, and there it lies exactly as it did before. I don't want a dog with a bell round its neck. Tell me, my good man, said Don Quixote, do you know who is the owner of these articles? All I can tell you, said the goatherd, is that one day roughly 6 months ago, at a goatfold about 10 miles from here, a good-looking young man turned up riding a mule that's lying down there dead, with that same saddle pad and traveling bag you say you found and didn't touch. He asked us which part of the Sierra was the most rugged and remote, and we told him that this part was where we are now, and so it is, because if you went in another mile or two maybe you'd never find your way out again, and I'm astonished you've got this far, because there isn't any road or path to bring you here. Anyway, as soon as the young man heard our reply he turned his mule and went off in the direction we'd said, leaving us all admiring his good looks and amazed at his question and at the speed at which he'd ridden away towards the Sierra, and we didn't see him again until a few days later he waylaid one of the goatherds and without a word came up to him and punched him and kicked him and then went over to our supply donkey and took all the bread and cheese there was on it, and ran away at an incredible rate to hide in the Sierra. When we found out about this, some of us goatherds went looking for him for almost 2 days in the remotest part of the Sierra, and in the end we found him hiding in the hollow of a fine, stout cork oak. He came out very quietly, with his clothes ripped and his face changed and sunburned so that we could hardly recognize him, except that his clothes, torn as they were the same ones we'd seen him wearing earlier, and showed he was the man we were looking for. He greeted us courteously, and with a few well-chosen words he told us not to be surprised at seeing him going about like that, because he had to do so to fulfill a penance imposed on him for his many sins. We asked him to tell us who he was, but we couldn't get this out of him. We also asked him, when he needed food, to tell us where we could find him, because he couldn't survive without it, and we'd be more than willing to take it to him, and, if he didn't like this idea either, at least to come and ask us for it rather than snatching it from us. He thanked us for our offer, apologized for his past attacks, and said that from then on he'd beg us for his food, without annoying anybody. As for his dwelling place, he said he had none but whatever chance offered him when night fell. And he ended his words with such tender tears that those who'd been listening would have had to be of stone not to weep with him, considering how he looked before and how he looked now. As I said, he was a very handsome and well-graced young man, and in his courteous and thoughtful words he showed himself to be a real gentleman, so that, although all of us listening were simple country folk, even we could tell that he was a person of high rank. He was in full flow when he stopped and fell silent and stared down at the earth, and we all waited in a puzzled hush for a good while to find out how this trance was going to end, saddened to see him like that, because from the way he was opening his eyes wide, glaring at the ground without batting an eyelid, then suddenly shutting his eyes tight and clenching his lips and arching his eyebrows, it was easy to spot that he was in the grips of some fit of madness. And he soon showed that we were right, because he sprang in fury to his feet from where he'd slumped to the ground, and launched himself at the man nearest him with such wild determination that if we hadn't torn him away he'd have beaten and bitten him to death, and he was saying, "Ah, perfidious Fernando. Now you shall pay for the wrongs you've done me. These hands of mine will tear out your very heart, the den wherein all evil dwells, and the greatest of them trickery and deceit." And he added other words, all of them abuse of this man Fernando, calling him perfidious and a traitor. We managed to pull him off our companion, and, without another word, he ran away and hid among the brambles and the thickets, and we couldn't follow him. We reckoned that the madness comes on him every so often, and that some man called Fernando must have done something terrible to him, something awful enough to have brought him to that state. It's all been confirmed since, on the many occasions he's come down from the hills, sometimes to ask the goatherds for food, at other times to take it from them by force, because when the fit of madness is upon him he won't let them give him food, even if they do so willingly, but punches them and takes it. When he's in his right mind he begs them for it in a courteous, restrained way, and gives profuse thanks and even sheds some tears. And to tell you the truth, sirs, continued the goatherd, yesterday I decided with 4 young lads, 2 servants of mine and 2 friends, to go in search of him until we find him, and once we find him to take him, whether he wants to go or not, to the town of Almodovar, 25 miles from here, and have him cured there, if there is a cure for his illness, or find out from him, when he's in his right mind, who he is, and whether he has relatives we should inform about his misfortune. This, sirs, is what I can tell you in reply to your question, and you can be sure that the owner of the things you found is the same person you saw running by so nimble and so naked, because Don Quixote had told him how he'd seen the man leaping from crag to crag on the hill. Don Quixote was amazed at what the goatherd had told him, and was even more anxious now to know who the unfortunate madman was, and decided to do what he'd been contemplating, search the whole Sierra for him, leaving not a cave or a cranny unexplored until he found him. But fortune was kinder than he dared to hope, because at that very moment, in a gorge that opened onto the place where they were talking, the young man himself appeared, muttering words that were incomprehensible from close up, let alone from a distance. His clothes were as they've been described, except that when he came nearer, Don Quixote noticed that a ragged suede jerkin he was wearing was perfumed with ambergris, further confirmation that a person wearing such clothes couldn't be of low rank. The young man came up and greeted them in a hoarse, discordant voice, but with great courtesy. Don Quixote replied no less politely and, dismounting from Rocinante, walked with graceful elegance to embrace him, and held him for some moments in his arms, as if he knew him from distant times. The young man, whom, just as Don Quixote was the knight of the sorry face, we can call the ragged knight of the miserable face, submitted to the embrace and pushed Don Quixote a little away, gazing at him with his hands on the other man's shoulders as if trying to recognize him, perhaps no less astonished to see Don Quixote's face, figure, and armor than Don Quixote had been to see him. In the end, the first one to speak after this embrace was the ragged knight, and he said what will be recorded in the next chapter. Chapter XXIV, in which the adventure in the Sierra Morena is continued. The history says that Don Quixote listened with rapt attention to the ill-dressed and ill-starred knight of the Sierra, who continued, "Most certainly, sir, whoever you are, for I do not know you, I thank you for your expressions of civility, and I wish I were in a position to serve you with more than my goodwill in return for that which you have shown me in the warm reception which you have extended to me, but my fortune does not allow me anything with which to respond to the kindnesses done me, other than the sincere desire to repay them. Mine," replied Don Quixote, "is to serve you, so much so, that I had resolved not to leave the Sierra until I had found you and discovered from you whether there was any remedy for the grief that, to judge from your extraordinary life here, afflicts you, and if it were necessary to go in search of such a remedy, to do so with the utmost possible diligence. And if your misfortune were of the sort that keeps the doors tight shut to all solace, it was my intention to join you, as best I could, in your tears and lamentations. For it is always a consolation in disaster to find someone who is sympathetic. And if my good intentions deserve to be acknowledged with any kind of courtesy, I beg you, sir, in the name of the abundance of that quality that I can see you possess, and I entreat you in the name of whomsoever in this life you love or have loved the best, to tell me who you are and what has brought you to live and die in this wilderness like a brute animal. Because your dress and person show how alien to you is this present life of yours. And I swear," added Don Quixote, "by the order of chivalry that I, although unworthy and a sinner, have received, and by the profession of knight errant, that if you comply with this request, sir, I shall serve you with that earnestness to which I am obliged by being who I am, either by remedying your misfortune, if indeed it has a remedy, or by assisting you to bewail it, as I have promised." When the knight of the forest heard the knight of the sorry face speak in this way, he only stared at him, and stared at him again, and stared at him once more from head to foot, and once he'd had a good stare, he said, "If you people have anything to eat, let me have it, for God's sake, and once I've eaten I'll do everything you say, to express my gratitude for the kind intentions you've expressed." They immediately produced some food, Sancho from his saddlebag and the goatherd from his pouch, and the ragged knight satisfied his hunger, eating what he was given, like a man in a daze, so fast that there was no space between one mouthful and the next, because he didn't so much swallow them as shovel them down, and while he ate, neither he nor those watching him spoke a word. Once he'd finished, he signaled to them to follow him, which they did, and he took them to a green meadow behind a rock, not far away. On reaching it he stretched himself out on the grass, and the others did the same, all without a word being spoken by anyone until the ragged knight, once he'd made himself comfortable, said, "If you wish me, gentlemen, to tell you in a few words about the immensity of my misfortunes, you must promise that you won't interrupt the thread of my sad story with any question or any other intervention, because the instant you do so my narrative will end." These words brought into Don Quixote's memory the story that his squire had told him, when he failed to keep count of how many goats had crossed the river, and the story had been left unfinished. But to return to the ragged knight, he continued, "I give you this warning because I'd like to pass quickly over the story of my misfortunes, since bringing them back to my memory only adds to them, and the fewer questions you ask the sooner I'll be finished, but I shan't leave anything important out, because I want to satisfy all your wishes." Don Quixote promised in the name of the whole company that he would not be interrupted, and with this assurance the ragged knight began. "My name is Cardenio, I'm from one of the finest cities in Andalusia, my family's noble, my parents are wealthy, and my misfortune so great that my parents must have wept and my family grieved over it, unable with all their wealth to remedy it, for the greatest of fortunes can do little to relieve the misfortune sent by heaven. There lived on this earth a heaven in which love had placed all the glory that I could ever wish for. Such is the beauty of Luscinda, a maiden as noble and wealthy as I, but luckier, and less constant than my honorable intentions deserved. This Luscinda I loved, worshipped, and adored from my tenderest and earliest years, and she loved me too, with the simple affection and eagerness of youth. Our parents knew of our feelings, and they weren't opposed to them, because they could see that if they continued they could only lead to marriage, something almost required by the equality of our lineage and wealth. Our love increased as we grew up, and Luscinda's father thought himself obliged by good form to refuse me entry to his house, imitating the parents of that this be so celebrated by poets. Point 1. This ban only added flame to flame and desire to desire because, although our tongues had been silenced, it was impossible to silence our pens, which tell the loved one more freely than do tongues about the hidden secrets of the soul, for the presence of the beloved often confuses and silences the most determined intention and the boldest tongue. Heavens, how many letters I wrote her! What delicate and modest replies I received! How many songs I composed, how many verses of love, in which my soul declared and revealed its feelings, depicted its burning desires, cherished its memories, and relived its passion. Eventually, at my wit's end and with my soul consumed by desire to see her, I decided to put into effect once and for all what I thought was the most effective means to gain my longed for and deserved prize, which was to ask her father for her as my lawful wife, and I did this. He replied that he was grateful to me for wanting to honor him and seeking to honor myself with his precious treasure, but that, since my own father was still alive, it was he who should by rights make the request, because Luscinda was not a woman to be taken or given in an underhand way without his full permission and approval. I thanked him for his kindness, thinking that he was right, and that if I told my father about my proposal he would agree to it, so I immediately went to inform him of my wish. When I walked into his room, I found him with a letter open in his hand, and, before I could speak he gave it to me and said, "You will see from this letter, Cardenio, the favor that Duke Ricardo wishes to do you. This Duke Ricardo, as you must already know, gentlemen, is a grandee of Spain, whose estate lies in the best part of Andalusia. I took and read the letter, which was so insistent that I myself would have objected if my father had failed to do what it asked of him, which was to send me immediately to the Duke. He wanted me as a companion, not a servant, for his elder son, and he would undertake to situate me in accordance with the high opinion he had of me. I read the letter and was dumbfounded, even more so when I heard my father saying, "In 2 days' time you will depart, Cardenio, to do as the Duke wishes, and give thanks to God for opening a way for you to what I know you well deserve." To this he added some more pieces of fatherly advice. The moment of my departure approached. I spoke by night with Luscinda. I told her all that had happened, and I told her father as well, and begged him to wait a few days, and postpone settling her marriage until I found out what Ricardo wanted of me. He promised to do so, and she confirmed his promise with 1,000 vows and 1,000 swoons. So away I went to join Duke Ricardo. I was so well received and treated by him that envy immediately started to do its work and to possess his servants, for they thought that all the signs he gave of favoring me would be to their detriment. But the person who was most delighted at my arrival was the Duke's younger son, Fernando, a charming, attractive young man, of generous and amorous disposition, who soon wanted me to be such a close friend that everybody was gossiping about it, and although the elder son liked me and treated me well, he didn't go to Don Fernando's extremes of attention and affection. Now as there are no secrets between friends, and as the favor that Don Fernando showed me stopped being mere favor and turned into friendship, he told me all his thoughts, and in particular one relating to love that was worrying him somewhat. He loved a wealthy farmer's daughter, one of his father's tenants, and she was so beautiful, modest, intelligent, and virtuous that nobody who knew her could decide which of these excellent qualities was most outstanding in her. And they raised Don Fernando's desires to such a pitch that he decided that to have his way with her and conquer her virginity, he'd give her his word of marriage too, because to have tried any other approach would have been to attempt the impossible. Prompted by our friendship, I tried, with the best arguments I knew and the most eloquent examples I could find, to dissuade him and turn him aside from his course, but seeing that it was all in vain I decided to put the matter before Duke Ricardo. His father, Don Fernando, however, cunning and intelligent as he was, suspected and feared that I might do this, knowing that I was obliged, as a loyal servant, not to conceal something so prejudicial to the honor of my lord the Duke, and to mislead and deceive me. He told me that he couldn't think of anything to take his mind off the beauty which had so captivated him other than going away for a few months, that he wanted to achieve this by staying with me at my father's house, and that the excuse the Duke would be given was that he was going to inspect and buy some excellent horses in my city, which breeds the best horses in the world. Moved by my own love, I should have welcomed his decision as soon as I heard it, as one of the best imaginable, even if his motivation had been less laudable, because I could see what an excellent opportunity it gave me to see my dear Luscinda again. With this thought in mind I supported his ideas and encouraged his plan, advising him to carry it out as soon as possible, because absence was bound to have its effect, in spite of the strongest feelings. By the time he told me all this he had already, as later became apparent, enjoyed the girl's favors as her husband, and was looking for an opportunity to reveal all without having to pay the consequences, fearful as he was of what the Duke, his father, would do when he found out about his folly. It happened, then, that since love in young men is usually not love at all, but lust, which, since gratification is its sole aim, ceases to exist as soon as it is satisfied, and what had looked like love turns back because it cannot go any further than the limits fixed for it by nature, which does not establish any limits for true love. What I'm trying to say is that as soon as Don Fernando had his way with the farmer's daughter, his desires abated and his ardor cooled, and, if at first he pretended to want to leave so as to cure his desires, now he really did want to leave so as not to put them into effect. The Duke gave his permission and told me to go with him. We arrived in my city. My father accorded him the reception due to his rank. I went to see Luscinda. My passion was revived, although it had never been dead or even dormant, and I was unwise enough to tell Don Fernando of it, because I thought that the great friendship he professed for me forbade me to keep anything from him. I praised Luscinda's beauty, grace and intelligence, and my praise aroused in him a desire to contemplate a maiden adorned with such fine qualities. For my own misfortune I fulfilled his desire by letting him see her one night, by the light of a candle, at a window where we used to talk. He saw her in a chemise and forgot all the beauties he'd ever seen before. He was struck dumb, he lost his senses, he was spellbound, and, in short, he fell as hopelessly in love, as you'll see in the course of this tale of my misfortune. And the more to inflame his passion, which he hid from me and revealed to the heavens when he was alone, he happened one day to find a letter written by her, asking me to ask her father for her hand in marriage, which was so well expressed, so modest and so tender that he told me Luscinda brought together in herself the beauty and understanding that was shared among all the other women in the world. I do have to confess that, although I could see how justified Don Fernando's praises were, I disliked hearing them in his mouth, and I began to grow fearful and suspicious of him, because there was never a moment when he didn't want us to be talking about Luscinda, and he was always dragging her up as a subject for conversation, and this awoke a strange jealousy in me. Not that I was worried that Luscinda's fidelity and virtue might crumble, yet her very assurances did make me fear for my future. Don Fernando always contrived to read the letters I sent Luscinda and also her replies, on the grounds that he derived great pleasure from the good sense we both showed. It happened, then, that Luscinda asked me for a book of chivalry to read, one that she was very fond of, Amadis of Gaul. No sooner had Don Quixote heard the words book of chivalry than he said, "If you had said at the beginning of your story that the lady Luscinda was fond of books of chivalry, no other praise would have been necessary to make me appreciate the sublimity of her understanding, for it would not have been as fine as you, sir, have said if she had lacked a taste for such palatable reading matter, and so, as far as I am concerned, there is no need to employ any more words in describing her beauty, worth, and understanding, for knowledge of her reading alone is enough to make me confirm her as the most beautiful and intelligent woman in the world. And I should have wished, sir, that you had sent to her with Amadis of Gaul the good Sir Regal of Greece III, because I know that the lady Luscinda would have much enjoyed Derrida and Gerriot, and the wise words of the shepherd Darinel, and his admirable bucolics, sung and performed by him with such grace, good sense, and assurance. But a time may come when that omission can be remedied, and indeed the remedy will be delayed no longer. Then it takes you to be so kind as to come with me to my village, for there I shall be able to lend you a goodly number of books, my soul's dearest treasure and my life's delight. Although it is my belief that I no longer possess any books at all, thanks to the wickedness of evil and envious enchanters, and you must forgive me for having broken our promise not to interrupt your discourse, but as soon as I hear anything about chivalry and knights errant, it is as much in my power not to talk about them as it is in the power of sunbeams not to warm us or in the power of moonbeams not to moisten us. Point 4. So do Forgive me, and please continue, for that is of most importance to us at present. While Don Quixote had been saying all this, Cardenio's head had slumped upon his breast, a sign that he was engrossed in thought. And although Don Quixote twice asked him to continue his history, he neither raised his head nor spoke a word in reply, but after some time he did look up and say, "One thing I cannot get out of my head, and there is nobody in the world who can get it out of there, nor is there anyone who can make me believe otherwise, and anyone who does believe otherwise is a fool that poxy scoundrel Master Elizabeth was sleeping with Queen Modissima 5. No, never, by God, replied Don Quixote in fury, with his usual oaths, and that is a most malicious or more precisely villainous thing to say. Queen Modissima was a most noble lady, and it is not to be believed that so great a monarch would take some quack as a lover, and whoever maintains otherwise lies like an arrant scoundrel. And I will force him to admit it, on foot or on horseback, armed or unarmed, by night or by day, or howsoever he pleases." Cardenio was peering at Don Quixote, a fit of madness had come over him and he was in no state to continue his history, nor would Don Quixote have heard it even if he had, so enraged was he by those allegations about Modissima. It was a strange business. Quixote stood up for her just as if she really were his own true lady, such was the state that his unholy books had put him into. I was about to say that since Cardenio had gone mad, and had heard himself called a liar and a villain and other such insults, he didn't appreciate the joke and picked up a stone that he found by his side, and struck Don Quixote such a blow on the chest that he tumbled over backwards. Sancho Panza, seeing his master sprawling on the ground, took his fist to the madman, and the ragged knight received him with a punch that left him spread-eagled at his feet, and then jumped onto him and trampled his ribs to his heart's content. The goatherd went to Sancho's defense and suffered the same fate. And once the madman had thrashed them all, he withdrew with elegant composure into his mountain thickets. Sancho got up and, furious at his undeserved beating, went to avenge himself on the goatherd, claiming that he was the one to blame, for not warning them that the man went mad every so often, because if they'd known this, they'd have been on their guard and taken the necessary precautions. The goatherd replied that he had told them this, and if they hadn't been listening it wasn't his fault. Sancho made his reply to this, and the goatherd replied to Sancho. And all this replying ended up with them grabbing each other by the beard and exchanging such punches that if Don Quixote hadn't pacified them they'd have thumped each other to pieces. And as Sancho grappled with the goatherd he was saying, "Please let me take him on, Sir Knight of the Sorry Face, he's just a peasant like me. And he's never been knighted, so it's all right for me to get my own back in a good fisticuff fight, like a man of honor, for all the wrong he's done me." "That is true," said Don Quixote, "but I know that he is not to blame for what has happened." With this he pacified them, and then he again asked the goatherd if it would be possible to find Cardenio, because he was anxious to hear the end of the story. The goatherd repeated what he'd said at the beginning, which was that he didn't know exactly where Cardenio's lair was, but that if Don Quixote kept wandering about the area he was bound to come across him sooner or later, sane or mad. Chapter XXV. Concerning the strange things that happened to the brave knight of La Mancha in the Sierra Morena, and his imitation of the penance of Beltenebros. Don Quixote took his leave of the goatherd and, remounting Rocinante, told Sancho to follow him, which Sancho did, with his donkey and with bad grace. They were slowly entering the craggiest part of the Sierra, and Sancho was dying to talk to his master and longing for him to start the conversation, so as not to disobey orders. But unable to bear so much silence he broke out. "Don Quixote, sir, please give me your blessing and my discharge. I want to go back home to my wife and children, because with them at least I'll be able to chatter away to my heart's content, and expecting me to traipse along with you through all these God-forsaken places by day and by night without speaking to you when I feel like it is the same as burying me alive. If fate had let animals talk, as they did in the times of that hits of character, it wouldn't be so bad, because then I could chat as much as I wanted with my donkey and grin and bear it like that, because it's a hard business, and more than a man's patience can take, to go about looking for adventures your whole life long, and only find kicks and blanket tossings, brickbats and punches, and then on top of it all, you've got to keep your mouth tight shut without daring to say what's inside your heart, as if you were dumb." "I understand you, Sancho," replied Don Quixote. "You are dying for me to lift the ban that I have placed on your tongue. Well, you can consider it lifted, and you can speak as much as you like, on condition that the lifting only lasts for as long as does our wandering about the Sierra." "Agreed," said Sancho. "I'll speak now, and God's decided what'll happen later, and so to start to make use of my safe conduct, what I say is, why were you so concerned to stick up for that queen with bad asthma, or whatever you said? And what did it matter whether that abbot was her lover or not? If you'd let it pass, because you weren't being her judge or anything, to my mind that madman would have gone on telling his story, and we'd have been spared the stone, and the kicks, and more than half a dozen backhanders as well." "Upon my soul, Sancho," replied Don Quixote, "if you knew, as I know, what an honorable and noble lady Queen Modissima was, I am certain you would say that I showed great forbearance in not dashing to pieces the mouth that uttered such blasphemies. For it is a very great blasphemy indeed to say or even think that a queen could take a sawbones to her bed. The truth about the story is that the Master Elizabeth, whom the madman mentioned, was a very prudent man and wise counselor, and he was the queen's tutor and physician, but to think that she was his mistress is an absurdity worthy of the severest punishment. And to realize that Cardenio did not know what he was saying, you have only to observe that he had lost his reason by the time he made that claim." "That's just what I'm saying," said Sancho. "There wasn't any need to bother about the ravings of a madman, and if good fortune hadn't come to your aid, and had made the stone hit your head instead of your chest, a fine state we'd have been in now, for sticking up for her ladyship, God damn her. And I bet Cardenio would have got off scot-free for being mad. Against sane men and madmen alike it is every knight-errant's duty to defend the honor of all women, whoever they may be, and even more so if they are queens of such high degree and worth as was Queen Modissima, for whom I feel a particular affinity. Because of her excellent qualities, apart from being beauteous, she was also very prudent and long-suffering in her calamities, of which there were many, and the advice and the company of Master Elizabeth were of great benefit and comfort to her, to help her to bear her trials with prudence and patience. And this was what induced the ignorant, malicious rabble to think and say she was his mistress. And they lie, I tell you, they lie 200-fold, all those who say or think such a thing. I'm not saying it or thinking it," replied Sancho. "That's up to them, and it's their own lookout. Whether they were lovers or not, they'll have answered to God for it by now. I've got other fish to fry, and I just don't want to know. I'm not fond of prying into other people's lives. Him that buys and denies, his own purse belies. What's more, naked was I born, and naked I remain, so neither lose nor gain. And if they were, so what? It's no skin off my nose. There are those that think they'll find bacon where there isn't so much as a hook to hang it from. Till you cage in the sky, the sparrows will fly. And if they gossiped about God, who won't they gossip about? And God save us all, said Don Quixote. What a string of absurdities you have come out with now, Sancho. What connection is there between what we are discussing and all those proverbs you have just threaded together? For goodness sake, Sancho, do keep quiet, and from now on concern yourself with putting spurs to your ass rather than with putting your nose into what is no business of yours. And understand, with all your 5 senses, that whatever I have done, am doing, and shall do is totally reasonable and in conformity with the rules of chivalry, for I have a better knowledge of them than any knight who has ever professed them. But, sir, replied Sancho, is it a good rule of chivalry for us to be wandering about aimlessly, lost in these here mountains, looking for a madman who when we find him is as likely as not to take it into his head to finish off what he started? And I don't mean his story, but the smashing of your head and my ribs. Be quiet, Sancho, I tell you, said Don Quixote. And let me inform you that what brings me to these parts is not only my wish to find the madman, but also my desire to perform here a deed with which I shall gain perpetual renown all over the face of the earth, and it will be such as to set the seal on everything that can make a knight errant perfect and famous. And is this deed a very risky one? Asked Sancho Panza. No, replied the knight of the sorry face, although the dice could roll in such a way that we score a double 1 rather than a double 6. But it all depends upon your diligence. My diligence, said Sancho. Yes, said Don Quixote, because if you return quickly from where I am going to send you, my grief will quickly end and my glory will as quickly start. And because it is not right to keep you any longer in suspense, waiting to see where my words are leading, I want you to know, Sancho, that the famous Amadis of Gaul was one of the most perfect knights errant there ever was. No, I was wrong to say one of, he was the only one, the first, unique, the lord of all the knights in the world in his day. A fixed end. For Don Belianis and for all those who say that he was in any way the equal of Amadis. Because I swear they are mistaken. Let me add that when a painter wants to become famous for his art, he tries to copy originals by the finest artist he knows. And this same rule holds good for nearly all the trades and professions of importance that serve to adorn a society, and so what a man must do and what a man does if he wishes to achieve a reputation for prudence and long-suffering, is to imitate Ulysses, in whose person and labors Homer painted for us a living portrait of these two qualities, just as Virgil showed us in the person of Aeneas the courage of a dutiful son and the sagacity of a brave and able captain, not describing or revealing them as they were but as they should have been, to leave models of their virtues for future generations. In this same way Amadis was the pole star, the morning star, the son of brave and enamored knights, and we who serve under the banner of love and chivalry should all imitate him. If, then, this is so, as it is, I consider, friend Sancho, that the knight errant who best imitates Amadis will be the closest to attaining perfection in chivalry. And one of the ways in which this knight best demonstrated his prudence, resolve, courage, long-suffering, steadfastness and love was when he withdrew, disdained by the Lady Oriana, to do penance on Pena Pobra, after changing his name to Belt Ambrose, a name most certainly significant and suited to the life that of his own free will he had chosen. And it is easier for me to imitate him like this than by cleaving giants asunder, beheading serpents, slaughtering monsters, crushing armies, rooting fleets, and breaking spells. Since this place is so suitable for such a purpose, there is no good reason to allow opportunity to slip by, now that she so conveniently offers me her forelock. So what is it, then, asked Sancho, that you're planning to do in this god-forsaken place? Have I not already told you, replied Don Quixote, that I intend to imitate Amadis, and to act the desperate, foolish, furious lover so as also to imitate the valiant Orlando, when he found signs by his spring that the fair Angelica had disgraced herself with Medoro one and the grief turned him mad, and he uprooted trees, sullied the waters of the clear springs, slew shepherds, destroyed flocks, burned cottages, tore down houses, dragged away mares and performed 100 other excesses, worthy to be recorded on the tablets of eternal fame. And although I do not intend to imitate Orlando, or Roland, or Rodolando, for he had all these 3 names, step by step in each and every one of the mad things he did, said, and thought, I shall act out a resume, as best I can, of those that seem most relevant. And it could even be that I might settle for imitating Amadis alone, because his madness did not involve doing any damage, but just weeping and being heartbroken, and he achieved as much fame as the best of them. But to my mind, said Sancho, the knights who did all that were pushed into it and had their reasons for their antics and their penances, but what reason have you got for going mad? What lady has scorned you? What signs have you found that the lady Dulcinea del Toboso has been up to tricks with some Moor, or some Christian for that matter? That is the whole point, replied Don Quixote, and therein lies the beauty of my enterprise. A knight errant going mad for a good reason, there is neither pleasure nor merit in that. The thing is to become insane without a cause and have my lady think, if I do all this when dry, what would I not do when wet? Besides, my long absence from my ever-beloved lady Dulcinea del Toboso provides me with abundant motivation, for, as you heard that shepherd fellow Ambrosio say, the absent lover feels and fears every ill. So, Sancho my friend, do not waste your time advising me not to perform such a rare, happy and unprecedented imitation. I am mad, and mad I shall remain until you return, with the reply to a letter that I intend to send by you to my lady Dulcinea, and should that reply be such as is due to my fidelity, then my folly and my penance will be at an end. And should it be otherwise, I shall go truly mad, and feel nothing. So however she replies, I shall be free of the conflict and travail in which you will leave me, either sane, and enjoying the bliss you bear, or mad, and oblivious to the misery you bring. But tell me, Sancho, have you been looking after Mambrino's helmet with due care? I saw you picking it up after that ungrateful fellow had tried to smash it to smithereens. But he could not do so, and that is an indication of the excellence of its temper. To which Sancho replied, in God's own name, Sir Knight of the Sorry Face, I just can't stand some of these things you come out with, making me think that everything you tell me about chivalries, and winning kingdoms and empires, and giving islands away and doing other favors, and great deeds, as knight-errants do, must all be empty lies, and a fraction or a friction, or whatever it is you call it. Because anyone who hears you saying that a barber's basin is Mambrino's helmet, and sticking to your story for days on end, what's he going to think except that the man who says things like that must be queer in the head? Yes, I've got the basin in my saddlebag, well dented, and the reason I've got it there is to take it home and mend it for trimming my beard, if God's good enough to let me see my wife and children again some day. Look here, Sancho, said Don Quixote, I swear to you by the same oath you have just sworn to me that you are the most dimwit squire there ever was. Is it possible that in all the time you have been with me you have failed to realize that all things appertaining to us knights errant seem like chimeras, follies, and nonsenses, because they have all been turned on their head? Not because that is their real state, but because we are always attended by a crew of enchanters who keep transforming everything and changing it into whatever they like, according to whether they have a mind to help us or destroy us. And so what looks to you like a barber's basin looks to me like Mambrino's helmet and will look like something else to another person. And the sage who is on my side showed rare foresight in making everyone take what is really and truly Mambrino's helmet for a barber's basin, because Mambrino's helmet is so highly esteemed that everyone would otherwise have pursued me to try to take it from me, but since they see that it is only a barber's basin they do not bother about it, as was clearly shown when that youth tried to shatter it and left it on the ground. To be sure, if he had recognized it, he would never have left it behind. You can keep the helmet, my friend, because for the moment I have no need of it. On the contrary, I am going to remove all this armor, and be left as naked as the day I was born, if the urge takes me to imitate Orlando in my penance rather than Amadis. That evening they reached the very heart of the Sierra Morena, where Sancho thought they could spend the night, and even a few days more, at least as many as their rations lasted. And so they slept between two cracks and among many corks. But destiny, which, in the opinion of those who lack the light of the true faith, guides, fashions and disposes everything as it wishes, decreed that Gines de Pasamonte, the famous liar and thief who escaped from the chain thanks to Don Quixote's madness, impelled by fear of the Holy Brotherhood, of which he had good reason to be afraid, decided to hide in those mountains, and fortune and fear led him to the same spot where they led Don Quixote and Sancho Panza, early enough in the evening for him to recognize them and late enough for them to be settling down to sleep. And since the wicked are always ungrateful, and necessity makes men do what they ought not to do, and the needs of the moment take precedence over thoughts for the future, Gines, who was neither grateful nor well-intentioned, decided to steal Sancho Panza's ass, not bothering with Rocinante, a creature that it would have been as impossible to pawn as to sell. Sancho Panza slept. Gines stole his donkey, and long before morning it was much too far away to be found. Dawn broke, bringing joy to the earth and grief to Sancho Panza when he missed his precious Dun, and he began to make the most doleful lamentation in the world, awaking Don Quixote with his cries. O child of my bowels, born in my very house, my children's treasure, my wife's delight, the envy of my neighbors, the ease of my burdens, and, lastly, the half of my maintenance, because the 26 maravedis a day that you earned did cover half my expenses. On seeing Sancho's tears and learning the cause, Don Quixote consoled him with the best words he could think of, begged him to be patient and promised to give him a warrant on presenting which Sancho would be given 3 donkeys of the 5 that Don Quixote had left at home. This comforted Sancho, who dried his tears, restrained his sobs, and thanked Don Quixote for the favor. As they discussed these matters they reached a high mountain that stood out among the many hills surrounding it, almost as if it had been hewn from the living rock. At its foot, a gentle stream flowed, and all around this stream a meadow spread forth, so green and lush that it was a joy to behold. There were many woodland trees and some plants and flowers to add to the delights of the spot, which the knight of the sorry face chose for his penance, and so, as soon as he saw it, he began to proclaim, as if he were mad, "This is the place, O heavens, that I hereby choose and select to lament the misfortune into which you have plunged me. This is the place where the humors of my eyes will swell the waters of the stream, and where my profound and incessant sighs will never stop stirring the leaves of these woodland trees, in testimony and token of the grief that harasses my hapless heart. O you rustic deities, whosoever you may be, dwelling in this uninhabited place, give ear to the laments of this ill-starred lover, brought by a long absence and imagined jealousy, to weep among these craggy wastes and to complain of the hard heart of that beauteous ingrate, the sum and perfection of all human loveliness. O you wood nymphs and dryads, who are wont to dwell in the depths of the forest, may the fickle and lascivious satyrs, by whom you are loved, although in vain, never perturb your sweet repose, and help me to lament my misfortune, or at least do not weary of hearing about it. O Dulcinea del Toboso, day of my night, glory of my grief, goal of my journeying, star of my fortune, may the heavens grant you prosperity in all that you ask of them, and consider the place and the state to which absence from you has brought me, and grant me the reward that my fidelity deserves. O lonely trees, who from this day will accompany my solitude, show in the gentle movement of your branches that my presence is not disagreeable to you. O you, my squire, pleasant companion in my most prosperous and my most adverse eventualities, impress on your memory what you will see me do here, so that you can relate and recite it to the sole cause of it all. And so saying he dismounted from Rocinante and stripped him of bridle and saddle, and slapping him on the haunches, he said, He who lacks liberty gives you yours, O steed as excellent for your exploits as you are unfortunate in your fate. Go hence wherever you please, for on your forehead it is written that neither Astolfo's hippogriff nor the renowned Frontino, who cost Bradamante so dear, was your equal in fleetness of foot too. When Sancho saw this he said, And hooray for whoever it is that's just saved us the trouble of taking the pack saddle off my dun. To be sure it wouldn't have gone without its slaps on the back or its praises, either. But if it had been here I wouldn't have let anyone take its pack saddle off, because there wouldn't have been any reason to. It wasn't a witness to a desperate lover's goings on, because its master, in other words me when it so pleased, the Lord, never was one of that sort. And to tell you the truth, Sir Knight of the Sorry Face, if my journey and your madness are going to be for real, it'll be better to saddle Rocinante again to make up for the lack of my dun, and save time in my travels. If I go on foot I just can't tell what I'll get there or what I'll get back, because the truth is I'm a very bad walker. What I say, Sancho, replied Don Quixote, is that you must do as you please, for your idea does not seem a bad one, and I also say that you shall depart 3 days from now, because I want you to spend this time witnessing what I do and say for her sake, so that you can tell her about it. And what else have I got to see, asked Sancho, apart from what I've seen already? You are well informed about these matters, I must say, Don Quixote retorted. Now, I must tear my garments, scatter my armor and dash my head against these rocks, and perform other similar actions that will amaze you. For God's sake, said Sancho Panza, do be careful how you go around dashing your head, because you could pick on such a rock and hit it in such a place that you put paid to the whole penance business with the very first knock you gave it. And if you really think head dashing's essential and this job can't be done without it, to my mind you ought to be content, since it's all make-believe, a fake and a sham, to dash your head against the water, or something soft like cotton, and leave the rest to me. I'll tell my lady you were knocking it against a jutting crag, harder than diamonds. I am grateful to you for meaning well, friend Sancho, replied Don Quixote, but I would have you know that I am doing all these things not in jest but very much in earnest, for to behave otherwise would be to contravene the commands of chivalry, which instruct one never to tell a lie, on pain of being punished as a recidivist, and to do one thing instead of another is the same as lying. So my blows on the head must be real, firm, and effective, with no element of the sophistical or the fantastic about them. and you will have to leave me some lint to cure my wounds, for fate has left us without our balsam. Losing the ass was worse, replied Sancho, because the lint and all was lost with it. And I'd ask you very kindly not to bring that damned potion up again. Just hearing it mentioned turns not only my stomach but my very soul inside out. And I'd also ask you, as regards those 3 days you allocated for watching the crazy things you're going to do, to make believe they're over and done with, because I'll be happy to take them for granted as if seen and approved, and I'll tell my lady wonders. So you write your letter, and then send me packing, because I'm longing to come back and get you out of this purgatory where I'm leaving you. Purgatory you call it, Sancho, said Don Quixote. You would do better to call it hell, or worse, if there is anything worse. In hell, replied Sancho, nul est retentio, so I've heard say 3. I do not understand what you mean by retentio, said Don Quixote. Retentio means, replied Sancho, that people in hell never get out, and can't get out. It'll be the reverse with you, though, so long as I get my heels working, if I'm wearing spurs to make Rocinante move, that is, and you just wait till I reach El Toboso, and come before my lady Dulcinea, and then I'll tell her such stories about the acts of madness and stupidity, which comes to the same thing, that you've done and are doing as will make her as sweet as a nut, even if she's as hard as a cork oak when I start work on her. And I'll come back through the air like a sorcerer with her honeyed answer, and I'll rescue you from this purgatory that seems like hell but isn't. Because there's a hope of getting out of it, which people in hell haven't got, as I've just said, and I don't suppose you'll want to disagree with that. True, said the knight of the sorry face, but how are we going to manage to write that letter? And that donkey warrant, added Sancho. It will all be included, said Don Quixote, and, since we have no paper, it would be appropriate to write it, as the ancients did, on leaves from the trees, or on tablets of wax, yet it would be as difficult to find these now as paper itself. But I have just thought of a good place, indeed an excellent one, to write it, the notebook that used to belong to Cardenio, and you must take care to have it copied in a clear hand onto a sheet of paper. In the first village with a schoolmaster, or else any sexton will copy it for you, but do not ask a clerk to copy it, because they use a corrupt and degenerate hand that Satan himself would not be able to read. And what's to be done about your signature? Asked Sancho. The letters of Amadis are never signed, replied Don Quixote. That's as may be, replied Sancho, but the warrant must be signed, and if it's copied out they'll say the signature's a fake and I'll be left without my donkeys. The warrant will be signed in the notebook, and when my niece sees it she will not raise any objections about complying with it. And as regards the love letter, you will have it signed, yours until death, the knight of the sorry face. It will matter little that it is signed in another hand, because as far as I remember Dulcinea cannot read or write, and she has never seen a letter written by me, because the love between us has always been platonic, never going beyond a modest glance. And even this has been so occasional that I can truly swear that, in the 12 years I have loved her more than the light of these eyes that the earth will one day devour, I have not seen her as many as 4 times, and it is possible that on those 4 occasions she has not even once noticed that I was looking at her, such is the reserve and seclusion in which her father Lorenzo Corchuelo and her mother Aldonza Nogales have brought her up. Oh ho, said Sancho. So Lorenzo Corchuelo's daughter is the lady Dulcinea del Toboso, also known as Aldonza Lorenzo, is she? She is, said Don Quixote, and she it is who deserves to be the mistress of the entire universe. I know her well, said Sancho, and let me tell you she pitches a bar as far as the strongest lad in all the village. Good God, she's a lusty lass all right, hale and hearty. Strong as an ox, and any knight errant who has her as his lady now or in the future can count on her to pull him out of the mire. The little baggage, what muscles she's got on her, and what a voice. Let me tell you she climbed up one day to the top of the church belfry to call to some lads of hers who were in a fallow field of her father's, and even though they were a good couple of miles off they could hear her just as if they'd been standing at the foot of the tower. And the best thing about her is she isn't at all priggish. She's a real courtly lass, enjoys a joke with everyone and turns everything into a good laugh. And now I can say, Sir Knight of the sorry face, that not only is it very right and proper for you to get up to your mad tricks for her sake, you've got every reason to give way to despair and hang yourself, too. And nobody who knows about it will say you weren't justified, even if it does send you to the devil. And I wish I was on my way already, just to take a look at her, because I haven't seen her for days, and she must be changed by now, because women's faces get spoiled by always being out in the fields, in the sun and the wind. And I must be honest with you, Don Quixote sir, until now I've been completely mistaken, because I really and truly believed that the lady Dulcinea must be some princess you were in love with, or at least someone who deserved all those fine gifts you've sent her, that Basque and those convicts, and lots of others that there must have been, too, considering how many victories you must have won before I became your squire. But all things considered, what will the lady Aldonza Lorenzo, I mean the lady Dulcinea del Toboso, care whether the knights you defeat and send to her get down on their bended knees before her? Because when they turn up she might be combing flax or threshing wheat in the yard, and then they'd be all embarrassed and she'd burst out laughing and turn up her nose at the gift. I have often told you before now, Sancho, said Don Quixote, that you are a chatterbox and that, although you are a dimwit fellow, you often try to be too clever. I have, but, so that you can see how stupid you are and how intelligent I am, I want you to listen to a little story. There was once a widow who was beautiful, young, unattached, rich and, above all, carefree, and who fell in love with a certain lay brother. A well-fleshed, corpulent young man, his superior found out, and said to the good widow one day, by way of friarly reprehension, I am surprised, madam, and not without good reason, that a woman of your quality, as beautiful and as wealthy as you are, should have fallen in love with such a low, vulgar and ignorant fellow, when in this house there are so many bachelors, masters and doctors of divinity among whom you could have chosen as among peers at a fruit stall, saying, I'll have this one, no, not that. But she replied to him with wit and dash, you are much mistaken, sir, and very old-fashioned in your ideas, if you think I have made a bad choice, however stupid he may seem to you, because for what I want of him he knows as much philosophy as Aristotle, and more. And so, Sancho, for what I want of Dulcinea del Toboso, she is as good as the most exalted princess in the world. Yes indeed, for not all poets who praise ladies under a name that they choose for them really have any such mistresses at all. Do you really believe that the Amaryllises, Phyllises, Sylvias, Dianas, Galates, Alidas, and others that fill books, ballads, barbers' shops, and theater stages were real ladies of flesh and blood, and the mistresses of those that praise and have praised them? No, of course not. The poets themselves invent most of them, to have something to write their poetry about, and to make people think that they are in love and that they have it in them to be lovers. And so it is enough for me to be convinced that the good Aldonza Lorenzo is beautiful and virtuous, and the question of lineage is not very important, because nobody is going to be inquiring into it to see whether she is entitled to robes of nobility, and for me she is the greatest princess in the world. For I would have you know, Sancho, if you do not know it already, that there are just two qualities that inspire love more than any others. And these are great beauty and good repute, and these two qualities are to be found in abundance in Dulcinea, because no woman can equal her in beauty, and few can approach her in good repute. And to put it in a nutshell, I imagine that everything I say is precisely as I say it is, and I depict her in my imagination as I wish her to be, both in beauty and in rank, and Helen cannot rival her, nor can Lucretia or any other of the famous women of past ages, whether Greek, barbarian or Roman, equal her. And people can say what they like, because if I am reproached by the ignorant for this, I shall not be punished by even the most severe judges. And I say you're right as right can be, replied Sancho, and I'm an ass but I don't know why I'm talking about asses, because you don't mention ropes in the house of the man that hanged himself. Let's have the letter, though, and then I'll be off. Don Quixote took out the notebook and, drawing a little aside, he began with great deliberation to write the letter, and as he finished he called Sancho and said that he was going to read it aloud, so that Sancho could learn it by heart, in case he lost it on the way, because with his bad luck anything could happen. To which Sancho replied, you just write it down 2 or 3 times in the book and then let me have it, and I'll take good care of it. It's madness to think I'm going to learn it by heart, because my memory's so bad I often forget my own name. But read it to me all the same, I'll enjoy listening to it, because it must be a beauty. Listen, then, it goes like this, said Don Quixote. Letter from Don Quixote to Dulcinea del Toboso. Sovereign and noble lady. One sore wounded by the dart of absence and lacerated to the very fabric of his heart, O sweetest Dulcinea del Toboso, wishes you the good health that he does not enjoy. If your beauteousness scorns me, if your worth does not favor me, if your disdain is my humiliation, I shall ill be able, albeit I am well furnished with longanimity, to suffer a grief that is not merely intense but protracted. My good Squire Sancho will render you a full account, O lovely and great, O beloved enemy of mine, of the state to which I am reduced for your sake. If it be your wish to succor me, I am yours, and if not, do what you will, for by ending my life I shall satisfy your cruelty and my desire. Yours until death. The Knight of the Sorry Face. By my dear father's bones, cried Sancho. That's the very finest thing I ever did. Here. Damn it all, how well you say everything you want to say, and how well it all suits the signature the Knight of the Sorry Face. To be sure you're the very devil. There isn't anything you don't know. Everything is needed, replied Don Quixote, in the profession that I follow. Come on, then, said Sancho, turn over the page and write the warrant for the 3 donkeys, and sign it clear as clear, so they know your signature as soon as they see it. Very well, said Don Quixote. And once he'd written it he read it out. On receipt of this my first donkey warrant, please order that 3 of the 5 that I left at home in your charge be given to my squire Sancho Panza. Which 3 donkeys I hereby order to be delivered to him and duly paid for, in return for the like number received from him here, and this bill, together with his receipt, will be sufficient for this transaction. Given in the heart of the Sierra Morena on the 22nd of August of the current year. That's good, said Sancho. Now sign it. There is no need for me to sign it, said Don Quixote. All I have to do is to append my flourish, which counts as a signature, and that is sufficient for 3 asses, and even for 300. I'll believe you, replied Sancho. Now let me go and saddle Rocinante, and you get ready to give me your blessing, because I'm leaving straight away, without waiting to see any of these antics you're going to get up to, though I'll tell her I saw you do so many of them that she'll be more than satisfied. At least, Sancho, I want you, because it is essential. What I mean to say is that I want you to see me naked, performing a dozen or 2 dozen mad deeds, which will only take me half an hour, so that having seen them with your own eyes you can safely swear to any others that you may care to add, and I can assure you that you will not tell her of as many as I intend to perform. For the love of God, sir, don't make me see you naked, I'll feel so sorry for you I shan't be able to help crying. And my head's in such a state after crying so much last night for my done that I'm in no condition for any more tears, so if you want me to see some of your antics, do them with your clothes on, quick antics, just the most relevant ones. What's more, there isn't any need for all this as far as I'm concerned, and, as I said, it would mean I'd come back all the sooner with the news that you want and deserve to hear. If not, the Lady Dulcinea had better look out, because if she doesn't reply as she ought to, I take my solemn oath that I'll kick and punch the right answer out of her guts. Because who can put up with a famous knight-errant like you going mad without any reason at all, for and the lady had better not make me say it, or else, by God I'll upset the apple cart, and hang the consequences. And I can. She doesn't know what I'm like. If she did, she'd stand in fear of me, she would. And so, Sancho, said Don Quixote, it seems that you are no saner than I am. No, I'm not as mad as you, said Sancho, but I am angrier. Leaving all that aside, though, what are you going to eat while I'm away? Are you going to waylay goat herds and steal your food, like Cartnia? You must not worry about that, replied Don Quixote, for even if I had any food, all I should eat would be whatever herbs and other fruit of the land this meadow and these trees provide, for the beauty of my plan lies precisely in not eating and in other equivalent mortifications. And so goodbye. But do you know what I'm scared of? Not finding the way back here where I'm leaving you, because it's so secluded. You take good note of the landmarks, and I shall try not to move far off, said Don Quixote, and I shall even take the precaution of climbing the highest of these cracks here, to see if I can spot you when you return. In addition, your surest way of not getting lost and missing me will be to cut some of this broom growing so abundantly hereabouts, and to drop a branch every so often until you reach the plain, and they will serve as guide marks on your return, like the thread in Perseus's Labyrinth 56. That's what I'll do, replied Sancho Panza. He cut some broom, asked his master for his blessing and, not without many tears on both sides, said goodbye, and climbing on to Rocinante, whom Don Quixote warmly entrusted to Sancho's safekeeping, with the instruction to take as good care of him as of his own person, he headed off towards the plain, scattering broom branches every so often, as his master had advised. And so he rode away, even though Don Quixote was still insisting that he should watch a couple of his wild deeds, at least. But Sancho hadn't gone 100 steps when he turned and came back and said, I think you were right, sir, and to be able to swear with a clear conscience that I've seen you doing mad deeds, I'd better see one of them at least, although I must say I've seen a big enough one already you staying here. Did I not tell you so, said Don Quixote. Just wait a minute, Sancho, I shall perform them in the saying of a creed. And pulling down his breeches as fast as ever he could, he stood there in his shirt and then did 2 leaps in the air followed by 2 somersaults, revealing things that made Sancho turned Rocinante so as not to have to see them again, and he felt fully satisfied that he could swear his master was mad. And we shall allow him to go his way until his return, which was speeding. Chapter XXVI, in which a further account is given of the dainty deeds performed by the lover Don Quixote in the Sierra Morena. And turning back to what the Knight of the Sorry Face did once he was alone, the history says that when Don Quixote had finished his somersaults or handsprings naked, from the waist down and clothed from the waist up, and had seen Sancho depart without caring to witness any more antics, he climbed to the top of a high crag, and again turned his thoughts to what had often occupied them without ever having led him to a decision, which would be better and more suitable, imitating Orlando and his outrageous madness, or Amadis and his melancholy madness. And he said to himself, if Orlando was such an excellent knight and as brave as everybody says he was, what is so surprising about that? After all, he was enchanted, and nobody could kill him, except by stabbing a penny pin into his big toe, and he always wore shoes shod with 7 iron soles. 1 Yet these tricks were of no avail against Bernardo del Carpio, who saw through them all and squeezed him to death at Roncesvalles. But leaving his courage aside, let us consider his going mad, which he most certainly did, because of the signs he found by the spring and the news given him by the shepherd that Angelica had enjoyed more than a couple of siestas with Medero, a young Moor with curly hair, a Gramantes page boy. And if he believed that this was true and that his lady had played him false, it was a normal enough reaction to go crazy. Yet how can I imitate his mad deeds if I do not imitate their cause? I would venture to swear that my Dulcinea del Toboso has never seen a real Moor in real Moorish clothes in all her life, and that she is today as intact as the mother who bore her, and I should be doing her a manifest wrong if, imagining something different, I went mad after the fashion of Orlando Furioso. Furthermore, I can see that Amadis of Gaul, without going insane or performing any crazy deeds, achieved as much renown as a lover as the best of them. Because, according to his history, all he did when scorned by his lady Oriana, who told him not to appear in her presence until she commanded it, was to withdraw to Pina Pobre with a hermit. And there he wept and commended himself to God to his heart's content until heaven came to his aid in the midst of his greatest tribulation. And if this is true, as indeed it is, why should I take the trouble to strip naked or torment these trees that have never done me any harm? Nor have I any need to sully the clear waters of these streams, which will provide for me when I am thirsty. Long live the memory of Amadis, and let him be imitated as well as is possible by Don Quixote de la Mancha, of whom it shall be said what was said of another, if he did not achieve great things, he died in the attempt. And if I am not rejected or scorned by Dulcinea del Toboso, it is enough, as I have said, to be separated from her. So now to work. Come to my memory, O exploits of Amadis, and show me how my imitation must commence. Yet I well know that what he most did was to pray and commend himself to God, but what can I use as a rosary, not having one on me? As he said this, an idea came into his head for making one, and he tore a long strip from his shirt tail hanging down behind him, and he tied 11 knots in it, one of them bigger than the others, and this he used as a rosary too all the time he was there, during which he said a million Ave Marias. And what was a great worry to him was not finding thereabouts any hermit who could confess and console him. So he amused himself by taking strolls around the meadow, and carving in the bark of the trees and tracing in the fine sand of the stream a great number of verses, all of them expressive of his sadness, and some of them in praise of Dulcinea. But the only complete and legible poem that was discovered after he had been found was this: You trees, you herbs, you plants that show your splendor in this pleasant sight, and tall and green and plenteous grow, although my ills give no delight, pray listen to my tale of woe, and let my grief disturb you not, although you could not ever see a lover pay you on the dot, or suffer like poor Don Quixote, who weeps here for his Dulcinea del Toboso. Here, in this green and pleasant mead, the truest lover ever known hides from his lady, in dire need. He has been made to grieve and groan, not knowing whence his ills proceed. Love keeps him always on the trot. A very wicked sort is he, enough to fill the biggest pot. Are tears of doleful Don Quixote, who weeps here for his Dulcinea del Toboso. He sought adventures as he pined among these cracks and rocks and stones, and cursed what made his mate unkind. But this poor wretch, sad to his bones, could only misadventures find. Love laid his lash upon him hot, no gentle thong the very idea, and when it touched his tender spot, tears flowed from doleful Don Quixote, who weeps here for his Dulcinea del Toboso. The addition of del Toboso to the name of Dulcinea raised some giggles among those who found these verses, because they imagined that Don Quixote must have imagined that if, when he named Dulcinea, he didn't also say del Toboso, the stanza wouldn't be understood, and they were right, as he later confessed. He wrote many other lines of poetry, but, as has been said, these 3 verses were all that was found complete and could be deciphered. In this, and in sighing, and in calling out to the fawns and sylvans of those woods, to the nymphs of the rivers, and to moist and mournful Echo 3 to reply to him, comfort him, and listen to him, he passed the time. And also in seeking herbs on which to live until Sancho's return, and had this taken 3 weeks instead of the 3 days it did take, the Knight of the Sorry Face would have been so ravished that the very mother who'd borne him wouldn't have known him. And it will be as well now to leave him wrapped in his sighs and his verses, so as to relate what happened to Sancho Panza on his mission. When he reached the highway he went in search of the road to El Toboso, and the next day he arrived at the inn where he'd suffered the mishap with the blanket, and no sooner had he glimpsed the place than he imagined himself flying through the air again, and he couldn't bring himself to go in, even though he'd come at an hour when he could and should have done so, for it was dinner time and he was longing for something hot to eat, having had nothing but cold food for many days. This craving forced him to approach the inn, still wondering whether to enter it or not. As he hovered there, 2 men came out and recognized him, and one of them said to the other, Look, Reverend Father, that man on the horse isn't it Sancho Panza, the fellow our adventurer's housekeeper said had gone off with her master as his squire. So it is, said the priest, and that's our dear Don Quixote's horse. They recognized him immediately, being the priest and the barber of his own village. The 2 men who had carried out the interrogation and auto da fe of the books. Anxious for news of Don Quixote, they went up to him and the priest called him by his name. My dear friend Sancho Panza, where is your master? Sancho Panza recognized them at once, and decided to conceal the place and the circumstances in which he left his master, and so he replied that his master was busy in a certain place on a certain matter which was very important to him, and which he couldn't reveal, not for the very eyes in his head. No, no, Sancho Panza, said the barber. If you don't tell us where he is we're going to imagine, as we already do, that you've murdered and robbed him, since you're riding his horse. You really must lead us to the nag's master, or it'll be the worse for you. There isn't any need to come to me with your threats, I'm not one to go robbing or Murdering people, let each man be killed by his own fate, say I, or by the God that made him. My master is doing penance in the middle of these mountains, and loving every minute of it. And he reeled off an account of the state his master was in, the adventures he'd had, and the letter to the lady Dulcinea del Toboso, Lorenzo Corchuelo's daughter, who he was up to his neck in love with. They were both amazed at what Sancho Panza was telling them, because although they knew that Don Quixote was mad and they knew what sort of madness it was, whenever they heard about it again they were amazed again. They asked Sancho Panza to show them the letter he was taking to the lady Dulcinea del Toboso. He told them that it was written in a notebook, and that his master's orders were to have it copied onto a sheet of paper at the first village he came to, at which the priest asked to see it, saying that he would copy it out himself in a very good hand. Sancho Panza felt for the notebook inside his shirt, but he couldn't find it, and he wouldn't have found it if he'd kept searching for it to this day, because Don Quixote hadn't given him it, and he hadn't remembered to ask for it. When Sancho realized that he couldn't find the notebook, a look of mortal horror crept over his face, and running his hands all over his body again, he confirmed that the notebook wasn't there, and then he clenched his hands and clutched at his beard and tore half of it out and gave himself half a dozen punches on the nose and the face, bathing them in blood. At this sight the priest and the barber asked him what had happened to make him treat himself so roughly. What do you think has happened? Said Sancho. Only that at one foul swoop and in a single instant I've been and gone and lost 3 donkeys as fine as 3 castles, that's all. How can that be? Replied the barber. I've lost the notebook, answered Sancho, with the letter for Dulcinea and a warrant signed by my master ordering his niece to give me 3 of the 4 or 5 donkeys he's got at home. And he went on to tell them about the theft of his dun. The priest comforted him, saying that as soon as he found Don Quixote he'd make him confirm the order and draw the warrant up again on a separate sheet of paper, as was the usual custom, because warrants written in notebooks were never accepted or honored. This consoled Sancho, and he said that in that case he wasn't too concerned about the loss of Dulcinea's letter, because he had almost all of it in his memory, from where they could make a copy, wherever and whenever they wanted. Let's hear it, Sancho, said the barber, and then we'll make the copy. Sancho Panza dismounted to scratch his head and bring the letter back into his memory, balancing first on one foot and then on the other. Sometimes he gazed at the ground, sometimes at the sky, and, after gnawing off half a fingertip while those waiting to hear the letter stood there in suspense for an eternity, he said, By God, Reverend Father, the devil take all I can remember of the letter, though at the beginning it did say, noble and slobbered on lady. No, it won't have said slobbered on lady, said the barber, but sovereign lady, or maybe supreme lady. That's it, said Sancho. Then, if I remember rightly, it went on, if I remember rightly, one last rated and well finished with not sleeping and sore wounded kisses. Your hands, beautiful and unknown and great, and then it said something about health and an illness he was sending her, and it went on and on and on like this, until it ended up. Yours until death, the night of the sorry face. The 2 men were much amused by Sancho Panza's splendid memory and they praised it to the skies and asked him to recite the letter another couple of times so that they in their turn could commit it to memory and write it down in due course. Sancho went through it another 3 times, and on each occasion he came out with a further 3,000 absurdities. He went on to relate his master's doings, but he didn't say a word about the blanket tossing in that in which he refused to enter. He also told them how, as soon as he brought his master good tidings from the lady Dulcinea del Toboso, his master was going to set out to try to become an emperor or at least a monarch, and that was what they agreed between the 2 of them, and he could easily manage it, considering the worth of his person and the might of his arm. And as soon as this happened, his master was going to find a wife for him, because he'd be a widower by then, he couldn't fail to be, and his master would marry him to the empress's lady in waiting, the heiress to a big, rich estate on dry land, no islands or such like for him. He didn't have any use for those anymore. Sancho said all this with such calm assurance, every so often wiping his nose with the back of his hand, and it was all so absurd, that both men were again struck with amazement as they considered how powerful Don Quixote's madness was, carrying this poor man's wits along with it. They decided not to give themselves the trouble of trying to persuade him of his error because, as they believed, it did no harm to his conscience, and so it was better to leave him be, and anyway it would be jolly good fun to listen to all his nonsense. So they told Sancho to pray to God for his master's well-being, because it was possible and indeed extremely likely that with the passing of time he might become an emperor, just as he had said, or at least an archbishop or some equivalent dignitary. To which Sancho replied, if fortune changed everything, sirs, and my master got the urge not to be an emperor, but an archbishop, what I'd like to know next is what archbishop errands give their squires. Usually, replied the priest, they give them some benefice, with or without cure of souls, or they make them sextons, which yields a good fixed income, quite apart from the surplus fees, which are usually reckoned at as much again. For that, Sancho replied, the squire will have to be a single man, and know how to help at mass, at least, and in that case unhappy me, married as I am and not knowing so much as the first letter of the ABC. What will become of me if my master takes it into his head to be an archbishop rather than an emperor, which is what's normal with knight errants? Don't distress yourself, friend Sancho, said the barber. The reverend father and I shall ask your master, and indeed advise him, and even put it to him as a case of conscience, to be an emperor and not an archbishop. This will be easier for him, because he is more brave than studious. That's what I've always thought, too, replied Sancho, though let me tell you he can turn his hand to anything. What I'm going to do for my part is to pray to our Lord to give him whatever job does him the most good and lets him do me the most favors. You speak like a wise man, said the priest, and you'll be acting like a good Christian. But what must be done now is to work out how to extricate your master from that pointless penance that you say he's doing, and so, to think how we're going to set about it, and to have our dinner, for it's high time we did that. We'd better go into this inn. Sancho said that they could go in and he'd wait outside, and later he'd tell them why it didn't suit him to enter, but please would they bring out something hot for him to eat, and also some barley for Rocinante. They went in and left him, and a little later the barber brought him out some food. Then, when the pair put their heads together to work out the best way of achieving their aim, the priest thought of a plan that was ideally suited to Don Quixote's tastes and to the goal they had in mind. And he told the barber that his idea was that he himself would dress up as a maiden errant, and the barber would try his best to make himself look like a squire, and then they would go off like that to see Don Quixote, pretending that she was a damsel in need and distress come to beg a boon of him, which he, as a brave knight errant, could not refuse to grant. And the boon was to be that he should go with her whither she should carry him, to redress an injury done her by a wicked knight, and reading him likewise that he would not desire her to divest herself of her mask, nor inquire anything further concerning her, until he should have done her justice upon that wicked knight, and he could rely on Don Quixote doing every single thing he was asked, and in that way they'd get him out of their end. Take him back to the village, where they'd see if there was any remedy for his strange madness. Chapter XXVII. About how the priest and the barber achieved their aim, and other matters worthy of being recounted in this great history. The priest's plan didn't seem a bad one to the barber, indeed he thought it so splendid that they put it into action without delay. They asked the innkeeper's wife for a frock and a headdress, leaving as security a new cassock of the priest's. The barber made a long beard from a pale red oxtail in which the innkeeper used to stick his comb. His wife asked them what they wanted these things for. The priest gave her a brief account of Don Quixote's madness, and told her that the disguise was needed to get him out of his present quarters in the Sierra. And then the innkeeper and his wife realized that this madman was their former guest, the man with the balsam, the master of the blanket-tossed squire, and they told the priest everything that had happened, including what Sancho had been so concerned to omit. So the innkeeper's wife dressed the priest and left him looking as pretty as a picture. She fitted him out with a woolen frock, covered with black bands of slashed velvet, as broad as your hand, and bodices of green velvet, with white satin trimmings, and they must have been made both the bodices and the frock in the times of King Wamba. The priest wouldn't let them touch his head, but instead donned his quilted cotton nightcap and bound his forehead with a black taffeta garter, and he used another garter as a traveling mask to conceal his face and beard. He rammed his hat, which was so big it could have served as a parasol, onto his head, wrapped himself in his cape and mounted his mule-side saddle, and the barber climbed onto his own mule, with his beard down to his waist, a pale red beard, as described, made out of the tail of a sarlacc. They said goodbye to everyone, including the good Maritornes, who promised to say a rosary, sinner though she was, so that God would give them success in the difficult Christian task they'd set themselves. But the priest had hardly left the inn when a thought struck him. It was improper to have rigged himself out like that, indecent for a man of the cloth to dress in that way, even if so much did depend on it, and he said so to the barber and asked him to exchange clothes, because it was more appropriate for the latter to appear as the maiden in distress, and he himself would act the part of the squire, which was less of a profanation of his office. And if the barber wasn't agreeable to this, the priest was resolved to have nothing more to do with the affair, and to let the devil take Don Quixote. And now Sancho appeared, and when he saw the two of them dressed like that, his mirth was uncontrollable. The barber agreed to all the priest's demands, and they changed their plans, and the priest instructed him on his demeanor, and on the words with which he was to try to persuade Don Quixote to come away with them and give up his occupation of the place he'd chosen for his vain penance. The barber replied that he didn't need any lessons to handle the affair to perfection. He didn't want to get dressed yet, not until they came close to where Don Quixote was, so he folded up his clothes, and the priest put his beard away, and they rode on with their guide Sancho Panza, who told them all about what had happened with the madman they found in the Sierra. Keeping quiet, however, about the discovery of the traveling bag and what was in it, the servant might have been stupid, but he did have his fair share of greed. The next day they reached the place where Sancho had strewn the branches to help him find his master again, and, once he recognized the spot, he told the other two that this was the way in, so they could get dressed if that was what was needed for the rescue. Because they had earlier told him that wearing those disguises was of vital importance for extricating his master from the bad life he'd chosen, so would he please be careful not to tell him who they were or even that he knew them, and if Don Quixote asked, which he would, whether Sancho had given Dulcinea the letter, he should say that he had, but that, as she couldn't read, she'd replied verbally ordering Don Quixote, on pain of incurring her displeasure, to go and visit her forthwith, this being a matter of the utmost importance to her, and what with this and the things that they themselves intended to say to him, they were sure he could be led back to a better life, and made to set out to become an emperor or a monarch, and there wasn't any need to worry about that plan to become an archbishop. Sancho listened to all of this, and took it into his memory with meticulous care, and gave them hearty thanks for deciding to advise his master to be an emperor and not an archbishop, because to his mind, when it came to doing favors to their squires, Emperor errands had more clout than Archbishop errands. He added that it would be best if he went on ahead to look for his master and give him his lady's reply, because this alone would be enough to make him leave that place, without any need for them to go to so much trouble. They liked Sancho Panza's idea, and decided to wait until he returned with the news that he found his master. Sancho rode off into the mountain ravines, leaving the other two men in another ravine through which flowed a gentle little stream in the cool, pleasant shade of the rocks and trees surrounding it. It was a hot August day, and August is hot indeed in those parts. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and all this made the spot even more delightful, inviting them to await Sancho's return there, which they did. As they rested in the shade, they heard a voice that, unaccompanied by any other instrument, was sweet and melodious, and they were astonished, this not seeming to be a place to come across someone singing so well, because although it's often said that shepherds with fine singing voices are to be found in the woods and fields, this is more an exaggeration of poets than a sober truth. And they were even more amazed when they realized that what they could hear being sung were verses not of rustic herdsmen but of intelligent courtiers. This was confirmed by the fact that the verses they heard were the following. What puts my patience to the test? Absence is jest. What aggravates my misery? Fierce jealousy. What turns my happiness to pain? Unkind disdain. If this is so, there is no cure for torments that I now endure, since every hope of mine is slain by absence, jealousy, disdain. And what repels my happiness? Fortune's duress. What is the cause of such dire throes? Love's cruel blows. And what confirms my misery? Heaven's decree. If this is so, the sole release is death, from such a strange disease, since all unite to harrow me. Fortune, and love, and heaven's decree. What can release me from my sadness? No less than madness. Where shall I find a speedy cure? Cold death is sure. What gains love's joys most readily? Inconstancy. If this is so, it makes no sense from such attacks to seek defense, since there's no better remedy than madness, death, inconstancy. The time of day, the weather, the solitude, and the voice and the skill of the singer combined to astonish and delight the two listeners, who sat still, hoping to hear some more, but as the silence dragged on they decided to go in search of the man who sang so well. Just as they were about to do so, the same voice held them back as it reached their ears, singing the sonnet. Sonnet. O sacred friendship, who in urgent flight, and leaving here on earth your guileful ghost, exultant soared to that empyrean height, to dwell in glory with the heavenly host. From there to show us, when you think it best, behind a veil that peace for which we long, a veil that other times betrays a zest for doing good, which then does vicious wrong. Come back from heaven, friendship, don't agree to the destruction of sincere intent, when fraudulence parades your livery. For if his base parade has your consent, grim-visaged war will win the world again, and dark primeval anarchy will reign. The singing ended in a deep sigh, and the two men waited attentively to see if it would be resumed, but when they heard that the music had dissolved into sobs and pitiful groans, they agreed to go and discover who was the sad man with a voice as superb as his moans were sorrowful. They hadn't walked far when, as they came round a boulder, they saw a man who looked exactly like the one described by Sancho Panza. When he told them about Cardenio's story, and when this man saw them, he didn't seem frightened but stayed still with his head bowed over his breast like someone lost in his thoughts, not raising his eyes again to look at them after his first glance when they'd appeared so suddenly. The priest, who was a man of ready speech and knew about Cardenio's misfortune, because he recognized him from Sancho's description, went up to him and with brief but judicious words begged and advised him to abandon that wretched existence so as not to die in that place, which would be the greatest of all misfortunes. Cardenio was enjoying a spell of sanity, free of the fury that often drove him out of his mind, and he was surprised to see two men in clothes so very different from the ones worn by those who wandered about these lonely places, and even more surprised to hear his private life being discussed as if it were common knowledge, because this was the impression given by the priest's words. So Cardenio replied like this: I can clearly see, gentlemen, whoever you are, that heaven, which takes care to succor the virtuous and even the wicked as well, has sent to me, unworthy though I am, here into these remote places so far from all human society, people who, by placing a diversity of powerful arguments before me to show me how unreasonable it is to live as I do, seek to take me away from this existence to a better one, but since they do not know, as I do, that if I escape from this affliction it will only be to plunge into another still greater one, it may be that they take me for a man of little sense, or even what would be worse, one deprived of all reason. And this would not be surprising, because I am aware that the recollection of my misfortunes is so intense and has such power to destroy me that, without my being able to do anything to prevent it, I sometimes become as void of all sense and awareness as a stone, and I realize that this is so when people tell me and show me proof of the things I do when in the grips of those terrible fits, and all I can do then is express a futile regret for what has happened and utter fruitless curses on my fate, and offer as an excuse for my mad deeds an account of their cause to any who will hear me, because once reasonable people know the cause they will not wonder at the effects, and, if they cannot cure me, at least they will not blame me, and their annoyance at my impudence will turn to pity for my misfortunes. And if, gentlemen, you have come with the same intentions as others, I beg you, before you proceed with your judicious persuasion, to listen to the endless story of my misfortunes, because, once you have heard it, perhaps you will save yourselves the trouble of trying to console me for an affliction that puts me beyond all consolation. The two men, who wanted nothing better than to hear the cause of his grief from his own mouth, asked him to tell them about it and assured him that in any attempts they might make to cure or comfort him they wouldn't do anything against his will, and so this sad gentleman began his piteous history, with almost the same words and events as when he'd narrated it to Don Quixote and the goatherd a few days earlier, and, on account of Master Elizabeth and of Don Quixote's punctiliousness in maintaining the decorum of chivalry, the story had been left unfinished, as related in this history. But this time, fortunately, the fit of madness was suspended and he was able to tell his story to its conclusion, and so, when he reached the point at which Don Fernando found a letter among the pages of Amadis of Gaul, Cardenio said that he could remember it well, and that it went like this: Luscinda to Cardenio. Each day I discover in you qualities that oblige and compel me to hold you in even higher esteem, and so, if you should wish to relieve me of this obligation without causing me to forfeit my honor, you can easily do so. I have a father who knows you, and loves me, and who will not be going against my wishes when he accedes to those which you may justly have, if you esteem me, as you say and I believe. This letter encouraged me to ask for Luscinda's hand in marriage, as I've already told you, and it was also what established her in Don Fernando's opinion as one of the most sensible and intelligent women of the day, and it was this letter, too, that awoke in him the desire to destroy me, before my own desire could be fulfilled. I told Don Fernando of Luscinda's father's observation that it was my own father who should make the request, and that I didn't dare mention it to him, fearing that he'd refuse to do so, not because he wasn't well aware of Luscinda's rank, goodness, virtue and beauty, or of the fact that her qualities were sufficient to ennoble any family in Spain, but because I realized that he didn't want me to marry yet, not until it became clear what Duke Ricardo had in store for me. In short, I told him that I didn't dare tell my father about the matter, because of both this obstacle and many others that discouraged me, although I didn't know exactly what they were. All I did know was that it was looking as if what I so desired could never be achieved. To all this Don Fernando replied that he'd take it upon himself to speak to my father, and persuade him to speak to Luscinda's father. Oh, you ruthless Marius, you cruel Catiline, you wicked Sulla, you deceitful Gamelin, you treacherous Velito, you vengeful Julian, you covetous Judas, too treacherous, cruel, vengeful, deceitful, what deeds of disloyalty had ever been committed by this poor man who so frankly revealed to you the joys and secrets of his heart? In what ways had I ever offended you? What words did I ever speak to you? What advice did I ever give you, but that which was designed to increase your honor and prosperity? Yet what am I complaining about? Miserable wretch that I am. It's certain that when misfortune is brought by the movements of the stars, it comes crashing down from on high with such fury and violence that there's no power on earth that can stop it, no human contrivance that can hold it back. Who could have imagined that Don Fernando, an illustrious and intelligent gentleman, indebted to me for my services and powerful enough to secure for himself whatever his amorous inclinations desired, would sully his conscience, as they say, by stealing from me one ewe lamb, which was not even yet mine, 3. But let's leave these considerations aside, because they're vain and fruitless, and take up the broken thread of my tale of woe. I was going to say, then, that Don Fernando, finding my presence an obstacle to the execution of his false and evil plan, decided to make me go to his elder brother to ask for money to pay for 6 horses that, with the sole object of sending me away so that he could more readily carry out his perverse scheme, he bought on the same day that he offered to talk to my father. So I was to go for the money. Could I have foreseen this treachery? Could I even have imagined it? No, of course not. On the contrary, I most willingly offered to leave at once, delighted with the excellent bargain he'd made. That night I spoke with Luscinda and told her what I'd agreed with Don Fernando, and how she should firmly trust that our good and just desires would be fulfilled. Suspecting Don Fernando's treachery as little as I did, she told me to try to come back soon, because she believed that the accomplishment of our wishes would be delayed by no longer than our father's conversation. I don't know why, but when she finished saying this her eyes filled with tears and a knot seemed to form in her throat, stopping her from speaking any more of the very many words that she appeared to want to say to me. I was astonished at this strange faltering, because it had never happened before, and whenever good fortune and my diligence had allowed us to talk, we'd done so with great joy, without any tears, sighs, jealousy, suspicion or fear. I would dwell on my Good fortune, because heaven had given her to me as my lady, I would extol her beauty. Marvel at her merit and her understanding. She would return the compliments with interest, praising in me that which seemed to her, as a woman in love, worthy of praise. And we would tell each other 100,000 tales and pieces of gossip about our friends and neighbors, and the most I ever dared to do was to take, almost by force, one of her lovely white hands and press it to my lips as well as the closed bars separating us would allow. But on the night before the sorrowful day of my departure, she wept, sighed, and moaned, and went away leaving me confused and fearful at having seen these sad new signs of deep grief in her, yet, so as not to dash my own hopes, I put it all down to the strength of her feelings for me and the pain that absence causes in those who are in love. So I left, dejected and sunk in thought, with my soul loaded down with suspicions and imaginings, yet not knowing what it was that I suspected and imagined, clear signs of the sad event and the misfortune reserved for me. I reached the town to which I'd been sent. I gave the letters to Don Fernando's brother. I was well received, but my business was not well attended to, because he told me to wait, much to my displeasure, for a week, where the Duke could not find me, as his brother had written asking him to send money without his father's knowledge, and this was all part of the treacherous Don Fernando's plan, because this brother of his had the money and could have sent me back with it immediately. This was an order that I was very close to disobeying, because it seemed impossible to endure life for so long without Luscinda, particularly since I had left her in the state that I've described, but in spite of all that I obeyed as a dutiful servant, although I could see that it would be at the cost of my well-being. But 4 days after I'd arrived a man came for me with a letter, and by the address I could tell it was from Luscinda, because it was in her handwriting. I opened it in fear and trembling, for it had to be a serious matter to make her write when I was far away. She seldom wrote even when I was near. Before I read it I asked the man who had given it to him and how long it had taken him to come. He told me that he'd happened to be walking down a street in his city at midday when a very beautiful lady called out to him from a window, with her eyes full of tears, and blurted, "Brother, if you're a Christian, as you seem to be, I beg you for the love of God to make sure that this letter reaches without delay the place and the person to whom it's addressed. They're both well known enough, and you'll be doing a great service to our Lord, and, so that you don't lack the means to do so, please accept the contents of this handkerchief." And so saying she threw me a handkerchief out of the window, and tied into it were these 100 reals and this gold ring I have here, together with the letter I've just given you. And without waiting for a reply she moved back from the window, though not before watching me pick up the letter and the handkerchief and make signs that I would indeed do as she had asked, because seeing that I was so well paid for whatever trouble it could give me to bring it, and seeing from the address that it was for you I know about you, sir, very well, and compelled, too, by that beautiful lady's tears, I decided not to entrust it to anybody else but to bring it myself, and in the 16 hours that have elapsed since I was given it I have made the journey here some 60 miles. As you know. As the grateful special messenger was telling me all this, I was hanging on his every word and my legs were shaking so much that I could hardly stand. I opened the letter and read the following. The promise that Don Fernando made you, to persuade your father to speak to mine, has been kept, but more for his gratification than for your benefit. You must know, sir, that he has asked for my hand in marriage, and my father, persuaded that Don Fernando will be a better match, has given his consent so eagerly that the wedding is to take place 2 days from now, in such secret that the only witnesses will be the heavens and some of the household. My present state is something that you can imagine for yourself. Whether it is in your interest to come is something that you must decide for yourself, and whether I love you or not is something that the outcome of this affair will demonstrate to you. God grant that this may reach your hand before mine is joined with that of one who keeps his promises so badly. This, then, was what the letter said, and this is what made me set off straight away, without waiting any longer for a reply or for money, because I could clearly see that it had been the purchase not of horses but of his pleasure that had led Don Fernando to send me to his brother. My indignation and my fear of losing the treasure that I had won by so many years of service and desire lent me wings, and the next day I was back in my town at the hour when I could speak to Luscinda, almost as if I'd flown there. I rode in unobserved. I left my mule at the house of the fellow who brought me the letter, and it was my good fortune to find Luscinda at her window, behind the grating that was the witness to our love. Luscinda recognized me and I recognized her, but not as we should have recognized each other. Yet who in this world can claim to have penetrated and understood the confused mind and fickle nature of a woman? Nobody, nobody. I was about to say that as soon as Luscinda saw me she said, "Cardenio, I'm wearing my wedding dress, the treacherous Don Fernando and my covetous father are waiting in the hall with others who will be witnesses rather of my death than of my marriage. Don't be upset, my dear, but do make sure that you're present at this sacrifice. If my words can't prevent it, the dagger I have hidden on me can resist the strongest forces by putting an end to my life and a beginning to your understanding of my love for you." In my confusion I made a hurried reply, afraid that I might run out of time. "Let your actions, madam, make good your words, for if you carry a dagger to vouch for you, I carry a sword to defend you or kill myself, if fortune proves adverse to us." I don't believe she could have heard all I said, because urgent voices were calling out to her that the bridegroom was waiting. And the night of my sadness came. And the sun of my happiness set. There was no light left in my eyes, no sense left in my brain. I couldn't enter her house, I couldn't move, but then I reminded myself how important it was for me to be present because of what might happen. I nerved myself as best I could and went in, and since I knew all the ways in and out, and the house was in its secret upheaval, nobody noticed me, so I was able to slip unobserved into the recess formed by a window in the hall, covered by the borders of 2 tapestries, between which I could see, without being seen, everything that happened. Who could describe the fluttering of my heart as I stood there, the thoughts that came into my mind, the calculations that I made? There were so many of them, and they were of such a nature that I can't describe them, nor would it be right to do so. Suffice it to say that the bridegroom walked into the hall wearing nothing finer than his everyday clothes. His best man was one of Luscinda's cousins, and the only other people in the hall were the servants. A little afterwards Luscinda came out of a side room accompanied by her mother and 2 maids, and she was as richly dressed and adorned as her rank and beauty deserved, the perfection of elegance and courtly poise. My amazement and trepidation didn't allow me to observe the details of her dress. I only noticed its colors, crimson and white, and the glinting of the jewels in her hair and on her clothes, all of it surpassed by the singular beauty of her lovely blonde hair to such an extent that, in competition with the precious stones and the light of 4 torches that were burning in the hall, her light was the one that offered most brilliance to the eyes. O memory, the mortal foe of my repose, why bring before me now the incomparable beauty of that adored enemy of mine? Won't it be better, cruel memory, to recall and picture to me what she did next, so that, moved by such a manifest affront, I can at least, since vengeance is impossible, put an end to my life? Try not to be bored, gentlemen, by these digressions of mine. My tale of woe is not one of those that can or should be told in a few words, because each aspect of it seems to demand a full explanation. To this the priest replied that not only were they not bored listening to him, but they were deriving great pleasure from all the details he was providing, because they shouldn't be passed over in silence and indeed merited as much attention as the main thread of his story. I was about to say, then, Cardenio continued, that the people were standing there in the hall and the parish priest came in and took each by the hand to do what had to be done, and when he said, will you, Luscinda, take Don Fimento, here present, to be your lawful wedded husband, as our holy mother the church commands, I thrust my head and neck out between the two tapestries to listen, with straining ears and soul in turmoil, to Luscinda's reply, knowing that it would be either my death sentence or the confirmation of my life. Oh, why didn't I rush out, crying, Luscinda, Luscinda. Think what you're doing, consider what you owe me, remember you're mine and can't be another's. Remember that you're saying I will and the end of my life will be one and the same thing. Oh treacherous Don Fernando, thief of my glory, death of my life. What do you want? What do you seek? Bear in mind that there is no Christian way in which you can satisfy your desires, because Luscinda is my wife and I am her husband. What madness. Now that I'm far removed from the danger, I'm saying that I should have done what I didn't do. Now that I've allowed my dear one to be stolen, I curse the thief, on whom I could have taken revenge if I'd had the courage to do so, as I have for complaining. In short, I behaved then like a fool and a coward, no wonder that I'm dying now ashamed, repentant, and mad. The priest was waiting for Luscinda's reply, and she was taking a long time to give it, and just when I thought that she was going to draw her dagger and allow it to speak for her, or else loosen her tongue to undeceive them all and help my cause, I heard her whisper I will, and Don Fernando said the same thing and gave her the ring, and they were joined in an indissoluble bond. The bridegroom went to embrace his bride, and she clutched her hand to her heart and fell fainting into her mother's arms. It only remains for me to say how I felt as I saw, in her consent, that my hopes were shattered, that all Luscinda's words and promises had been false, and that it would be impossible ever to recover the treasure that I had lost in an instant. I was left not knowing what to do, forsaken, as it seemed to me, by all heaven. The earth that supported me had become my enemy, air denied itself to me for my sighs, water for my tears, and only fire grew, so that all burned in fury and jealousy. Everyone was thrown into confusion by Luscinda's fainting fit, and, when her mother loosened her bodices, a folded piece of paper was discovered there, which Don Fernando snatched up and started to read by the light of one of the torches, and once he finished reading he sat on a chair and put his hand to his cheek like a man lost in his thoughts, not going to help with the attempts that were being made to bring his bride round from her swoon. With everyone in such a commotion I plucked up my courage and left, not caring whether I was seen or not, and determined that, if I was, I'd do such a desperate deed that they'd all learn from my punishment of the false Don Fernando or even of the fickle, swooning traitress. How just was my indignation. But my fate, which must have reserved me for even worse evils, if there can be any worse, decreed that I should then have full use of an understanding that has since failed me, so I didn't take my revenge on my greatest enemies, which would have been easy, for all thought of me was far from their minds, but decided to give myself the punishment that they deserved, and perhaps an even more severe one than I'd have given them had I killed them. Because with sudden death the suffering is soon over, whereas torture endlessly protracts the life that it's doing away with. So I left that house and returned to the one where I'd left the mule. I told the man to saddle it and, without stopping to take my leave of him, I mounted it and rode out of the city, not daring to look back, like another lot, for and once I found myself alone in the countryside, with the darkness of the night hiding me and its silence inviting me to voice my complaints without fear of being overheard or recognized. I bellowed out curse after curse on Luscinda and Don Fernando, as if this were satisfaction for the wrong they'd done me. I called her cruel, ungrateful, false, thankless, but above all covetous, because my enemy's wealth had closed the eyes of her affection, taking it away from me and giving it to one with whom fortune had been more bountiful and generous. But even as I was most furiously cursing and abusing her, I was also making excuses for her, saying that it wasn't surprising that a young girl, immured in her parents' house, accustomed to obeying them always, should have decided to fall in with their wishes, because they were giving her as a husband a gentleman who was so eminent, so rich, and so noble, that, if she'd refused him, it could have been thought either that she was out of her mind, or that she had another lover, which would have been so prejudicial to her good name and honor. Then I'd change my tune and say that, even if she had declared that she and I were married, they'd have seen that her choice hadn't been such a bad one that they couldn't forgive her, because before Don Fernando put himself forward they themselves couldn't have wanted a better husband for their daughter, if they'd kept their expectations within reasonable limits, and that, rather than making that last fatal move, giving her hand to Don Fernando, she could easily have said that I'd already given her mine, because I'd have confirmed whatever story she'd made up for the occasion. So I concluded that a lack of true love and of good sense, and an excess of ambition, and of thirst for grandeur, had made her forget the words with which she'd deceived, kept alive and sustained my firm hopes and honorable desires, shouting and agonizing. In this way I rode on through what was left of the night, and at daybreak I came to a pass leading into the Sierra, through which I wandered aimlessly for another 3 days until I reached some meadow somewhere among these mountains and asked some herdsmen where the wildest parts lay. They sent me in this direction. I headed for this place at once, intending to end my life here, and as I reached it my mule dropped dead from exhaustion and starvation, or, as I rather believe, to be rid of so useless a burden. So I was left on foot, at the mercy of nature, perishing with hunger, with nobody to help me, and no thoughts of looking for help. I lay like that for some time, I don't know how long, and then I stood up, now not feeling at all hungry, and found some goatherds there who must have been the people who'd satisfied my needs, because they told me how they found me raving in such a way that it was clear I'd lost my reason, and since then I've realized that I'm not always in full possession of it, but so deranged at times that I perform 1,000 mad actions, tearing my clothes, bellowing in these solitudes, cursing my fortune and vainly repeating my beloved enemy's name, with no other thought or plan than to end my life in screams. And then when I come back to my senses I feel so weak and exhausted that I can hardly move. My usual dwelling place is the hollow of a cork oak, large enough to shelter this miserable carcass of mine. The cowherds and goatherds who roam over these mountains, moved by charity, provide me with sustenance, placing food by the paths and rocks where they think I might pass and find it, and when I do, even at times when I've lost my reason, natural instinct makes me recognize the food and awakes in me the desire to go and fetch it and the will to take it up. When they come across me in my senses they tell me that at other times I waylay the herdsmen carrying food up from the village to the folds and take it from them by force, even though they're happy to give it to me. This is how I'm spending the last days of my wretched existence, until heaven is Please to put an end either to it or to my memory, so that I do not remember Luscinda's beauty and treachery or the wrong done me by Don Fernando, for if heaven does this, without ending my life, I'll turn my thoughts to a better course, if not, all that can be done is to beg heaven to have infinite mercy on my soul, because I don't feel in myself the strength or vigor to rescue my body from these desperate straits to which I've chosen to reduce it. This, gentlemen, is the dismal story of my misfortune. You tell me now whether it would have been possible to tell it with less emotion than I've shown, and don't trouble to advise or try to persuade me to do what your reason suggests as a remedy for me, because that would be as much use to me as the medicine prescribed by a famous doctor for the patient who refuses to take it. I don't want well-being without Luscinda. And, since she has seen fit to belong to another, although she is or should be mine, let me give myself up to misfortune, although I could have been given up to happiness. She wished, with her fickleness, to make my ruin permanent. By seeking my own ruin I'll satisfy her wishes, and this can show posterity that I alone have lacked what other unfortunates possess in abundance, for to them the impossibility of being consoled is in itself a consolation, whereas it only brings me still greater misery, because I believe that my wretchedness will not be ended by my death. Here Cardenio ended his long discourse and his tale of love and sorrow, and as the priest was preparing to speak some words of comfort, he was checked by a voice that reached his ears, saying in plaintive tones what will be set down in the fourth part of this narration, because at this point the wise and circumspect historian Cide Hammett Benengeli put an end to the fourth part of the ingenious Hidalgo, Don Quixote de la Mancha, chapter XXVIII, concerning the unusual and agreeable adventure undergone by the priest and the barber in the Sierra Morena. Most happy and fortunate were the times when that most daring knight Don Quixote de la Mancha appeared on this earth, because it is thanks to his honorable determination to revive and restore to the world the lost and indeed almost defunct order of knight errantry that we can now enjoy, in this age of ours, so much in need of amusing entertainments, not only the delights of his true history but also the stories and episodes inserted into it, for in some ways they are no less agreeable or imaginative or true than the history itself, which, resuming its thread, duly dressed, spun, and wound, relates that as the priest was preparing himself to comfort Cardenio, he was checked by a voice that said in mournful tones, "O God, is it possible that I've at last found a place that can serve as a hidden tomb for the heavy burden of this body of mine, which I so unwillingly bear? Yes, it is, if the solitude promised by these years doesn't deceive me. Oh unhappy me! How much more agreeable company these cracks and thickets will be for my thoughts, since they'll give me the opportunity to bewail my fate and tell heaven of my misery than that of any human being, because there isn't one on this earth from whom one can expect advice in perplexity, comfort in lamentation, or remedy in distress." When the priest and those with him heard these words, they realized that the voice wasn't far away and stood up to go and look for the speaker, and they hadn't gone 20 paces when they saw, sitting behind a rock at the foot of an ash tree, a lad in farmer's clothes whose face they couldn't see, because his head was bent over a stream that flowed there, in which he was bathing his feet, and they approached him so quietly that he didn't notice them, being so engrossed in bathing his feet, which looked like nothing so much as two pieces of white crystal lying among the other stones there. They were astonished at the whiteness and the beauty of those feet, which didn't look as if they were accustomed to treading the clods or trudging behind the plow and the oxen, as the lad's clothes indicated they were. And so, seeing that they hadn't been noticed, the priest, who'd gone on ahead, motioned to the other two to crouch down and hide behind some rocks, which they did, watching every movement made by the lad, who was wearing a pale brown rustic cape, tied round his waist with a strip of white toweling. He was also wearing pale brown woolen breeches and gaiters, and a cap of the same color. He hitched his gaiters halfway up his legs, which, of course, resembled the purest alabaster. He finished washing those beautiful feet and then dried them with a kerchief that he untied from under his cap, and as he did so he raised his face, and the onlookers saw such peerless beauty that Cardenio whispered to the priest, "Since this isn't Luscinda, it's no human creature but a divine one." The lad removed his cap, and, as he shook his head from side to side, hair that the sun itself might have envied began to flow down and spread out. This made them realize that the person who'd seemed to be a farmer was a woman, and a well-favored one at that, indeed the most beautiful woman that two of them had ever seen, and that Cardenio would have ever seen if he hadn't seen Luscinda, because he later affirmed that only Luscinda's beauty could match hers. Her long blonde hair didn't just cover her shoulders, but spread all around her, and so lush and abundant was it that only her feet could be seen. And now she combed it with her hands, and, if her feet in the water looked like pieces of crystal, her hands in her hair looked like pieces of firm snow. All this increased the astonishment of the three men and their desire to know who she was. So they decided to show themselves, and, as they stood up, the beautiful young woman raised her head and, parting her hair from her eyes with both hands, looked to see what was making the noise. As soon as she saw them she sprang to her feet, and without stopping to put on her shoes or tie up her hair, she snatched up a bundle lying beside her, which looked as if it contained clothes, and began to run away in confusion and alarm. But she hadn't taken half a dozen steps when her delicate feet, unable to bear the roughness of the stones, failed her and she fell to the ground. The three men stepped forward, and the priest was the first to address her. "Stop, madam, whoever you are, those whom you see before you desire only to serve you. Please do not attempt to make so inopportune an escape, for neither will your feet withstand it nor will we allow it." In her bewilderment she made no reply. So they went up to her, and the priest took her hand and continued, "What your clothes deny, madam, is betrayed by your hair, a clear sign that it can have been no trivial reason that led you to disguise your beauty in such an unworthy habit, and that brought you into such a lonely place, where it has been a stroke of good fortune to find you, if not to remedy your ills, at least to give advice, for no ill can be so oppressive or so extreme that, while life lasts, the sufferer refuses to listen to well-meant counsel. And so, my dear lady, or my dear sir, whichever you prefer to be, do dismiss the fears that seeing us has caused you, and tell us about your good or evil fortune, for in all of us together, or in each separately, you'll find sincere sympathizers." As the priest was speaking, the disguised girl seemed as if she had lost her senses, gazing at them all without moving her lips or saying a word, like the rustic villager who suddenly shown strange objects that he's never seen before. But the priest said some more words to the same effect, and she breathed a deep sigh and broke her silence. "Since the solitude of these years hasn't been sufficient to hide me, and the loosening of my disheveled hair won't allow my tongue to lie, it would be futile to maintain a pretense that could only be accepted out of politeness. In view of this, gentlemen, I thank you for your offer, which has placed me under an obligation to comply with your request, even though I fear that the tale I shall tell of my misfortunes will cause you not only pity but grief, because you won't be able to find any cure to remedy them, or any consolation to alleviate them. But in spite of all this, and to dispel any doubts you might be entertaining about my honor now that you know I'm a woman, and have seen me young, alone and in these clothes circumstances that coming together or even taken separately would be enough to demolish any reputation I feel bound to tell you what I'd rather keep secret if I could. The newly discovered beauty said all this with such a fluent tongue and in such a calm voice that they were as amazed at her intelligence as at her looks. And after further offers had been made, together with further requests to do as she'd promised, she made any more coaxing unnecessary by putting on her shoes with all due modesty, tying up her hair, sitting on a rock with the three men around her, trying to suppress the tears that welled into her eyes and in a clear, serene voice commencing her life history. There is in Andalusia a town from which a certain duke takes his title, and which makes him one of those known here in Spain as grandees. He has two sons, the elder is the heir to his estate and, so it seems, to his virtuous habits, and the younger is the heir to I don't know what, unless it's the treachery of Belado and the deceit of Gamelin. My parents are tenants of this duke, of humble stock but so rich that if nature had been as generous with their pedigree as fortune has been with their wealth, they could have nothing more to desire and there would have been no risk of my finding myself in my present predicament, because it may be that my bad luck is born of theirs, in not having been born aristocratic. It's certainly true that they're not so low born as to feel affronted by their rank, but neither are they so exalted as to rid my head of the thought that my disaster derives from their modest station. In short, they're farmers, simple folk, of pure blood unmixed with that of any ill-sounding races and, as it's often put, dyed in fool old Christians but so rich that thanks to their wealth and generosity they're beginning to be regarded as hidalgos and even as nobles. But their greatest wealth and nobility was, for them, having me as a daughter, and, both because they had no other heir, and because they were loving parents, I was one of the most indulged of children. I was the mirror in which they contemplated themselves, the staff of their old age and the goal towards which they guided, under the direction of heaven, all their desires, which were so worthy that mine never diverged one iota from them. And I was the mistress not only of their affections but of all they owned. I was in charge of hiring and dismissing the servants, I controlled all the sowing and harvesting, and the olive presses, the wine presses, the size of the herds and flocks, even the quantity of beehives. In short, I managed everything that a very wealthy farmer like my father can and does possess, and I was both the stewardess and the mistress of it all, with so much diligence on my part, and so much satisfaction on his that I couldn't begin to say how splendid everything was. The moments of each day that were left to me after I'd paid the shepherds, foremen, and day laborers, I spent on occupations that are both proper and necessary for young ladies, such as those provided by the needle and the pincushion and often the distaff. And if I occasionally put these activities aside in search of some recreation, I would entertain myself by reading a book of devotion, or playing a harp, because experience showed me that music settles the distressed mind and eases the troubles that are born of the spirit. This, then, was the life I led in my parents' house, and I've described it in such detail not to boast or to demonstrate that I'm a wealthy woman, but so that you can see how little I deserve to fall from that happy state into my present misery. As I spent my life, then, with so much to keep me busy, and in a seclusion which could be compared to that of a nunnery, and unseen, or so I thought, by anyone except the servants, because when I went to mass it was so early in the morning, and I was so closely attended by my mother and other maidservants and so carefully veiled and withdrawn that my eyes hardly glimpsed anything other than the ground I trod. But, despite all these precautions, loving eyes or, more accurately, idle eyes, which the eyes of the lynx cannot rival, did see me, the eyes of the importunate Don Fernando, for this is the name of the younger son of the Duke of whom I spoke. The storyteller had no sooner named Don Fernando than the color of Cardenio's face changed and he broke into a sweat, in such violent perturbation that when the priest and barber noticed it they feared he was about to have one of the fits of madness that they'd been told he suffered every so often. But Cardenio only sat there perspiring and gaping at the farmer's daughter and imagining who she was, and she, not noticing Cardenio's response, continued her story. And the moment those eyes of his caught sight of me, as he later said, he fell as deeply in love as his demonstrations of it were to indicate. But to shorten the true story of my woes, I'll pass in silence over the measures that Don Fernando took to declare his love to me. He bribed all the servants in my house, he gave presents and offered favors to my relations. Every day was a happy fiesta day in my street, and at night nobody slept, with all the serenades. The love letters that came into my hands by unknown means were countless, full of words of passion and promises, and containing more offers and vows than signs of the alphabet, all of which not only failed to weaken my resistance, but steeled me, as if he were my mortal enemy and everything he did to win me over were done with the opposite intention, not that I disliked Don Fernando's gallantry, or thought him too importunate, because it gave me a very special thrill of happiness to be loved and esteemed by such an eminent gentleman, and I wasn't sorry to read his praises in his letters. However ugly a woman is, it seems she always likes to hear herself called beautiful. But my sense of virtue did object, and so did my parents, who kept giving me their advice. By now they knew all about Don Fernando's passion, because he didn't care if everybody knew about it. My parents would tell me that their honor and reputation depended upon my virtue and goodness alone, and that I must consider the difference in rank between Don Fernando and me, and that this would make me see that his intentions, even if he said otherwise, had more to do with his pleasure than with my welfare, and also that if I would erect some kind of obstacle to make him desist from his unjust pretensions, they would marry me without delay to any man I chose among the most eminent men in our town and those nearby, because with their great wealth and my good name anything was possible. My parents' firm promises and the truths they were telling me strengthened my resolve, and I never replied to Don Fernando with a single word that could have given him the remotest hope of fulfilling his desire. All this reserve of mine, which I suppose he took for disdain, must have had the effect of arousing his lust to an even higher pitch. This is the name I must give to his passion, which, had it been what it should have been, you wouldn't be hearing about now, for there wouldn't have been any occasion to tell you of it. In the end, Don Fernando found out that my parents were looking for a match for me, so as to make him lose his hopes of possessing me, or at least to provide me with more guards to watch over me, and this information, or suspicion, was the reason why he did what you will now hear. One night I was in my room accompanied only by a maid, with all the doors locked for fear that any carelessness might in some unimagined way endanger my virtue. And in the midst of all these defenses and precautions, in the solitude of this silence and seclusion, I found him standing there before me, and the sight of him so shocked me that I lost my sight and my power of speech. So I couldn't shout out, and anyway I don't believe he'd have let me, because he hurried over to me, took me in his arms, as I've said. I was so shocked I had no strength left with which to defend myself, and began to say such things to me. I just don't know how it's possible for duplicity to possess such skill in constructing lies that they seem like evident truths. The traitor produced tears to support his words and sighs to vouch for his passion. I, poor thing, alone in my own House, unprepared for such a situation, began, I don't quite know how, to take all these falsehoods for truths, but his tears and sighs didn't move me to anything more than honest compassion. And so, once I'd recovered from the initial shock, I began to regain some of my lost vital spirits, and with more energy than I thought there was in me I said, if sir, as I am in your grip, I were in that of some fierce lion, and I could gain my freedom by doing or saying something to the prejudice of my chastity, it would be as possible for me to say it or to do it as it is for that which has been to cease to have been. For if you hold my body in your arms, I keep my soul secure in the purity of my intentions, which are very different from yours, as you will soon realize if you try to carry them into effect by force. I am your tenant but I am not your slave, and the nobility of your blood should not and does not give you the authority to despise and to endure the humility of mine, and I hold myself, a lowly farmer's daughter, in quite as much esteem as you, a lord and gentleman. Hold yourself. All your violence will have no effect on me, all your wealth will be powerless, all your words will not deceive me, all your sighs and tears will not move me. If the man my parents give me as a husband were to prevail upon me in this way, I should bow to his will, and my will would not exceed the bounds of his. So, if my honor were secured in this way, even if my pleasure were not, I should willingly surrender to you what you are striving so hard to attain. I have said all this because it is unthinkable that any man who is not legitimately married to me can gain anything from me. If that's all you're concerned about, lovely Dorothea, for this is the name of the hapless woman you see before you, the dutiless gentleman exclaimed, look here, I'll give you my hand in marriage, and let the witnesses be heaven, from which nothing's hidden, and this image of Our Lady you've got here. When Cardenio heard her say that her name was Dorothea, he showed fresh agitation, as he found his original suspicions confirmed, but he didn't interrupt her story, being anxious to hear the ending, which he almost knew already. Dorothea is your name, madam. I have heard of another Dorothea who, perhaps, has suffered similar misfortunes. Please continue, and in due course I shall tell you of things that will amaze you as much as they will arouse your compassion. Dorothea considered Cardenio's words and his strange, ragged clothes, and asked him if he had any information about her affairs, to tell her immediately, because if fortune had allowed her to retain one good quality it was her determination to face up to any disaster that could befall her, in the certain belief that none could make matters any worse than they already were. I would not omit to tell you, madam, replied Cardenio, what I think, were I certain that it is the truth, but the opportunity to do so still remains, and you do not need to know quite yet. Be that as it may, replied Dorothea. What happens next in my story is that Don Fernando picked up a holy image that I had in my room and made it the witness of our wedding. With persuasive words and extraordinary vows he gave me his word of marriage, even though, before he finished speaking, I told him to think what he was doing, and consider how angry his father would be when he discovered that he was married to a peasant girl, one of his tenants. I told him not to be blinded by my beauty, such as it was, for it wasn't sufficient to provide an excuse for his blunder. I told him that if he wished to do me a kindness, because of his love for me, he should allow my life to run a course appropriate to my rank, because such uneven matches never retain for long the happiness of their first days. I put all these arguments to him, and many others that I don't remember, but they were powerless to make him change his mind. The man who never intends to pay isn't worried about any problems when he strikes his bargain. Then I reasoned to myself like this. All right then, I shan't be the first girl to rise by means of marriage from humble to high estate, nor will Don Fernando be the first man to be led by beauty or, more likely, by blind desire, into taking a wife beneath his rank. Well, since I'm not going to be changing the world or creating some new custom, it'll be best to accept this honor that fortune's offering me, even if the love this man professes does last no longer than it takes him to have his way for. After all, in God's eyes I'll be his wife. And if I scorn and reject him, I can see he's in such a state that he'll ignore his obligations and use violence, and I'll be disendured and left without the excuses that anyone who doesn't know how innocently I have come to this pass would otherwise have made for me. Because what arguments will be powerful enough to persuade my parents and others that this gentleman entered my room without my consent? I turned all these diverse considerations over in my mind in an instant, but what most affected me and pushed me towards what was, although I didn't realize it, my ruin were Don Fernando's vows, the witnesses he invoked, the tears he shed, and, in general, his gentlemanly behavior, which, accompanied by so many signs of true love, would have conquered any heart as fancy-free and overprotected as mine. I called out to my maid to have a witness on earth as well as the heavenly ones. Don Fernando repeated and confirmed his oaths yet again. He added a few more saints to his list of witnesses. He called down 1,000 curses on himself if he failed to carry out his promises. He again moistened his eyes and deepened his sighs. He pressed me tighter in his arms, from which he'd never released me. And then my maid left, and I stopped being one, and he started being a deceiver and a traitor. The day after the night of my undoing didn't come as soon as I think Don Fernando wanted, because once lust has been satisfied the greatest pleasure is to escape from the scene of the fun. I say this because Don Fernando was in a great hurry to leave, and with the help of my maid she was the one who let him in. He was out in the street before daybreak. And when he said goodbye he also said, though with less ardor and vehemence than at the beginning, that I should feel certain of his faithfulness, and that his oaths were firm and true. And as further confirmation of his words he took a fine ring from his finger and put it on mine. So off he went, and I was left feeling I don't know whether sad or happy, but what I do know is that I was confused and pensive and almost beside myself at what had just happened, and I didn't have the heart, or it didn't occur to me, to scold my maid for her treachery in letting Don Fernando into my room, because I still couldn't decide whether what had just happened to me was good or bad. When he left I told him that he could come to me on other nights in the same way, until he wanted our marriage to be made public, for I was now his. But he only returned once more, on the following night, and I never set eyes on him for over a month, either in the street or at church. It was in vain that I searched and searched for him, even though I knew he was in town and went hunting, a sport he was very fond of, nearly every day. I well remember those were dismal days and wretched hours, and I also remember that I then began to doubt and even disbelieve Don Fernando's faithfulness, and I remember, too, that my maid did then hear the words of reproof for her effrontery that she hadn't heard before, and I remember that I had to control my tears and the looks on my face, so that my parents wouldn't ask me why I was unhappy and force me to invent a lie. But all this came to a sudden end as the moment arrived when the proprieties were cast aside and all thoughts of honor were abandoned, and when patience ran out and the secrets of my heart were revealed. And this happened because a few days later, news spread through town that in a nearby city Don Fernando had married a young woman of great beauty and noble family, although not so very wealthy that her dowry could have led her to aspire to such a fine match. It was said that her name was Luscinda, and that all sorts of amazing things had happened at her wedding. When Cardenio heard Luscinda's name his only reaction was to hunch his shoulders. bite his lips, arch his eyebrows and, a few seconds later, let two springs of tears well from his eyes. But this didn't stop Dorothea from continuing her story and saying, when this sad news reached my ears, I could hardly say that it chilled my heart. On the contrary, my heart burned in such rage and fury that I was close to running out into the street to proclaim the evil treachery that had been done me. But the fury abated for the time being when I had the idea of doing what I did that very night. I dressed in these clothes, given me by a herd boy as farmers call them in my father's service, whom I told of my misfortune and asked to go with me to the city where I believed my enemy was to be found. Once he reproached me for my rashness and censured my decision. And seeing that I was resolute, he offered to go with me to the end of the world, as he put it. I immediately packed some of my clothes into a cotton pillowcase, together with jewels and money, to provide for any eventuality. And in the silence of that night, without saying anything to my treacherous maid, I left home, accompanied by my new servant and by many anxious thoughts, and I started out on foot for the city, lent wings by my need to be there, if not to prevent what I assumed was already done, then at least to make Don Fernando tell me how his conscience had allowed him to do it. In 2.5 days I was there, and on the outskirts of the city I asked the way to Luscinda's parents' house, and the first man I asked replied with more details than I should have liked to hear. He told me where the house was and he told me everything that had happened at the wedding, an event of such notoriety in the city that groups of gossips had formed throughout it to discuss the details. He told me that on the night when Don Fernando married Luscinda, she fell into a deep faint after saying I will. And, when her husband went to unbutton her bodices to give her air, he found a note, written in her own hand, in which she declared that she couldn't be Don Fernando's wife, because she was already married to Cardenio, who the man told me was a noble gentleman of that city, and that if she'd agreed to be Don Fernando's wife, it was only so as not to disobey her parents. In short, he said that the note made it clear that she'd intended to kill herself once the ceremony was over, and set out her reasons for doing so, all of which is said to be confirmed by a dagger found in her clothing. When Don Fernando read the note he concluded that Luscinda had deceived and slighted and mocked him, and he fell upon her while she was still unconscious and tried to stab her with the dagger they found on her, and would have done so if her parents and the others hadn't stopped him. I was told more. Don Fernando left straight away, and Luscinda didn't recover from her faint until the following day, when she told her parents that she was truly married to that fellow Cardenio I mentioned before. I discovered still more. The said Cardenio, they claimed, had been present at the wedding, and once he'd seen Luscinda married, something he hadn't been expecting, he went from the city in despair, leaving her a letter in which he spoke of the wrong she'd done him and said he was going where no one could find him. Everybody in the city knew all about it, and everybody in the city was talking about it, and their tongues wagged even faster when it became known that Luscinda had gone missing from her parents' house and from the city, and wasn't anywhere to be found, and her parents were out of their minds with worry, and didn't know what they could do to trace her. This knowledge revived my hopes, and I thought it was better not to have found Don Fernando than to have found him properly married, because it meant that the door to reparation hadn't slammed on me, and it occurred to me that it might have been heaven that had put this impediment in the way of the second marriage, to make him remember his obligation to the first one and realize that he was a Christian and should have more regard for his soul than for mere human concerns. I turned all these ideas over in my imagination and tried to comfort myself by inventing feeble, distant hopes to sustain a life that I now abhor. So there I was in the city, not knowing what to do, because I couldn't find Don Fernando, when I heard a town crier announcing a large reward for anyone who found me, stating my age and describing the clothes I was wearing. I heard someone saying it was rumored I'd eloped with the lad who'd come with me, and this cut me to the quick, showing how low my credit had fallen as if it weren't bad enough to have lost it by running away. Everybody knew whom I'd run away with, someone so mean and unworthy of my affections. As soon as I heard the announcement I left the city with my servant, who was beginning to show signs of wavering in the loyalty he'd promised me. And that night, fearful of being discovered, we took refuge in the most densely wooded part of the Sierra. But it's often said that misfortunes never come singly, and that the end of one is often the beginning of another still worse, and that's what happened to me, because once we were in these wilds my worthy servant, until then faithful and reliable, tried to take advantage of the opportunity that he thought these lonely places offered him, and, prompted more by his own wickedness than by my beauty, and bereft of all shame, fear of God and respect for me, he asked me for my love, and when he found that I responded to his insolence with just contempt, he abandoned the entreaties with which he thought he'd have his way, and turned to violence. But righteous heaven, which seldom if ever fails to watch over and favor good intentions, favored mine, and with the little strength I have, and yet with little difficulty, I pushed him over a precipice. Where I left him, whether dead or alive I don't know. And then, faster than could have been expected from my consternation and exhaustion, I made my way into these mountains, with no other thought or plan than to hide here from my father and from those whom he'd sent to look for me. I don't know how many months ago it was that I arrived here with this idea and came across a herdsman who took me as his servant to a village in the depths of the Sierra. And I've been working for him as a herd boy all this time, always trying to stay out in the open so as to hide these locks of mine that have now so unexpectedly betrayed me. But all my cunning and all my precautions were futile, because my master found out that I'm not a man, and was seized with the same wicked desire as my servant, and since fortune doesn't always send the evil complete with its remedy, I couldn't find any precipice or ravine where I could put my master out of his misery, as I had my servant, and what seemed to be the lesser evil was to run away and hide once more in these wilds, rather than try my strength or my pretexts against him. So, as I said, I took to the forest again to look for a spot where I could, unhindered, implore heaven with sighs and tears to take pity on my plight, and grant me help and strength either to escape from it or to end my life in this wilderness, so that no memory remains of an unhappy creature who, through no fault of her own, must have provided grist for gossip in the place where she lives, and all around. Chapter XXIX. Concerning the beautiful Dorothea's intelligence and other delightful and entertaining matters. This, gentlemen, is the true history of my tragedy. Now you must judge whether you might have expected even more sighs than you have listened to, even more words than you have heard, even more tears than have fallen from my eyes, and, if you consider the nature of my misfortune, you'll see that consolation is futile, because there is no possible remedy. All I beg of you, and it's something that you can easily do, and should do, is to tell me where I can spend my life without being tormented by my dread of being found by those who are looking for me, because although I know that my parents' deep love is an assurance of a kind welcome from them, I'm filled with such shame just to think that I must appear before them so different from how they had taken me to be, that I prefer to banish myself forever from their sight rather than look them in the face in the knowledge that they see me deprived of the purity that they must have expected me to defend. She fell silent, and her face was suffused with a color that showed the suffering and the shame in her soul. Those who had been listening to her felt in their own souls as much pity as amazement at her misfortune, and, although the priest was about to console and counsel her, Cardenio took the initiative and said, "And so you're the lovely Dorothea, the only daughter of wealthy Clenardo." Dorothea was astonished to hear her father's name spoken by such a low fellow. Cardenio's dress has already been described. So she said, "And who might you be, my good man, to know my father's name? If I remember rightly, I have not mentioned it once in the whole course of my tale of woe." "I, madam," replied Cardenio, "am that unfortunate man to whom, as you have told us, Luscinda said she was married. I am the unhappy Cardenio, whom the villainy of the person who has reduced you to your present state has left, as you can see me, clothed in rags, half naked, deprived of all human consolation, and, what is worst of all, deprived of my reason, because I only enjoy its use when heaven sees fit to let me have it for a while. I, Dorothea, am the man who witnessed the wrong done me by Don Fernando, the man who stopped to hear Luscinda say I will. I am the man who lacked the courage to wait to see how her fainting fit ended, or what were the consequences of the discovery of the note in her bodice, because my heart couldn't bear so much misfortune all at once. And so I abandoned patience, and I abandoned her house, and I left a letter with someone with whom I'd often stayed, asking him to place it in Luscinda's hands, and I came away to these empty places, intending to end my life, which I hated from that moment as my mortal enemy. But fate wouldn't deprive me of it, and was content to deprive me of my senses, perhaps to save me for the good fortune of meeting you, because if everything that you have said is true, as I believe it is, it might even be that heaven has in store for us a happier ending to our misfortunes than we think. For given that Luscinda can't marry Don Fernando, because she's mine, and he can't marry her, because he's yours, as she has made perfectly clear, we can well hope that heaven will restore to us what is ours, because it's all still valid, it hasn't been alienated or damaged. And since we do have this consolation, not born of remote hopes, nor founded on wild imaginings, I entreat you, madam, to reconsider your original decision, as I shall mine, and prepare yourself to expect better fortune, for I swear by the faith of a gentleman and a Christian, that I won't forsake you until I see you married to Don Fernando, and that, if I can't persuade him with arguments to acknowledge what he owes you, I will make use of the privilege to which every gentleman is entitled, and demand satisfaction for the wrong he has done you, setting aside the injuries he has done me, the avenging of which I leave to heaven so as to be able to attend to yours here on earth." Cardenio's words completed Dorothea's amazement, and, not knowing how to thank him for such generous offers, she tried to seize his feet and kiss them, but he wouldn't allow it, and the priest replied on her behalf as well as his own and praised Cardenio's good thinking, and he particularly begged, advised, and encouraged them to return with him to his village, where they would be able to stock up with all they needed, and where a method could be devised for finding Don Fernando, or restoring Dorothea to her parents, or doing whatever seemed best. Cardenio and Dorothea thanked him and accepted his kind offer. The barber, who had remained in silent bewilderment throughout, also spoke some fine words and offered with no less goodwill than the priest to serve them in whatever way he could. He went on to give them a brief account of what had brought him and his friend there, of Don Quixote's strange madness, and of how they were waiting for his squire, who'd gone in search of him. Cardenio recalled, as if from a dream, his fight with Don Quixote, and told the others about it, but he couldn't say what the cause of their disagreement had been. And now they heard a shout and realized that it came from Sancho Panza, who, not finding them where he left them, was calling out to them. They went to meet him and, in answer to their inquiries about Don Quixote, he said he found him dressed only in his shirt, skinny, pale and half dead with hunger, and sighing for his lady Dulcinea, and that although he told him that she'd ordered him to leave that place and go back to El Toboso, where she was waiting for him, he replied that he was resolved not to appear before her beauteousness until such time as he should have performed such exploits as would render him worthy of her favor. And if all that palaver went on much longer, he was running the risk of never getting to be an emperor, as he damn well should, or even an archbishop, which was the least you could expect. So they had to put a scheme together to get him out of there. The priest replied that Sancho mustn't worry, they would indeed get him out of there, whether he liked it or not. Then the priest told Cardenio and Dorothea about the plan for curing Don Quixote, or at least taking him back home. To which Dorothea replied that she could play the damsel in distress better than the barber, and, what was more, she had with her some clothes for making her performance totally convincing, and they could trust her to play the role precisely as was necessary for success in their plans, because she'd read lots of books of chivalry and knew exactly how damsels in distress turned their hands to begging favors of knights errant. "Well, all we have to do now," said the priest, "is to put the plan into action without delay. Fortune's clearly on my side, because a door has begun to open so unexpectedly to a solution to your problems, my friends, and the door that we needed has also been provided." Dorothea now took out of her pillowcase a frock of fine camlet and a bright green shawl, and out of a casket a necklace and other jewels, and in an instant she put them on, and looked like a rich, fine lady. She said she'd brought all this and more from home, to provide for any eventuality, but hadn't needed to use it yet. They were all charmed by her grace, elegance, and loveliness, and convinced that Don Fernando was a man of little judgment to reject such a beauty. But the person who was most amazed was Sancho Panza, because he thought, and he was right, that in all the days of his born life, he'd never seen such a lovely creature, so he begged the priest to tell him who that very beauteous lady was, and what she was looking for in those god-forsaken parts. "This beautiful lady, brother Sancho," replied the priest, "is no less a personage than the heiress in the direct male line of the great kingdom of Micomicon, and she's come in search of your master to beg a boon of him, that he would redress a wrong and grievance done unto her by an evil giant, and, attracted by the fame as an excellent knight that your master has conquered over the entire face of the earth, this princess has traveled here all the way from Guinea to find him." "That's good searching and good finding," Sancho Panza interrupted, "and even better if my master's lucky enough to redress that grievance and right that wrong by killing that bastard of a giant you just mentioned, and he will kill him if he catches up with him, so long as he isn't a ghost, that is, because my master can't cope with ghosts. But there's just one thing I'd like to ask you to do, reverend sir, among others, so as to stop my master from getting the urge to become an archbishop, which is what I'm most frightened of. Advise him to marry this here princess straight away, and then he won't be allowed to take archbishop's orders, and then it'll be easy for him to get his empire, and for me to get everything I want, because I've looked into it and I've worked out that it won't suit me for my master to be an archbishop, because I'm useless to the church, being as I am married, and to go getting dispensations to let me have a living, with a wife and children and all, would be an endless job. So you see, sir, everything hangs on my master marrying that lady right away. Nobody's told me what her name is yet, so I can't call her by it." "Her name," replied the priest, "is the Princess Micomicon, as indeed it would be, seeing that her kingdom is called Micomicon. You're right there, replied Sancho, because I've often known people to take their surnames from the towns where they were born, and call themselves Pedro de Alcala, Juan de Ubeda, Diego de Valladolid and the like, and they must do the same in Guinea. Queens taking their names from their kingdoms, I mean. That must indeed be so, said the priest, and as for your master's marrying, I shall do everything in my power to bring it about. This left Sancho as content as the priest was amazed at his simplicity and at the hold his master's nonsenses had taken of his imagination, because Sancho really did believe that Don Quixote was going to become an emperor. By now Dorothea had mounted the priest's mule and the barber had stuck the oxtail beard onto his face, and they told Sancho to lead them to Don Quixote, and warned him not to reveal that he knew the priest or the barber, because his master's becoming an emperor depended on his not recognizing them. But neither the priest nor Cardenio would go with them, because Cardenio didn't want Don Quixote to remember their fight, and the priest's presence wasn't needed yet. So they sent the others on ahead and followed slowly on foot. The priest didn't omit to tell Dorothea what she had to do, to which she replied that they needn't worry, everything would be done exactly right, just as the chivalry books described and demanded. They'd have gone a couple of miles when they caught sight of Don Quixote amidst a maze of rocks, wearing his clothes now but not his armor, and as soon as Dorothea saw him and was informed by Sancho who he was, she whipped her palfrey onwards, followed by the bushy-bearded barber. When they reached Don Quixote, the squire sprang from his mule and ran to help Dorothea to dismount, and she did so most gracefully and fell on her knees before the knees of Don Quixote, and although he was striving to bring her to her feet she remained kneeling, and spake thus: I will not arise from this spot, O valorous and redoubtable knight, until your benevolence and courtesy vouchsafe me a boon that will redound to the honor and glory of your person and to the will of the most disconsolate and aggrieved damsel that ever the sun beheld. And if it be that the strength of your formidable arm is correspondent to the voice of your immortal fame, you are obliged to favor this unhappy damsel who comes from far distant lands, attracted by the odor of your celebrated name, to seek from you a remedy for her woes. I will not answer you one word, most beauteous lady, answered Don Quixote, nor will I hear one circumstance more of your affairs, until you arise from the ground. I will not arise, sir, replied the damsel in distress, ere of your courtesy the boon I crave is first vouchsafed me. I do indeed vouchsafe and grant it you, replied Don Quixote, provided that it does not lead me to act to the detriment or disservice of my king, my country, or her who holds the key of my heart and my liberty. It is not to the detriment or disservice of any of those you've just mentioned, my good sir, replied the doleful damsel. And at this point Sancho Panza sidled up to his master and muttered in his ear: You can easily grant her this here boon she's craving, sir, it isn't anything special. Only killing some enormous giant, and this here woman craving it is the high up princess Micomicona, the queen of the great kingdom of Micomicon in Ethiopia. Whosoever she may be, replied Don Quixote, I will do my duty, as my conscience dictates, in conformity to what I have professed. And turning to the damsel, he said: Arise, arise, most beauteous lady, for I vouchsafe whatever boon you may wish to crave of me. Well, what it is I'm craving, said the damsel, is that your magnanimous person will come with me right now to where I'm going to take you, and will promise not to get involved in any other adventure or similar activity until you've taken vengeance for me on a traitor who, flouting all human and divine law, has usurped my kingdom. I repeat that I do vouchsafe it, replied Don Quixote, and so you can, my lady, from this day forward, dispel the melancholy that oppresses you, and allow your fainting hopes to gain fresh strength and vigor, for, with God's help and that of my arm, you shall soon see yourself restored to your kingdom and seated on the throne of your ancient and high estate, in spite and in defiance of all the wretches who would gainsay it. And let us set to work forthwith, for, as the saying goes, delays are dangerous. The damsel in distress strove and struggled to kiss his hands, but Don Quixote, always a gallant and courteous knight, would by no means consent to this. On the contrary, he brought her to her feet and embraced her with great courtesy and gallantry. And he ordered Sancho to check Rocinante's girths and to arm him without a moment's delay. Sancho took the armor down from the tree on which it was hanging like some trophy, checked the nag's girths and in an instant slipped the armor onto his master, who said: Let us go from hence in God's name to succor this great lady. The barber was still on his knees, at great pains to smother his laughter and to stop his beard from falling off, which could have put paid to all their fine plans, and seeing that the boon had been granted and that Don Quixote was preparing so diligently to go and keep his word, he stood up and offered his free hand to his lady, and the two men helped her onto the mule. Then Don Quixote climbed onto Rocinante, and the barber settled himself on his mount, and Sancho was left on his feet, a predicament that renewed his grief for the loss of his done, but he bore it all with good cheer because he considered that his master was at last well on the way to being an emperor, indeed right on the verge of it, because he was definitely going to marry that princess and become, at the very least, the king of Micomicon. He was only worried by the thought that this kingdom was in the land of Negroes and that all the people he was going to be given as vassals would be black, but his imagination soon worked out a good solution, as he said to himself: Who cares if my vassals are Negroes? All I'll have to do is ship them over here to Spain, sell them for hard cash, buy myself a title or some official position or other, and live at my ease for the rest of my days. Oh yes, I'm going to be caught napping, I am, and I won't have the wit or the savvy to see to things and sell 30 or 10,000 vassals in the twinkling of an eye, I won't. By God I'll ship them, as a job lot or however I can. And they can be as black as they like, I'll soon turn them into yellow gold and white silver. Come on, I'm an innocent little thumbsucker, I am. He was so engrossed in these thoughts, and so happy with them, that he forgot all about the distress of having to walk. Cardenio and the priest were watching the scene from behind some bushes, wondering how they could contrive to join company with the others, but the priest was a great schemer and soon thought of a way. He took a pair of scissors out of their case and whipped Cardenio's beard off, and dressed him in a pale brown cape that the priest had been wearing, and also gave him his black cloak, which left the priest in his doublet and hose, and the transformation of Cardenio was such that he wouldn't have known himself if he looked in a mirror. Although the others had ridden on while Cardenio and the priest had been disguising themselves, it was easy for these two to reach the highway first, because the undergrowth and the uneven surface made the progress of riders slower than that of walkers. So they waited on the plain where it joins the Sierra, and, as soon as Don Quixote and his companions emerged, the priest stood gazing at him, indicating that he thought he knew him, and after a good long look he hurried over with open arms, crying: well met, O mirror of chivalry, my good neighbor Don Quixote de la Mancha, the very flower of politeness, the succor of the needy, the quintessence of knights errant. While he said this he was embracing the left knee of Don Quixote, who, astonished at what he was seeing and hearing the man say and do, peered down at him and eventually recognized him, and was full of wonder when he did so, and struggled to dismount, but the priest wouldn't let him, which led Don Quixote to say: Pray permit me to alight, sir, for it is not fit that I should be on horseback while so reverend a person as you is on foot. I will by no means consent to that, said the priest. You stay on your horse, for on your horse you carry out the greatest exploits and adventures that our age has ever beheld, and for me, although an unworthy priest, it will be enough to get up behind one of these gentlemen riding with you on their mules, if it isn't too much trouble for them. And it will even seem to me as if I'm prancing along on the steed Pegasus, or on the zebra or warhorse of the famous Moor Musariki, who lies to this day enchanted on the great hill of Zulama, not far from the splendid town of Compluto. One that solution had not occurred to me, reverend sir, replied Don Quixote, and I know that my lady the princess will, for my sake, be glad to order her squire to accommodate you on the saddle of his mule, and he shall ride behind you, so long as the mule can withstand it. Yes, it can, I think, replied the princess, and I know that I shan't need to order my dear squire to do this, because he's so courteous, not to say courtly, that he won't allow a man of the cloth to walk when he can ride. Quite right, replied the barber. And alighting in an instant he offered his saddle to the priest, who accepted it without having to be asked a second time. But the problem was that as the barber was clambering up onto the crupper, the mule, a hired one, which is the same as saying a bad one, reared its hindquarters and sent its back legs flying in the air, and if it had sent them at Master Nicholas's chest or head he'd have sent Don Quixote and their trip to fetch him to the devil. Master Nicholas was so frightened that he tumbled to the ground, taking so little care of his beard that it fell off, and when he noticed his beardlessness, all he could think of doing was to clutch both hands to his face and cry out that his teeth had been kicked in. When Don Quixote saw that hank of beard hair, bloodlessly detached from its jaw and lying far from the fallen squire, he said, "Good God, this is indeed a great miracle. The mule has plucked his beard clean from his face, just as if it had been shaved off." The priest, seeing that his plot was at risk of being discovered, snatched up the beard, hurried with it to where Master Nicholas lay still moaning, clasped the barber's head to his breast and stuck the beard back in place as he muttered some words that he described as a certain spell for beard reattachment, as they would soon see, and having performed this operation he stepped aside, and the squire was as whole and as bearded as before, which astonished Don Quixote, who begged the priest to teach him the spell as soon as he had a moment to spare, for he reasoned that its power must extend beyond beard reattachment, since it was obvious that where a beard had been ripped off the flesh must be left torn and raw, so, since the spell had brought about a complete cure, it followed that it wasn't only good for beards. Quite right, said the priest, and then promised to teach it to him at the earliest opportunity. They all agreed that the priest would ride the mule to begin with, and that the three of them would take turns on it until they reached the inn, which must be a half a dozen miles away. So with three of them mounted, Don Quixote, the princess, and the priest, and three of them on foot, Cardenio, the barber, and Sancho Panza, Don Quixote said to the damsel, "My lady, your highness must direct us whithersoever it most pleases you to go." Before she could reply, the priest said, "Towards which kingdom does your excellency wish to direct us? Is it, perchance, the kingdom of Micomicon? I think it must be, or else I am a poor judge of kingdoms." She knew what she was doing and understood that it was up to her to agree, so she said, "Yes, sir, my way lies towards that kingdom." "If that's the case," said the priest, "we shall pass through my hometown, and from there you must head towards Cartagena, where you can embark, all being well, and if there's a favorable wind, a calm sea and no storms, in a little less than 9 years you might be inside of the great Urals, which are slightly more than 100 days' journey on this side of your highness's kingdom." "No, you are mistaken, my dear sir," she said, "because I left there not 2 years ago, and I haven't really had any fine weather at all, but despite all that, I have succeeded in seeing what I so longed to see, Don Quixote de la Mancha, the news of whose deeds reached my ears as soon as I set foot in Spain, and encouraged me to come in search of him, to commend myself to his courtesy and commit my just cause to the might of his invincible arm." "That is quite enough, no more praise of me," said Don Quixote, "for I hate all flattery. And, even if this is not flattery, such talk still offends my chaste ears. What I can say, my lady, is that whether I am mighty or not, such might as I do or do not possess shall be employed in your service even unto death, and now, leaving all that aside until later, I would beg you, reverend sir, to tell me what has brought you into these parts alone, without servants, and so lightly clad that you quite alarm me." "My reply will be brief," the priest replied. "You must know, sir, that I was on my way with Master Nicholas, our friend and barber, to Seville to collect some money sent me by a relative who settled in South America many years ago, no inconsiderable sum, in fact it was more than 60,000 pesos in pure silver bars, worth double that amount once alloyed and coined, and yesterday, as we were riding through these parts, 4 highwaymen waylaid us and literally fleeced us, and so, finding himself without a beard, the barber thought it better to wear a false one, and they even left this young fellow here, pointing to Cardenio, in the state in which you see him. And the best part of it is that everybody in these parts is saying that the men who attacked us were from a chain gang that's said to have been released, almost on this very spot, by a man who's so brave that, in spite of the sergeant and the guards, he freed them all, and there can't be the slightest doubt that the fellow must be out of his mind, or perhaps he's another villain as bad as them, or someone without a soul or a conscience, letting the wolf loose among the sheep, the fox among the chickens, the fly among the honeycombs. He has defrauded justice and flown in the face of his king and natural lord, because he has flouted his king's just commands. He has, furthermore, robbed the galleys of their engines and disturbed the holy brotherhood, which had been reposing for many years. And he has done a deed that will lose him his soul and gain nothing for his body." Sancho had told the priest and the barber all about the adventure of the convicts, brought to such a glorious conclusion by his master, and this was why the priest had now laid it on so thick, to see what Don Quixote would do and say. His color changed with every word, but he didn't dare admit that he had been those good people's liberator. "These, then," said the priest, "were the men who robbed us. May God in his infinite mercy forgive whoever it was that prevented them from being taken to the punishment that they deserved." Chapter XXX. Concerning the amusing and ingenious plan to extricate our enamored knight from the cruel penance that he had imposed upon himself. The priest had hardly finished speaking when Sancho said, "Well, by my faith, reverend sir, the one who did that their deed was my master, and not for any want of me warning him to be careful what he was getting up to, and telling him it was a sin to set them free, because they were all there for being terrible villains." "You blockhead," exploded Don Quixote. "It is not the responsibility of knights errant to discover whether the afflicted, the enchained and the oppressed whom they encounter on the road are reduced to these circumstances and suffer this distress for their vices, or for their virtues. The knight's sole responsibility is to succor them as people in need, having eyes only for their sufferings, not for their misdeeds. I came across a rosary of angry, wretched men, I did with them what my religion requires of me, and nothing else is any concern of mine, and to anyone who thinks ill of its saving, reverend sir, your holy Dignity and honorable person, I say that he is no judge of matters of chivalry, and that he is lying like a bastard and a son of a whore, and I swear by my gospel oath that I will make him acknowledge this with my sword, at length and in extenso. As he said this he steadied himself in his stirrups and pulled his steel cap down tight. Because the barber's basin, which in his reckoning was Mambrino's helmet, was hanging from the pommel of his saddle, awaiting repair after its maltreatment by the convicts. Dorothea was sharp-witted and full of fun. She knew all about Don Quixote's strange turns and that everyone was teasing him except Sancho Panza, and she didn't want to be left out, so seeing that he was in a temper she said, Sir Knight, pray remember the boon that you have granted me and remember, too, that by its terms you cannot become involved in any other adventure, however urgent it may be, so calm your breast, for if the priest had known that it was your unconquered arm that freed the convicts, he would have put 3 stitches through his lips and would even have bitten his tongue 3 times rather than utter a single word that redounded to your disparagement. I swear that's true, said the priest, and I'd have pulled half my mustache off as well. I will be silent, my lady, said Don Quixote, and repress the just indignation that had risen in my breast, and I will ride with you in the utmost peace and quiet until I have accomplished the promised boon, but in return for my firm resolve I entreat you to tell me, if it is not too grievous for you, what is your woe and how many, who and of what sort are the people on whom I am, on your behalf, to take to sufficient and complete revenge. I'll be happy to do so, replied Dorothea, so long as it doesn't bother you to hear about afflictions and misfortunes. Not at all, my lady, replied Don Quixote. To which Dorothea answered, that being so, will you all give me your attention, please? She hadn't finished saying this when Cardenio and the barber hurried to her side, eager to hear how this quick-witted woman would go about making up her story, and so did Sancho, as fully taken in by her as his master. And once she'd made herself comfortable in her saddle and prepared herself by coughing and taking other preliminary precautions, she began to make merry. First of all, I'd like you to know, gentlemen, that my name is, and here she hesitated, because she'd forgotten the name with which the priest had christened her, but realizing what the trouble was he came to the rescue and said, it is no wonder, my lady, that your highness should be overcome by confusion and embarrassment as you relate your misfortunes, for their ravages often deprive victims of their memory to such an extent that they cannot even remember their own names, as has just happened to your majesty, who has forgotten that your name is Princess Micomicona, the legitimate heiress to the great kingdom of Micomicon, and with the help of this prompting your highness will now, no doubt, be able to recall to your buffeted memory everything you wish to tell us. Right you are, replied the damsel, and I don't think any more prompting's going to be needed for me to sail the flagship of my true history to a safe harbor. My father, the king, whose name was Tinacrio the Sage One, was very learned in what are named the magic arts, and he divined that my mother, whose name was Queen Jaramilla, was going to die before him, and that a little after that he too would depart this life and I'd be left an orphan. But he used to say that this didn't worry him as much as having discovered for a certain fact that an enormous giant, the lord of a big island almost bordering on our kingdom, whose name is Pandaphilando of the grim visage, because it's a well-known fact that, although his eyes are perfectly normal, he always looks at you skew with, as if he was cross-eyed, and he does this out of spite and to strike fear and terror into those he's looking at. I was saying that my father found out that as soon as this giant knew I was an orphan he was going to invade my kingdom at the head of a great army and take it from me, without leaving me so much as a tiny village to retire to, but that I could avoid all this ruin and disaster if I agreed to marry him, yet my father's understanding of the matter was that I would never agree to so ill-assorted a match, and in this he was quite right, because it has never even occurred to me to marry that giant, or any other, however vast and enormous he might be. My father also said that when, after his death, I saw that Pandaphilando was beginning to invade my kingdom, I shouldn't stay to defend it, because that would be my ruin, but that I should let him have it without offering any resistance, if I wanted to avoid the death and total destruction of my good and loyal subjects, because I wasn't going to be able to defend myself against the giant's diabolical power. Instead I should set out immediately with a few followers for Spain, where I'd find the solution to my troubles as soon as I found a knight-errant whose fame would have extended by this time over the whole kingdom and whose name would be, if I remember rightly, Don Biscuit, or Don Fixit, or Don Riskit. Don Quixote he must have said, lady, Sancho interrupted, also known as the Knight of the Sorry Face. Right you are, said Dorothea. And my father said something else, too, that this knight would be tall and thin-faced and that on the right side of his body under his left shoulder blade, or thereabouts, he'd have a brown mole with long stiff hairs growing out of it. When Don Quixote heard this he said to his squire, here, Sancho my son, help me to undress, I want to see if I am the knight that the wise king prophesied. But why get undressed? Asked Dorothea. To see whether I bear the mole to which your father referred, replied Don Quixote. There isn't any need for you to get undressed, said Sancho, I know you've got a mole just like that halfway down your backbone, the sign of a strong man. That's enough for me, said Dorothea, there isn't any call to bother about such trifles. Among friends, and who cares whether it's on his shoulder or on his backbone, he's got a mole, and that's all that matters, wherever it is, because it's all the same flesh, and it's clear that my good father was right in everything he prophesied, and that I am right to put myself in the hands of Don Quixote, who is definitely the man my father said, because his face, at least, exactly matches what is trumpeted about this night not only in Spain but throughout the length and breadth of La Mancha. No sooner had I landed at Osuna than I heard accounts of so many deeds of his that my heart told me straight away that this was the very man I was looking for. But how could you have landed at Osuna, my lady? Asked Don Quixote. Osuna is not on the sea. Before Dorothea could reply, the priest stepped in. The princess must mean that after she had landed at Malaga, the first place where she heard about you was Osuna. Yes, that's what I meant, said Dorothea. And that's more like it, said the priest, and do continue, your majesty. There's nothing more to say, replied Dorothea, except that now I've had the great good fortune to find Don Quixote, I already look upon myself as queen and mistress of all my kingdom, for he, in his courtesy and magnificence, has granted me my boon and will go with me wherever I take him, and that will be to where he'll find himself face to face with Pandaphilando of the grim visage, so that he can kill him and restore to me what has been so wrongfully usurped, and all this is going to work out to at, because it's what my good father Tinacrio the sage prophesied, and he also left it written in Chaldean or Greek letters that I can't read, that if this knight in his prophecy, once he'd slit the giant's throat, wanted to marry me, I must immediately and without demur submit to be his lawful wife, and give him possession of my kingdom and my person. What do you think now, friend Sancho? Don Quixote exclaimed. Did you hear that? Did I not tell you so? You see, now we have our kingdom to reign over and our queen to marry. I should damn well say so, said Sancho, and the devil take the bugger that wouldn't marry her as soon as old Pandaflando's gullet slit. And she's a bit of all right, she is. The queen. I wouldn't complain if the fleas in my bed were like her. And as he said this he showed how delighted he was by leaping into the air a couple of times and slapping his shoe as he did so, and then he grasped the reins of Dorothea's mule to make it stop, threw himself to his knees before her and begged her to let him kiss her hands to show that he accepted her as his queen and mistress. How could the onlookers have failed to laugh as they witnessed the madness of the master and the simplicity of the servant? Dorothea held out her hands and promised to make him a great lord in her kingdom, as soon as heaven was so benevolent as to put her back in possession of it. Sancho expressed his thanks in words that sent them into fresh fits of laughter. This, gentlemen, Dorothea continued, is my history. It only remains for me to tell you that of all the attendants I brought with me from my kingdom I have none left except this well-bearded squire, because the others drowned in a violent storm that overtook us within sight of harbor, and by some miracle he and I reached shore on a couple of planks, and indeed the whole of my life has been one great miracle or mystery, as you all must have noticed. And if I have been in any way immoderate, or have been less exact than I might, you must blame that on what the priest said at the beginning of my story. Continual and extraordinary travails affect the memory of the person suffering them. Mine will not be affected, O great and worthy lady, said Don Quixote, by whatever travails I undergo in your service, however severe and unprecedented they may be, and so I again confirm the boon that I have vouchsafed you, and I promise to go with you to the end of the world until I confront your fierce enemy, whose haughty head, by the help of God and this arm, I shall cut off with the blade of this I cannot say good sword. Thanks to Gines de Pasamonte, who stole mine from me. He muttered these last few words to himself, and continued, and after I have cut it off and restored you to the peaceful possession of your realm, it shall be left to your own will to dispose of your person according to your pleasure. Because so long as my memory is pervaded, my will enslaved, my understanding enthralled, by that I say no more, it is impossible for me even to contemplate marriage, even if it were to the phoenix itself. 2. Sancho was so outraged by what Don Quixote had just said about not marrying that he cried out in fury, damn and confound it all, Don Quixote sir, you can't be in your right mind. How can you have any doubts about marrying a high-up princess like this one? Do you think fortune's going to be offering you a stroke of luck like this round every corner you turn? Is my fine lady Dulcinea better looking by any chance? No, of course she isn't, not by a long chalk, and I'd even go so far as to say that she can't hold a candle to this lady here. A fat chance I have of getting my earldom if you go reaching for the stars like that. Get married as soon as you can, in the name of Satan, and grab that kingdom that's falling into your hands without you having to lift a finger. And once you're king, make me a marquis or a governor, and then the whole show can go to the devil. Don Quixote couldn't bear to hear such blasphemies uttered against his lady Dulcinea, and without one word of warning he raised his pike and dealt Sancho 2 blows that flattened him, and if Dorothea hadn't cried out to him to stop, he'd have ended his squire's life there and then. Do you imagine, you villainous wretch, he said after a while, that you can always be cocking a snook at me, sir, and that we shall go on forever like this with you misbehaving and me forgiving? Well, do not imagine it, you damned rogue, and indeed, you are damned, for defaming the peerless Dulcinea. And do you not realize, you lay about, you miscreant, you brute, that if it were not for the might that she infuses into my arm I should not have the strength to kill a flea? Tell me, you viper-tongued scoffer, what do you think has conquered this kingdom and cut off this giant's head and made you into a marquis? I take all this for granted as if seen and approved, of course, but the might of Dulcinea, using my arm as the instrument for its exploits. In me she does battle and conquers, and in her I live and breathe and have my being. Point 3. Oh you villain, you bastard, what ingratitude you show. You find yourself raised up from the dust of the earth to be made a titled lord, and you repay such kindness by maligning your benefactress. Sancho's beating hadn't been severe enough to prevent him from hearing everything his master said, and he got up rather nimbly and positioned himself behind Dorothea's palfrey, from where he added, just you tell me this, sir, if you've decided not to marry this great princess, it's clear the kingdom won't be yours, and if the kingdom isn't yours what favors can you do me? That's all I'm concerned about. Marry the queen, do, now that we've got her here heaven sent out of the blue, and then afterwards you can go back to my lady Dulcinea. There must have been kings before now who've had a bit on the side. As for their beauty, I won't poke my nose into that, but to tell you the truth, if I've got to, they both seem all right to me, though I've never seen the lady Dulcinea. How can you say that you have never seen her, you blasphemous traitor, said Don Quixote. Have you not just brought me a message from her? I mean I've never examined her so very closely, said Sancho, as to see in detail how lovely she is, and size up her fair features one by one. But she looks all right to me, on the whole. Now I can excuse you, said Don Quixote, and you must forgive me for the annoyance I have caused you. Man's first impulses are beyond his control. I can see that all right, replied Sancho, and as for me, my first impulse is always to talk, and I can't help saying, once over at least, whatever comes into my head. All the same, said Don Quixote, you had better be careful what you say, Sancho, because the pitcher goes so often to the well. I need say no more. All right, said Sancho, but God's up there in heaven, and he sees what we get up to, and he'll be the judge of who's worse, me for not being careful what I say, or you for not being careful what you do. That's enough of that, now, said Dorothea. Come on, Sancho, kiss your master's hand, and beg his forgiveness, and from now on do try to be more judicious with your praise and your condemnation. And don't speak ill of that lady Tobasa, of whom all I know is that I am her humble servant, and place your faith in God, who won't fail to provide you with an estate on which you can live like a prince. Sancho went up to his master with his head bowed and asked for his hand, which his master gave him with tranquil solemnity, and after Sancho had kissed it his master blessed him and said that he would like the two of them to move on a little ahead of the others, because he had some matters of great importance to ask about and discuss. Sancho did as he was told and the pair went on a short way in front, and Don Quixote said, I have not had an opportunity since your return to inquire about many interesting particulars concerning your mission and the reply that you brought back, and, now that fortune has granted us that opportunity, do not refuse to give me the happiness that your good news can bring me. You go ahead and ask whatever you like, replied Sancho. I found my way in and I'll find my way out. But please, sir, don't be so vindictive from now on. Why do you say that, Sancho? Asked Don Quixote. I say that, Sancho replied, because the beating you just gave me had more to do with the quarrel that the devil sparked off between us the other night than with what I said about my lady Dulcinea, who I love and revere like a relic, although of course she's nothing of the sort, just because she's yours. For goodness sake do not harp on that conversation, Sancho, said Don Quixote. It is very upsetting for me. I have forgiven you for all that, but you know the saying, for a new sin a new penance. As they talked they saw a man riding a donkey towards them along the road, and when he came closer they thought he was a gypsy. Whenever Sancho Panza saw a donkey he riveted his eyes and soul on it, so as soon as he could take a good look at this man he realized that it was Ginés de Pasamonte, and putting two and two together he concluded that it was his own dun that Pasamonte was riding, and he was right. To avoid recognition and to sell the ass, the convict had dressed himself in gypsy clothes, because he could speak Romany, as he could speak many other languages, like a native. But Sancho did recognize him, as soon as he saw him, and he cried, "Hey, Janisalo, you thief! Leave my dearest alone, free my heart's content, unload the comfort of my life, leave my donkey be, leave my beauty alone. Clear off you bugger, go away you robber, and give up what isn't yours." There wasn't any need for so many insults, because as soon as Ginés heard the first of them he jumped off the donkey and departed at a lively trot that might almost have been taken for a gallop, and in an instant he was far away. Sancho went to his dun, and as he embraced it he said, "And how have you been, my sweet, my darling dun, my boon companion?" And he kissed it and caressed it as if it were a human being. The ass quietly accepted the kisses and the caresses without offering a word in reply. The others came and congratulated Sancho on finding his dun, in particular Don Quixote, who added that this wouldn't cause him to revoke his warrant for the 3 donkeys. Sancho thanked him for his generosity. While the two of them were talking away like this, the priest told Dorothea that she'd put on an intelligent performance in the way she'd invented the story, kept it brief and made it follow the pattern of the books of chivalry. She said that she'd often whiled away the time reading such books, but didn't know where the different provinces and seaports were, and that was why she'd had to guess the bit about landing at Osuna. "That's what I thought," said the priest, "and why I butted in to say what I did, and put things right. But isn't it extraordinary how this unfortunate Hidalgo believes all these lies and fictions, just because they imitate the style and manner of the nonsense in his books?" "Yes, it is strange," said Cardenio, "and the whole business is so weird and wonderful that I can't believe that if anyone wanted to invent such a story he'd be clever enough to do it. And there's something else, too," said the priest. "If we leave aside the absurdities that the good Hidalgo comes out with concerning his mania, in conversations on other subjects he talks with great good sense, and shows himself to have a clear and balanced judgment. So long as you don't get him going on his chivalry, nobody would say that he wasn't a man of excellent understanding." While they were engaged in this conversation, Don Quixote was continuing his with Sancho. "Friend Panza, we must let bygones be bygones and forget about our quarrels, and now do tell me, leaving aside all anger and resentfulness, where, how, and when did you find Dulcinea? What was she doing? What did you say to her? What did she reply? What look was on her face as she read my letter? Who copied it out for you? And tell me, too, everything else that you consider worth knowing, asking, and answering, and you must not add anything or tell any lies to increase my pleasure, still less omit anything to detract from it." "To tell you the honest truth, sir," replied Sancho, "nobody copied the letter out, because I didn't have it on me." "Yes, it is just as you say," replied Don Quixote, "because 2 days after you had left, I found a notebook in which I had written the letter, which caused me great sorrow, because I did not know what you would do when you missed it, and I must say I thought you would return to me as soon as you did miss it. And that's just what I would have done, too," said Sancho, "if I hadn't learned it by heart when you read it to me, so I repeated it to a sexton, who took it down from my memory so exactly that he said he'd never seen or read such a pretty letter in all the days of his born life, even though he read out lots and lots of letters of excommunication." "And do you still retain my letter in your memory, Sancho?" asked Don Quixote. "No, sir," replied Sancho, "because once I'd said it to the sexton I could see it wasn't going to be of any more use, so I turned my mind to forgetting it. If there's anything I do remember it's that bit about your slobberdon, I mean sovereign lady, and the ending, 'Yours until death, the night of the sorry face.' And in between I stuck more than 300 darlings, dear hearts, and lights of my eyes." Chapter XXXI. About the delectable conversation between Don Quixote and his squire, Sancho Panza, and other events. "All this does not displease me, do continue," said Don Quixote. "So you arrived, and what was that Queen of Beauty doing? No doubt you found her stringing pearls, or embroidering some emblem in gold thread for this her hapless knight." "All I found her doing," said Sancho, "was sieving a bushel or 2 of wheat in a yard." "Then you may well suppose," said Don Quixote, "that the grains of wheat became grains of pearl when touched by her hands. And did you look, my friend, to see whether it was white wheat or spring wheat?" "Just buckwheat," replied Sancho. "Yet I can assure you," said Don Quixote, "that, sieved by her hands, it produced the finest white bread. But continue, when you gave her my letter, did she kiss it? Did she press it to her brow? Did she perform some similar ceremony worthy of such a letter, or what did she do?" "When I went over to give it to her," said Sancho, "she was busy shaking a great sieveful of wheat, and she said, 'Put the letter on top of that sack, love, I can't read it till I've done with this lot.'" "A wise lady," said Don Quixote. "That would have been so as to read it at her leisure, and savor it." "Continue, Sancho, while she was about her task, what conversation passed between you? What did she ask you about me? And what did you reply to her? Come on, tell me everything, and do not omit the smallest detail." "She didn't ask any questions," said Sancho, "but I told her how as you were doing penance to serve her, naked from the waist up and stuck in these years like a savage, sleeping on the ground and near at table eating bread or combing your beard, and crying, and cursing your fate." "You were wrong to say that I was cursing my fate," said Don Quixote, "because, on the contrary, I bless it and shall bless it all the days of my life, for having made me worthy to love so lofty a lady as Dulcinea del Toboso." "Yes," replied Sancho, "and she's so lofty I'll swear she's a good hand's breadth taller than me." "How do you know that, Sancho?" said Don Quixote. "Did you measure yourself against her?" "Yes," said Sancho, "and it happened like this. I went to help her load a sack of wheat onto a donkey, and we got so close to each other I could see she was more than a hand's breadth above me. And truly," exclaimed Don Quixote, "the stature of her person is accompanied and graced by 1,000 million spiritual gifts. But you will not deny me one thing, Sancho. When you approached her did you not notice a certain Sabaean one perfume, an aromatic fragrance, some undefinable sweetness that I cannot find words to express? I mean some sort of odor that might have made you think you were in a shop in which expensive gloves were being sold." "All I can say," said Sancho, "is that I noticed a maddish kind of smell, and it must have been that she was working so hard she'd got a bit runny like, a bit sweaty." "No, it would not have been that," replied Don Quixote. "Rather you must have had a cold in the head, or have been smelling yourself, for I well know the aroma of that rose among thorns, that lily of the field, that liquid ambergris." "You could be right," said Sancho. I've often noticed that same smell I thought was coming out of her highness the lady Dulcinea coming out of me, but that's no wonder. One devil's much the same as another. Well then, continued Don Quixote, she has finished sifting her wheat and sending it off to the mill. What did she do when she read the letter? She didn't read the letter at all, said Sancho, because she said she couldn't read or write, and instead she tore it up into little bits and told me she didn't want anyone to read it to her and have her secrets known all over the village, and it was enough with what I'd mentioned about your love and the special penance you were doing for her sake. And she ended up by telling me to tell you that she sent her kind regards, and was keener to see you than to write to you, and, having received years of this inst, she begged and ordered you to leave these wastelands and stop playing the fool and set off straight away for El Toboso, if nothing else of greater importance happened, because she wanted to see you so much. She had a good laugh when I told her you were called the Knight of the Sorry Face. I asked her if that Basque had gone to see her, and she said he had, and he was a decent enough sort. I asked her about the convicts, too, but she said she hadn't seen any of those yet. So far so good, said Don Quixote. But now tell me this, what jewel did she give you when you bade her farewell, to reward you for the news you had borne her from me? For it is a common and ancient custom among knights and ladies errant to make to squires, dwarfs, and damsels, the ladies to the former and the knights to the latter, a gift of some rich jewel, in gratitude for their errand. I don't doubt it for a moment, and it seems like a good idea to me. But it must have been in times gone by when they did that, and all they give nowadays must be a hunk of bread and cheese, because that's what my lady Dulcinea gave me, over the yard wall, when I said goodbye to her. And what's more, it was sheep's cheese. She is a most generous lady, said Don Quixote, and if she did not give you a jewel set in gold, it must have been because she did not have one on her at the time. But better late than never, I shall see her about it, and all will be put right. Do you know what it is that astonishes me, Sancho? It is that you seem to have flown there and back, because it has taken you little more than 3 days to go to El Toboso and return here, and El Toboso is more than 100 miles away. Which leads me to believe that the wise sorcerer who is in charge of my affairs and who is on my side, because there is one, there has to be one, on pain of my not being a good knight-errant, this sorcerer, I say, must have helped you on your way without your realizing it, for there are sages of this sort who take a knight-errant sleeping in his bed and, without the faintest idea how it has happened, he wakes up the following morning more than 3,000 miles away from where he fell asleep. And if it were not for this, knights-errant would not be able to assist each other when in danger, as they do, all the time. One might be fighting in the mountains of Armenia with some monster or fierce ogre, or with another knight, having the worst of the battle and about to be killed, and when one least expects it, hey presto, along on a cloud or a chariot of fire comes another knight, one's friend, who had been in England a moment earlier, to help one and save one from certain death, and by nightfall, he is back at his inn, enjoying his supper, and the one place is usually 8 or 10,000 miles away from the other. And all this is achieved by the cunning and the wisdom of these wise enchanters who look after these worthy knights. And so it is, friend Sancho, that I do not find it difficult to believe that in so short a time you have traveled to El Toboso and back again because, as I said, some friendly sage must have swept you through the air without your knowing it. I expect you're right, said Sancho, because, upon my soul, old Rocinante moved as if he was a gypsy's donkey with quicksilver poured into his ears. Quicksilver, you say, exclaimed Don Quixote. And a legion of devils besides, because they can move and make others move, without tiring, as fast as they like. But, leaving all this aside, what do you think I should do now about this matter of my lady's command to go and see her? For although I appreciate that I am obliged to obey her, I also appreciate that I am prevented from doing so by the boon I have vouchsafed to the princess who is traveling with us, and the law of chivalry obliges me to put my promise before my pleasure. On the one side, I am pursued and hounded by my desire to see my lady, on the other, I hear the call of the faith I have pledged and of the glory I shall acquire in this undertaking. But what I intend to do is to hurry to wherever this giant is to be found, and when I arrive I shall cut off his head and restore the princess to the peaceful possession of her realm, and then I shall immediately return to behold the light that lightens my senses, and I shall present to her such excuses as will make her approve of my delay, for she will see that it all redounds to her greater glory and fame. Because all the fame and glory I have achieved, do achieve, and shall achieve by force of arms in this life springs from the succor that she affords me and from my being hers. Oh dear me, said Sancho. You really have gone off your head, haven't you just? Look here, sir, do you seriously intend to make this journey for nothing, and let a noble and money-spending match like this one slip through your fingers? As a dowry, you'll get a kingdom that I've heard, honestly, is more than 70,000 miles round, and is full of everything needed to support human life, and is bigger than Portugal and Castile put together. Stop your nonsense, for God's sake, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Take my advice, if you'll kindly forgive me for speaking, and get married in the first village where there's a priest, or else make use of the one we've got with us. He'll do a very good job. I'm old enough by now, you know, to give advice, and this advice I'm giving you here is just what the doctor ordered, and the bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush, because when the pig's offered you must poke open the hold. Look here, Sancho, replied Don Quixote, if you are advising me to marry so that once I have killed the giant and become king I shall be in a position to do you favors and give you what I have promised you, I would have you know that it will be easy for me to fulfill your desire without marrying, for before I go into battle I shall require as a further condition that once I am victorious, if I do not marry, I am to be presented with a part of the kingdom, so that I can give it to whomever I please, and, when I do receive it, to whom do you expect me to give it, if not to you? Right you are, replied Sancho, but just make sure you pick somewhere by the seaside so that if I don't like the way of life I can load up my black vassals and do with them what I said I would. And don't bother to visit my lady Dulcinea for the time being. Go and kill the giant and get it over and done with. I've got a hunch, by God, that it'll bring us plenty of honor and profit. And I say, Sancho, said Don Quixote, that you are right, and that I shall accept your advice about going away with the princess before I visit Dulcinea. And let me warn you, not to tell anyone, not even our companions here, about what we've been discussing, since Dulcinea is so modest that she does not want her feelings known. It would not be right for me, or anyone else because of me, to reveal them. Well, if that's the way it is, said Sancho, why do you make all those defeated by your mighty arm go and present themselves before my lady Dulcinea, when that's like signing a statement to the effect that you love her and you're her sweetheart? And seeing as how you force them all to get down on their bended knees in her presence and say they've come on your behalf to swear obedience, how can you expect to hide what's going on between you? Oh, what a dunderhead, what an nincompoop you are, said Don Quixote. Can you not see, Sancho, that all this redounds to her greater glory? For I would have you know that in this our way of chivalry it is a great honor for a lady to have many knights errant, serving her without any other ambition than to serve her, merely because she is who she is, and without expecting any other reward for their manifold good services than the knowledge that she is content to accept them as her knights. That's the kind of love, said Sancho, that I've heard in sermons we're supposed to feel for our Lord for his own sake, without being moved by hopes of glory or fears of punishment. Though I must say I'd prefer to love him and serve him for what he can do for me. The devil take you, you peasant, said Don Quixote. What good sense you sometimes speak. Anyone would think you'd been to university. Well, I promise you I can't so much as read, replied Sancho. As they talked, Master Nicholas shouted out to them to wait a minute, because the company wanted to stop and have a drink at a nearby spring. Don Quixote stopped, and Sancho wasn't sorry about the interruption, being exhausted by all that lying and scared that his master might catch him in the net of his questions because, although he knew that Dulcinea was a peasant girl from El Toboso, he'd never seen her in his life. By this time Cardenio had put on the clothes that Dorothea had been wearing when they found her, and although they weren't very good clothes they were a great improvement on those which they'd replaced. They all dismounted by the spring and, with the provisions that the priest had acquired at the inn, they did something, although not very much, about the ravenous hunger afflicting them all. As they sat there a lad happened to come along the road, and he stopped and stared at the people by the spring. And after a moment he charged at Don Quixote and hugged his legs and burst into tears, and said, "Oh, my lord, don't you recognize me? Take a good look at me, I'm that lad Andres. You freed from the evergreen oak where I was tied." Don Quixote did recognize him, and taking him by the hand he turned to the others and said, "So that you can see how important it is that there be knights errant in the world to redress the wrongs and outrages committed by the wicked and insolent men who live in it. I would have you know that some time ago I was riding through a wood when I heard cries and piteous shouts as of one afflicted and in distress. I hastened, as was my duty, to where I thought the sad sounds were coming from, and I found, tied to an evergreen oak, this lad you see before you, whose presence fills my soul with joy because he is a witness who will confirm everything that I say. He was tied to the evergreen oak, then, naked from the waist up, and a peasant, who I later learned was his master, was flaying him alive with the reins of his mare, and as soon as I saw this I inquired into the reason for this terrible flogging, and the brute replied that he was whipping the boy because he was his servant and a certain lack of care on his part had more to do with thieving than with simple-mindedness. Upon which the boy said, "Sir, the only reason he's flogging me is because I asked for my wages." His master replied with all kinds of bluster and excuses, to which I listened but which I did not accept. The end of the matter was that I made his master untie him and swear that he would take him away and pay him every single real he owed him, and with brass knobs on, too. Is this not all true, Andres, my son? Did you not see how imperiously I issued my command, and how humbly he promised to carry out everything I ordered and specified and required? Speak up, do not be embarrassed or hesitant, tell these people what happened, so that it can be seen and understood that the presence of knights errant on the road is as beneficial as I say it is. Everything you've said is very true, replied the lad, but it all ended up the opposite of what you think. What do you mean, the opposite, replied Don Quixote. Did the peasant not pay you, then? Not only that, replied the lad, but as soon as you were out of the wood and we were left on our own again he tied me back to the same oak tree and gave me a fresh flogging, and I was left skinned like another Saint Bartholomew. And each time he hit me, he cracked a joke about how he was making a fool of you, and if I wasn't in such pain, I'd have had a really good giggle at the things he said. To cut a long story short, he left me in such a state that I've been in hospital ever since, getting over the injuries he did me, that evil peasant. And you're to blame for it all, because if you'd gone on your way, and hadn't come poking your nose into other people's business, my master would have been content to hit me a dozen or a couple of dozen times, and then he'd have untied me, and paid me what he owed me. But since you threw all those pointless insults at him and called him all those names he got into a temper, and since he couldn't take it out on you, he loosed his storm on me as soon as we were alone and I don't think I'll be the same again as long as I live. The trouble was, said Don Quixote, that I departed, which I should not have done, until he had paid you, for I should have known, from long experience, that no peasant keeps his word if he thinks that breaking it will profit him. But no doubt you remember, Andres, that I swore that if he did not pay you I should go in search of him and that I should find him, even if he hid in the belly of the whale too. That's true enough, said Andres, but it didn't do any good at all. Now you will see whether it does any good or not, said Don Quixote. And as he said this he sprang to his feet and told Sancho to bridle Rocinante, who was grazing while they ate. Dorothea asked Don Quixote what he was planning to do. He replied that he was going in search of that peasant to punish him for his wicked behavior, and to see that Andres was paid to the last maravedi, in spite of all the peasants in the world. To which she replied that he must remember that, according to the vouchsafed boon, he couldn't be involved in any other enterprise until he completed hers, and as he knew this better than anybody he'd do well to calm down until he'd finished his business in her kingdom. That is true, replied Don Quixote, and Andres will have to be patient until I return. As you say, my lady, and I again swear to him and I promise him once more that I will not stop until I have seen him avenged and paid. I don't believe all those oaths of yours, said Andres. At the moment I'd rather have what's needed to get me to Seville than all the vengeance in the world, so give me something to eat and something to take with me, if you've got anything, and God be with you and all knights errant. And I hope all their errantry does them every bit as much good as it's done me. Sancho took a hunk of bread and a lump of cheese from his supply and gave them to the lad with the words, "Here you are, brother Andres, each one of us has a share in your misfortune." "And what's your share, then?" asked Andres. "This share of bread and cheese I'm giving you," replied Sancho. "God in heaven knows whether I'm going to feel the want of it, because I'll have you know, my friend, that we knight-errant squires must face up to a lot of hunger and bad luck, as well as other things it's better not to talk about." Andres grabbed his bread and cheese and, seeing that nobody was giving him anything else, bowed his head and, as they say, made himself scarce. It has to be added that as he left he addressed Don Quixote. "Look here, Mr. Knight-errant, if you ever come across me again, even if you can see that I'm being torn to pieces, for God's sake don't come to my rescue, just leave me alone with my troubles, because they can't possibly be so great that your help won't make them much worse. And God's curses on you and on every single knight-errant that ever was born." Don Quixote was rising to punish him, but he scampered away at such a pace that nobody tried to follow. Don Quixote was plunged into embarrassment by Andres' tale, and the others had to stifle their laughter so as not to complete his discomfiture. Chapter XXXII. Concerning what happened to Don Quixote and his gang at the inn. The banquet was over, they saddled their mounts and nothing else worth mentioning happened until on the following day they reached the inn that was the dread and terror of Sancho Panza, and reluctant though he was to go in, he couldn't avoid doing so. The innkeeper and his wife and daughter and Maritornes saw Don Quixote and Sancho coming, and went out to receive them with a great show of contentment, and Don Quixote accepted their welcome with solemn gravity, and told them to prepare a better bed than last time, to which the innkeeper's wife replied that if he paid for it better than last time she'd give him one fit for a king. Don Quixote said he would, so they made up a tolerable bed for him in the attic where he'd slept before, and he retired immediately, because he was both exhausted and upset. No sooner had he locked the door than the innkeeper's wife descended on the barber and, seizing him by the beard, exclaimed, "By all that's holy, you aren't using my tail as a beard anymore, you've got to give it back to me. It's shameful how my husbands think I'm as bandied about all over the place nowadays. I mean his comb that I used to stick into my fine tail." The barber wouldn't part with it, however hard she tugged, until the priest told him to let her have it back. The disguise wasn't necessary any longer, he could show himself as he really was, and tell Don Quixote that when the convicts had stripped him he had fled to the inn, and if Don Quixote asked about the princess's squire he could be told that she'd sent him on ahead to warn the people in her kingdom that she was on her way there with the liberator of them all. So the barber willingly gave the innkeeper's wife back her tail, and they also returned all the other accessories she'd lent them for the freeing of Don Quixote. Everyone at the inn was astonished by Dorothea's beauty and by the good looks of the herd boy Cardenio. The priest ordered whatever food there was in the house to be prepared, and the innkeeper, in hope of better payment, did his very best to cook a passable meal, and all this time Don Quixote slept on, and they thought it better not to awake him, because it would do him more good to sleep than to eat. The conversation after the meal, with the innkeeper, his wife, his daughter, Maritornes and all the guests sitting round the table, was about Don Quixote's strange madness and how he had been found. The innkeeper's wife related the events involving the muleteer, and, after looking around to see if Sancho was present and not finding him there, she told them all about the blanket tossing, which gave them no little merriment. And the priest's observation that the books of chivalry which Don Quixote had read had turned him mad prompted the innkeeper to say, "I don't understand how that can be so, because to my mind there isn't a better read anywhere in the world. I've got 2 or 3 of them back there, with some other papers, and I can truly say they've given me new life, and plenty of other people. Besides, at harvest time, you see, lots of the reapers come in here on rest days, and there are always some who can read, and one of them picks up one of these books, and more than 30 of us gather around him, and we enjoy listening so much that it takes all our worries away. Speaking for myself, at least, when I hear him describing all those furious and terrible blows that the knights deal one another, I feel like doing the same thing myself, and I could go on listening day and night." "And so do I," said the innkeeper's wife, "because the only time I get any peace and quiet in this place is when you're sitting there listening. You're in such a stupor you forget all about yelling at me for a while." "You're right there," said Maritornes, "and I can tell you I love hearing about all those goings on. They're wonderful, especially when it's about a lady lying under orange trees in her knight's arms, and this duenna standing guard over them, dying of envy and scared out of her wits. It's lovely, it really is." "And what about you, young lady, what do you think?" the priest asked the innkeeper's daughter. "I don't know, sir, I'm sure," she replied. "I listen, too, and the honest truth is that, even though I don't understand it, I do enjoy it. I don't enjoy those fights that my father likes, mind you. But the knights laments when they're separated from their ladies too. Tell you the truth, they sometimes make me cry out of sheer pity for them." "So would you do something to put them out of their misery, young lady?" asked Dorothea, "if it was you they were crying for?" "I really don't know what I'd do," the girl replied. "All I do know is that some of those ladies are so cruel that their knights call them tigers and lions and thousands of other nasty names. Good Lord, I can't imagine how they can be so heartless, so remorseless, letting an honest man die or go mad rather than look at him. I can't see why. They're so bashful. If it's for their virtue's sake, they can just get married, that's what the men are after." "Hush, my girl," said the innkeeper's wife, "you seem to be very well informed about these matters. It isn't right for young women to know or say so much. This gentleman here asked me the question," her daughter replied, "so I had to give him an answer." "And now," said the priest, "bring me those books, landlord, I want to see them." "Very well," he replied. He went into his room and came back carrying an old case, fastened with a chain, which he unlocked to reveal 3 large books and some manuscript papers written in an excellent hand. When the priest opened the first book he saw it was Don Cervantes of Thrace, and the next was Felix Mart of Hircania, and finally the history of the great Captain Gonzalo Fernandez de Córdoba, together with the life of Diego Garcia de Paredes. .1 As the priest read the first 2 titles he turned to the barber and said, "What we need here and now is my friend's housekeeper, and his niece." "No, we don't," replied the barber, "because I'm just as good as they are at carting books off to the yard or to the fireplace. There's a good fire burning there." "Do you want to burn still more books?" said the innkeeper. "Just these 2, said the priest. Don Cervantes and Felix Mart." "Are my books heretics, then, or phlegmatics?" said the innkeeper, "to make you want to burn them?" "You mean schismatics, my friend," said the barber, "not phlegmatics." "All right, then," replied the innkeeper. "But if you want to burn a book, burn this one, about the great captain and that Diego Garcia fellow. I'd sooner allow one of my children to be burned than either of the other 2. "My dear friend," said the priest, "those 2 books are full of lies, absurdities and nonsense. But this other one about the great captain is a true history, because it narrates the deeds of Gonzalo Fernandez de Córdoba, universally known for his many splendid exploits as the great captain, a famous and illustrious title, earned only by him, and Diego Garcia de Paredes was an eminent gentleman from the city of Trujillo in Extremadura, a most courageous soldier and so strong that with one finger he could stop a millstone turning at top speed, and armed with a 2-handed sword he stood at the approach to a bridge and prevented a vast army from crossing it. And he performed so many other feats of this kind that if, instead of recounting them himself with all the modesty of a gentleman who is his own chronicler, someone else had done so with dispassionate objectivity, his deeds would have relegated those of the likes of Hector, Achilles and Roland to oblivion." "Pooh, so that's all he did, is it?" said our innkeeper. "Fancy getting all head up about somebody stopping a millstone. For God's sake, you ought to read about what Felix Mart of Hircania got up to. With just one backstroke he cut 5 giants clean through the middle, as if they were those friar dolls that children make out of bean pods. And another time he charged at an enormous powerful army and defeated more than 1,600,000 soldiers all in armor from head to foot, and he routed the lot of them as if they were flocks of sheep. And what do you think about good old Don Cervantes of Thrace, who was as brave and daring as you'll read? He was in the book, where it says that once when he was sailing down a river a serpent of fire came out of the midst of the water, and as soon as he saw it he flung himself on top of it and sat astride its scaly back and squeezed its throat so hard with both hands that the serpent realized it was being strangled and had no choice but to sink to the bottom of the river, with the knight sitting on top of it because he wouldn't let go. And when they got to the bottom he found himself among such lovely palaces and gardens that they were wondrous to behold, and then the serpent turned into an old man who told him such things, you couldn't possibly imagine them. Come, say no more, sir, if all this was read out to you, you'd go mad with pleasure. A fig for the great captain and another for that Diego Garcia character. When Dorothea heard this she whispered to Cardenio, our host could almost play second lead to Don Quixote. I agree, replied Cardenio, because all the signs are he's convinced that everything in those books happened exactly as they say, and a church full of discalced friars couldn't make him believe otherwise. Look here, my friend, the priest resumed, there never was any Felix Mart of Hircania or Don Saronglio of Thrace or any of those other knights in those books of chivalry of yours, because it's all make-believe, fiction invented by idle minds for the purpose you've just mentioned, passing the time of day as your reapers do when they sit listening to it. I solemnly swear that such knights never existed and that such deeds or rather such nonsenses never took place. You can go and throw that bone to another dog, the innkeeper retorted. As if I didn't know how many beans make 5, or where my own shoe pinches. Don't you come trying to feed me with pap I wasn't born yesterday, by God. A fine thing it is for you to come telling me that everything in these good books is stuff and nonsense, when they were all published with their proper licenses from the gentlemen on the Royal Council, as if those were the kind of people who'd allow a pack of lies to be printed, and all those battles and enchantments that fair turn you crazy. I have already told you, my friend, replied the priest, that this is only done to while away our idle moments, and just as in well-ordered society such games as chess, tennis and billiards are permitted for the amusement of those who do not, should not and cannot work, so permission is also granted for the publication of such books, in the justified belief that there can't be anybody so ignorant as to read them as if they were true histories. And if it were timely to do so, and if those here present were to request it, I'd say a few words now about the qualities that books of chivalry need in order to be good books, and some people might find my words useful or even enjoyable. But I expect that a time will come when I can convey my ideas to a person in a position to do something about such matters, and meanwhile, landlord, you take me at my word, and here are your books now you can find your own way among their lies and their truths, and much good may they do you, and God grant that you don't end up lame in the same leg that your guest Don Quixote halts on. Don't you worry, replied the innkeeper, I'm not so mad as to become a knight errant, and it's clear enough to me that things are different now from what they were then, when all those famous knights are supposed to have roamed about all over the world. Sancho appeared in the middle of this conversation and was plunged into thought and confusion when he heard that knight-errants had fallen out of fashion and that books of chivalry were a pack of errant lies, and he decided that he'd better wait and see how this latest trip of his master's turned out, and if it didn't turn out as well as expected, he'd leave him and go back home to his wife and his children and his everyday labors. The innkeeper was taking his case away with the books in it when the priest said, wait a minute, I want to have a look at those papers, they're written in such a fine hand. The innkeeper took them out and handed them over to the priest, who found 8 folios and on the title page the words, printed large, the tale of inappropriate curiosity. He read 3 or 4 lines to himself, and said, I must say this tale has rather a good title, I have a mind to read it through. To which the innkeeper replied, well, you go ahead and do so, your reverence, because I can tell you some of our guests have read it and enjoyed it enormously, and begged me to let them take it away. But I wouldn't part with it, because I intend to return it to the man who left this case behind with these books and those papers. He might well come back for it someday. And, although I know I'm going to miss the books, I'll hand them over to him all right. I might be an innkeeper, but I'm still a Christian. That's very right and proper, my friend, said the priest. If I like the tale, however, you must allow me to copy it out. Most willingly, replied the innkeeper. While the two men had been talking, Cardenio had picked up the story and begun to peruse it, and, reaching the same conclusion as the priest, he asked him to read it aloud, so that they could all hear. I'd be most happy to, said the priest, except that our time would be better spent sleeping than reading. It'll be wonderfully relaxing for me, said Dorothea, to while away the time by listening to a story, because I haven't calmed down enough yet to be able to get to sleep. Well, in that case, said the priest, perhaps I will read it, if only out of curiosity. Who knows, maybe it'll prove curiously entertaining. Master Nicholas also urged him to do so, as did Sancho. The priest realized that he could give them all some pleasure, and receive some himself, and said, if that's so, pay attention all of you. The tale begins like this. Chapter XXXIII, which tells the tale of inappropriate curiosity. In Florence, that rich and famous Italian city in the province of Tuscany, there once lived 2 wealthy and eminent gentlemen called Anselmo and Lotario, who were so close that all their acquaintances referred to them by way of antonomasia as the 2 friends. They were bachelors, young men of the same age and the same habits, which is enough to explain the friendship that bound them together. It is true that Anselmo was somewhat more inclined towards amorous dallying than Lotario, whose favorite pastime was hunting, but when the occasion arose, Anselmo put his own interests aside and pursued those of Lotario, and Lotario did the same for Anselmo, and in this way their inclinations were so concordant that no clock could have been better regulated. Anselmo was madly in love with a beautiful young lady of high rank from the same city, the daughter of such excellent parents and so excellent, too, in her own right that he decided, after consulting Lotario, because he never did anything without Lotario's consent, to ask them for her hand in marriage, and this he did. The man entrusted with the mission was Lotario, who carried it out so much to his friend's satisfaction that he soon found himself in possession of the object of his desires, and Camilla was so happy to have gained Anselmo as her husband that she never stopped thanking heaven and Lotario, whose mediation had brought her such joy. A wedding celebration is a time of happiness, so for the first few days Lotario continued to frequent his friend Anselmo's house, doing all he could to honor, regale, and delight him, but once the celebrations were over and the congratulatory visits had abated, Lotario began to be careful to neglect to go to see Anselmo, because it seemed to him, as it would to any person of good sense, that a man shouldn't haunt his friends' houses once they're married as he used to do in their bachelor days, for although good, true friendship must be above all suspicion, the honor of a married man is so delicate that even a brother, it seems, let alone a friend, can damage it. Anselmo noticed the falling off in Lotario's visits and made heated complaints about it, saying that if he'd known getting married was going to erect a barrier between them, he would never have taken such a step, and that if their closeness as bachelors had earned them that fine reputation as the 2 friends, Lotario mustn't allow a circumspection that was quite unnecessary and gratuitous to destroy such a famous and agreeable title, and that he therefore begged Lotario, if the use of such a word between them could be justified, to treat his house as his own again, and to come and go as before, with the assurance that his wife Camilla had no pleasure or desire other than Those that he wanted her to have, and that, knowing as she did how fond they were of each other, she couldn't understand why he had become so elusive. To all these and many other arguments that Anselmo used to persuade Lothario to visit him as often as he had before, Lothario replied with such prudence, good sense and sound judgment that Anselmo was convinced that his friend had the best of intentions, and they agreed that Lothario would go to dine with him just twice a week and on holy days. In spite of this, however, Lothario decided to do only what he considered was best for his friend's honor, which he held in higher esteem than his own. He would say, with good reason, that the man to whom heaven had granted a beautiful wife should be as careful over what friends of his he invited home as over supervising what friends of hers she talked to, because that which isn't arranged and indeed put into effect at marketplaces, churches, public festivities and devotions, which husbands can't always keep their wives away from, is arranged and put into effect in the houses of the wife's most trusted friends and relatives. Lothario would also say that every married man needs to have a friend to warn him about the shortcomings in his behavior, because the great love a husband has for his wife can lead him not to want to annoy her and therefore not to tell her to do or refrain from doing certain things that can honor or shame him, and with the friend to warn him, he can easily deal with this problem. But where can one find a friend as wise, loyal and true as Lothario had in mind? I certainly don't know, unless it was Lothario himself, who watched over his friend's honor with the greatest care and vigilance, and contrived to pare and whittle down the number of visiting days agreed upon, to prevent the idle, vulgar herd with their wandering, malicious eyes from gossiping about the visits of a well-born young gentleman with the qualities he believed he possessed to the house of a woman as beautiful as Camilla, for although her worth and her virtue were enough to silence any wagging tongue, he still didn't want to put her good name or that of his friend at risk, and he found other occupations and activities, which he claimed were unavoidable, for most of the agreed visiting days. And so it was that much of each day was spent in complaints on the one side and excuses on the other. Now it happened that once, when they were strolling in a meadow outside the city, Anselmo addressed the following words to Lothario. No doubt you think, my good friend Lothario, that, given the favors which God has bestowed upon me in making me the son of such parents as mine and in heaping upon me what are known as the blessings of nature and the gifts of fortune, it is impossible for me to respond with a gratitude that equals the good I have received or exceeds that which he granted me in providing me with you as a friend and Camilla as a wife, too. Treasures that I value, if not as much as I should, then as much as I can. Well, in spite of all these gifts, which are enough to fill most people with happiness, I'm the angriest and bitterest man in the world, because for I don't know how long now I've been assailed and tormented by a desire that's so peculiar and so unusual that I'm astonished at myself, and accuse and scold myself when alone, and try to stifle it and hide it from myself, but I've been as successful in repressing it as if my intention had been to tell the whole world about it. And since it must be revealed, I want this to happen in the total secrecy that I can expect from you, trusting that in the secrecy, and thanks to the care that you, as my true friend, will devote to relieving me, I shall soon be free of this anguish, and your concern will bring me as much joy as my madness has brought me misery. Anselmo's words bewildered Lothario, who couldn't imagine where such a long prelude or preamble was leading, and although he tried to imagine what desire this was that so disturbed his friend, he was always very wide of the mark, and to ease the agony of the suspense Lothario said it was offensive to their close friendship for Anselmo to search for roundabout ways to convey his most secret thoughts, because he well knew that he could count on his friend for either advice to dissipate them or help to put them into action. You're right, replied Anselmo, and with that assurance I can tell you, dear Lothario, that this desire that so disturbs me is the urge to find out whether my wife Camilla is as virtuous and perfect as I think she is, and I can't convince myself of this truth except by putting her to the test in such a way as to reveal the purity of her virtue, as fire reveals the purity of gold. Because it's my belief, dear friend, that a woman is good only in proportion as she is or is not tempted, and that the only virtuous woman is the one who doesn't give in to promises, gifts, tears and all the advances of persistent suitors. For what thanks are due to a woman for being good, he went on, if nobody is asking her to be bad? What merit is there in all her reserve and reticence, if she isn't given any opportunity to go astray, and if she knows that she has a husband who'll kill her if he catches her cutting loose even once? So I can't have the same regard for the woman who's virtuous out of fear or lack of opportunity as I'd have for the one who's tempted and pursued and emerges wearing the crown of victory. And for these reasons, and many others that I could give you to support and reinforce my ideas, I want my wife Camilla to be put to this test, and to be proved and assayed in the flames of enticement and temptation by a man worthy to make her the object of his desires, and if she emerges from this battle with the palm of victory, as I believe she will, I shall account myself the luckiest of mortals. I shall be able to say that the cup of my desires is full, I shall say that the virtuous woman, of whom the wise man says who can find her, one has fallen to my lot. And if the outcome is the opposite of what I anticipate, the pleasure of seeing that I was right will enable me to bear without feeling it the pain that such a costly experiment could be expected to cause. And since no objections that you can raise to this desire of mine will prevent me from putting it into practice, I want you, my good friend Lothario, to make yourself ready to be the instrument that will carry into effect this plan on which I've set my heart. I shall provide you with the opportunities for doing so, and ensure that you lack nothing that I consider necessary for seducing a virtuous, honorable, modest, and high-principled woman. And what moves me, among other considerations, to entrust this arduous enterprise to you is the knowledge that if you do overcome Camilla's resistance, your triumph won't be carried to the ultimate extreme, but will simply consist, because of your respect for me, in establishing that you could have taken it that far, and in this way I shall only be wronged in the intention, and the offense will remain hidden in your virtuous silence, which I well know will be as eternal as the silence of death, in any affair of mine. So if you want me to enjoy a life worthy of the name, you must enter now into this battle of love, not in any half-hearted or dilatory way, but with all the determination and diligence that my decision demands, and with the resolve of which I am assured by our friendship. This was what Anselmo said, and Lothario listened so attentively that he didn't open his lips until his friend had finished, except to say the few words recorded earlier, and when Lothario saw that he had nothing more to say, he stood staring at him for a while, as if staring at something he'd never seen before, at something that amazed and terrified him, and then he spoke. I can't persuade myself, my dear friend Anselmo, that what you've just said isn't a joke, and if I believed you were in earnest I shouldn't have allowed you to say as much as you did, and by refusing to listen I'd have cut short your lengthy harangue. I'm convinced that either you don't know me or I don't know you, and yet I do know that you're Anselmo, and you know that I'm Lothario. The trouble is that I don't think you're the Anselmo you used to be, and you must have thought that I'm not the Lothario I ought to be, because what you've just said doesn't come from my friend Anselmo, and what you've asked me to do can't be asked of the Lothario you know. Good friends should verify their friendship and help each other usque ad eros, as the poet put it, to which means that they mustn't use their friendship for purposes that are offensive to God. Now, if this is what a pagan thought about friendship, how much more intensely must a Christian believe in the same principle, because he knows that the love of God mustn't be lost for the sake of any human love. And if a friend does go so far as to set aside his duty to heaven to attend to the duties of friendship, this mustn't be for petty, trivial matters, but for matters involving his friend's honor and his life. Now you tell me this, Anselmo, which of these two is in danger, to make me take the risk of trying to please you by doing this detestable thing you're asking of me? Neither of them, of course. On the contrary, what you're asking me, as far as I can see, is to do all I can to deprive you of your honor and your life, and to deprive myself of them at the same time. Because if I try to deprive you of your honor, it's clear that I shall also be depriving you of your life, since a man without honor is worse than a dead man, and if I'm the instrument, as you want me to be, of so much harm to you, am I not to see endured to and, by the same logic, dead? No, no, listen to me, Anselmo, and have the patience not to reply until I've finished telling you how I feel about what this desire of yours is urging you to do, and there will be plenty of time afterwards for you to reply and for me to hear you out. Very well, said Anselmo, say what you like. And Lothario continued. It seems to me, Anselmo, that your mind is in the same state as the minds of Moors, who can't be made to understand the error of their sect with references to holy scripture or with arguments involving intellectual speculation or based on articles of faith, but must rather be confronted with examples that are palpable, straightforward, easy to understand, demonstrable, indisputable with mathematical proofs that can't be denied, such as if equal parts are taken from equal parts, the remainders are also equal, and if they can't follow the verbal reasoning, as indeed is the case, they must be shown it all using one's fingers, and have it placed in front of their eyes, and even so, nobody can persuade them of the truths of our holy religion. And I shall have to use the same approach and method with you, because this desire that has developed in you is so misguided and so far from any semblance of rationality that I believe I shall be wasting my time if I try to make you understand how silly you're being for the moment. I shall call it that, and I'm even inclined to abandon you to your folly, as a punishment for that evil desire of yours, but my friendship won't allow me to be so severe or leave you in such manifest danger of destroying yourself. And to make it all clear to you, tell me, Anselmo, haven't you urged me to entice a woman who's modest, inveigle a woman who's virtuous, bribe a woman who's high-principled, court a woman who's prudent? Indeed you have. Now if you know that you have a wife who's modest, virtuous, high-principled, and prudent, what more do you need to know? And if you believe she'll emerge victorious from all my attacks, as indeed she will, what finer names do you intend to call her afterwards than she already deserves, and in what way will she be a better woman than she already is? Either you don't believe her to be what you say she is, or you don't know what you're asking for. If you don't believe her to be what you say she is, why do you want to test her instead of dealing with her as you think best and as befits a wicked woman? But if she's as good as you say she is, it's inappropriate to go performing experiments on truth itself, because it can't have a greater value afterwards than it had in the first place. And so the conclusion we must reach is that to attempt things that are more likely to do us harm than good is an action of rash, unstable minds, even more so if we aren't forced into them. And it's perfectly clear that it's madness to attempt them. Difficult tasks are attempted for God's sake, or for the world's sake, or for both at the same time. Those that are attempted for God's sake are the actions of saints, who try to live lives of angels in human bodies. Those that are attempted for the world's sake are the actions of the men who pass across great expanses of water, through vast varieties of climates and among a bewildering diversity of peoples in order, as it is said, to make their fortunes. And the tasks that are attempted for the sake of both God and the world are the actions of brave soldiers, who no sooner see in the enemy's ramparts the small breach that a single cannonball can make than, casting all fear aside, without thinking or paying any heed to the evident perils threatening them, carried forward on the wings of their desire to fight for their faith, their country, and their king, they hurl themselves fearlessly into the midst of 1,000 different deaths awaiting them. These are the tasks that men attempt, and it is honorable, glorious, and beneficial to attempt them, even though they are full of difficulties and dangers. But the task that you say you want to carry out won't gain you the glory of God, or make you a fortune, or give you fame among men, because even if you do achieve what you seek, you won't be any grander, richer, or more honorable than you already are. And if you don't achieve what you seek, you'll be left as wretched as it's possible for a man to be. It won't help to tell yourself that nobody knows about the calamity that has befallen you, because merely knowing about it yourself will be enough to torment and destroy you. As a confirmation of this truth, let me quote a stanza from the end of the first part of the famous poet Luigi Tantelo's El Lacrime di San Pietro 3. The grief is greater, greater is the shame. In Peter once he sees the light of day, and though he is alone he takes the blame, and knows he's left the straight and narrow way. An upright, honest spirit feels the same repentance, even if not seen to stray. The heart is filled with shame and misery, when only heaven and earth are there to see. So you won't avoid grief by keeping it secret. On the contrary, you won't stop weeping, if not tears of water from your eyes, then tears of blood from your heart, like that simple-minded doctor who, as the poet tells us, made the trial of the magic cup, which the prudent Reynald more wisely refrained from doing, for although this is a poetic fiction, it contains a hidden moral that should be observed and understood and imitated. All the more so since what I'm about to tell you will convince you once and for all that you're about to make a very great mistake. Tell me this, Anselmo, if heaven or fortune had made you the lawful owner of a superb diamond, and every expert who examined it was convinced of its quality and value, and they all with one voice proclaimed that it attained the utmost perfection possible in such a stone, and you yourself were certain of this without a shadow of doubt, would it be reasonable to take it into your head to place that diamond between an anvil and a hammer, and there, by the brute force of one blow after another, test it to see if it was as hard and excellent as everybody said? Wouldn't it be even less reasonable to put this desire into effect? For even if the stone could resist such an absurd test, it wouldn't thereby gain in value or repute, and if it were destroyed, which is something that could well happen, all would be lost, wouldn't it? Yes, of course it would, and the diamond's owner would be left looking a fool in everybody's eyes. Now, think of Camilla, Anselmo my friend, as a superb diamond, in your opinion and in everybody else's, and think whether it's reasonable to expose her to the risk of destruction, because even if she does remain intact, she won't then be worth any more than she is now, and if she falters and can't withstand the trial, consider how you'd feel without her, and how justly you'd reproach yourself for having been the cause of her downfall and your own as well. Remember that there's no jewel in the world as valuable as a chaste and honorable woman, and that women's honor lies exclusively in their good reputations, and since your wife's reputation couldn't be better, as you know, why do you insist on calling this truth into question? Remember, too, my friend, That woman is an imperfect animal, and that obstacles shouldn't be placed before her to make her stumble and fall, but rather remove to free her way of pitfalls so that she can run on unhindered to achieve the perfection she needs, that of being virtuous. Naturalists tell us that the ermine is a little animal with pure white fur, and that when huntsmen want to catch it they use the following stratagem: they trace its tracks and its haunts, and daub them over with mud, and then they frighten it into running in that direction, and as soon as the ermine reaches the mud it stops and allows itself to be caught rather than run over the mud and sully and lose its whiteness, which it treasures more than its liberty and its life. The pure, chaste woman is an ermine, and the virtue of chastity is whiter and purer than snow, and the man who wants her not to lose it, but on the contrary to keep and preserve it, shouldn't do as huntsmen do with ermine. He shouldn't place before her the mud of insistent suitors' gifts and offers, because it's possible, or, more accurately, it's certain that she has insufficient natural strength and virtue to be able to overcome such obstacles unaided, and it's necessary to remove them for her, and place before her the purity of virtue and the beauty that good repute contains within itself. A good woman is also like a mirror of clear, shining glass, but any breath that touches this mirror will cloud and dim it. She should be treated like a holy relic, adored, but not touched. She should be guarded and prized like a beautiful garden full of roses and other flowers, whose owner doesn't allow anybody to walk in it or touch the blooms. It's enough for the visitors to enjoy their beauty and fragrance from afar, from behind its iron railings. And to summarize, I'd like to recite some lines of poetry that I've just remembered and that I heard in a modem play, because they seem relevant to what we're discussing. A wise old man is advising another, a young woman's father, to keep her securely locked up at home, and among other reasons he adduces these: one never should experiment on woman, who is made of glass, to see if she will break or not, for anything could come to pass, a breakage being probable. It's equally absurd and vain to put at such excessive risk what never can be joined again. To this belief let all assent, and reason strengthens what I say. Wherever there's a Danea, a shower of gold will find its way. Point 5. Everything I've said so far, Anselmo, relates to your part in all this, and now I ought to say something concerning my own interest in the matter. If I do so at some length you'll have to forgive me, because it's made necessary by the labyrinth into which you've strayed and from which you want me to extricate you. You consider me your friend, but you want to deprive me of my honor, something that flies in the face of all friendship, and not only that, but you want me to deprive you of your honor, too. That you want to deprive me of my honor is clear, because when Camilla sees that I'm trying to seduce her, as you desire, it's obvious that she'll take me for a man without honor or scruple, because I shall be attempting and indeed doing something so contrary to the obligations of my breeding and your friendship. That you want me to deprive you of your honor is beyond doubt, because when Camilla sees that I'm trying to seduce her, she'll think that I've noticed some fickleness in her that encourages me to reveal my evil intentions to her, and in considering herself disgraced her dishonour will extend to you as a part of her. And from this springs what so often happens, even though the adulterous woman's husband doesn't know that his wife isn't what she ought to be, hasn't given her any motives for being unfaithful, has never had it in his power to prevent his misfortune, and hasn't contributed to it by any neglect or lack of precautions, he is nonetheless called by a vile and shameful name, and those who know about his wife's wickedness regard him with a certain contempt instead of compassion, even though they can see that it isn't his fault but his wayward companion's lust that has caused him such misfortune. Now I'm going to tell you why a wicked woman's husband is justly disendured, even if he doesn't know that she's wicked, and isn't to blame, and hasn't contributed to her sin, and hasn't given her any motives for it. And don't grow tired of listening to me, because it's all for your own good. When God created our first father in the earthly paradise, Holy Scripture says that he made Adam fall asleep and took one of the ribs from his left side, from which he created our mother Eve, and when Adam awoke and saw her he said, "This is flesh of my flesh and bone of my bone." And God said, "For this cause a man shall leave his father and his mother, and they two shall be one flesh." 6. And at that moment the divine sacrament of matrimony was instituted, with such bonds as only death can untie. And this miraculous sacrament has such power that it makes two different people into one flesh, and it does even more when two good people marry, because although they have separate souls they have only one will. It follows that, since the wife's flesh is the same as the husband's, anything that blemishes it, any defects it acquires, affects his flesh too, even if he hasn't, as I said, given her any cause to misbehave. For just as a pain in the foot or anywhere else is felt all over the body, because it's all the same flesh, and the head feels the pain in the ankle without having caused it, so the husband shares his wife's dishonour, because he and she are one and the same. And since all the honor and dishonour in the world springs from human flesh and blood, and this includes the disgrace of a bad wife, the husband is bound to share it and to be regarded as a man without honor even if he doesn't know about it. So you can see, Anselmo, the danger in which you are placing yourself by seeking to disturb the tranquility that your good wife enjoys. You can see how vain and inappropriate is the curiosity that leads you to want to stir up the passions that now lie quiet in her breast. You can see that you're giving yourself the chance of gaining very little, and that what you'll lose is so very much that I shan't attempt to assess it, for there are no words to express its value. But if everything I've said isn't enough to dissuade you from your wicked plan, you can go and look for another instrument to bring about your misfortune and disgrace, because I don't intend to do it, even if it means losing your friendship, the greatest loss I can imagine. The virtuous and wise Lothario stopped speaking, and Anselmo was left so confused and sunk in thought that for a while he couldn't reply, but finally he said, "I've been listening attentively, Lothario, as you've observed, to everything you've said, and in your arguments, examples, and comparisons I've confirmed how much good sense you're blessed with, and what a true friend you are, and I do see and confess that if I don't agree with your opinions and I adhere to my own I'll be shunning good and pursuing evil. I acknowledge this, but you must consider that I'm suffering from the disease that sometimes affects women and makes them want to eat earth, plaster, coal, and even worse things, disgusting to look at, let alone to eat, so some plan has to be devised to cure me, and this could easily be done by your beginning, in a half-hearted and make-believe way, to court Camilla, who can't be so frail as to allow her virtue to collapse at the first encounter, and with this beginning I shall rest content, and you'll have done what's due to our friendship, by not only restoring me to good health but also persuading me not to strip myself of honor. And you have a duty to do this for one reason alone, which is that, since I'm resolved to carry out this test, you can't allow me to reveal my foolishness to anybody else, because that would be to place at risk the honor that you don't want me to lose, and if your honor isn't all it should be in Camilla's opinion when she realizes that you're making advances to her, that's of little or no importance, because very soon, once you encounter the firm resistance we expect, you'll be able to tell her the truth about our plan and your good name will be restored. And since you can give me so much happiness by risking so little, please don't fail me. However many objections you can see, because, as I've said, if you'll only make a beginning I shall regard the matter as concluded. Lothario realized that Anselmo had made up his mind, couldn't think of any other examples or arguments with which to dissuade him, and saw that he was threatening to tell others about this evil desire of his, so he decided to keep him happy and prevent a greater ill by doing as he asked, with the intention of managing the affair so as to satisfy Anselmo without disturbing Camilla's peace of mind, so he told him not to reveal his thoughts to anybody else, because he was going to take the matter in hand and make a beginning whenever Anselmo wished. Anselmo gave him a fond and tender embrace, and thanked him for his offer, as if his friend had done him some great favor, and the two of them agreed that Lothario would set to work on the very next day. Anselmo would give him an opportunity to speak to Camilla alone, and would provide him with money to offer her and jewels to give her. He advised him to serenade her and to write poetry praising her, and said that if Lothario didn't want to go to so much trouble he'd write it himself. Lothario agreed to everything, but not with the intention that Anselmo supposed. Having reached this understanding, they returned to Anselmo's house, where they found Camilla anxiously awaiting her husband, because he was later than usual that day. Lothario went home, leaving Anselmo as contented as he himself was troubled, wondering how he was going to manage to bring that inappropriate inquiry to a satisfactory conclusion. But that night he thought of a way to deceive Anselmo and not offend Camilla, and on the following day he went for lunch with his friend and was made welcome by Camilla, who always gave him a cordial reception, knowing how fond her husband was of him. They finished the meal, the table was cleared, and Anselmo asked Lothario to stay with Camilla while he went off on urgent business from which he said he'd return in an hour and a half. Camilla begged him not to go, and Lothario offered to accompany him. But it was all to no avail. On the contrary, Anselmo insisted that Lothario must stay and wait for him, because they had to talk about a matter of the greatest importance. He also told Camilla not to leave Lothario by himself while he was away. In short, he was so successful in feigning that needless need to absent himself that nobody would have realized that it was feigned. So Anselmo departed, and Camilla and Lothario were left alone at table, because all the servants had gone away to their own meal. And Lothario found himself entering the lists, as his friend had planned, and facing an enemy who could have vanquished a whole squadron of knights in armor with her beauty alone. Lothario had good reason to fear her, but what he did was to lean his elbow on the arm of his chair and his cheek on his open hand, ask Camilla to forgive his manners, and say that he'd like to rest for a while until Anselmo returned. Camilla replied that he'd rest more comfortably on the cushions in the estrada than at the dining table, and asked him to go in there to sleep. Lothario declined, and dozed where he sat until the return of his friend, who found Camilla in her room and Lothario asleep, and assumed that, since he'd been away so long, the two had plenty of time to talk and even to nap, and he was longing for Lothario to wake up, so anxious was he to go out with him and ask what had happened. Everything fell out as he wished. Lothario woke up, they left the house together. Anselmo asked his questions, and his friend replied that it hadn't seemed wise to be too blatant on the very first occasion, so he had only praised Camilla's beauty and told her that nobody was talking in the whole city about anything other than her fine looks and her intelligence, because this had seemed an appropriate way to start gaining her confidence and making her ready to lend a willing ear the next time, using the trick that the devil uses when he wants to deceive those who are on their guard. He turns himself from an angel of darkness into an angel of light, presents a specious appearance of virtue, and finally reveals himself and achieves what he wants, so long as his deceit isn't discovered at the outset. Anselmo was well pleased, and said that he'd provide the same opportunity every day even if he didn't leave home, because he'd find things to do about the house in such a way that Camilla wouldn't suspect their plot. Many days went by and Lothario didn't say a word to Camilla, yet assured Anselmo that he talked to her and couldn't elicit the smallest hint of an agreement to do anything untoward, or make her give him the slightest shadow of hope. On the contrary, she threatened to tell her husband if he didn't give up his wicked designs. Very well, said Anselmo. So far Camilla has resisted words, and now we must see how she resists deeds. Tomorrow I shall give you 2,000 gold escudos for you to offer or even give her, and another 2,000 to buy jewels to tempt her. Because women, particularly beautiful ones, are fond of dressing well and looking smart, however virtuous they are. And if she resists this temptation I shall rest satisfied, and shan't he trouble you any more. Lothario replied that now he'd started out on that business he'd see it through, even though he knew he was going to end up exhausted and defeated. On the next day he received the 4,000 escudos, and with them 4,000 headaches, because he couldn't think how he could lie his way out of this new predicament, but in the end he decided to tell Anselmo that Camilla was as impervious to gifts and promises of gifts as she was to words, and that there wasn't any point in wearing himself out any more, because it was all a waste of time. But fortune, which had other plans, ordained that once Anselmo had left Lothario and Camilla alone as usual, he should lock himself into a side room and watch and listen through the keyhole, and discover that in over half an hour Lothario didn't direct a single word at Camilla, and wouldn't have done so if he'd sat there for a century. And Anselmo realized that everything his friend had told him about Camilla's replies had been fiction and falsehoods, and to confirm his suspicion he walked out of the room, called Lothario to one side and asked him what news there was and what state Camilla was in. Lothario replied that he wasn't going to address her on the subject ever again, because her answers were so brusque and surly that he wouldn't have the courage to say another word to her. Oh Lothario, Lothario, cried Anselmo, how badly you fulfill your duty and repay all the trust I placed in you. I've been watching you through this keyhole and I've seen that you haven't said a word to Camilla, from which I conclude that your very first words to her have yet to pass your lips, and if this is so, as I'm sure it is, why do you deceive me? Why do you plot to deprive me of the means of carrying this desire of mine into effect? Anselmo said no more, but he had said enough to cover Lothario with shame and confusion, and, as if he took being caught in this lie as a blemish on his honor, he swore that from that moment on he'd take the utmost care to do exactly as he was told, and never lie again, as Anselmo would be able to corroborate if he spied on his every move, although he wouldn't need to put himself to any such trouble, because of the pains Lothario would take to raise himself above all suspicion. Anselmo believed Lothario, and, to smooth his path and remove all risk of interruption, he decided to absent himself from home for a week by going to visit a friend who lived in a village not far from the city. And he persuaded this friend to summon him urgently, to provide Camilla with an excuse for his departure. Unfortunate, ill-advised Anselmo. What are you doing? What are you plotting? What are you trying to bring about? Look here, you're doing yourself great harm, you're plotting your own dishonor and you're bringing about your own destruction. Your wife, Camilla, is a good woman, you possess her in peace and security, nobody interrupts your contentment, her desires don't venture beyond the walls of her house, you're her heaven on earth, the goal of her desires, the fulfillment of her joys, and the rule by which she measures her will, always adjusting it to your will and that of heaven. So if the mind of her honor, beauty, virtue, and modesty yields up to you, without even needing to be worked, all the riches that it contains and that you can desire, why do you want to dig still deeper in search of yet more veins of new and unseen treasure, risking the collapse of the whole structure, which is supported only on the feeble props of her frail nature? Remember that the man who seeks the impossible may justly be denied the possible, or, as the poet expressed it better, I look to death in quest of life. I seek health in infirmity, and freedom in captivity. I search for rest in bitter strife, and faithfulness in treachery. But fortune always was unkind. I know that it has been designed, by adverse fate and heaven's decree, that, since I seek what cannot be, what can be I shall never find. Point 7. The next day Anselmo went off to the village, after telling Camilla that Lotario would come to look after the house and dine with her while he was away, and that she should take care to treat Lotario as she would her own husband. Camilla, being a sensible and honorable woman, was distressed by these orders, and asked him to bear in mind that it wasn't right for anybody to take his place at table while he was away, and that, if he was doing it because he was uncertain of her ability to manage the household affairs, he should give her this one chance to show him that she could cope with this and much greater problems. Anselmo replied that he'd made up his mind, and that she just had to bow her head and obey him. Camilla said that she would do so, but much against her will. Anselmo left, and on the following day Lotario came to the house, where Camilla gave him a warm but correct welcome. She avoided places where he might find her alone, seeking always to be attended by her servants, in particular a maidservant called Leola, of whom she was very fond, because the two of them had been brought up together in Camilla's parents' house, and, when she'd married Anselmo, Leola had come with her. For the first 3 days Lotario didn't say a word to Camilla, even though he had an opportunity to do so whenever the table was cleared and the servants went away for a hasty meal, as she had ordered. And Leola had even received instructions to dine before Camilla did, and then never to leave her side, but the maidservants' thoughts were intent on other matters concerning her own pleasures, and she needed time for her amusements, so she didn't always obey her mistress's orders, but left the two alone, as if that were what she'd been told to do. But Camilla's modest manner, her gravity of expression and the composure of her person were enough to curb Lotario's tongue. Whatever good was done by Camilla's virtues in silencing Lotario was outweighed, however, by the harm they did in other ways, because even if his tongue was stilled, his feelings were not, and he had the opportunity to gaze in on each one of Camilla's perfections of goodness and beauty, which were enough to make a marble statue fall in love, let alone a human heart. Lotario would be looking at her when he should have been speaking to her, and he would be thinking how lovable she was, and this idea slowly began to make inroads on his consideration for Anselmo, and 1,000 times he decided to leave the city and go where Anselmo would never see him again, nor he Camilla, but he was held back by the delight he derived from looking at her. He struggled and struggled with himself to repress the pleasure that forced him to keep looking at Camilla. When he was alone he condemned his folly, he called himself a false friend and even a bad Christian, he argued with himself and drew up comparisons between himself and Anselmo, and the conclusion was always that Anselmo's madness and rashness were worse than his own breach of trust, and that if what he was planning to do was as excusable before God as it was before men, he needn't fear any punishment for his sin. And so it was that Camilla's beauty and goodness, together with the opportunity that her stupid husband had placed in his hands, overthrew all Lotario's loyalty, and, after 3 days during which he fought a continuous battle against his desires, he made his first pass at Camilla without a thought for anything other than his pleasure, and in such a fluster and with such words of love that all she could do in her bewilderment was to come to her feet and walk to her room in silence. But this rebuttal, far from stifling Lotario's hopes, because love and hopes are always born together, only strengthened his feelings. Camilla, for her part, had found in Lotario what she had never suspected was there, and she didn't know what to do. Considering it unsafe and improper to give him any more opportunities to talk to her, she decided to send a servant to Anselmo that very night with a letter in which she wrote, Chapter 30, in which the tale of inappropriate curiosity is continued. Just as it is commonly said that an army is in a bad way without its general and a castle without its warden, so I say that a young married woman is very much worse off without her husband, unless the most pressing of reasons forces him to be absent. I am in such a bad way without you, and so unable to bear your absence, that if you do not come home soon I shall have to go and stay for a while at my parents' house, even though that would leave yours unguarded, because the guard whom you left me, if that is what he is meant to be, seems more concerned with his own pleasure than with your interest, and since you are an intelligent man I need say no more, nor would it be right for me to do so. When Anselmo received this letter he realized that Lotario had begun the campaign, and that Camilla must have responded as he hoped she would, and, delighted with the news, he didn't write back but told the messenger to tell Camilla on no account to leave the house, because he'd soon return. Camilla was amazed at Anselmo's reply, which threw her into even greater confusion, because she didn't dare stay at home, still less go to her parents' house, since if she stayed her virtue was imperiled and if she left she would be disobeying her husband. She eventually decided to do what was the worst thing she could have done, to stay at home and not to avoid Lotario, so as not to give her servants food for gossip, and she was already regretting having written to her husband, worried that he might think Lotario had noticed some levity in her conduct that had encouraged him to abandon the respect he owed her. But she trusted her own virtue and put her faith in God and in her determination to resist all Lotario's advances in silence, without mentioning the matter again to her husband, so as not to create any trouble or conflict for him. And she was even searching for some way in which she could exonerate Lotario when Anselmo asked what had prompted her to write that letter. On the following day, armed with these resolutions, more honorable than wise or effective, she sat listening to Lotario, who was so insistent that her steadfastness began to weaken, and her modesty had to struggle to come to the rescue of her eyes and prevent them from betraying the loving compassion that Lotario's words and tears had awoken in her breast. Lotario observed all this, and it inflamed him even more. The moment arrived when he decided that he must intensify his siege of this fortress while the opportunity provided by Anselmo's absence lasted, so he attacked her pride by praising her beauty, because there's nothing that can demolish the fortified towers of a beautiful woman's vanity sooner than that vanity itself when deployed by flattery. And he mined away at the fort of Camilla's integrity with such charges that even if she'd been made of bronze she'd have come toppling down. Lotario wept, he begged, he promised, he flattered, he insisted, and he feigned with such feeling, with such shows of sincerity, that he overcame Camilla's modesty and won the victory that he least expected and most desired. She surrendered, Camilla surrendered, but what wonder, if Lotario's friendship didn't stand firm? A clear example showing that love can only be conquered by fleeing from it, and that nobody should engage with such a powerful enemy, because its human strength can only be defeated by divine might. Leola alone knew about her mistress's frailty, because the two false friends and new lovers couldn't keep it from her. Lotario didn't see fit to tell Camilla about Anselmo's scheme and reveal that he was the one who'd provided the opportunity for what had happened, wanting her not to disparage his love but to believe that his advances had been spontaneous, uncontrollable, unpremeditated. A few days later Anselmo returned to his house and didn't notice what was missing. There, what he'd taken least care of, yet had most valued. He went at once to see Lothario, and found him at home. The two embraced each other, and one of them asked for the news that meant life or death for him. The news I have for you, my dear friend Anselmo, said Lothario, is that you have a wife worthy to be an example and a pattern for all good women. My words to her have gone with the wind, my promises have been disdained, my gifts have been rejected, she has mocked my crocodile tears. In short, just as Camilla is the epitome of beauty, so she also is the treasure house of chastity, propriety, and modesty and all the virtues that can make an honorable woman fortunate and praiseworthy. Here you are. My friend, take back your money, I haven't needed to touch it, because Camilla's integrity doesn't yield to such wretched things as gifts and promises. Be satisfied with this, Anselmo, don't make any further trials, and, now that you've navigated unscathed the gulf of all the suspicions that can be and are entertained about women, don't venture again onto the deep sea of yet more problems, don't engage another pilot to test the soundness and strength of the ship that heaven has sent you for your passage across the ocean of this life, but rather consider yourself safe in harbor, and moor your ship to the anchors of proper respect, and stay there until you have to pay the debt that not even the noblest of mortals are exempt from paying. Anselmo was delighted with what Lothario had said, and he believed every word of it as if some oracle had been speaking. But this didn't prevent him from begging his friend not to abandon the campaign, even if only for the sake of curiosity and amusement, and using less urgent methods than hitherto. All Anselmo wanted Lothario to do now was to write some poetry praising Camilla and calling her Chloris, because then he would tell her that their friend was in love with a lady to whom he'd given that name, so that he could sing her praises with the propriety due to her good character. And if Lothario didn't want to take the trouble to write the verses, he would do so himself. That won't be necessary, said Lothario, because the muses aren't so hostile to me that they don't pay me occasional visits. Tell Camilla about my love and her false name, just as you've suggested, and leave me to see to the verses, which will be the very best that I can manage, even if not as good as their subject deserves. This was what the inappropriately curious husband and his treacherous friend agreed. And when Anselmo returned home he asked Camilla what she was astonished he hadn't asked already, to tell him what had prompted her to write that letter. Camilla replied that Lothario had seemed to be rather freer with his looks than when Anselmo was present, but that she'd later realized she'd been mistaken, it must all have been in her imagination, because Lothario always avoided seeing her and being alone with her. Anselmo told her that she could indeed dismiss her suspicions, because he knew that Lothario was in love with one of the high-born young ladies of the city, whose praises he sang using the name Chloris, and that, even if he weren't in love with Chloris, Camilla could have nothing to fear, given Lothario's uprightness and the close friendship that united the two men. If Camilla hadn't been warned by Lothario that this love for Chloris was a pretense and that he told Anselmo all this so that he could while away the time writing in praise of Camilla herself, she'd have fallen into the snare of despairing jealousy, but, being forewarned, she didn't so much as bat an eyelid. The next day, as the three sat round the table after dinner, Anselmo asked Lothario to recite some of those verses that he'd written about his beloved Chloris. Since Camilla didn't know her, he could safely say whatever he pleased. Even if Camilla did know her, replied Lothario, I wouldn't keep anything back. Because when a lover praises his lady for her beauty and reproaches her for her cruelty, he can't do her good name any harm. But, be that as it may, I can tell you that yesterday I wrote a sonnet about my Chloris's ingratitude, and it goes like this. Sonnet. In the quiescence of the silent night, as others dream in comforting repose, to heaven and to Chloris I recite the mean account of my abundant woes. And as Aurora rises and displays on eastern balconies her rosy face, I sigh and stammer as I try to raise my protest and submit my plaintive case. And then, as Phoebus, from his starry throne, casts down his rays upon the burning soil, with aggravated grief I weep and moan, and night's return renews my sorrow's toil. But never, as I madly persevere, will heaven listen, or will Chloris hear? Camilla liked the sonnet, but Anselmo liked it even more, and he praised it and declared that the woman who didn't respond to such evident truths was too cruel. To which Camilla replied, so everything that lover poets say is true, is it? No, as poets they don't tell the truth, said Lothario, but what they say as lovers is as understated as it is, indeed, truthful. There's no doubt of that, replied Anselmo, to press Lothario's feelings on Camilla, who was as unaware of Anselmo's stratagem as she was in love with Lothario. And so, since she took such delight in everything Lothario did, and even more, because she knew that his verses and his desires were directed at her and that she was the real Chloris, she asked him to recite another sonnet or any other poem of his, if he could remember one. Yes, I can, replied Lothario, though I don't think it's as good or, rather, as tolerable as the first one. But you can judge for yourselves, because here it is. Sonnet. I know you're killing me. And I repeat, since, thankless beauty, you still doubt it's true, you'll sooner see me dying at your feet than giving up my reverence for you. Then I'll be gone from human memory, bereft of glory, honor, life, and grace. And on my open breast the gods shall see the image of your captivating face. This is a relic that I shan't forsake, in that most desperate and dreadful strait, in which I'll be, for obstinacy's sake, made, by your rigor, still more obstinate. Unhappy he who sails through storm-tossed night, and rock-strewn seas without a guiding light. Anselmo praised the second sonnet as he had the first one, and so he went on adding link after link to the chain with which he was shackling himself and securing his own disianure, because the more Lothario disianured him the more he told him that his honor was assured, and, in this way, every step Camilla took down into the depths of disgrace was, as her husband saw it, a step that she climbed up towards the pinnacles of virtue and good repute. Once when Camilla was alone with her maidservant, she said, I feel ashamed, Leonla, when I consider how little I valued myself, because I didn't even make Lothario spend any time to buy full possession of the favors I so quickly granted him. I fear he'll only remember how eagerly and easily I gave in to him, and not bear in mind the pressure he exerted to make himself irresistible. You shouldn't worry about that, my lady, replied Leonla. The value of a gift neither rises nor falls as a result of giving it quickly, so long as the gift is a good one, and of value in itself. Indeed it's often said that she who gives quickly gives twice. And it's also said, said Camilla, that what's cheaply bought is little valued. But that doesn't apply to you, replied Leonla, because love, I've heard, sometimes flies and sometimes walks, rushes along with one person and dawdles with another, cools some people down and heats some others up, wounds this one and slaughters that, ends the race of passion just about as soon as he started it, lays siege to a fortress in the morning and overruns it in the evening, because there's no force that can resist him. And this being so, what is it that alarms you? What have you got to fear? Because this is what Lothario must have felt, too, once love had taken my master's absence as his instrument for overcoming both of you. And it was inevitable that, while Anselmo was away, what love had already made up his mind about was going to happen, without giving Anselmo time to return and curtail love's work, because love has no better minister to carry out his desires than opportunity. He makes use of opportunity in all his actions, particularly at the beginning. I know all this very well, more from experience than from hearsay, and one day I'll tell you all about it, ma'am. Because I'm young, too, and made of flesh and blood. What's more, my lady Camilla, you didn't give in so soon that you couldn't first see Lothario's soul revealed in his eyes, in his sighs, in his words and his promises and his gifts, and you also saw there and in his virtues how worthy he was of your love. Now, this being so, don't you go bothering your head with all those finicky and prudish scruples. Just be assured that Lothario thinks as much of you as you do of him, and be thankful and happy that, given that you've fallen into the snare of love, your captor's a worthy and honorable man. He's sensible, solitary, solicitous, and secretive, so he's got the 4 S's they say all good lovers must have. Not only that, though, he's got a whole alphabet of qualities. And if you don't believe me, you just listen and you'll soon hear how I reel it off. If I judge right, he's appreciative, benevolent, chivalrous, dutiful, enamored, firm, gallant, honorable, illustrious, judicious, kind, loyal, manly, noble, honest, princely, quantious, rich, the 4 S's of the saying, and then tacit, unattached, voracious, well-born. The X doesn't suit him because it's a rough old letter, the Y I've already done, and as for the Z, he's really zealous for your honor. Camilla laughed at her maidservant's alphabet, and thought that she was more practiced in matters of love than she'd admitted, and the girl confessed as much, revealing that she was seeing a well-born young man of that city, which worried Camilla, who feared that this could put her own honor at risk. She insisted on being told whether the relationship had gone beyond words, and her maid replied without a blush that it had gone beyond words. It's clear that a lady's failings rob her maids of their shame, and when they see their mistress trip and fall they think nothing of stumbling and letting her know all about it. All Camilla could do was ask Leola not to breathe a word about her mistress's affair to the man she said was her lover, and to manage her own affair in the utmost secrecy so that neither Anselmo nor Lothario found out about it. Leola agreed, but the way in which she kept her promise confirmed Camilla's fear that her servant was going to bring about the loss of her good name. Because once that brazen hussy Leola became aware of the change in her mistress's behavior, she had the effrontery to bring her own lover into the house, safe in the knowledge that even if her mistress saw him there, she wouldn't dare expose him. The sins of any lady give rise to this evil. Among many others, she becomes her own servant's slave, and has to cover up for their immorality and depravity, as did Camilla, who realized dozens of times that Leola was with her young man in a room in the house, yet not only didn't dare scold her but provided her with opportunities to let him in, and removed all obstacles from his path to prevent her husband from seeing him. But she couldn't remove them successfully enough to prevent Lothario from seeing the young man as he left one day at dawn. At first, not recognizing him, Lothario thought he was a ghost, but when he saw him walk away, muffling himself up with studied care, he abandoned that absurd notion for another, which would have been the ruin of them all if Camilla hadn't found a remedy. It didn't occur to Lothario that the man he'd seen leaving Anselmo's house at such an unseemly hour might have gone there for Leola. Lothario didn't even remember that Leola existed. All that came to his mind was that Camilla had been an easy and rapid conquest for another man, just as she had been for him. These are the consequences of a sinning woman's behavior. Her reputation is lost in the eyes of the man to whom she has surrendered after all his pleading and persuasion, and then he thinks that she will surrender to other men even more readily, and he is ready to believe every suspicion that finds its way into his mind. And at this point, it seems, all Lothario's good sense deserted him and all sound reasoning abandoned his head, because without pausing for a single judicious or even sane thought, blinded by the rage of jealousy gnawing at his entrails, and determined to avenge himself on Camilla, who had done him no wrong, he ran to see Anselmo, who was still in his bed, and said, I must inform you, Anselmo, that for many days now I have been battling with myself, struggling to avoid telling you something that it's neither possible nor right for me to conceal any longer. I must inform you that the fortress of Camilla's virtue has surrendered, and that I can do with her as I please, and if I have been slow to reveal this truth to you, it's only because I wanted to see if it was merely some passing whim of hers, or if she was perhaps behaving as she was to test me and discover whether the advances I was making to her with your permission were seriously intended. I also believed that, if she was the woman she should be and we both thought she was, she would have told you about my approaches by now, but her delay forces me to recognize that she was telling the truth when she promised me that the next time you leave home, she'll meet me in the garderobe where you keep your personal effects. This was, indeed, their rendezvous. I don't want you to rush into taking your vengeance, because the sin is as yet committed only in thought, and, between now and the time of committing it indeed, Camilla may change her mind and repent. And so, since you've always followed my advice at least in part, do take the advice I'm going to give you now so that you can, with a clear and cautious judgment unimpaired by error, decide on the best course of action to take. Pretend to go away for 2 or 3 days, as you sometimes do, and then conceal yourself in the garderobe, the tapestries and other hiding places. There will make this easy, and then you'll see with your own eyes, and I shall see with mine, what is in Camilla's mind, and if it's a wickedness that's to be feared rather than to be expected, you can inflict silent, prudent, and judicious punishment for the wrong done you. Anselmo was left in stunned and bewildered amazement by Lothario's revelation, because it came when he was least expecting it. Convinced as he was by now of Camilla's triumph over Lothario's sham assaults on her virtue, he was beginning to enjoy the glory of victory. He remained silent for some moments, gazing at the floor without moving so much as an eyelash, until at length he said, You have done everything, Lothario, that I expected of your friendship. I shall follow your advice, do as you please, but keep the secret as carefully as you can understand is necessary in this unexpected situation. Lothario promised to do so, but as soon as he left he realized how stupidly he'd acted, and repented of everything he'd said, because he could have taken revenge on Camilla himself, and in a less cruel and dishonorable way. He cursed his lack of judgment, condemned his reckless action and racked his brains to find some way to undo what he'd done, or to save the situation. In the end he decided to make a clean breast of it all to Camilla. There was no lack of opportunity for this, and he found her alone that same day, but when she saw that there was a chance to speak she was the one who did so. I must tell you, my dear Lothario, that there's a grief so intense in my heart that it seems to be about to burst in my breast, and it will be a wonder if it doesn't. Because Leola's brazenness has reached such a pitch that every night she lets her lover into this house and he stays with her until morning, at great cost to my good name if anyone sees him leaving at such an unusual hour and reaches the obvious conclusion. And what most infuriates me is that I can't scold or punish her, because her knowledge of our affair stills my tongue and forces me to keep quiet about her affair, and I fear some harm will come of all this. At first Lothario thought this was a trick to persuade him that the man he'd seen leaving the house wasn't her lover, but her grief and her tears and her pleas for help made him see the truth, and this completed his confusion and remorse. Yet he replied to Camilla that she shouldn't worry, because he would take measures to put an end to Leola's insolence. He also told Camilla what, in his jealous rage, he'd said to Anselmo, and how it had been agreed that Anselmo would hide in the guard-robe and witness her infidelity for himself. Lothario begged her forgiveness for his folly and asked for her advice about how to put things right and extricate himself from the tortuous labyrinth into which his thoughtlessness had led him. Camilla was appalled and infuriated by what Lothario had told her, and with many heated and well-chosen words she rebuked him and reviled his foul suspicions and his stupid action, but as women are naturally more quick-witted, for both good and evil, than men, though not when it comes to constructing coherent arguments, Camilla hit there and then upon a way in which to solve such an apparently insoluble dilemma, and told Lothario to make Anselmo hide the next day where he'd said he would, and then she'd contrive to ensure that in future they'd be able to take their pleasure together without fear of interruption, and, without revealing any more of her plans, she instructed him, once Anselmo had hidden, to come as soon as Leola called and to reply to everything she said exactly as he would reply if he didn't know that Anselmo was listening. Lothario pressed her to explain her scheme in full, so that he could make sure to do whatever he saw was necessary. I'm telling you, said Camilla, that you have nothing to do except answer my questions, because she didn't want to forewarn him about her intentions, fearful that he might be unwilling to cooperate in the plan that seemed so excellent to her, and that he might develop other less effective plans of his own. Off went Lothario, and the next day Anselmo produced his excuse about going into the country to see his friend, made his departure, and returned to hide in the guard-robe, which was easy for him to do because Camilla and Leola made it so. Anselmo lurked in his hiding place with the trepidation of one waiting to see the bowels of his own honor torn to shreds, and on the brink of losing the supreme good that he'd once believed he possessed in his beloved Camilla. Once Camilla and Leola were certain that Anselmo was installed, they walked into the guard-robe, and no sooner had Camilla set foot in it than she heaved the deepest of sighs and said, "Oh, my dear Leola, would it not be better, before I put into execution what I will not inform you of, so that you do not attempt to hinder me, if you took this dagger of Anselmo's, which I have just asked you to give me, and transfix this infamous breast of mine with it? But no, no, do not do that, because it would not be right for me to receive the punishment for another's crime. First I must know what it was that Lothario's audacious and licentious eyes saw in me to make him dare to disclose his evil desire, both scorning his friend and dishonouring me. Go to that window, Leola, and call him. He must be waiting out there, hoping to carry out his wicked design. But first mine, cruel, yet honourable, will be put into effect." "Oh, my lady," replied the wily and well-rehearsed Leola, "what are you going to do with this dagger? Do you perhaps intend to take your own life, or to take Lothario's? Either of these actions will lead to the loss of your good name and reputation. It will be better to dissemble your wrong, and not give this wicked man the opportunity to enter this house and find us here alone. Remember, my lady, that we are weak women, and he is a man, and a determined one, and since he comes with that wicked intention, blinded by passion, perhaps before you can do whatever it is you have in mind he may do what would be worse for you than death itself. A plague upon my master Anselmo for giving this cutthroat such a free rein in his house. And when you have killed him, my lady, as I think you intend, what shall we do with him once he's dead?" "Do with him," replied Camilla. "Oh, we'll leave him for Anselmo to dispose of, because it's only right that he should enjoy the restful toil of burying his own infamy. Come now, call the man here, for every moment I delay my just revenge I seem to be failing in the loyalty I owe my husband." As Anselmo listened, his feelings changed with every word that Camilla spoke. But when he heard that she was determined to kill Lothario, he made up his mind to come out and show himself. To avert such a disaster, he was held back, however, by his desire to see where all these brave words and virtuous sentiments would lead, and he decided to emerge later, in time to forestall any mischief. And now Camilla was overcome by a violent fainting fit, and, as she threw herself on to a nearby bed, Leola began to weep bitter tears and say, "Oh, woe is me that I should be so unhappy as to see dying here between my arms the flower of the world's chastity, the pick of pure women, the pattern of feminine virtue," and more to the same effect, and nobody could have heard her and not taken her for the most loyal and heartbroken maidservant in the world, and her mistress for another persecuted Penelope. 1. It wasn't very long before Camilla came out of her fainting fit, and as she did so she said, "Why do you not go, Leola, to call the most faithful friend that the sun ever saw or the night ever hid? Come now, be quick, hurry, fly, lest the delay dampens the fire of my wrath, and the just revenge that I await is dissipated in threats and curses." "Yes, I am going to call him now, my lady," said Leola, "but first you must give me that dagger, to prevent you from doing, while I am away, that which would leave all those who love you mourning for the rest of their lives." "Go, Leola my friend, I assure you that I shall not do any such thing," replied Camilla, "because even though it might be rash and stupid of me, in your eyes, to defend my honor, I am not going to be as rash and stupid as that Lucretia of whom it is said that she killed herself without having done anything blameworthy, and without first killing the man who caused her misfortune. I shall die if I have to, but I shall die revenged of him who made me come to this place to bewail his audacity, which sprang from no misconduct of mine." Leola had to be coaxed again and again before she would go and call Lothario, but she went in the end, and while she was away Camilla spoke, as if talking to herself. "God help me. Would it not have been better to send Lothario away, as I have on so many other occasions, than make him think, as must now be the case, that I am a loose and wicked woman, even if only until I correct him? Yes, it would, there is no doubt. But I should not achieve my revenge, and my husband's honor would not be upheld, if Lothario were allowed to stroll away unscathed from where his evil intentions have brought him. Let the traitor pay with his life for what his lust has led him to attempt. Let the whole world know, if it finds out, that Camilla not only kept faith with her husband, but avenged him on the man who presumed to offend him. Yet I do think, all the same, that it would be better to tell Anselmo about this, but then I tried to do so in that letter I sent him, and I suppose that the reason why he did nothing about the trouble to which it referred must have been because he is so good and trusting that he would not or could not believe that the breast of such a firm friend housed any feelings that went against his honor, and I myself did not believe it, either, for very many days, and would never have believed it if his insolence had not grown so great that his blatant gifts and Splendid promises and never-ending tears made it plain. But why try to reason it all out? No. Does a brave decision stand in need of arguments? No, of course not. Begone. Then, traitors. Draw nigh, revenge. Let the cheat enter, approach and die, come what may. I was pure when I came into the possession of the man that heaven gave me as my husband, and pure I shall be when I cease to be his, or, at worst, I shall be bathed in my own chaste blood and in the foul blood of the falsest friend the world has ever seen. As she talked she paced about the room brandishing the dagger, taking such enormous and irregular strides and making such gestures that she seemed to have lost her senses, and she looked more like some desperate villain than a gentle lady. Anselmo, hiding behind the tapestries, was watching it all in utter amazement, thinking that what he'd seen and heard was quite enough to refute even worse suspicions, and wishing that Lotario's part in the test could be avoided, because he feared a sudden disaster. He was about to emerge and embrace his wife and tell her the truth, yet he stayed where he was because he saw Leola return leading Lotario by the hand, and when Camilla saw him she drew a long line on the floor in front of her with the dagger, and said, Lotario, listen to what I am going to say. If you should venture to cross this line or even approach it, as soon as I see what you are doing I shall plunge this dagger I hold deep into my breast. No, no, before you reply you must hear me out, and then you can say what you please. First of all, Lotario, I want you to tell me whether you know my husband Anselmo, and what you think of him, and then I want you to tell me whether you know me. Answer now, and do not be embarrassed or start weighing your words. Because my questions are not difficult ones. Lotario wasn't so foolish that he hadn't realized. As soon as she told him to make Anselmo hide what she was going to do, and he played along with such skill and good timing that the two of them could have persuaded anyone that their lie was more truthful than truth itself. He replied, I did not suspect, lovely Camilla, that you had summoned me to ask questions so far removed from the purpose that has brought me here. If you have done this to delay granting me the favor that you have promised me, you could have achieved that without making me come, because the nearer the prospect of possession the more eager we are to enjoy the desired good. But, so as not to be accused of refusing to answer your questions, let me say that I do know your husband Anselmo, and we have known each other since our tenderest years, and I will not say what you know only too well about our friendship, because I do not wish to bear witness to the offense that I am being forced to commit against it by love, a potent excuse for even greater sins. I do know you, too, and I hold you as dear as your husband does, or else I should not, for lesser charms than yours, be acting so contrary to my duty as a gentleman and to the holy laws of true friendship, which I have now violated and broken at the instigation of an enemy as dauntless as his love. If you confess to that, replied Camilla, you mortal enemy of everything that truly deserves to be loved, how can you dare appear before the woman you know is the mirror into which gazes a man whom you should use as your mirror so that he could show you how little excuse you have for wronging him? But unhappy me. Now I realize what it was that led you to forget yourself. It must have been some indiscretion of mine. I will not call it immodesty, because it cannot have been deliberate, but rather one of those slips that we women are prone to make when we believe that we do not need to be on our guard. Or else just tell me this, O traitor. When did I ever respond to your appeals with any word or hint that could have awoken the slightest shadow of a hope of gratifying your infamous desires? When were your words of love not rejected, and reproved with words of the harshest severity? When were your many promises ever believed, your even more abundant gifts ever accepted? And yet it is my belief that no man can persevere in his quest for love unless he is sustained by some glimmer of hope. So I shall blame myself for your insolence, because some thoughtlessness of mine must have kept your hopes alive, and I shall inflict on myself the punishment that you deserve. And so that you can see that if I am going to be so cruel to myself I cannot fail to treat you in the same way, I have brought you here to witness the sacrifice that I am going to offer to the offended honor of my most honorable husband, whom you have wronged to the utmost of your power, and whom I too have wronged by not taking sufficient care to avoid giving you the impression, if this is what I did, that I welcomed and applauded your wicked designs. I repeat that what most distresses me is my suspicion that it was some carelessness on my part that spawned such wild feelings in you, and this is what I most wish to punish with my own hand, because if another executioner did so my guilt might become public, but I shall die killing, and take with me the one who will satisfy my desire for the vengeance that I long for, nay, now enjoy, so that I can see, wherever it may be, the punishment that impartial, unbending justice metes out to the man who has reduced me to this desperate plight. As she spoke these words she sprang upon Lotario with unbelievable violence and agility, brandishing the dagger in such a show of determination to bury it in his chest that he himself almost wondered whether she was pretending or not, because he had to have recourse to all his strength and dexterity to prevent Camilla from wounding him. She acted out her strange, unworthy deceit to such perfection that to make it even more realistic she decided to color it with her own blood, and realizing, or pretending to realize, that she couldn't wound Lotario, she said, though fate denies me a full satisfaction of my just desires, at least it will not prevent me from satisfying them in part. And resting the hand holding the dagger from Lotario's grasp she placed the point of the weapon where it could only make a shallow wound and slid it into her armpit, under her left shoulder, and then dropped to the floor as if she had fainted. Leola and Lotario stood astonished at this development, still wondering whether what they were witnessing could be true, as Camilla lay there on the floor, bathed in her own blood. Breathless with terror, Lotario ran to pull the dagger out, but when he saw how slight the wound was, the fear that till then had possessed him was dispelled, and he was struck anew with amazement at the lovely Camilla's cunning, prudence and quick wits. And, continuing to play his part, he began to make a long, sorrowful lament over her, as if she were dead, cursing not only himself but also the man who had put him in this position. And since he knew that his friend Anselmo was listening, his lamentations were such that anyone who heard him would have felt much sorrier for him than for Camilla, even supposing her to be dead. Leola took her up in her arms and laid her on the bed, entreating Lotario to go and bring someone who could look after her in secret. She also asked him for his advice about what they could tell Anselmo concerning her mistress's wound if he returned before it healed. Lotario replied that they could say whatever they liked, because he was in no state to give advice that would be of any use. He only told her to try to stop it bleeding, because he was going where nobody could find him. And with a show of enormous grief he left the house, and once he was alone where nobody could see him he crossed himself over and over again in wonder at Camilla's ingenuity and Leola's role-playing. He reflected on how convinced Anselmo must be that he had a second Portia for a wife too, and he couldn't wait to see his friend to rejoice together over the most perfectly dissembled lie and truth that could ever be imagined. So Leola staunched the bleeding, which was no more copious than was necessary to lend credibility to the performance, washed the wound with a little wine and bound it up as best she could, uttering while she did so such words as, even if nothing had been said before, would have been enough to convince Anselmo that in Camilla he possessed a pattern of chastity. Leola's words were accompanied by others from Camilla, as she called herself a spineless coward for having lacked courage when she most needed it. To take that life of hers that she held in such abhorrence. She asked for her maid's advice about whether she should tell her dear husband all about the incident, and her maid advised her not to, because that would compel him to avenge himself on Lothario, which he couldn't do without great risk, and it was the good wife's duty not to give her husband reasons to fight, but rather to keep him out of trouble as much as possible. Camilla replied that this was sound advice and that she would follow it, but that at all events they were going to have to find some explanation for her wound, because Anselmo was bound to notice it, to which Leola replied that she was incapable of telling a lie, even in jest. And how capable do you think I am, my dear, replied Camilla. I should not dare to invent or maintain a falsehood even if my life depended on it. So if we can think of no escape from this difficulty, it will be better to make a clean breast of it than have him catch us telling lies. Do not worry, my lady, replied Leola. By tomorrow I shall have thought of something to tell him, and maybe, with the wound being where it is, it can be covered up so that he does not notice, and heaven will see fit, I am sure, to favor our just and honorable cause. Do calm down, my lady, and try to control your feelings, so that master does not realize that you are upset when he returns and leave all the rest to me. And to God, who always comes to the help of well-intentioned people. Anselmo had been watching and listening, with rapt attention, to the tragedy of the death of his honor, as it was performed by the players with such unusual and effective feeling that they seemed to have been transformed into the very characters they were acting. He was longing for night to come to give him the chance to slip away from home, and go to see his good friend Lothario and rejoice with him over the precious pearl 3 that he discovered in the revelation of his wife's virtue. The two women took good care to give him an easy opportunity to escape, and he accepted it and slipped away, and went straight to look for Lothario. He found him, and words can't describe his embraces, his expressions of joy and his praise of Camilla. Lothario listened to it all, unable to produce any expressions of joy at all, because he couldn't help thinking how deluded his friend was, and how inexcusable was his own treachery. And although Anselmo noticed that Lothario wasn't at all happy, he supposed that it was because Camilla had been left bleeding on the floor and he had been the cause. And so, among other arguments, Anselmo told his friend not to worry about Camilla. The wound was clearly not such a serious one, since the two women had agreed to keep it hidden, and this showed that there was nothing to fear, and they could rejoice and celebrate together, because thanks to Lothario's ingenious mediation Anselmo had been raised to the highest happiness that he'd ever dared to desire for himself, and the only pastime he wanted now was writing poems in praise of Camilla to make her eternal in the memory of future generations. Lothario praised his friend's good intentions and said that he, for his part, would help to erect so glorious an edifice. This left Anselmo the most splendidly bamboozled man that the world had ever seen. He led home by the hand the man who had ruined his good name, believing that what he was taking there was the instrument of his glory. Camilla greeted him with a grimace on her face and a smile in her heart. This deception lasted for some while until, a few months later, fortune turned her will, the artfully concealed intrigue was revealed and Anselmo's inappropriate curiosity cost him his life. Chapter XXXV. Which brings the tale of inappropriate curiosity to an end. Not much more of the tale remained to be read when Sancho Panza came running in a frenzy from the loft where Don Quixote had gone to bed, crying, come on, all of you, come and help my master, he's got himself into the roughest and toughest battle I've ever set eyes on. Great God, he's just taken his sword to that giant who's my lady Princess Micomicana's enemy, and he's topped him like a turnip. What do you mean, my dear friend, said the priest, putting aside what was left of the tale. Are you in your right mind, Sancho? How the devil can what you say be right, when the giant's a good 7,000 miles away? They heard a great uproar in the loft, and Don Quixote bellowing, stay, robber, scoundrel, poltroon, I have you at last, and your scimitar shall not save you. It sounded as if he was slashing the walls. Sancho said, don't just stand around listening, get in there and pull them apart, or give my master a helping hand, though that won't be needed anymore, because the giant's dead by now. For certain, and answering to God for his evil past I saw his blood flowing all over the floor, and his head cut off and lying on its side, and it's as big as an enormous wineskin. I'll be hanged, interjected the innkeeper, if Don Quixote or Don Devil hasn't been slashing at those skins of red wine I keep behind that bed, and the wine he spilled must be what this character took for blood. And he burst into the loft, and the others followed him, and they found Don Quixote wearing the strangest outfit in the world. He was in his shirt, which wasn't long enough in front to cover his thighs, and was some 6 inches shorter behind. His legs were long and scrawny, hairy, and none too clean. On his head he had a greasy red nightcap belonging to the innkeeper. Round his left arm he had wound a blanket from his bed, against which Sancho bore such a grudge, for reasons well known to himself. In his right hand he grasped his sword, with which he was letting fly in all directions as he shouted out as if he really were fighting with the giant. And the best part of it all is that his eyes were tight shut, because he was asleep and dreaming that he was battling against the giant. So intensely had he lived in his imagination the adventure in which he was going to be triumphant that he was dreaming he'd reached the kingdom of Micomicon, and was at grips with the enemy. And he'd given the wineskin so many slashes, thinking he was slashing the giant, that the loft was flooded with wine. This sight so enraged the innkeeper that he flew at Don Quixote and began to rain so many punches on him that, if Cardenio and the priest hadn't dragged him away, he'd have put an end to the adventure of the giant there and then. Yet the poor knight still didn't wake up, until the barber brought a large bucketful of cold water from the well and drenched him from head to toe, and then he did awaken, but not fully enough to be aware of his situation. In view of Don Quixote's short and scanty apparel, Dorothea didn't care to go in to watch the battle between her protector and her adversary. Sancho was looking all over the floor for the giant's head and, not finding it, he said, now I know that everything about this house is enchanted. Last time, here, where I'm standing now, I got a good hiding and I never knew who gave it to me, and I never even saw anyone, and this time I can't find that head I saw cut off with my own 2 eyes, and the blood was gushing from the body like a fountain. Blood and fountain my foot, you enemy of God and all his holy saints, said the innkeeper. Can't you see, you idiot, that your blood and your fountain are none other than these wineskins here all full of holes and this red wine we're swimming in? And I'd like to see the soul of the man who spilled it all swimming in hell. I don't know anything about that, replied Sancho, all I know is that I'm going to be so unlucky that just because I can't find this head my earldom's going to melt away like salt in water. And Sancho awake was worse than his master asleep, so besotted was he with his master's promises. The innkeeper was in despair at the squire's apathy and his master's handiwork, and swore it wasn't going to be like last time when they got away without paying all the privileges of his chivalry weren't going to let him off coughing up for the two of them, right down to the cost of the patches for the perforated wineskins. The priest was holding on to Don Quixote by his hands, and he, thinking that the adventure was over now and that he was standing before Princess Micomicona, fell to his knees in front of the priest, saying, "Zero great and famous lady, your highness can from this day forward rest assured that this ill-born creature can do you no further harm, and from this day forward, too, I am released from the promise I made you, for, with the help of God on high and through the favor of her for whom I live and breathe, I have fulfilled it to perfection." "Didn't I tell you so?" said Sancho when he heard this. It's true, I wasn't drunk, my master's done for the giant good and proper. We're having a fiesta after all, my earldom's on its way." Who could have failed to laugh at the nonsense of these two, master and servant? And laugh they did, all except the innkeeper, who was cursing himself to the devil. But at length the barber, Cardenio, and the priest managed to force Don Quixote down onto the bed, where, exhausted, he fell asleep. They left him there and went out into the porch to console Sancho Panza for not having found the giant's head, but it was a harder job to pacify the innkeeper, who was reduced to despair by his wineskin's sudden death. And his wife was screaming. "In an evil hour that knight-errant came into my house, and I wish I'd never set eyes on him, he's turned out so expensive. The last time he went off owing me for the night supper, bed, straw, and barley for him and his squire and a nag and a donkey, saying that he was a knight adventurer, and I hope God sends him plenty of misadventures, him and all the adventurers in the world, and he said that being one made him exempt from paying, because this was written up on all the knight-errantry price lists. And then, thanks to him, this other character came and took my tail away, and he's given it back. With more than half a reel's damage, all the hair gone. And now it's no good for what my husband wants it for. And on top of all that, hacking my wineskins to pieces and spilling all my wine, I'd like to see all his blood spilled, I can tell you that much."